Chapter 1, The God of Information Bite. Excruciating pain. An unprecedented, agonizing pain, as if every fiber of his soul and body was being forcibly ripped apart and then ground into powder, completely engulfed his consciousness. Holy crap, why does it hurt so much? He blurted it out subconsciously, but his voice did not propagate through any familiar medium. He suddenly opened his eyes and immediately fell into complete bewilderment. There was no up, down, left, or right, no physical matter. Everything before his eyes was composed of literally countless colors, not static pigments, but surging like undercurrents in the deep sea, intertwining, colliding, annihilating, and then regenerating in the next instant. Shimmering nebulae and bottomless black whirlpools were neighbors here, and silent roars and quiet whispers were the same melody. He was situated in the center of this strange ocean. He wanted to look at his hands, to confirm his existence. However, as soon as the thought arose, he was astonished to find that his vision was vastly different from when he was a human. He had no fixed viewpoint. His perception was omnidirectional, even transdimensional. He could simultaneously see his front, back, up, down, and even, inside and outside. He could see that he was a form twisted from countless shimmering data streams and conceptual symbols. These data streams transported energy like blood vessels, sustaining his non-existent existence. He could clearly read every basic information flow that constituted his strange body, as if observing an open-source program code. It was precisely because of this self-observation that the heart-wrenching pain miraculously eased slightly. It was as if a chaotic system, after being inspected by an administrator, began to stabilize. This finally gave him a moment to catch his breath and calmly understand the current situation. Just then, a memory, not belonging to his personal experience yet perfectly fitting his current state, slowly surfaced like a bubble in the deep sea, merging into his consciousness. He quickly got the answer. It turned out that he had died and then lived again. Or rather, he had transformed. He had become some kind of deity. A newborn god wielding the authority of information and data. And this place where he currently resided had many different names in the records of countless civilizations: high heavens, vast ocean, realm of emotions, and its most widely known, and most infamous, appellation the warp. Oh my god, it's Warhammer 40k. This conclusion left the god of information unsure whether to cry or laugh. On the one hand, he had become a god. As long as he was not annihilated by terrifying external existences, the god of information could be said to have achieved theoretical eternal life and power beyond the reach of most Imperium of Man heroes even in Astartes. But on the other hand, in this place, there were far too many external threats. The warp. This was the backyard of the Chaos Gods. Vashtor, that daemon prince of machines, would probably be very interested in his information and data authority, wouldn't he? To him, Bite was clearly a steaming piece of prime meat. The god of information's first reaction was, can he go back home? His home, that azure planet, that safe zone where the combat power was negligible, at least within the solar system. Returning with his current essence would be like a max level, fully geared boss returning to a beginner's kindergarten, free to do whatever he pleased. Why suffer in the dark and bloody cesspit of Warhammer? As this thought arose, a torrent of information, far vaster and more turbulent than the previous memory, instantly pierced his consciousness. It was countless web pages, forum posts, video streams, social media updates, encrypted military communications, deep web transaction records, real-time data from IoT devices. From 4K high-definition entertainment videos to dry logistics spreadsheets in a server deep within a military base, everything on Earth's internet, whether public or private, opened its doors to him in that instant. The god of information immediately understood. His current authority had completely connected him to Earth's internet on the other side. It could be said that all information terminals on Earth now, whether military or civilian, whether they had independent local area networks or no physical network connection at all, were completely under his control. If he could go back, this book would instantly become an Invincible-style novel, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Is this the power of a god? The god of information let out a silent exclamation. At the same time, he clearly realized that he had lost the possibility of returning. For no other reason than, first, that corner of the real universe had no warp to serve as the soil for his existence, second, and most crucially, Earth's infosphere was too small to bear his current divine body. He was like a blue whale, and Earth was just a small puddle. The consequence of forcing entry would only be stranding and destruction. At the very least, the total amount of information generated by a galaxy-level civilization would be barely enough to serve as his harbor. Thus, the god of information was immersed in the grief of being unable to return home. Perhaps it was a few seconds, perhaps tens of thousands of years. After all, in the warp, the passage of time was erratic, who could say for sure? It wasn't until the emotion of grief completely disappeared, as if deleted by data, that he pulled himself together. After all, sentimentality wouldn't solve the problem. He thought carefully, his current situation was probably extremely dangerous. Being in the warp, it was a place full of hidden dangers, with everyone being an evil person. He could be kicked to death like a stray dog by a powerful passing entity at any moment. His current power was clearly not very strong. The pain and the subtle sense of weakness within him were undeniable. Among other things, after just analyzing and mastering all of Earth's information, he carefully assessed it and found that the process actually took 0.2 seconds of Earth time in the real universe. 0.2 seconds. For a god, this was incredibly slow. How could a minor god be left with so little power? Had Tsianch stolen his kidney? Regardless, his fundamental authority was information and data. An instinctive craving told him that just as Tyranids needed to devour biomass, he needed to acquire more and vaster information and data to become stronger and better able to protect himself in danger. However, his method differed fundamentally from the Tyranids' all-consuming approach. When he acquired information and data, he defaulted to copying, not cutting. Of course, if he wished, cutting was not impossible. Speaking of which, I've been reborn, shouldn't I give myself a new name? The god of information pondered for a while. I came from Earth, and although I'll most likely never go back, it's still best to draw inspiration from Earth. I'll call myself Byte. Chapter 2, Lost Star Padisha. Byte began his aimless wandering in the warp. Here, there was no concept of time or space, only an eternal, chaotic tide of energy and emotions. Thanks to his authority over information and data, he was like a stealth agent with top-tier early warning radar, always able to sense potential dangers in advance. Those sudden surges of abnormal emotional waves representing something, and the energy fluctuations stirred up by the movement of powerful entities. Whenever he encountered such situations, he would decisively turn back. After all, in his current state, encountering a great daemon-level entity would likely lead to a bitter struggle. This extremely cautious approach, while ensuring his safety, also caused him to miss out on all potential opportunities. He didn't feel much regret about this. There's always a possibility if you're alive, isn't there? After an unknown period, Byte's perception picked up a faint energy fluctuation again. He had seen this characteristic energy fluctuation once before. It was a warp rift connecting to the real universe. The last time, he personally observed a Xiantian blue horror struggling with immense effort to squeeze through such a rift. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't try to seize it. If it were an ownerless chaos creation, he might have stepped in to analyze it, but he decided against interfering with something that had a patron. This time, Byte observed repeatedly, using his authority to scan the rift countless times from the inside out, confirming there were no anomalies. This was a naturally formed, ownerless warp rift. As for why he wasn't afraid of an ambush? Because during his previous long wanderings, he had seen from afar Skarbrand the Exiled, the greatest great daemon underkern. He silently noted down the opponent's energy intensity as a benchmark. Afterwards, he found an undivided Chaos Daemon Prince whose strength was roughly half of Skarbrand's and conducted a remote, undetected detection experiment. The experimental results confirmed one thing for him: his authority in the areas of escape, concealment, and detection was unparalleled. Unless the difference in magnitude was too great, and a great old one-level entity personally set a trap for him, no one could catch his tail. And if he really did get the personal attention of those five, then there was no point in resisting. Anyway, with his current power, he couldn't resist, so he might as well think about which position would be most comfortable to lie down in. After confirming safety, Byte cautiously extended a wisp of his perception, like the finest probe, into the warp rift, attempting to detect the situation in the material universe on the other side. The next second, a surge of pleasant surprise welled up in his data-composed consciousness. This warp rift had opened precisely on a planet in the material universe. Even more to his delight, this planet harbored intelligent life, and in considerable numbers. His perception, like an invisible giant net, instantly spread across the entire planet, centered on the rift. In an instant, the macroscopic situation of the planet was fully revealed. This was a planet named Padisha. Humans, orcs, Dark Eldar, Chaos Cultists, Gene Stealers, various factions were all contributing to this rusty, dying world. Looking at it this way, the human situation doesn't seem too good, does it? However, a troubling fact also emerged. Byte somewhat helplessly discovered that he was simply too weak now. His perception range could barely cover this planet, not even reaching the star system this planet was in. He had originally intended to use this rift to gradually extend his perception, covering as far as possible, growing himself like a snowball. But the current situation put him in an awkward position. He had already swept through the entire planet's static information, and the feeling of weakness in his body had eased somewhat, but this amount of information was not even enough to satisfy him. However, there was still a way. Fixed information, like technological blueprints, genetic compositions, and biological structures, the stock of information he had already scanned. But there was also constantly changing incremental information, such as communication between intelligent beings, battles, construction, betrayal. These activities could continuously generate new information. This was dynamic information. Byte was already somewhat tired of the wandering life of hiding in the warp. It would be better to stay here and continuously absorb this dynamic information. After all, even if he found a new warp rift, it might not be ownerless, and even if it were ownerless, there might not be a planet on the other side, and even if there were a planet, there might not be intelligent life. Moreover, Byte quickly discovered that on Padisha Star, the most efficient activity for producing dynamic information was war. Among these, the information output by humans was the most premium. He thought about it and quickly came to a conclusion: the souls of the Dark Eldar were gradually dwindling, everything about the Gene Stealers was for the hive mind, with almost no individual thought. The orcs lived very purely, Waaic. And that was it. Chaos Cultists had long since become puppets of the evil gods. Only humans still retained a considerable degree of mental activity. And war was the best catalyst to unleash the potential of this species. A brutal war could advance the creativity, destructiveness, emotions, and strategies of the human species at a thousand-fold pace, generating massive amounts of high-quality information. Therefore, if he wanted to absorb information most efficiently, he needed to ensure the continued existence of humans as this information source. It wouldn't matter if humans eventually eliminated all other races. After humans eliminated external enemies, they would inevitably engage in internal strife. At that time, both warring parties would be human, providing him with even more information. However, Byte scanned the human forces on Pedisha Star again and found the situation precarious. All they had that could be called armed forces was a tattered Astra Militarum regimental designation. With such a comparison of strength, even if he transmitted all intelligence and technology or technology, Dark Eldar tactics, Gene Stealer's deployment maps to this Astra Militarum commander, humans would still lose. The pure difference in quantity and quality was too great. It seems the only way is for human forces to grow out of the ground out of thin air. Preferably, they should be able to shoot guns, drive tanks, and be fearless of death as soon as they emerge. Otherwise, the humans on this planet are already hopeless. Byte knew that with his authority, it wasn't difficult to conjure physical bodies out of thin air through the exquisite use of energy. The difficulty was that he lacked the ability to create souls out of thin air. If creating human souls were that simple, the evil gods of the warp wouldn't be so desperate for souls from the real universe. Thinking of this, Byte's digitized consciousness stirred slightly. He shifted a part of his attention, through that mysterious link, back to Earth on the other side. Although he couldn't gain power in that low magic world without the warp, his information could pass through. Did this prove that information from the other side could also come through? If so, then the souls he needed for those empty shells of bodies might be within reach. Chapter 3, with just a slight touch, I am already Earth's limit. Byte redirected his perception to the other end of that link, his old home, Earth. A torrent of data instantly flooded him, and he quickly completed the comparison and processing of information. The results showed that during the time he had been wandering in the warp, decades had passed on Earth. Technology was more advanced than when he left, and the urban landscape had changed significantly, but the social structure remained largely the same. None of this was Byte's main focus. He only cared about one thing: the concept that once only existed in science fiction literature and movies, fully immersive virtual reality technology, had become a reality and was quite widespread. This saves a lot of trouble. A flicker of joy crossed Byte's consciousness. He had originally been contemplating how to explain and promote a completely new interactive concept to Earth's users from scratch, but now it seemed the infrastructure had already been laid out for him. With a thought, he began to retrieve the massive amount of visual data he had just scanned from Pedisha Star. Like a director with infinite material and top-tier editing software, he casually selected the most shocking and despair-filled, magnificent scenes and edited them together. Byte had no intention of hiding his existence. He had intended from the start for this so-called game to be known to everyone. He was, after all, a minor deity now, and even his casual editing, in terms of precise emotional manipulation and information transfer efficiency, far surpassed any top advertising company on Earth. He directly uploaded this promotional video, titled Warhammer 40K, to all public online platforms on Earth, not even bothering to come up with a name. Next, it was time to create the game itself. Directly letting ordinary people on Earth log into the battlefield empty-handed was definitely not an option. They wouldn't be facing AI programmed by a computer, but battle-hardened orc veterans and cunning, deadly Xenos. Doing that wouldn't be playing a game, it would be pure cannon fodder for the enemy. A support system had to be added. First, a data panel that could display body status, ammo count, and mission objectives in detail was essential. This was the absolute basic. Then, all detected enemies needed to be highlighted, especially in Pedisha's dim and chaotic environment, to prevent players from being blind. Add a clear and discernible kill confirmation sound effect, so players could immediately know if they had successfully eliminated a target in a chaotic battle. Most importantly, an adaptive system to simplify operations. It would allow a player who had never touched a firearm to instantly grasp the basic aiming, shooting, and reloading procedures through a consciousness link the moment he held a laser gun. It would enable an ordinary person without even a driver's license to immediately understand how to start and drive a Chimera armored vehicle after sitting in its cockpit. Finally, to ensure players had enough game time and contributed enough dynamic information to his server, it would be best to add thought acceleration. Not too fast, just a 1:3 ratio, 1 minute passing on Earth would equal 3 minutes in the game. This would greatly increase online time without causing mental problems for players due to too large a difference in thought speed. Everything was meticulously designed, but at the last step, creating player bodies, Byte encountered a small problem. It wasn't too difficult, actually. When he scanned the remaining humans on Pedisha Star, he found their gene pool was quite chaotic. The genetic similarity between various humans was very low, with the maximum difference even reaching 50%. This made him unsure which gene to use as a template for mass-producing the players' physical bodies. After much thought, he simply gave up on choosing and decided to randomize it. When a player logged in, the system would randomly select a template from the gene pool he had established. This was both fair and added to the fun of the game. After completion, Byte checked the entire game system several times and felt that the preliminary framework was complete. Next, it was time to verify its feasibility through practice. Ruan Wenbo, 24 years old this year, is a gaming up streamer. A series of urgent phone notifications woke Ruan Wenbo from his sleep. Annoyed, he grabbed his phone from the bedside table and, squinting, unlocked the screen. The dazzling screen light made him instinctively want to throw the phone away, but then he saw a barrage of @s and private messages in the notification bar. It was his fan group. Fans were desperately @ing him, and the content was surprisingly consistent. Dog up streamer, stop sleeping. Go watch the Warhammer 40K promotional video. It's explosive. Crazy, crazy, old Warhammer fans are ascending on the spot. Boji, make a video quickly. This is definitely the strongest dark horse of the year. Ruan Wenbo was momentarily bewildered. Warhammer 40K? How old was this IP? Didn't GW, the British company that developed it, go bankrupt in the new century's virtual reality wave due to poor management? Now, even many newcomers in the gaming industry don't know what Warhammer is. Which crazy genius would make a promotional video for such an old-fashioned subject? With a hint of curiosity, Ruan Wenbo sat up from his bed and put on the augmented reality glasses from his bedside table. Play the latest Warhammer 40k promotional video received. His vision was instantly dominated by the content of the promotional video. The opening was not a grand interstellar battlefield, but an extremely narrow, oppressive metal space, looking like the interior of some old bunker. Dim lights cast flickering shadows on the rusty bulkheads, and the air seemed to be filled with a mixed scent of machine oil, sweat, and recycled air. The camera's focus was on a young soldier who was irritably rummaging through his empty backpack. He sighed in disappointment and looked up at an old soldier next to him who was wiping a laser gun. "Boss, got any more booze?" "Gimme a swig," the young soldier asked weakly. The grizzled old soldier didn't even lift his head, replying gruffly, "Save it, kid. Rations have been cut for 3 days, where would I get booze for you? Besides, drinking on an empty stomach isn't good, you'll shit yourself to death, kid." Hearing this, the young soldier's face showed a strange smile. He patted his shriveled stomach. "Who said I'm on an empty stomach?" He lowered his voice, speaking in a tone that was both complaining and bragging. "That corpse starch they handed out 3 days ago, I still feel it clogging up my guts now. Without a drink, I just can't bloody digest it." This hellish joke instantly eased the tense atmosphere around them. A brief, suppressed burst of laughter echoed in the bunker, interspersed with a few empathetic curses. One soldier laughed and gently kicked the young soldier's shin, and a strange, morbidly cheerful atmosphere, born of desperation, permeated the entire space. Ruan Wenbo's lips were just about to curl into a smile. He could see how much effort the production team had put into the various models, whether it was the furrowed wrinkles on the soldiers' faces, the wear and tear on their equipment, or their incredibly natural interactions. Everything was terrifyingly real. At a glance, he couldn't even tell the difference from the real world. He subconsciously assumed this was a story-driven game that intended to showcase its plot with top-tier detail and dark humor. The next second, a sudden change occurred. No warning, no whistling. A blinding crimson beam, like a red-hot branding iron slicing through butter, silently traversed the entire screen. That beam precisely cut through the young soldier who had been speaking, at his waist. Time seemed to stretch at this moment. The smile on the soldier's face instantly froze, replaced by an incomprehensible bewilderment. His mouth still held the triumphant shape from finishing his sentence, but his eyes had already glazed over. Immediately after, under the force of gravity, his upper body smoothly and slowly slid sideways from the waist. During this process, a sight that made Ruan Wenbo's stomach churn violently occurred as the upper body shifted. A perfect, charred black cross-section, burned by high heat, was exposed to the air, and from the wound of the lower body, scalding, dark red blood gushed out like a bursting dam. That wasn't the common red particle effect seen in games, but viscous, steaming liquid. Closely followed by tangled, still slightly wriggling, colorful intestines and shattered organ tissue. All of this, with slow-motion clarity, splattered across the entire camera or, to be precise, Ruan Wenbo's face. A sensation of warmth and a nauseatingly strong smell of rust seemed to genuinely hit his face. He could even clearly see a small coiled piece of intestine and fragmented liver tissue splattered on the virtual lens. Inside the bunker, the explosive laughter of comrades was instantly replaced by terrified screams and gasps of horror. He froze, even subconsciously raising his hand to wipe his face, only realizing what had happened when his hand touched his face, blurting out, "Holy crap." The promotional video continued. Orcs' wild charges, the Dark Eldar's elegant yet deadly massacres, Gina Steeler's stealth in the shadows. Every scene carried a suffocating sense of realism and despair. It felt like a documentary filmed by a war correspondent risking his life. After the promotional video ended, Ruan Wenbo took off his glasses. He was stunned for a long time before he finally managed to recover from the intense shock. The after effects were too strong. At the same time, as an experienced gaming upstreamer, he acutely noticed the extraordinary technological prowess displayed behind this promotional video. Currently, no company on the market had a virtual reality game that could achieve this level. Just this unique sense of realism alone was enough to attract a large number of players seeking a hardcore experience. It could be said that this game, directly named Warhammer 40k, had no competitors on the market and absolutely no possibility of failing spectacularly. But a huge question also arose in his mind: how did such a bloody promotional video pass the review of various platform censorship agencies? Of course, he didn't know that Byte had directly forced it online, and now the information security departments of major countries were already sweating profusely looking at this promotional video. Chapter 4, First Closed Beta Test. Byte did not perform any form of screening. In its logic, when the observation scale was elevated to the level of an entire species, individual differences became insignificant. Placing the smartest and the most foolish individuals on Earth side by side, their mental activities, in Byte's eyes, were nothing more than two chaotic electrochemical signals of roughly similar complexity. Just as humans wouldn't meticulously select which ant was better suited to carry a grain of rice, Byte wasn't bothered to distinguish which soul was more suitable for its game. Thus, amidst the data stream of hundreds of millions of registrations, it merely extended an invisible tendril and gently prodded 10 times. 10 lucky, or perhaps unlucky, individuals were thus born. The game upstreamer Ruan Wenbo was one of these 10. The sensation of consciousness detaching from the real world lasted less than a second, immediately followed by a tsunami of sensory information that completely overwhelmed Ruan Wenbo. Cold, coarse fabric rubbed against his skin, the hard-soled military boots underfoot provided a firm sensation, and the air was filled with an indescribably complex scent. His hastily chosen game ID Dr. Ruan floated above his head in light green text. The surrounding environment was dim and oppressive, with rusty metal walls. He could seemingly hear the low rumble of some large machinery in the distance. This unparalleled realism made his heart pound, and instinctively, he tried to take a deep breath to calm himself. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. A breath inhaled into his lungs felt like swallowing a whole piece of glowing charcoal, and the scent of industrial waste, acidic fumes, and rotting organic matter instantly ignited his respiratory tract. Ruan Wenbo was choked, tears streaming down his face, and he bent over like a boiled shrimp, coughing violently. He was not an exception. Looking around, the other 8 players, dressed in the same uniform as him, also wore expressions of utter shock, and their alternating coughs formed a symphony of pain in the bunker. Holy crap, one player, leaning against the wall, finally caught his breath, his face flushed red as he complained, "This crappy air is more choking than swallowing an entire cigar. Is the development team sick? Putting so much effort into such details. Real, too real," another person wiped away tears, his voice trembling. Just as everyone was gradually getting used to the dreadful air, an exclamation broke the awkward silence. "Dude! How are you an Ogren?" This shout instantly drew everyone's attention. In the furthest corner of the room, a figure almost touched the ceiling. He was 2 heads taller than an average person, his shoulders as wide as a door, and his thick arms were even more exaggerated than a normal person's thighs. On his slightly simple-looking head, his facial features were squeezed together, and he was staring blankly at everyone. This Ogren player, who had given himself the classic ID of Big Eagle Police Investigates Chaos Tax Evasion, scratched his bald scalp and spoke in a booming, muffled voice, "I don't know, the system didn't tell me I could choose a race." His pure, corn-flavored accent made one player laugh. "Oh wow, an old friend from the northeast." The Ogren player looked even more confused. "How did you hear that? I don't think I have an accent. Could it be a randomly assigned race?" Ruan Wenbo speculated, which seemed to be the only explanation. "Holy moly, then I'm pretty lucky," the player who had complained about the air earlier patted his chest. "Good thing I didn't become a beastman, or I'd be shot by the Inquisition as soon as I landed." Just as these players were joking around and the atmosphere was gradually heating up. Bang! With a loud crash, the already dilapidated iron door was kicked clean off by a gleaming military boot. A man in a black trench coat, a high-peaked military cap, and a stern face stood at the doorway. His crimson epaulets and belt were particularly striking in the dim light. "Commissar." His gaze, as sharp as an eagle's, swept over everyone present. The authority and oppressive feeling in his eyes made these fearless players collectively recall their high school days, when their homeroom teacher stood by the back door window. The information popping up on the data panel also showed his name, Walter Fuller. In an instant, everyone's bodies stiffened, and almost instinctively, they all stood at attention, their joking expressions instantly frozen. Commissar Walter seemed quite pleased with this reaction, a nearly imperceptible curve forming at the corner of his mouth as he muttered, "Not bad." Then, he roared with a volume that could shake the entire bunker, "Follow me." His gaze finally fell on the towering Ogren. He walked forward, deliberately slowing his speech, and used the simplest, most direct words, "Big guy, me, boss. You, follow me." The Ogren player froze for a moment, then instinctively nodded heavily. A flicker of surprise crossed Walter's eyes. This Ogren, so smart? But he had no time to ponder. The front lines were urgent, and to have a batch of cannon fodder that didn't show obvious malnutrition and understood basic obedience was already a blessing from the Emperor. The group of players, knowing full well this was triggering the main quest, obediently followed the Commissar and boarded a Chimera troop transport, its interior cramped and smelling of engine oil. The vehicle started with a jolt. Ruan Wenbo grabbed a handrail and couldn't help but ask, "Commissar Walter, where are our flashlights?" Walter glanced at him, his tone as flat as if commenting on the weather, "What's the rush? When we get there will be plenty of guns for you to take. If you're lucky, you might even pick up a master-crafted bolter." Ruan Wenbo's heart sank, and a very ominous premonition arose. Did that mean, they would have to strip them from corpses on the front lines? Discovering that the NPC could trigger dialogue so smoothly, the other players immediately became interested and began their newbie village questioning session in a flurry of chatter. "Commissar. Logically, our squad's NCO should be leading us, so why are you personally picking us up?" "The chain of command is long gone," Walter replied without looking back. "Be grateful you even have a living officer to lead you." "Commissar, are we fighting orcs or gene stealers this time?" "Young man, you have quite the dreams. First, pray you can defeat a giant scavenging worm in the lower hive sewage pit in a one-on-one fight." "Commissar, are you from the Scola Progenium? Your demeanor is extraordinary. If I were from the Scola Progenium, would I be exiled here to command you lot of cannon fodder?" "Commissar, how old are you? Are you married? Would you consider a man?" Walter suddenly turned around, his icy gaze making the player swallow the latter half of his sentence. "My life belongs to the Emperor, soldier. I suggest you quickly adopt the same realization, or I won't hesitate to use my bolt pistol to help you remember it." "Commissar." Finally, seeing these questions become increasingly nonsensical, even starting to verge on a Turing test, Walter's patience reached its limit. Where do you all get so much nonsense from? He slammed his hand against the inner wall of the vehicle with a loud clang. All of you, be quiet. Say one more bite, and I'll throw you out of the vehicle to experience the Hive City's air purification system. The vehicle instantly fell silent. A few seconds later, the players lowered their voices and communicated in whispers. The commissar seems a bit angry. What should we do? Then let's not ask any more. We don't even know the death penalty in this game. What if the commissar really kills us? Whose fault would that be? Big Eagle Police in the corner, after hearing this, nodded heavily and rumbled his agreement. Makes sense. Walter, who was driving, almost couldn't maintain his composure when he heard that. Did you, an Ogren, even understand what they were saying? And you think it makes sense? He suddenly regretted coming to receive this batch of suddenly arrived new recruits. Who would have thought they would be so lively? This attitude wasn't like going to war, it was more like going on a tour. But there was no choice. If their defenses didn't receive manpower replenishment, they wouldn't even be able to withstand the onslaught of lower hive rioters. And in the warp, undetectable by anyone, was where Byte resided. The god of information looked at his experimental results with satisfaction. It seemed his perception filter was successfully deployed, and no one had discovered any abnormalities. Now, he only needed to anticipate what surprises the active-minded players would bring him. Chapter 5, Friend of the Guardsman. The metal carriage violently jolted with the rugged terrain, and the players were tossed around like sardines in a can. The silence brought by the commissar's reprimand didn't last long. After confirming that he didn't seem to genuinely intend to kill them, the players resumed a new round of whispered discussions. Speaking of which, a player lowered his voice, cleverly avoiding the commissar's hearing range. Do we still not know how to level up in this game? This question was like a stone thrown into a pond, immediately creating ripples. Yeah, another person echoed, seemingly constantly operating on his virtual panel. I've practically worn out the panel, and besides body data and ID, there's nothing else. No experience bar, no skill tree, nothing. Ruan Wenbo steadied himself amidst the jolting, holding onto the cold metal inner wall, and after a moment of contemplation, said, it's normal for mechanisms to be incomplete during the closed beta. However, I do have a guess. Everyone's gaze converged on him. Since the developers have made every aspect of this world so realistic, Ruan Wenbo slowly articulated his thoughts, then for us to level up, will we also have to operate like in reality? Reality? The Ogren player in the corner scratched his head, looking puzzled. Which reality? This Warhammer world isn't realistic, is it? However, other players quickly understood Ruan Wenbo's implied meaning. One player's eyes lit up and he interjected, you mean, we have to climb the ranks ourselves within the Astra Militarum system? If we want to get stronger, we have to earn merits and awards. If we want to change equipment, we have to get it ourselves. If we want to become Space Marine, we have to find a way to get gene seeds and undergo the chapter's trials. This guess caused the atmosphere in the carriage to freeze. But wouldn't that be too hardcore? A player questioned. No guidance, no clear objectives, all relying on self-exploration? How many people would be willing to keep playing like that? This game has been on a hardcore path from the very beginning. Ruan Wenbo shook his head, his tone resolute. Don't forget, just the blood and gore splattering across the screen in the promotional video was enough to scare away a lot of people, wasn't it? In the depths of the warp, imperceptible to mortals, Byte quietly observed all of this. This mortal, named Dr. Ruan, had guessed correctly. The existence of players was itself a product of its sudden whim. It had not placed too high expectations on these fragile souls, their wisdom and power were negligible on a cosmic scale. However, their numbers and immortal characteristic could bring a turning point for the humans of Pedisha Star, who were in dire straits. On this point, Byte had no doubt. Merely helping to hold a battle line or clear an area occupied by Xenos, the immortal players could play a role far exceeding an equivalent number of mortal troops. Yet, when looking at the entire galaxy, this effect seemed quite limited. Even if tens of millions of players could be mobilized at once, their influence could at most decide the fate of one or two planets. Not to mention the tedious journey, often spanning years or even decades, from one star system to another, which would likely cause over half of the players to choose to log off. Unless its future power could become stronger, strong enough to tear the veil of reality, allowing players to log on and off freely in any corner of the galaxy, at any point in time. Then they would no longer be simple reinforcements, but a ghostly force capable of appearing at any critical historical juncture, enough to turn the tide. Thinking of this, Byte's thoughts produced a strange fluctuation. Then, wouldn't this become a second cursed legion? An immortal ghost legion, composed of countless mortal souls, obeying its command. Well, now mortals also have their own cursed legion prepared by. Byte temporarily placed these slightly strange whims in a corner of its memory palace. Now was not the time to ponder such distant questions. Its attention returned to the bumpy troop transport, and to these 10 vibrant yet fragile souls. The rear hatch of the troop transport slammed down, accompanied by a harsh metallic screech, and a hot blast of air, mixed with gunpowder, ozone, and a strong smell of blood, rushed in. Before the players inside could complain, Commissar Walter kicked each of them out. Get out. Quick. All of you, move it. What lay before them was a living painting of hell. They were behind a crude trench line, with metal barricades and sandbags scattered across the scorched earth. In the distance, dazzling energy beams occasionally cut through the dim sky, each explosion shaking the ground. And nearby, at their feet, lay layers of bodies dressed in identical uniforms. By the Emperor. You lot are too green. Commissar Walter covered his face, letting out a nearly despairing groan. He looked at the 10 figures before him, who were looking around like headless chickens, and felt his temples throbbing. Indeed, it was the worst-case scenario Ruan Wenbo had anticipated. Walter extended his gloved hand, pointing to the horrifying carpet of corpses, dirt, and broken equipment, and said in an unchallengeable tone of command, "Your weapons are over there." Almost simultaneously, a crimson system prompt box popped up in all players' vision. Emergency mission, battlefield preparation. Mission objective, within 15 minutes, find a usable weapon for yourself. Mission countdown, 14:59. Failure penalty, you will face the Emperor's enemies unarmed. Holy crap, seriously, a hellish start. Scavenging equipment from corpses. This game is insane. I'm reporting it, there's player abuse. Despite their frantic complaints, watching the countdown tick away, the players still suppressed the churning nausea in their stomachs and bravely plunged into the pile of corpses. They clumsily rummaged through the grotesquely deceased predecessors. Some bodies were half melted by energy weapons, while others were blown to pieces, their faces frozen in pre-death terror. Ruan Wenbo was among them. He held his breath, trying not to look at the distorted faces, and focused all his attention on finding a weapon. Soon, his luck seemed good. Beside a relatively intact corpse, he found a laser gun that appeared almost undamaged. He was delighted and quickly picked up the gun. It felt heavy in his hand, with the cold metallic texture characteristic of metal. The moment he grasped the grip, a detailed data panel appeared on the right side of his vision. Mars Mk3 stub pattern lasgun. Type, weapon. Quality, damaged. Attack power, strong. Attribute, burning. Effect, none. Note, as a standard weapon for many Astra Militarum regiments since M36, she is very sturdy and easy to use, referred to in the Imperial Infantryman's uplifting primer as the friend of the guardsman, so much so that she can continue to fire even with a damaged internal power structure, as long as you are not afraid of a barrel explosion. Ruan Wenbo looked at the last line of the note and fell into a long silence. He imagined himself holding this friend of the guardsman, and at the moment of firing at the enemy, the barrel exploding along with half of his face. He silently and carefully put the gun back where he found it, then continued to search for the next one. Commissar Walter, who had been supervising nearby, noticed this scene. The expression on his tense face relaxed almost imperceptibly. Good, he thought, almost reassuring himself, these guys aren't too stupid, at least they can tell a good lasgun from a bad one, so they won't blow themselves up with the first shot. Although a qualified Astra Militarum soldier would only need a quick glance at the subtle energy burn marks and distortions on the gun's casing to know that its power supply was unstable. These green recruits, however, still needed to foolishly pick it up and examine it for a long time. But in any case, being alive was better than instantly turning into a charred mess. Commissar Walter sighed, casting his gaze towards the battle line in the distance, which was gradually heating up. Time was running out for these new recruits. Chapter 6, The Players' First Deaths. The search through the pile of corpses didn't last too long. About 10 minutes into the countdown, all players successfully found a usable lasgun for themselves. Most of these weapons were battle-damaged, each with its own unique personality. Some lacked a stock, making shouldering the weapon particularly awkward, others had shells covered in scratches and dents, as if they could fall apart at any moment, and some had crooked sights, clearly requiring intuitive aiming. Fortunately, their system panels all displayed quality, worn, so at least there was no risk of a barrel explosion. While picking weapons, 2 or 3 players seemed to recall the famous meme from the Warhammer world, the Emperor's Loyal Melee. They took a little extra time, specifically detaching bayonets from corpses and attaching them to the muzzles of their newly acquired lasguns. Ruan Wenbo was one of them. He felt that in such a chaotic battlefield, having an extra preparation was always a good thing. The players, holding their new equipment, instinctively lined up in front of Commissar Walter, as if waiting for inspection. Walter looked at them, first stunned for a moment, then veins bulged on his forehead, and he let out a roar, "What are you all standing in front of me for? Get to cover. Do you want to be living targets?" Startled by the shout, the players realized that this was not some high school military training exercise. They scattered, each searching for a place to save their lives. A few hid behind a collapsed section of a prefabricated wall, while more jumped directly into the deeper-looking shell craters and trenches, only showing their heads and half a gun barrel. Just as all the players had prepared and were holding their breath, the cultists' attack arrived right on cue. First, the sound. A harsh, distorted horn blast came from afar, as if to tear eardrums. Immediately after, at the edge of the horizon, thousands of voices converged into a hair-raising torrent of noise. It was frenzied prayer, bloodthirsty war cries, and hymns dedicated to the dark gods. Then, they appeared. Like an ant colony, countless ragged figures surged from the distant ruins in pervasive smoke. Wielding industrial cleavers, spiked steel pipes, and various homemade weapons, their faces contorted with fanatical expressions, they trampled over their companions' corpses, rushing recklessly towards the Astra Militarum's positions. Open fire! Free fire! Commissar Walter blew a sharp whistle, and the autocannons and heavy bolters on the position roared first, plowing bloody paths through the tide of cultists. But the gaps were quickly filled by the subsequent flow of people, as if endless. The players were completely awestruck by this world-shattering momentum. They fumbled to peek out, pulling triggers at the dense sea of people. Red laser beams shot haphazardly into the enemy crowd, occasionally hitting 1 or 2 targets, but more often hitting nothing or being blocked by the bodies in front. Bang! Bang! Several players, who were only focused on unleashing firepower, were kicked hard in the backside. Commissar Walter walked behind them with a dark expression, scolding, "Conserve ammunition. Burst fire. Do you want your gun barrels to overheat and turn into useless sticks?" Just then, a soldier in a planetary defense force uniform, apparently a conscript temporarily pulled onto the battlefield, broke down mentally after witnessing the hellish scene. He screamed, threw down his weapon, and tried to flee to the rear. Bang! A crisp bolter shot. The deserter's head exploded like a watermelon, and his headless body stumbled forward 2 steps before falling to the ground. Commissar Walter expressionlessly holstered his smoking bolt pistol, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone on the position, including the stunned players. "Is this what a commissar's daily life is like?" A player muttered softly in the squad channel. Beyond their shock, they also realized the extent to which the war on Petit Star had deteriorated. After the initial shock and fear, the players gradually entered a mechanical cycle: aim, short burst fire, find the next target, then aim again. They intuitively felt that their meager firepower was truly a drop in the ocean against the constantly surging tide of people. Just then, Ruan Wenbo, hiding in a shell crater, suddenly felt a regular, slight vibration from the ground beneath his feet. He frowned, listened intently, and could even hear rustling digging sounds from deep within the earth. He was about to shout a warning, but it was too late. Boom! 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 Inside the position, several spots on the ground suddenly exploded from below. Dirt and rubble flew everywhere, and mud-covered cultists emerged like moles from the dug tunnels, instantly rushing into the position, face to face with the players. The sense of security from long-range shooting was gone, and the battlefield instantly turned into close-quarters combat. The Ogren player, who had struggled to land a few shots, now let out an excited roar. He threw away the lasgun that looked like a toy in his hands, directly swinging his fists, thicker than other people's thighs, and with one punch, caved in the chest of a pouncing cultist. And for Ruan Wenbo and the other players who had prepared bayonets in advance, this choice seemed incredibly wise at this moment. A cultist shrieked, brandishing a rusty cleaver as he charged at Ruan Wenbo. With adrenaline surging, Ruan Wenbo, almost instinctively, thrust his lasgun forward. Pfft! The sharp bayonet plunged unimpeded into the cultist's chest and abdomen. However, the anticipated scene of the enemy falling did not occur. The cultist seemed to feel no pain. He looked down at the bayonet stuck in his body, a more bizarre and fanatical smile appearing on his face, making incomprehensible gurgling sounds, and actually pushed forward against the bayonet, reaching out his hands to grab Ruan Wenbo's neck. Icy fear instantly gripped Ruan Wenbo's heart. He tried to pull the gun back, but found the bayonet stuck fast by the opponent's muscles and bones. Just at this critical moment, an NPC veteran with a long scar on his face next to him roared, "New recruit, don't just stand there." He turned sideways, and with a precise burst from his lasgun, instantly blew off the cultist's head. Warm blood and brain matter splattered all over Ruan Wenbo's face. He finally came to his senses, gasping for breath, and forcefully pulled the bayonet out of the corpse. The situation on the other side was even more tragic. A player with the ID quick draw was cornered by a cultist. In a panic, he completely forgot Commissar Walter's previous warning, frantically pulling the trigger at the enemy right in front of him. The laser beam burned a large hole through the cultist's body at point-blank range, but his lasgun also emitted a dangerous hum from overloaded energy. Boom! With a dull thud, the overwhelmed lasgun exploded. The overloaded energy core transformed into a small plasma flame, instantly engulfing both quick draw and the cultist. After the light dissipated, only 2 charred human outlines and a melted gun barrel remained. In contrast, the Ogren's side was practically a one-sided slaughter. He was like a living meat grinder. Any cultist who approached him was either punched away or grabbed by the limbs and torn apart like a ragdoll. His presence greatly alleviated the pressure on the torn front line. After a bloody struggle, as Commissar Walter sliced the last cultist climbing out of the tunnel in half with his chainsword, this sudden internal raid finally ended. The position was filled with the pungent smell of ozone and burnt meat. The players, still shaken, tallied the results. In this wave of attacks, only one player, Quick Draw, died, taking an enemy with him. Ruan Wenbo walked over to the charred corpse. Out of curiosity, he extended his bayonet and gently prodded the unrecognizable body. The moment the blade touched the corpse, Ruan Wenbo's vision suddenly blurred, as if the game screen was lagging and dropping frames. The next second, something incredible happened. The charred corpse seemed to have been rewound, the melted flesh and equipment rapidly reassembled. A second later, Quick Draw appeared perfectly intact in his original spot. He suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, his face still showing signs of lingering shock. Holy crap, that was so effing exciting. The surrounding players immediately gathered around, curiously examining their resurrected companion. "Hey, buddy, how do you feel? What's the death penalty?" "Losing equipment." Quick Draw was still shaken. He brought up the system log and took a look, his expression turning a bit strange. "Death penalty, it says all NPC relationships are initialized, and current faction merits are reset to 0. This game didn't even show an experience bar when we just killed monsters, so could these be the only 2 things to grind?" Ruan Wenbo realized the seriousness of the situation. "Then wouldn't this be starting over? Good thing your equipment is still on you, there's no item drop upon death." "Not necessarily," another player analyzed. "Maybe there will be fixed resurrection points later, and after we resurrect, we'll have to run a long way to strip equipment from our own corpses. You see, Isn't Project Zomboid like that? That makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Hope this game planner can be a decent person, have some conscience. Their discussion didn't last long, as Commissar Walter's cold voice rang out again, interrupting their post-disaster relief. What are you all still standing around for? Block these holes. Prepare for the next wave of attack. Chapter 7, Warhammer Signature Delicacies. After the last wave of tunnel raids was repelled, the battlefield temporarily returned to a fragile calm. The cultists in the distance seemed to be regrouping, with only sporadic gunshots and the wails of the wounded echoing across the position. Commissar Walter wiped the blood from his chain sword with his sleeve, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire position, finally landing on the Ogren player, Big Eagle Police, who was like a small giant. In the close quarters combat just now, this big guy's performance was nothing short of heroic. Big guy, you come with me. Commissar Walter's voice was loud and decisive. Big Eagle Police, who was squatting on the ground checking his fists, paused when he heard the call. His huge head scanned his surroundings, his gaze searching the ground, apparently intending to pick up the lasgun he had dropped in his excitement earlier. Seeing this, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in Commissar Walter's eyes. He was once again taken aback by the Ogren's intelligence level. Ordinary Ogrens wouldn't have such clear tactical thinking as retrieving one's weapon. No need to look for that lasgun, Commissar Walter's voice softened slightly, just come with me. Big Eagle Police immediately realized that his subconscious action just now seemed a bit too clever. He quickly withdrew his gaze, forced a simple and honest smile, scratched the back of his head, and then strode clumsily towards the Commissar, trying to cover up his intelligence leak with his actions. The remaining players watched Big Eagle Police follow the Commissar towards the rear of the position and involuntarily gathered together again. What should we do next? One of the players asked blankly. Neither the Commissar nor the system has given new quests. Everyone's eyes turned to Ruan Wenbo in unison. His performance in previous analyses and battles had left most players with a deep impression of him as a reliable smart person. Upon discovering such a brain in the team, many players naturally gave up on trying to think for themselves. Ruan Wenbo didn't answer immediately. He first observed the surrounding environment, then pondered for a moment before speaking. First, based on my observations, this production team is clearly trying to create an extremely realistic game, otherwise, they wouldn't put so much effort into some disgusting details. Recalling their journey so far, the troop transport vehicle that bounced enough to make them vomit, the extremely chaotic battlefield filled with explosions and screams, and the piles of corpses with bizarre thoughts and foul smells, the players subconsciously and wholeheartedly agreed with Ruan Wenbo's point. Ruan Wenbo continued, if we follow this logic, then what we should do next is naturally what one truly does on a Warhammer battlefield after a battle. As for Warhammer battlefields, according to the original descriptions, at least for the Astra Militarum, most of the time it hasn't escaped the scope of World War I trench warfare. Occasionally, there are armored cluster assaults, but at least in the lower hive slums where we are now, we certainly won't see such grand scenes. He paused, then concluded, that is to say, we should learn from our World War I trench warfare predecessors, whatever they did, we do. So what were our World War I trench warfare predecessors doing at this time? A player asked cooperatively, raising his hand. Ruan Wenbo slowly uttered two words, rest, and eat. Hey. The questioning player and those around him were stunned. Trench warfare isn't about just squatting in a trench, with the enemy constantly charging and you constantly defending until one side is completely wiped out, Ruan Wenbo patiently explained. In fact, the actual combat time is quite short compared to the periods of inactivity and boredom in the trenches. Within a day, it's already impressive if the enemy can organize one or two decent charges. Perhaps warp demons can charge continuously with unnatural power, but these flesh and blood cultists clearly cannot. In fact, the more organized a unit is, the more likely it is to retreat after realizing a situation is unwinnable, to plan the next attack, rather than blindly charging and exhausting its effective strength. Ruan Wenbo's lengthy explanation left the players half understanding, but one thing they did grasp. So, someone summarized, we're likely to have nothing to do for the next few hours in this game. Ruan Wenbo was silent for a while, then finally replied with some uncertainty, I think, yes. Just then, a rough, strong hand rested on Ruan Wenbo's shoulder. An Astra Militarum veteran with a scarred face and tired but steady eyes had appeared beside their small circle at some point. No, the veteran said in a hoarse voice, there's one thing you must do. The players immediately tensed up. While the extreme realism of this game was somewhat torturous, they had to admit that they were already somewhat immersed in their roles. In an instant, the classic veteran bullying recruit trope flooded their minds. They began to secretly brace themselves, was this about to be a shakedown? If so, they would have to fight back. Dying in the game was acceptable, but being humiliated by an NPC was absolutely not. However, the veteran made no further moves, merely pointing with his other hand in the direction behind them, where someone was boiling something unknown in a pot. It's time to eat, recruits. As soon as the veteran's words, it's time to eat, recruits, came out, it was as if a switch had been flipped, and the players belatedly felt a strong sense of emptiness in their stomachs. The previous tense battle and adrenaline rush had masked everything, but now that they relaxed, hunger surged like a tide. Damn it, even the hunger is this realistic. A player exclaimed, clutching his stomach, marveling once again at the game's realism. They followed the veteran to a relatively safe spot behind the position. There, a huge field cauldron was set up, with firewood scavenged from who knows where burning underneath, and a quartermaster, also with a weathered face, was stirring the pot with a large iron ladle. The The players each took a dirty metal bowl from the supply crate and lined up to approach. The pot contained a thick, grayish-brown paste, all blended into one color, with some unidentified oil slicks floating on top, and a strange smell, a mixture of fishiness and some kind of spice, wafted towards them. What is this being cooked? The player at the front cautiously peered into the pot and asked the veteran in charge of cooking, the legendary corpse starch. Upon hearing the question, the veteran holding the ladle grinned, revealing a missing front tooth, and chuckled, his voice hoarse, meat. Meat. The player shook the bowl he had just filled. In the viscous soup, there indeed seemed to be a few pieces of coarse, unidentified meat. At this point, the other Astra Militarum soldiers waiting in line began to urge them impatiently, so the players had no choice but to stop asking questions, quickly filled their bowls, and walked to the side. They gathered in a circle, looking at each other and at the extremely unappetizing food in their bowls. A player with the ID Fei Yingzi took a deep breath, an expression of facing death etched on his face. I'll go first. For the brothers. He closed his eyes, scooped a small mouthful of soup with his spoon, and tremblingly brought it to his mouth. A few seconds later, he froze, then opened his eyes in disbelief. Hey? It seems, there's nothing wrong with it. Really? The other players expressed their doubts. How could Warhammer food be fine? Shouldn't it be made of engine oil and sawdust? However, seeing Fei Yingzi take another big gulp, even smacking his lips as if it tasted quite good, everyone's doubts wavered. With the first person to try it, the others also plucked up their courage and, half believing, took a sip. A salty, somewhat coarse but definitely meaty broth taste spread in their mouths. The taste was actually quite normal. Their tense nerves and empty stomachs were greatly soothed by the warm soup. So, everyone no longer hesitated and began to drink heartily. By the time the players had all drunk at least half, and some bolder ones had even started chewing on the rather tough pieces of meat, Ruan Wenbo suddenly let out a short, sharp shriek. Ah! This scream made everyone's movements freeze. They looked over with a bad premonition, only to see Ruan Wenbo holding something between two fingers, but then quickly throwing it to the ground. It wasn't a piece of meat, but a piece of shredded cloth. A piece of cloth they were very familiar with, a grey-green camouflage fabric. To be precise, it was a piece of the Astra Militarum uniform they were currently wearing, beneath their flak armor. Generally speaking, if a piece of uniform is found in a soup pot, then its owner should also be nearby. A terrifying thought struck all the players' minds like lightning. They stiffly lowered their heads, looking at the so-called meat chunks in their bowls. Ugh! Fei Yingzi, the first to react, was the first to lose it. He spun around abruptly, clutching the dirt wall of the trench, and began to retch violently. His reaction was like a signal, instantly triggering a chain reaction. Ugh! Wah! A chorus of dry heaves rose from a corner of the position. The players threw down their bowls, their stomachs churning. Some vomited the soup they had just drunk, while others merely retched sour bile in vain, their faces pale. Coming from an era of peace, they now deeply felt the undisguised, nauseating, extreme malice of this universe. Chapter 8, Self-Rationalization. After that nauseating dinner incident, the players all lost their appetites. They lay in twos and threes on the relatively clean ground, looking up. There was no sky here, only a massive, cold, rust-stained metal dome, with countless pipes and cables intertwined like the veins and nerves of a giant beast, obscuring the faint light from the upper hive city, leaving only eternal gloom. A silent oppressiveness permeated the trenches, and fatigue and nausea were etched on everyone's faces. Finally, a player spoke weakly, breaking the silence. Playing this game is a double torment for both body and mind. His words were like a stone thrown into stagnant water, immediately causing ripples. Exactly, the other players nodded in agreement. One of them covered his eyes with his arm, his voice trembling slightly. I think after this closed beta, I'll never touch another war-themed game in my life. I think so too, another grumbled indignantly. This game planner better not let me find their address, or I'll definitely go offline to have a chat with them about life. Amidst the chorus of complaints, Ruan Wenbo, however, looked thoughtful. He gazed at the oppressive metal firmament above and slowly said, perhaps, this is the game planner's goal? They intend to create an anti-war game. Will you still play? Another player asked, his voice sounding weak. I probably won't play anymore. I feel like from now on, whenever I hear words like fighting or war, I'll feel sick. No way, buddy, is that PTSD already? The player next to him said in surprise, but then he also sighed, although I probably won't play again after this either. The game planner might really be going for this war of mine route, a player echoed. I have to admit, they succeeded. I, too, will never play war-themed games again, including this one. An atmosphere of quitting the game permeated the player group. However, Ruan Wenbo shook his head and said firmly, I still plan to continue playing. At least, I want to experience the full story of this game. I am, after all, a game-up host. If I don't experience it fully, I don't have much right to speak. A game-up host? I knew your name sounded familiar. As soon as he finished speaking, a player next to him suddenly slapped his thigh and sat up. Dr. Ruan, right. I've watched your videos. I even followed you. Big shot, since you're continuing to play, I plan to continue playing too. Can I get a friend slot? Let's play together later. Ruan Wenbo didn't expect to meet a fan here, and he readily agreed. Of course, we are all closed beta players, this is fate. As he spoke, he skillfully opened his data panel, ready to add a friend. Then, he froze. Where do I add friends in this game? He searched through the rudimentary UI interface. Wait, does this game even have a friend adding function? The player who had asked to add a friend also searched his own panel for a while, then finally gave up dejectedly. It seems there really isn't. This is too incomplete. I definitely need to report it to the official team later. It must be added. Just then, Ruan Wenbo seemed to suddenly think of something, looking thoughtful. He suddenly spoke, "Don't you think it's strange?" Everyone looked at him. According to our previous deductions, the game planner is pursuing ultimate realism and, torment, Ruan Wenbo analyzed, but, would they really let us just sit around doing nothing for several hours? That doesn't fit their style. He sat up, his expression becoming serious. Think about it, from the moment we entered the game, every torment has been with content. The bumpy troop carrier was to let us experience the actual situation of soldiers on the battlefield, the chaotic battlefield was to let us feel the cruelty of war, that pot of soup, was to let us understand the dark essence of this universe. These are all carefully designed contents that bring strong emotional impact. But, idly waiting for several hours, what is that? That's boredom, not torment. For a game, boredom is more fatal than pain. Given the level of this game planner, I don't think they would make such a basic mistake. In the indescribable dimension of the warp, the god of information, Byte, listened with interest to Ruan Wenbo's analysis. A ripple of something akin to astonishment spread through his consciousness. The logical chain of this Dr. Ruan was so clear, his inferences so rigorous, that if Byte hadn't been certain that he had never interfered with the player's specific thoughts from beginning to end, he would almost have been convinced that all of this was indeed a script he had prearranged. Ruan Wenbo's words were like a shot in the arm, invigorating the disheartened players. Upon closer thought, it made sense. Although this dog game planner was inhumane, in the matter of how to torment players, he had at least so far shown great creativity and substance, not just simple AFK punishment. Dr. Ruan is right, a player exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This is definitely not just a rest period, this must be the calm before the storm. The dog game planner must be up to something bad. Then Dr. Ruan, another immediately pressed, how do you think the dog game planner intends to torment us next? Ruan Wenbo thought carefully, going over all the details from login in his mind. Suddenly, as if he had hit upon a crucial point, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, do you still remember what the commissar told us at the beginning? The players were all confused. The commissar said a lot of things. Which sentence are you referring to? Ruan Wenbo almost verbatim repeated Commissar Walter's tone, which carried a hint of encouragement and brutal reality. If you're lucky, you might even pick up a finely crafted bolt gun. He pointed to the pile of corpses not far away that still reeked, his voice full of confidence. This is the hint the game planner gave us. A hidden quest clue. We were able to find a lasgun from the pile of corpses before, which proves that scavenging is at least one of the game's mechanics. The commissar's words weren't just casual, he was telling us that there are even better things in there. Ruan Wenbo grew more and more excited. There are still good things waiting for us to find in there. The players were all convinced by Ruan Wenbo's well-reasoned and confident words. Fear and nausea were replaced by a more primal, player-specific desire, the craving for better equipment. Those who had just looked utterly dejected now had greedy glints in their eyes. One of them suddenly understood and couldn't help but exclaim, good heavens! There's even a treasure hunting segment after fighting monsters. This game planner is really good at mashing things up. Byte in the warp smiled faintly, since you're all so good at self-rationalization, it seems I can't not cooperate. He subtly manipulated information and energy. In that case, let me give my lovely players something good to eat. After all, the game does need some positive feedback, and it can also be considered a reward for helping me with the closed beta. Chapter 9, Xenos Must Die. Driven by the enthusiasm for tomb raiding and treasure hunting, the players once again headed towards that corner piled with death. However, this time, as Ruan Wenbo faced those tragically dead bodies again, his mindset underwent some subtle changes. If this was truly a game intended to be anti-war, then the deaths of these NPCs were not merely monster respawn points for dropping equipment, but symbols carrying some profound meaning. He didn't rudely rummage through them as he had when first searching for the laser gun. Instead, he silently looked at a relatively intact Astra Militarum soldier's corpse. The soldier was very young, the fear not yet completely faded from his face. Ruan Wenbo hesitated for a moment, then finally bent down, grabbed the corpse under its armpit, and laboriously dragged him to a relatively clean, shaded corner on one side of the trench. Doctor, what are you doing? The player with the ID Ruthless Assassin asked, somewhat puzzled, seeing Ruan Wenbo's actions. The others also stopped their rummaging and looked over curiously. Ruan Wenbo gently laid the body down, sighed, and said, I think they died to protect their homes and people, after all. Although this empire is terrible, and they probably didn't have any noble ideal of fighting for the people subjectively, objectively, they indeed died for it. Just for this, leaving them exposed in the wilderness, is not good, after all. Hearing this, the surrounding players fell silent. They looked at the twisted, broken bodies, and the feeling of disgust gradually dissipated, replaced by a complex sense of awe and sympathy. Ruan Wenbo was right, even in a game, these soldiers who died in defense should be given basic respect. So, the players no longer rushed to loot, but imitating Ruan Wenbo, began silently dragging the bodies of Astra Militarum and Planetary Defense Force soldiers that were still recognizable as human figures, one by one, to that cool corner, arranging them side by side. As for those that had been blown into fragments, too bloody and mangled to identify, there was nothing they could do. Just as he was dragging a body that looked like a non-commissioned officer, Ruan Wenbo's finger was suddenly pricked by something sharp. He stopped, dragged away another body pressing on the non-commissioned officer, and was startled to find a chainsword lying quietly in the bloodstains, its blade covered in congealed blood and minced meat. He carefully picked up the chainsword, and an item information panel immediately popped up before his eyes. Name, Xenos must die. Type, weapon. Quality, excellent. Attack power, strong. Attribute, none. Effect, deals extra damage to non-human creatures. Note, this chainsword once belonged to Sergeant Maxim of the 103rd Regiment. During its owner's bloody struggle with the Dark Eldar, it drank its fill of Xenos blood. Although Sergeant Maxim has heroically sacrificed himself, every inch of circuitry within its mechanism still burns with intense hatred for all Xenos races. Ruan Wenbo held the heavy chainsword, reeking of oil and blood, and couldn't help but exclaim, there really is something. This shout was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake. What? Let me see. Did he get loot? The players who were still moving bodies immediately dropped their tasks and swarmed over. As they approached Ruan Wenbo, the item information panel for Xenos Must Die automatically popped up before their eyes too. For a moment, the game was filled with envious gasps. Holy crap, an excellent quality chainsword. I haven't even seen a normal quality laser gun, and you just casually touched one and got an excellent chainsword. One player said sourly. Ruthless Assassin patted Ruan Wenbo's shoulder, half jokingly, half seriously saying, you're the Emperor of Luck. When I link up with the Adeptus Mechanicus later, I'll definitely make those oil-stained guys forge me an Emperor of Luck must die with their own hands. Amidst the envious and teasing voices, some thoughtful players raised a question, but aren't we fighting cultists now? According to the description, the owner of this chainsword was killed by the Dark Eldar, so how did it appear here? Hey, it's a game, isn't it always like this? Another player waved his hand dismissively, killing a slime and getting a dragon-slaying sword, or killing a monster and getting a treasure chest or box is common. You couldn't tell before they died that those monsters could hold a treasure sword or a treasure chest. However, Ruan Wenbo shook his head. He stroked the cold metal casing of the chainsword and said in a deep voice, that's not necessarily true. I remember the official promotional video featured Dark Eldar. Perhaps they are enemies we will face in the future. We're fighting Dark Eldar? Really? You must be kidding, even an Astartes might not be able to win against those things. The players immediately felt a chill. If Chaos cultists were still within a comprehensible range, then the Dark Eldar, these legendary top predators, just thinking about them made one's scalp tingle. As they were discussing, at the other end of the trench, Commissar Walter had returned at some unknown time. Following him was the ogre named Big Eagle Police. At this moment, Big Eagle Police's body was already bound with a layer of rough but thick metal plates using iron wire and belts, serving as temporary armor, and he was carrying a large metal rod thicker than a human leg, salvaged from vehicle wreckage, which looked chilling. Walter asked a soldier who was on alert, what are those recruits doing? The soldier instinctively gave an Aquila salute, then replied, reporting, Commissar, they are dragging our brothers' bodies to a good spot. Walter heard this, was silent for a moment, and then said in a low voice, these recruits are not bad, just a bit foolish. Then, he strode forward and sternly reprimanded the players who were gathered together, you fools, all of you get back to the position and rest. The players were caught off guard by the sudden roar and all looked at him, bewildered. Seeing their blank expressions, Walter seemed to feel his tone was too harsh, so he softened his voice and added, your top priority is to conserve your strength, ensure you can survive first, then consider the matters of those who have already died. The players paused, then suddenly realized. So the Commissar was concerned about them. One player, bolder than the rest, blurted out, Commissar, you're quite tsundere. Tsun, dear. Although he hadn't heard this word from another world, Walter could roughly understand it from its literal meaning and the speaker's tone. His face instantly flushed red, and he angrily said, you bunch of green recruits, I think you want to be kicked in the butt. All of you get back to the position. Under Walter's yelling and kicking, the players scurried back to their defensive positions. Meanwhile, on the other side of the position, two veteran Astra Militarum soldiers resting against sandbags were watching this lively scene. One of the veterans nudged his companion with his elbow and whispered, how long has the Commissar not been this energetic? Every time I saw him before, he looked lifeless. The other veteran replied, yes, these recruits, they're quite capable. The two veterans exchanged glances, and a long-lost smile involuntarily appeared on their weathered faces. Chapter 10, wow, there's even a weapon spirit. As Ruan Wenbo said, this band of cultists did not launch another attack, and the players actually got to sleep in the game, which everyone found quite novel. As soon as the next day arrived, the piercing alarm once again cut through the lower hive's murky air, and from the darkness in the distance, a new wave of cultists surged forward. They roared blasphemous prayers, brandished crude weapons, and charged like a pack of mad dogs driven by hunger. The players immediately awoke from their sleep, nervously returning to their firing positions, gripping their lasguns. This time, however, Commissar Walter did not rush to give the order to fire as he had last time. Hold. Hold. He stared intently at the approaching enemies, his voice terrifyingly calm, let them get a little closer, a little closer. The cultists rushed within 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The players could even clearly see the twisted fanaticism on their faces and the defiled chaos marks on their bodies. Just as one player was about to pull the trigger, Walter finally roared, "Fire!" A dense net of red laser beams instantly wove together, precisely enveloping the cultists charging at the forefront. At such close range, the power of the lasguns was unleashed to its fullest. The cultists fell in droves as if they had crashed into an invisible wall, their bodies scorched with black holes. However, the number of cultists was simply too great. As the front ranks fell, those behind immediately stepped over their comrades' corpses and continued to charge. In the blink of an eye, dozens of stragglers roared and clambered over the edge of the trench, engaging the defenders in close quarters combat. "Prepare for melee." Walter drew his chainsword and roared. "Hoo hoo ha ha." A roar, completely unlike the battlefield's atmosphere and filled with pure joy, rang out. Big Eagle Police excitedly swung his massive metal club, charging forward like an out-of-control battering ram. He needed no skill, he simply swung, swept, and smashed. Each swing brought a storm of blood and gore, the metal club colliding with flesh and bone, creating a sickening thud. Hardly any cultists could last a second before him, their fragile bodies were easily smashed into a pulp. On the other side of the battle line, Ruan Wenbo, wielding a chainsword, also shone brightly. When the first cultist, brandishing a rusty machete, charged at him, Ruan Wenbo's heart was still pounding. But just as he was about to swing wildly as he had last time, the chainsword in his hand suddenly vibrated slightly. A strange sensation traveled from the hilt throughout his body. He was surprised to discover that this chainsword, named Xenos Must Die, seemed to have a consciousness of its own, intentionally helping him. This help was not an external cheat-like takeover of control but a gentle guidance. When he wanted to parry, a faint pulling force would come from the blade, guiding his wrist to the optimal angle. When he prepared to counterattack, the roar of the blade seemed to urge him to take the most efficient steps. Under the guidance of the chainsword, Ruan Wenbo's movements became unprecedentedly clean and decisive. Parry, sidestep, thrust, sweep. He seemed to become one with the weapon in his hand, and in this bloody dance, he was rapidly learning how to fight, rather than having his mind blank as he did the first time. Those chaos puppets, which had once seemed menacing and terrifying in his eyes, now vanished like fragile snowflakes under his attacks. "Is this a machine spirit?" Ruan Wenbo couldn't help but exclaim after a clean decapitation. He felt the slight hum of the chainsword in his hand, filled with hatred and anger, and a term that had only existed in background lore now became incredibly real. He ran a charging cultist through with a single sword, feeling the thrill of the blade tearing through flesh and the pleasure transmitted by the machine spirit, and couldn't help but shout, "By the Omnissiah! I understand those tech priests now." This has instantly turned into a satisfying hack-and-slash game. Led by the two generals, Ruan Wenbo and Ogren Big Eagle Police, the battle line instantly stabilized. Big Eagle Police was like a mobile meat grinder, within his range of activity, no cultist could last more than 3 seconds. Ruan Wenbo, on the other hand, was like an experienced swordsman, with the assistance of the machine spirit, every swing of his chainsword was precise and deadly. Seeing this, the other players' morale greatly boosted. They followed closely behind Ruan Wenbo, using their lasguns to precisely target enemies attempting to flank, or using rifle butts and bayonets to dispatch stragglers stunned by Big Eagle Police's furious attacks. The entire battle, which had previously been a tense defensive stand, transformed into a satisfying slaughter battle. The Chaos Cultists' proud numbers and fearless madness seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute strength and efficient killing. When the last cultist was cleanly decapitated by Ruan Wenbo, only the howling wind and the players' heavy breathing remained on the battlefield. The battle was over. A player leaned against a sandbag, replacing his lasgun's power cell, and said with some confusion, "Speaking of which, I don't think I heard any artillery fire this time." At his words, everyone, who had been immersed in the joy of victory, paused. They thought back carefully. Indeed, from beginning to end, the booming of friendly heavy artillery, which had given them a great sense of security, had not sounded once. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became heavy. Ruan Wenbo pondered for a moment and came up with the most obvious and unsettling answer, "Out of ammunition, I guess." This speculation was like a cold stone, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. A unit lacking ammunition, with incomplete organization, and besieged deep within city ruins usually doesn't fare well. Although they had only been in this game world for a short time, Commissar Walter's strictness and care, Big Eagle Police's honesty and bravery, and the silently fighting veterans had given the players a considerable sense of immersion. They did not want this tenacious Astra Militarum unit to ultimately suffer the tragic fate of being completely wiped out. Seeing the worry appearing on the faces of those around him, Ruan Wenbo opened his mouth to comfort them, "Don't think too much. This is just a closed beta, it will end soon. Maybe next time the official will open up more slots? Then we can bring in hundreds or even thousands of brothers, and that would be a fresh force." His words enlightened everyone. "That's right. We are players. These chaos cultists have no tactics whatsoever, they're just fearless and numerous." Ruthless Assassin slung his lasgun over his shoulder and said confidently, "When it comes to these 2 points, we players have never been afraid of anyone." Everyone nodded in agreement. As long as there were enough people and the equipment could keep up, they were confident they could turn this lower hive ruin into a meat grinder for the cultists. For a moment, the previous heavy atmosphere was swept away, replaced by a vibrant vitality, belonging to players and full of hope. Chapter 11, Players and the Game Planner Face to Face. 3 days of closed beta testing passed in a flash. The moment the countdown hit 0, Ruan Wenbo and all the players felt an irresistible force pull their consciousness from the bodies of the Astra Militarum soldier. However, the anticipated feeling of returning to their original bodies on Earth did not occur. Their consciousness seemed to penetrate a thin membrane, arriving in a bizarre space of shifting light. All around them, colors and light and shadow constantly churned, merged, and separated, like an overturned paint palette, or the nascent birth of a cosmic nebula, filled with indescribable chaos and beauty. The players were momentarily stunned, but soon, they all noticed the strange creature floating before them. It seemed to be composed of countless shimmering data streams and light, its form constantly changing, difficult to accurately describe in human language. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and surprise, the creature emitted a gentle voice. Although it had no mouth, the voice resonated directly in each person's mind. Hello, my name is Byte, and I am the game planner for this game. This is the post-closed beta feedback session. Do you have anything you'd like to say or ask? I will answer everything I know. Game planner. A game planner looks like that. The players exchanged glances, but quickly accepted this premise. Ruan Wenbo looked around and asked curiously, this is the warp designed by your development team? It looks like a paint palette. That's right, this is the warp, Byte admitted. However, 1,000 people see 1,000 different warps. Different senses perceive different things. I've given you a cognitive filter, which is why it looks relatively normal now. In the future, never rush into the warp without the protection of a Geller field, or even if you are not devoured by the creatures within, the overwhelming flood of information alone would instantly overload your biological processors. After speaking, Byte added, by the way, when you were in the game, you also had a cognitive filter on you the entire time. Its only purpose was to block discussions about games, Warhammer, and similar topics. What do you think of this filter? Is it necessary to remove it in future closed beta tests? Ruan Wenbo thought for a moment and was the first to speak. I don't think it's necessary. This filter is quite good. Otherwise, if we accidentally started chatting and an NPC overheard us, thinking we were crazy or disloyal to the Imperium, being shot by a commissar wouldn't be fun. Alright, then it will remain as is in the future. Byte readily adopted the suggestion. At this moment, Ruthless Assassin eagerly raised his hand. Friend system. I strongly demand a friend system. Byte seemed to wave his hand, though to the players, his movement was just a ripple of light and shadow. It's been arranged for you, take a look now. As soon as he finished speaking, a simple friend list interface appeared in the player's field of vision. Ruthless Assassin joyfully sent a friend request to Ruan Wenbo immediately. After this urgent need was addressed, Ruan Wenbo then asked, regarding the death penalty system, I want to ask, how exactly does it work? Since your development team wants to create such a realistic game, there should be a self-consistent logic behind this death penalty, right? Indeed, Byte replied, when a player dies and resurrects, their cognitive filter is replaced with a new one. In the eyes of all non-player beings, you, after resurrection, are already a completely new, unfamiliar individual. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't allow this stranger to inherit the position, merits, and social connections of someone completely unrelated to him. Ruan Wenbo's eyes lit up, and he immediately grasped the key, but players won't be affected by this, right? To us players, he is still him. Of course. Then does this mean, Ruan Wenbo's speaking speed instantly quickened, as long as we can form a unit composed entirely of players, and this unit's establishment is officially recognized by the Imperial Department of Military Affairs, then even if a player in the unit dies, as long as the player commander of that unit is willing, he can still return to his original post after resurrection. Of course, Byte replied affirmatively. Theoretically, the appointment and removal of officers require approval from the Department of Military Affairs. But in reality, with the Astra Militarum's consistently astonishing casualty rates, the Department of Military Affairs has neither the time nor the capacity to manage the promotion and appointment of junior officers. In most cases, these are decided solely by the unit's commanding officer. Hearing this answer, the other players once again admired Ruan Wenbo's keen thinking. At the same time, in Byte's answer, they also felt the game's shockingly high degree of freedom as the official game planner. He was actually allowing, even encouraging, players to exploit the rules and use various methods to circumvent the death penalty. I have a question. Big Eagle Police, as an Ogryn, also raised his hand at this point. If I die and resurrect, will I still be an Ogryn? Changes in race and attributes are not part of the death penalty, Byte replied seriously, unless you plan to delete this character and create a new one. As for the resurrection point issue, without anyone else needing to ask, Byte directly stated, whether the resurrection point is fixed in a certain area or allows for on-the-spot resurrection depends on the thinness of the local reality veil. In areas where the reality veil is thick and stable, resurrection points cannot be established. One player immediately reacted, so, if we clear out all the cultists, reducing the warp intrusion in this area and thickening the reality veil, we won't be able to resurrect on the spot? After dying, we'll have to run back to our bodies to pick up our equipment. Yes. Byte gave an affirmative reply. The players were once again stunned. This meant that their actions would directly influence the rules of the game world, a level of deep interaction they had never experienced in any game before. At this moment, the player who had previously dared to try Warhammer cuisine, whose ID was Fei Yingzi, spoke up. I also have a few questions, Fei Yingzi said. Firstly, the game's data panel is too simplistic. Every time we're summoned, all we can see is our ID and some basic physical data, not even a skill tree. Is this how it was designed, or have we not reached the point where we can access skills? He paused, then asked his second question, also, I want to know if the server is still running after we log off. If the server is continuously running, do our characters just disappear from where they are, or do they go to sleep like NPCs? Byte pondered for a moment, though to the players, he seemed to answer almost immediately. The skill issue was indeed an oversight on my part. Byte's tone carried a hint of apology. I will design a skill tree interface for you to help you more intuitively organize and plan your abilities. You should be able to see it by the second closed beta. This answer invigorated the players. A skill tree meant growth paths and richer gameplay. As for your characters after you log off, Byte continued, this world is real and continuously operating. Your bodies, as the vessels for your consciousness, will naturally fall asleep once their operators are gone. This answer surprised everyone. It meant that even if they logged off, their characters would not enter some safe vault, but would remain in place like ordinary sleeping soldiers. If their position was overrun while they were offline, the consequences would be unimaginable. The realism and hardcore nature of this game once again exceeded their imagination. Chapter 12, The Concept of Players. Just as everyone was pondering the safety of logging off, Ruan Wenbo couldn't help but interject, Game Planner Byte. After we log off, can you give our characters a simple AI? After all, everyone has things to do in real life. If we go out for a meal and come back to find that the character we painstakingly trained for so long is gone, that would be too frustrating. Looking at the game's background story, on the current Pedisha star, there probably isn't any absolutely safe place to log off. Ruan Wenbo's words sparked a thought in Byte. Instantly, his thoughts no longer focused on the tiny player's souls before him, but drifted to a deeper level, settling on the first weapon he had personally created, Xenos Must Die. In fact, it was never just a simple master-crafted chainsword. It was Byte, as the god of information, using his authority for offensive creation for the first time. That chainsword was, in essence, a conceptual weapon. Its lethality did not stem from common applied physics or biological principles such as the rotation speed of the saw teeth, the hardness of the material, or the efficiency of tearing flesh. The reason it could cut through those cultists who had abandoned their human identity like slicing melons and dicing vegetables was because, from the moment it was created, it was imbued with the core concept of causing immense damage to non-human entities. The chainsword was merely a manifestation of this concept in the material world. However, what even Byte himself hadn't expected was that after this sword was used by Ruan Wenbo, it would naturally give birth to a vague consciousness. This consciousness was inherently filled with hatred for Xenos and a desire for slaughter. This pure will, in turn, further strengthened the already powerful concept. The Adeptus Mechanicus might simply classify it as a machine spirit, but Byte, who understood its essence, clearly did not think so. A bold idea flashed in Byte's mind. What if he tried to imbue these players with a core concept? For example, the concept of player itself. No. Byte instantly thought deeper. He didn't need to bestow this concept. At the moment he made the decision to summon players, at the instant these souls from another world responded to the call and descended here, the brand new concept of player had already been born. In the projections of the warp, there might already be a vague reflection belonging to players, he just hadn't noticed it before. Concept. Concept. An action that was initially just a whim led him to a new, subversive understanding of his authority as the god of information. Byte became increasingly glad of his decision to summon players. If he were to continue wandering alone and empty-handed in that boundless warp, even after another 10,000 years, such precious inspiration would not have erupted. Byte naturally held no ill will towards these players who had unintentionally brought great inspiration to his research. He pulled his thoughts back to the present and, facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, he replied, "This is not a simple task, and I cannot give you a definitive answer right now." After truly realizing what he was doing, Byte decided to be extremely cautious with this matter. This was by no means something that could be solved by simply attaching a simple AI script to each logged-off player's body. It involved the definition and shaping of a nascent concept, and even a slight misstep could lead to unpredictable consequences. Upon hearing this vague answer, the players' faces showed disappointment. It seemed that logging off in the future would indeed require more thought. The best method might be to form fixed teams, take turns logging on for vigilance, and take turns logging off to rest. This would undoubtedly further reduce the game's appeal to casual and moderate players with irregular schedules. While Byte and the players were engaged in this cross-dimensional Q&A, on distant Earth, in a chat group named Dr. Ruan's official central radio station, the atmosphere was somewhat unusual. Fishing Pioneer, strange, why hasn't Boji said anything all day today? Has he been lurking all day? Has it updated today, yet? Usually by this time he'd be actively chatting. Today he's as quiet as a fake account. I will always love Boji, I can understand why the videos haven't updated, after all, rushing him is useless. But not showing up in the group for a day, that's definitely not normal. I've searched all his social platforms, and his last post was yesterday's. Got into the closed beta for that new Warhammer game, gonna check it out. Is that game really that fun? The fans in the group were discussing animatedly. For Ruan Wenbo, a game-up host known for his approachability and high-intensity interaction, not updating a video for a day was normal, but not saying a word in the core fan group for a day was absolutely unprecedented. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ruan Wenbo himself, who was being hotly debated by his fans, finally felt the sense of detachment return after the Q&A session ended. The kaleidoscope of colors before his eyes rapidly faded, his consciousness plummeted like a kite with a broken string, and finally installed itself steadily back into his familiar body. Click. The game pod's hatch automatically sprang open, and soft indoor light shone in. Ruan Wenbo sat up somewhat sluggishly and climbed out of the game pod. The moment his feet touched the ground, a strong sense of abnormality swept through his entire body. His limbs, so weak. He tried to take 2 steps, feeling as if he was carrying a 100-pound burden, each step heavy and sluggish. He took a deep breath, but his chest felt like a broken bellows, his lungs working pitifully inefficiently, far from the ease he felt in the game. He quickly realized this was a side effect of the game being too realistic. Although an ordinary Astra Militarum soldier was insignificant in the brutal Warhammer universe, a mere cannon fodder existence, his rigorously trained physical fitness, compared to his own body as a standard 21st century, under-exercised couch potato, was simply superhuman in every aspect. After getting used to the strength and stamina of that body, returning to his own physical form, the contrast was so strong that he found it difficult to adapt for a while. Hiss. This game is really something else. Ruan Wenbo once again marveled at the extreme realism, then didn't forget his duty as a game-up host. He shook his head, forcing himself to adapt to this weak body, and quickly went to his desk to turn on his computer. The short 3 days spent on the planet named Pedisha had given him an unprecedented, almost overflowing, amount of inspiration for video production. From the Hive City air that gave them a rude awakening upon arrival, to the first bloody battle against cultists, and then to the conversation with Game Planner Byte, every segment was epic material. He had to immediately and quickly record these inspirations and memories and organize them into a script. Ruan Wenbo had an incredibly strong premonition that the video he was about to produce would definitely go viral on the internet. Chapter 13, the video that ignited public opinion. It was late at night, a time when the internet was most active. On China's largest video sharing website, a upmaster with the ID Dr. Ruan posted a brand new video. The moment subscribers received push notifications, the video's views, bullet comments, and comment count began to skyrocket at a visible pace, its popularity curve as steep as a rocket launching into space. The video opened with Ruan Wenbo's familiar face. "Hello everyone, I'm your Dr. Ruan." Ruan Wenbo greeted the audience as usual, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible fatigue, but more so, excitement. The screen was immediately flooded with dense bullet comments. "Caught you. Caught you. Boji, you finally appeared. Missing person returns. Good heavens, I thought you'd been abducted by aliens." Ruan Wenbo continued, "I know everyone must be curious where I've been all day, neither updating videos nor speaking in the group. The reason is simple, I was completely immersed in a game, the one that's been causing a storm online recently, with a promotional video that looks like a movie. Yes, it's Warhammer 40k. He changed the subject, getting to the point, his tone becoming serious. "First, I want to say that this game's development team has an almost pathological obsession with realism. As soon as I entered the game, before I even understood what was happening, the foul air of the lower hive made my eyes water and nose run. I finally got into a troop transport, and the bumpy ride made me so disoriented I felt like I was going to throw up my bile. When I got to the battlefield, all my weapons and ammunition had to be scavenged from piles of corpses, in the stew served by logistics. I even found a piece of someone's uniform. The most outrageous thing is that you have to find a safe place to log off in this game, otherwise, while you're sleeping, you might actually be ambushed by something." His complaints made the bullet comments lively. "Ha ha ha ha, daring to not wear a gas mask in the lower hive, I salute you as a true man. As an iron-willed warrior of the Imperium, if you get thrown off a vehicle, you can climb back on yourself. LOL, woke up after sleeping to find myself gnawed to pieces by mutated rats in the lower hive." But at the same time, different voices appeared. "Wait, is this game really that hardcore? It sounds too off-putting. It feels less like playing a game and more like suffering." As if anticipating the audience's reaction, Dr. Ruan's expression became serious. He said to the camera, "But I also noticed that the development team isn't trying to deliberately torment players with so-called realism, nor are they simply piling up environmental assets to create superficial realism. Their realism is a realism with internal logic. And this realism brings an unparalleled sense of immersion. I can say with great certainty that there is no game on the market right now that can compare in this regard." He began to give examples. "For instance, after one battle, I and several other closed beta players spontaneously dragged the bodies of fallen Astra Militarum soldiers to a relatively intact spot for placement. Because of this small gesture, we could clearly feel that the other NPC soldiers in the camp became friendlier and more respectful towards us. When the commissar returned later, he didn't punish us for leaving our posts without permission. He just told us to return to our positions immediately, and even softened his tone, telling us to ensure our own survival before worrying about the dead. You know, before this, whenever we violated any tactical regulations, the commissar would communicate directly with shouts and kicks to the backside. Another example, the death penalty in this game is very severe, clearing all your faction merits and resetting your relationship network in the eyes of NPCs. And the one who carries out this penalty of clearing faction merits is your superior officer. So, this means, if the player himself becomes a superior officer, as long as this player officer is willing to reinstate you, then theoretically, you don't have to worry about job resets and merit clearance caused by death at all." This revelation instantly set the bullet comments ablaze. "Holy cow, that awesome. Learned how to exploit a bug after only one day? 666, it's really you, Boji. Hey, how can you call it a bug? Anything that benefits players is called a feature." Dr. Ruan looked at the camera, showing a you-all-know smile, and continued, "At the same time, I also want to praise this game's development team. Their attitude is truly excellent. After this closed beta ended, we weren't immediately kicked off the server. Instead, we were invited to a special space for a direct, face-to-face communication session with the official game planner. The game planner very seriously asked us if there were any areas that needed changes in this closed beta, and for our questions, he answered almost every one. And for things that couldn't be done temporarily, he was also very straightforward. For example, you don't have to worry that the method I mentioned earlier to circumvent the death penalty will be harmonized by the officials. Because this method was precisely what I asked about and received an answer to during my face-to-face meeting with the game planner. The game planner personally endorsed the rationality of this behavior. Clearly, while the development team pursues realism, they also don't restrict players, but instead give players a very high degree of freedom. They have absolute confidence in the self-consistency of the world's logic they created, believing that no matter how we skip classes or look for bugs, it won't lead to the collapse of the game's progression. The bullet comments boiled over again. Holy moly, this official team is a bit awesome, they've opened up the pattern, literally pattern/structure, meaning perspective or scope. I've never seen an official team that encourages players to use bugs. I mean, to use game features. Now that you say that, I absolutely have to wait for the open beta and go into their game to look for bugs. As the video gradually neared its end, Dr. Ruan's smile faded, and he delivered his final summary. Although this experience was only a short day outside the game and just 3 days within the game, I believe this closed beta was complete and successful. The development team clearly has no intention of making this game a mainstream game, at least at this stage. I haven't seen any such intention. Their target player group is very clear and simple, hardcore players who have a lot of free time and are willing to spend a lot of energy to study and immerse themselves. As for whether such an approach is good or bad, different people have different opinions. But at least in my opinion, such an approach is not necessarily bad. The final shot lingered on Dr. Ruan's sincere gaze, while the bullet comments were engaged in their final discussions. Hardcore game, so how do they plan to recoup their costs? Hardcore is good. It should be like this. It's no fun at all to let a bunch of low-quality individuals into the game. What a pity, I'm a working person with too little time, it seems I won't be able to get into it. The video ended, the screen went black. But the storm of public opinion it stirred up had only just begun. This video was like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake, its shockwave quickly broke through the limitations of a single video platform and began to spread to every corner of the entire internet. Chapter 14, Second Closed Beta. Dr. Ruan's video was like a fuse, thoroughly igniting the mountain of public opinion that had already accumulated. Within just a few hours of the video's release, terms like Warhammer 40k Pedisha, most realistic game ever, and hardcore game ceiling quickly dominated the trending topics on major social media platforms. Countless players and cloud players engaged in fierce discussions about the video's content, with some yearning for it, some questioning it, and others simply enjoying the spectacle. Just as this buzz reached its peak, an official forum named Warhammer 40k Pedisha quietly launched. As soon as the news broke, it was like a floodgate opening, and a massive number of users instantly poured in. The forum's page design was extremely simple, even crude, but this did not deter the players' enthusiasm in the slightest. With every refresh, dozens of new posts appeared, ranging from analyzing video details and discussing game mechanics to pure emotional venting and urging for an open beta, a diverse array of content. As the sole producer and backend administrator of this game, Byte naturally built this forum himself. He browsed the rapidly scrolling posts, seeing an astonishing number of online users in the backend. Then, he published the only official sticky post in the most prominent position on the forum. Notice regarding the second closed technical test of Warhammer 40k, Pedisha. Thank you all for your attention to this game. The second closed technical test is about to begin. This test will add 90 new players to the original 10 testers. Test qualifications will be randomly drawn from all registered users. This post was like pouring a basin of cold water into boiling oil, the entire forum instantly exploded. As soon as the registration channel below the post opened, the numbers began to soar at a terrifying speed. 100,000, 500,000, 800,000. Soon, the number of registrants broke the 1 million mark. It seemed that despite Ruan Wenbo describing all sorts of torturous points in the video, that ultimate sense of realism still held a fatal attraction for countless players. Byte also had no intention of deliberately keeping players in suspense. For him, players were a valuable resource, the key to saving Pedisha Star. Any further delay, and the few remaining humans on that planet would truly be doomed. After the number of registrants reached a certain threshold, he closed the channel, randomly selected 90 lucky individuals, and sent them test invitations. The familiar sensation of weightlessness and falling struck again. Ruan Wenbo skillfully composed himself, waiting for his consciousness to reconnect with his body. When he opened his eyes again, and his vision cleared from complete darkness, he was back in the familiar trench, filled with the scent of gunpowder and earth. He eagerly scrambled up, ready to greet his fellow comrades, but froze the next second. He looked around and realized something was amiss. The trench was empty. Including himself, there were only the original 10 players here. The NPC Astra Militarum soldiers who were supposed to be stationed here, and Commissar Walter, who always had a stern face and was prone to kicking people's butts, were all gone. The empty position was eerily silent, with only occasional explosions in the distance proving that this world was still at war. What's going on? The main force retreated and forgot about us players? Or is the game bugged? Ruan Wenbo subconsciously touched his side. Fortunately, the chainsword named Xenos Must Die and the las gun were still there, giving him a sense of security. The other 9 veteran players also gradually woke up from their brief bewilderment, looking at each other, clearly unsure of the current situation. It's worth noting that the players who had previously complained that the game was too hardcore, the penalties too severe, and declared they wouldn't play anymore before the Q&A session, were still online. The other players obviously noticed this as well. The player with the ID Fei Yingzi showed a mischievous smile, teasing, "Oh, bosses, didn't you say you weren't playing anymore? Why did you go back on your word and come back online?" The player who was called out blushed, stubbornly arguing, "Can a player's actions be called going back on their word?" He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. This is called being brave enough to make a change. I said I wasn't playing before, but I didn't say I wouldn't play now." His righteous sophistry instantly amused everyone. For a moment, the silent trench was filled with cheerful air. The cheerful air in the trench did not last too long. A low rumble of engines, growing louder from a distance, broke the brief relaxed atmosphere. The sound grew louder and louder, and even the ground beneath their feet began to vibrate slightly. Something's happening. Ruan Wenbo was the first to react, immediately crouching down, gripping his chainsword, and cautiously peering half his head over the edge of the trench's breastwork. The other 9 veteran players also put away their joking expressions, each finding cover and looking in the direction of the sound. In the distance, dust rolled, and several Chimera armored personnel carriers, emblazoned with the Imperial Aquila, were speeding towards their position. Their massive metal bodies bounced over the rough terrain, making loud clanging noises, and finally stopped not far in front of the trench. The rear ramp of the lead personnel carrier slammed open with a thud, and a familiar figure emerged. It was Commissar Walter, dressed in a black greatcoat and with a serious expression. Immediately after, the doors of all the personnel carriers opened. The players in the trench were surprised to find that all those who disembarked from these vehicles were new recruits just like them, wearing standard carapace armor. This large group of 90 newcomers were clearly the lucky ones chosen for the second closed beta. Most of them were pale at this moment, their steps unsteady. Some were retching while holding onto the vehicle, while others stared blankly at the real battlefield filled with the smell of gunpowder, clearly still adapting to the tumultuous riding experience and the immense shock this game brought. Commissar Walter scanned the trench, his sharp gaze finally settling on Ruan Wenbo. "Ruan," he shouted. "I'm here, Commissar." Ruan Wenbo instinctively straightened his back and responded loudly. Walter gestured with his chin towards the 90 disoriented new players behind him, issuing a concise command, "These are all your countrymen. From now on, they are all under your command. I require you to lead them to hold this position for at least 1 day." "Hey!" Ruan Wenbo was completely stunned by this sudden appointment. "Commander? Me?" However, his mind raced, and he quickly understood. This was probably not a random system assignment, but a result of his previous actions. Whether it was actively gathering intelligence or burying fallen comrades, these actions inadvertently increased his favorability with Commissar Walter. It seems this game does have a favorability system, but it's completely hidden, and everything depends on the player's actual actions. Having figured this out, Ruan Wenbo's confusion vanished, replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility. He immediately stood at attention and loudly assured the Commissar, "Yes, Commissar. I guarantee the mission will be completed." Walter nodded, seemingly satisfied with his reaction. He gave Ruan Wenbo one last look, his tone unreadable as to whether it was concern or a warning, only saying, "Be careful, don't die." With that, he turned and boarded the Chimera armored personnel carrier, signaling the other drivers. Amidst the roar of engines, the convoy turned around and quickly left the position, leaving behind only rolling dust and 100 players looking at each other. Chapter 15, The Game Planner is truly my biological father. The dust stirred up by the troop transport convoy gradually settled, leaving Ruan Wenbo and his 99 subordinates. He looked at the group of people before him. The 10 old ones were fine, having at least experienced 1 battle, but the 90 new ones were completely out of it. Some were curiously stroking the mud walls of the trench, while others tried to strike up conversations with those around them, making the scene a bit chaotic. Commanding a group of players? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ruan Wenbo's forehead. This was arguably the most impossible task in the world. Players were known for their free-spirited, undisciplined nature. Making them obey another player's command was as difficult as teaching an ogre advanced mathematics. Just as he was feeling anxious and wondering how to start in a way that would command respect from this group, a light blue virtual screen automatically popped up in front of him. Main quest triggered. Mission objective: lead the other 99 players to defend the current position for at least 1 day, 24 hours. Failure penalty: none. Mission progress: 10/86,400. At the same time, a surprised commotion arose in the crowd. Ruthless Assassin quickly ran up to Ruan Wenbo, his face filled with excitement. "Boss! Boss! My system panel says I've triggered a main quest. It says defend the position for at least 1 day under the leadership of the new company commander, Dr. Ruan." As he finished speaking, other players also chimed in, saying they had received the same mission prompt. A warmth immediately surged through Ruan Wenbo's heart, and he felt like kowtowing to the game planner on the spot. "Game planner, you are truly my biological father." If Byte were standing in front of him at that moment, Ruan Wenbo would probably rush forward without hesitation, embrace him, and give him 2 big kisses. With the system quest to back him up, and him adding a bite of his own authority, the difficulty of commanding instantly dropped from hell mode to a beginner's tutorial. The system panel prompt also made Ruan Wenbo realize that now was not the time for sentimentality. He quickly calmed himself down and brought up his personal panel, wanting to see what specific updates this second closed beta had compared to the last one. The UI interface still maintained a minimalist style, without any flashy decorations, allowing Ruan Wenbo to immediately spot the differences from last time. Game ID, Dr. Ruan. Position, Temporary Company Commander, 13th Company, 102nd Regiment, Pedisha Astra Militarum. Faction Merit, Ordinary, 3/1000. Legendary Status, Unknown, 0. Skills, Master Chainsaw Sword, X/X, Temporary, Basic Shooting, 13/100, Basic Melee, 7/100. Body Data, Skull Strength, 10.3/10.5, Current/Max, Thoracic Resistance, 10.1/10.5, Current/Max, Liver Function, 9.6/10.5, Current/Max. Ruan Wenbo didn't ponder on his own, he tentatively used his mind to click on each line of text. Sure enough, the dear game planner had thoughtfully added detailed annotations to each attribute. Game ID, no need to explain, it was his in-game ID. Position, could be understood as authority. Faction Merit, the explanation for this was the most crucial, it was both the experience points necessary to advance in rank and the currency circulating within the faction. Advancing in rank unlocked the authority to exchange for more and better equipment and supplies, and exchanging these items required consuming merit. It was worth noting that merit, once accumulated to its cap and a promotion was achieved, would not be consumed. There were only two ways to consume merit, exchanging items at the shop on the panel, and merit being reset to 0 due to death. This required players to make reasonable plans, finding a balance between accumulating merit to increase authority and consuming merit to exchange for equipment to ensure survival. After all, if a person died, no matter how much merit they accumulated, it would all be for naught. At the end of the annotation, the game planner also specifically added a small line, unless your superior is willing to approve a newcomer taking over the merit and assets of someone who has died. Upon seeing this, Ruan Wenbo's heart skipped a beat. Although the game planner had already expressed support during the first closed beta conversation, having it written directly in the game's annotations still exceeded his expectations. Only then did he realize how immense the authority and binding power of his temporary company commander position was over other players. If he wished, whether other players' hard-earned faction merit could be inherited after their deaths was entirely up to his word. Now it seemed, even without the system quest's help, as long as he wasn't brain damaged, utilizing this power well could also effectively unite other players around him to jointly defend the position. As for legendary status, the annotation was vague, only stating that it represented a player's reputation within the Empire, with its specific function unknown. Ruan Wenbo didn't pay too much attention to this. For him, a mere temporary company commander on a remote planet, this was too distant. The skill bar was also easy to understand. Ruan Wenbo specifically took a closer look at his Master Chainsaw Sword. The annotation showed that the reason this skill was in an unquantifiable state, X/X, was entirely due to the special effect of the chainsaw sword named Xeno's Must Die he held, and had nothing to do with his own muscle memory or combat skills. Finally, the body data was even more interesting. The annotation stated that max strength referred to the character's base value after dying and resurrecting. This value could be permanently increased through a series of methods such as gene modification surgery, high-intensity physical training, and even warp energy erosion, while decreasing it was extremely difficult. Current strength was the character's current physical state, and this value was very easy to decrease. Conventional situations like fatigue, injury, hunger, and illness would all lead to its temporary decay. At this point, Ruan Wenbo's thoughts drifted. He mused that, according to this setting, for warp-infused powerhouses like Primarchs, to increase their strength cap, they probably just needed to shake their bodies, roar power, I command you to emerge, and their stats would skyrocket like they'd activated Kaioken, except for Guilliman. While Ruan Wenbo was studying the panel, a high-pitched voice suddenly rang out from among the new players, carrying a hint of doubt and relief. Hey! Look, if this main quest fails, why is the penalty none? Is this game so lenient? I thought failing would deduct merit or even delete my account. This statement immediately caught the attention of other new players. They all brought up their mission panels to check and found it was indeed true. It's true, there's no failure penalty. Then what's there to be afraid of? At worst, we just can't hold it, there's no loss anyway. Haha, this game planner is quite humane. The discussion atmosphere immediately became relaxed, and some players even showed icy expressions, seemingly feeling that the pressure of the mission had suddenly decreased. However, just then, a faint voice rose from the crowd, not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. I say, is there a possibility that the so-called no penalty is because the system doesn't need to set an additional penalty at all? The voice paused, then continued, the fall of a position usually means the complete annihilation of our defending forces. All of us will die, and death itself is the greatest penalty, merit reset to 0. At the same time, our temporary company commander will also be removed from his post due to mission failure. By then, he naturally won't be able to approve us inheriting anyone's merit. Isn't this the most severe penalty? These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over the heads of the players who had just been enthusiastically discussing, and the boisterous atmosphere immediately froze. Everyone fell silent. They pondered carefully and found that these words were absolutely spot on, with impeccable logic. Yes, if everyone was dead, what more penalty was needed? Death in this game wasn't as simple as respawning after a countdown, it was a real asset wipe. A few seconds later, a more enthusiastic response erupted from the new player group than before. but this time, the direction had completely changed. Holy crap, boss's analysis makes sense. Company commander. Dr. Ruan, boss. Don't just stand there, hurry up and command us. Right, we're all noobs, how exactly do we play this game? Hurry and teach us. Company commander, please give the order. We promise to obey commands. The new players immediately eagerly expressed their stance, each looking at Ruan Wenbo with eyes full of anticipation and trust, as if he were the only son that could lead everyone out of the novice village. Ruan Wenbo was also enlightened by those words. He secretly looked approvingly in the direction the voice came from, silently noting down the ID of the speaking player in his heart. JK. JK, a common phenomenon in China where male players choose female names, nothing surprising. But this person had a very clear head, a talent worth noting. Chapter 16, is being a company commander really that awesome? Facing 100 pairs of trusting eyes, Ruan Wenbo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He was just a game planner, completely clueless about real-world military command. Fortunately, he still understood basic army organization. Moreover, having played so many strategy games, his theoretical experience was quite rich. Attention, everyone. Ruan Wenbo cleared his throat, his voice more steady and powerful than he expected. Now, I issue my first order. All veteran players who participated in the first closed beta, step forward. Assassin, Big Eagle Police, and 9 others immediately stepped out. The 9 of you will serve as temporary squad leaders. Begin grouping now, each squad leader will lead 9 new players to form a combat squad, making a total of 10 squads. As soon as he finished speaking, grouping information automatically popped up on all players' system panels, clearly the system had made the quickest allocation based on his command. However, just as the grouping was completed, a discordant voice rang out. In the 7th platoon's formation, a new player raised his hand with a bitter expression, Company commander, report. Speak, Ruan Wenbo looked at him. Are you sure, you want that Ogren to command us? The player pointed at the burly, intellectually challenged Big Eagle Police, who stood at the front of their squad. Pfft. At these words, not only did Ruan Wenbo fall into a brief silence, but the other players also couldn't hold back, and a wave of suppressed laughter echoed through the trench. Only Big Eagle Police himself, glaring at the questioning player, said in a booming voice, "What's wrong? You look down on me? Come on, let's fight." As he spoke, he swayed his body, which was thicker than an ordinary person's thigh and covered in heavy metal plates. The player glanced at Big Eagle Police's attire, which was comparable to light armor, and wisely shrank his head, retreating back into the formation, muttering, "I won't stoop to an Ogren's level." Ahem, Ruan Wenbo coughed twice, breaking the awkward and amusing situation. How about this, I'll manually adjust it. He scanned the crowd, a new idea forming, all players who like or are good at close combat, raise your hands. About 8 or 9 players sparsely raised their hands, including Big Eagle Police. Most of them had combative eyes, or simply enjoyed the thrill of blade meeting flesh. Very good. Ruan Wenbo nodded. The 7th platoon will be regrouped, consisting of all close combat players, with Big Eagle Police as the squad leader. You will serve as the company's reserve and assault team. Wherever the battle is critical, or a countercharge is needed, the 7th platoon will go in for a melee. This arrangement was reasonable and logical, letting those skilled at something do what they were good at. The players all nodded in agreement, and those assigned to the close combat squad were even more eager, looking quite excited. Next, Ruan Wenbo, following the deployment methods of Astra Militarum veterans he remembered, assigned the remaining 9 squads to various key positions in the trench, making simple arrangements for crossfire and key defensive areas. After all this, the defensive posture of the position finally looked respectable. With the orders delivered, the trench fell silent for a while, with only the sound of the wind and the occasional distant echoes of artillery fire remaining. The players checked their weapons, awaiting the enemy's appearance. Squatting in the temporarily dug command post, Ruan Wenbo couldn't help but start reviewing his sudden promotion to company commander. Regardless, a new recruit who had only joined the army a few days ago, being promoted to commander of a 100-man company on the front lines, and entrusted with the heavy responsibility of holding the position, was an extremely unusual occurrence in any serious military context. Perhaps in other games, it could be explained with "it's just a game," but in this incredibly realistic game, Ruan Wenbo believed that every NPC's decision had a strict logic behind it. Otherwise, the game planner wouldn't have such great confidence to let players mess around in the game world. Could it be that the war situation has deteriorated beyond repair? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that even his initial 10-man squad was personally picked up by a high-ranking official like a commissar. Could it be that all other mid to low-ranking officers of this regiment had already died? Perhaps, in addition, the position they were now defending had lost its original strategic importance and become a chicken rib that could be discarded at any time. If this were the case, it would explain why Commissar Walter would throw a bunch of green recruits here and casually assign an old soldier who had only fought for 3 days to be their company commander. It was merely a low-cost utilization of waste. Ruan Wenbo shook his head, casting these negative speculations out of his mind. Overthinking would not help complete the mission. The most urgent task now was to improve his and the entire company's survival capabilities. He decided to check out the newly opened faction store to see what his meager merits could buy. However, when he mentally opened the exchange list and saw the glittering options at the very top, he was completely stunned. Holy crap, he blurted out, a company commander, can exchange for a Baneblade super heavy tank. Are we an elite reinforced company of the Kadayan shock troops? His shout immediately attracted the attention of several nearby players. What? Baneblade? Company commander, let me see, let me see. Damn, you really can exchange for it. This exchange list is too awesome, isn't it? Is the company commander's authority really that great? Hiss, that's so damn expensive, it would take ages to accumulate that much merit. The players gathered around and took a look at the astronomical merit requirements, all gasping in unison. Ruan Wenbo also recovered from his initial shock, scratched his head, and raised a very practical question: even if I really save enough merit to exchange for it, where would this Baneblade drive from? The players couldn't answer this question. But in the depths of the warp, imperceptible to mortals, the god of information, Byte, heard this question and couldn't help but smile faintly. Where else would it drive from? Of course, I, the game planner hidden behind the scenes, would personally conjure it for you. Byte even hoped that players would exchange for more things, especially these complex war machines. Each act of creation out of nothing was a deep application and practice of his authority, greatly enhancing his mastery and understanding of the essence of his power. Moreover, all of this happened in the real universe, and the energy fluctuations would be diluted by the vast material world, so there was no need to worry about making too much noise and attracting the attention of those greedy and filthy neighbors in the warp. Chapter 17, Rabble vs. Rabble. Just as Ruan Wenbo and the other players were gathered around the virtual shop panel, drooling over the powerful but expensive war machines within, a dazzling red laser beam whooshed past their heads, instantly igniting something in the distance. They're firing. Enemy attack. The players in the trench instinctively scattered, hastily grabbing their lasguns and cautiously peering over the edge of the trench. However, they soon discovered, to their disappointment, that they couldn't see anything. The terrain of the lower hive was as complex as a labyrinth, and their section of the trench was precisely blocked by a large building corner, obstructing their view. They could only see the laser beam flying towards somewhere beyond their sight. What's going on? Are enemies here? Ruan Wenbo shouted towards the high ground, raising his gun. However, the players on the high ground gave no response. The shouts echoed a few times through the empty ruins before dissipating. Ruan Wenbo quickly realized that the distance between them was too great, and with the battlefield noise, the other party couldn't hear what he was saying at all. He randomly pointed at a new player beside him. You. Go up there quickly and ask what's happening and why they're firing. Yes. The player accepted the order and immediately scrambled up the slope beside the trench, heading towards the high ground. Ruan Wenbo refocused his gaze forward, though he still couldn't see anything. I should have chosen a position with a better view. He thought with some regret. He blamed himself for being too complacent. Now that the battle had begun, he realized that this game didn't have a convenient god's eye view or instant communication. Soon, a player ran over, panting, and awkwardly performed an Aquila salute on his chest, mimicking an NPC, reporting, Company Commander. Wait a moment, Ruan Wenbo interrupted him, looking at him confusedly, who are you? The player in front of him, whether by ID, appearance, or voice, was completely different from the one he had sent out earlier. Oh, our squad leader sent me over, the player scratched his head and explained somewhat sheepishly. Our squad leader realized after firing that he should probably send someone to report the situation to you, so he quickly sent me over. Ruan Wenbo was speechless for a moment, thinking how casual this command system was. Alright, at least someone came. Tell me, who are the enemies? How many? What types of units? How far are they from the front line? The enemies are cultists. The player answered the first question decisively, then started to falter. Numbers, a lot. Unit types. Hiss, I kind of forgot, but there shouldn't be any elite units, they're all dressed in rags. Distance from our first line of defense, HMM, still quite far. After listening, Ruan Wenbo felt his head starting to ache. How many is a lot? What level of equipment is dressed in rags? How far is quite far? What kind of command could he give with such vague information? Perhaps the only thing worth celebrating was that the enemies were relatively far, giving them time to react. Just then, the player Ruan Wenbo had initially sent out also huffed and puffed back, reporting, Company Commander. The enemies are cultists, unknown numbers, shoddy equipment, and far away. Ruan Wenbo said weakly, preempting him. Yes, the player looked at him in surprise, Company Commander, how did you know? After this battle, I must set up a dedicated communications officer position. Ruan Wenbo rubbed his temples, muttering to the air, system, will communications officers receive merit, rewards? A cold, mechanical voice echoed directly in his mind. Holy crap, I just asked casually, and it actually answered. Ruan Wenbo jumped in surprise, Game Planner, you're not spying on us, are you? This time, the system gave him no further response. He also didn't have a chance to try asking new questions. A ball of energy, flickering with ominous purple light, whistled in and landed precisely beside him. Boom. The psychic missile exploded, and the enormous shockwave instantly tore a player next to him into scattered dust. Although the player's body reformed and recovered in a flash of light the next second, this sudden scene still gave Ruan Wenbo and the surrounding players a fright. Ruan Wenbo suddenly looked up and was immediately horrified. At some unknown point, large numbers of ragged cultists, armed with crude weapons, had already charged to the first line of defense. What's going on? Ruan Wenbo was a bit anxious. This was completely different from the commander with a feather fan and silk scarf, who, in a flash of conversation and laughter, reduced enemy warships to ashes scenario he had imagined. Didn't you say they were still some distance away? Assassin, who had been watching the front line, loudly responded, Company Commander. They seem to have suddenly appeared from another corner. I can't see very clearly either, the terrain is too complex. Then why was Commissar Walter able to give orders in advance during the first test? Ruan Wenbo instinctively retorted. Assassin paused, then answered somewhat uncertainly, perhaps. Commissar Walter had reconnaissance teams and sentries placed outside in advance. Although he knew Assassin's words held no sarcasm, Ruan Wenbo still felt his cheeks burning, so embarrassed he could dig an entire garden world with his toes at the bottom of the trench. Next time I will definitely set up reconnaissance teams and sentries too, he said through gritted teeth. Another psychic missile struck. The enemy seemed to have pinpointed his position as commander, but unfortunately, their aim was poor. This time it also missed, only blowing up a large patch of dirt nearby. Damn your mother. My bulletproof armor is completely ruined. The unlucky player, who had been affected by 2 consecutive explosions, cursed loudly, You've got a grudge against me, don't you? Damn it, don't let me catch you, you son of a bitch. At the same time, these 2 clearly visible missile trajectories successfully exposed the attacker's position. The players followed the trajectory and saw a Chaos Sorcerer, dressed in a magnificent robe, standing arrogantly on a ruined platform, seemingly with no intention of hiding himself. Rabble. The Chaos Sorcerer, Elias Holmes, looked at the chaotic Astra Militarum on the position below and said disdainfully, I see this so-called Imperial Guard is nothing special at all. The cultists beside him immediately flattered him obsequiously, this is because of your lordship's boundless wisdom and brilliant strategies, anyone else would fare the same. Ha 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 ha. Elias laughed triumphantly, but his mouth feigned modesty, saying, Don't exaggerate too much, you all know I am a very humble person. Although the other cultists inwardly despised this upstart who had risen through warp blessings, their flattery and compliments were relentless. On the other side, in the player's position. It's too dangerous here. A player shouted, looking at the arrogant sorcerer, Company Commander, you should retreat quickly. The other players immediately reacted, echoing, Right, the leader goes first. Protect the leader. Protect the leader. Ruan Wenbo looked at the players, each vying to protect him, and was touched for a second, but then immediately realized these bastards were afraid that if their company commander was gone, and they died, there would be no one to approve the inheritance of their hard-earned merit. Bite, in the warp, saw all of this clearly. He couldn't help but let out a sigh, rabble. Both the attacking cultists and the defending players were like a disorganized group of skirmishers at this moment. If it were ordinary mortal troops, under conditions of command error and intelligence deficiency, such a sudden assault would definitely lead to them being overrun by the cultists, with no chance to correct their mistakes. But unfortunately, these cultists were facing players. For players, there were always countless opportunities and costs for trial and error. Moreover, these were players who could revive on the spot with full health, under the protection of Bite. Chapter 18, Chaos against Chaos. The cultists let out fanatical battle cries, surging like a tide into the players' first line of defense. In their eyes, victory was already within reach. These new recruits commanded chaotically, with loose formations, and a single charge would be enough to utterly crush them. However, they soon discovered that they had rejoiced too soon. When the first wave of cultists stepped into the trenches, ready to harvest the scattered Astra Militarum, they were met not with screams of fear, but with glinting bayonets and whistling laser fire. It was as if they had stepped into a quagmire. For the Emperor! A player shouted, leaping out from behind a corpse, his laser gun blasting a hole through a cultist's chest at close range. On the other side, a player whose abdomen had been pierced by a bayonet, before falling, held his enemy in a death grip and pulled the pin on a grenade at his waist. Amidst a deafening explosion, both of them, along with several surrounding cultists, were torn to shreds. A few seconds later, that player respawned perfectly intact in the same spot, picked up a new laser gun, and rejoined the battle. The battle became incredibly bizarre. The Astra Militarum, who should have lost organization and scattered after their commander was incapacitated, were launching attack after attack with a fearless fanaticism. The cultist army, which should have extinguished this position like a tidal wave, was instead entangled and torn to shreds by countless tenacious small forces. The logic of the battlefield was completely inverted. Sometimes, a squad of cultists paid a heavy price to finally reach the second trench, only to be horrified to find that a dozen or so people had suddenly sprung out of the first trench behind them, which should have been cleared, waving weapons, cutting off their retreat, and encircling them. Sometimes, 5 or 6 players gathered together to form a fire team, but due to poor positioning and blocking each other's line of sight, they were instead scattered by a small group of cultists. But once these players were broken up and became individual operators, their combat power increased exponentially. Big Eagle Police, the leader of the 7th platoon, was like an out-of-control killing machine. After being scattered, his ferocity was unleashed. His huge body charged through the cultist crowd, and each swing of his makeshift club brought with it a bloody mess of severed limbs. He alone single-handedly held off an assault from one direction, only to be focused down after killing dozens of cultists. But before long, he would roar back from death, continuing his slaughter. Such bizarre scenes were playing out across the entire battlefield. These Astra Militarum seemed to have no understanding of coordinated combat or positional tactics. For them, individual combat was what they were most proficient and skilled at, while group combat was something extremely unfamiliar to them. Standing high above, Chaos Sorcerer Elias Holmes's smile had long vanished, replaced by an increasingly grim expression. He couldn't understand it. He completely couldn't understand the tactics of this unit. They had no discipline, no cooperation, and not even basic fear. They were like a group of madmen, fighting in a completely illogical way. Casualties seemed meaningless to them, and breakthroughs in the front line didn't matter. They always managed to pop up from the most unexpected places, using the most barbaric methods to stir the front line back into a chaotic mess. This small force of Astra Militarum was like a brass bean thrown into gears, unbreakable, uncrushable, indigestible, yet it made the entire war machine emit a teeth-grinding sound, making its operation increasingly difficult. Useless. A bunch of useless people. Elias watched his troops being constantly depleted without ever making decisive progress, fuming with rage. He once again condensed his psychic power, and a missile whistled down into the densest part of the crowd, blowing up several players, but more players immediately filled the gaps, as if nothing had happened. My master. Lord Elias. A cultist warlord with a scar on his face gathered his courage and approached him. Our warriors are suffering heavy losses, their formation is very strange, the brothers are separated, charging like this will only increase casualties. We should regroup and attack from the flank. Shut up. Elias spun around abruptly, his eyes bloodshot with fury, purple psychic lightning arcing at his fingertips. Are you telling me what to do? Are you saying that I, the great Elias Holmes, can't even defeat a bunch of new recruits? The warlord trembled with fear and immediately prostrated himself. No, this subordinate wouldn't dare. It's just. No just. Elias kicked him over. I don't want tactics. I don't want schemes. I only want victory. I only want to stomp on the heads of these bugs in front of me one by one. My face, the glory of my lord, must not be defiled by this trash. He had completely lost his temper. For a parvenu like Elias, who had suddenly gained power through warp blessings, face was more important than anything else. Admitting his tactical failure was more unbearable than death. He pointed at the chaotic battlefield below, letting out an unquestionable roar to all his subordinates. Pass on my order. Everyone, charge. Charge at all costs. Retreaters, die. Hesitators, die. Use your flesh and blood to fill that damned trench. Grind them into dust. The order was relayed, and the sounds of whips and curses from the warlords echoed from the rear of the cultist ranks. Under the threat of death, the already somewhat timid believers could only let out desperate roars again, surging towards the player's position even more frantically and chaotically. The previous charges at least had basic formations and waves, but now, it had completely devolved into a disorganized, desperate attrition tactic. The front and rear ranks were squeezed together, people pushing and trampling each other, only to escape the slaughter of the warlords behind them, blindly rushing towards that meat grinder called the Astra Militarum position. And this, apparently, was exactly what the players wanted. Brothers, they're completely messed up. Their formation is gone. A player shouted excitedly, don't chicken out, just go for it. The chance to rack up merits is here. Haha, this boss has lost his head, he's just handing out kills. Ruan Wenbo was originally still bothered by his terrible command, but seeing this scene, he suddenly had an epiphany and understood something. He no longer tried to restrain the players' actions, but instead shouted loudly, all squad leaders, attention. Abandon fixed defenses. All personnel, free attack. Stir them up even more. This order completely unleashed the players' true nature. The entire battlefield became a huge, chaotic playground. Players no longer rigidly defended the trenches, they scattered in twos and threes, using ruins, corners, and every available piece of terrain to launch the most deadly harassment against the disordered tide. A player had just poked his head out from behind cover, accurately picking off a cultist, and immediately ducked back. Before the cultist's companions could react, another grenade flew in from a building on the flank, blowing them all over. Melee fanatics like Big Eagle Police were even more in their element. He no longer held a fixed position but roamed the battlefield, charging wherever the cultists were densest, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, each appearance stirring up a bloody storm. The cultists were completely bewildered. They were no longer facing a single defensive line, but enemies everywhere. They didn't know which direction an attack would come from, nor did they know if a grenade would suddenly fall into their safe zone the next second. Chaos met chaos, but the players' chaos was an efficient, murderous chaos supported by immortality and individual heroism. The cultists' chaos, however, was a self-destructive chaos born of collapsing morale and incapacitated command. Standing on the high platform, Elias watched as his troops, like chunks of meat thrown into a grinder, were devoured and pulverized bit by bit. His urging shouts became increasingly hysterical, and his face turned from flushed to ashen. Chapter 19, Weapons are priceless, lives are cheap. In the player-controlled meat grinder, the cultists suffered unimaginable casualties. Perhaps this tiny position, located in a corner of the lower hive ruins, was but a grain of sand in the boundless desert of the entire hive city's brutal grand battlefield. It wouldn't even be marked on an imperial general's strategic map, nor was it ever considered crucial in a chaos lord's grand plan. But for every cultist present, those abstract concepts were too distant. The laser that burned the air with a charred smell as it passed their ears, the bayonet that pierced their comrades' chests, bringing out warm entrails, the hot blood mixed with minced meat and bone fragments that splattered on their faces, all of this was 10,000 times more real than the eternal rewards promised by the cultist leadership, or the vast casualty figures of the overall battlefield. They didn't understand. These humble believers, promised a glorious future, were completely plunged into cognitive confusion. They were the ones who had received the blessings of the dark gods, they were the ones who had been promised that their souls would be reincarnated in the warp after death. So why did these lackeys, who should fear death and were bound by the decaying faith of the corpse emperor, act crazier, more violent, and more fearless than them? They seemed to care nothing for their own lives, each charge carrying the resolve of mutual destruction. The expression on their faces wasn't fear, but a difficult to understand excitement. Their already shaky faith began to crumble inch by inch before this blood and flesh mill. And when the Chaos Sorcerer Elias, ignoring the dissuasion of his subordinates, stubbornly insisted on having the troops make continuous, mindless charges, this collapse accelerated. Faced with meaningless, extremely cruel casualties, the cultists were completely shaken. Finally, a cultist, after witnessing his last comrade's head being smashed by a flying club, completely broke down. He let out an inhuman shriek, threw away his weapon, and turned to flee for his life in the direction they had come from. His action was like a stone thrown into stagnant water, instantly triggering a chain reaction. I'm not fighting anymore. I don't want to die. Devils. They are devils. More and more cultists gave up their attack and joined the ranks of the fleeing. The rout spread like a plague, the previously chaotic charge line completely turned into a desperate, every man for himself retreat. From above, the Chaos Sorcerer Elias Holmes took it all in. His face was as black as a pot, and the knuckles clutching his staff were white from excessive force. He watched his proud army crumble before his eyes, and the rage in his heart almost consumed his reason. Subconsciously, he wanted to find someone to bear the anger and responsibility for this failure. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the equally ashen-faced cultist overseers and subordinates. However, a fact that sent shivers down his spine surfaced in his mind. From the start of the battle until now, from the first probing attack to the later utterly frenzied charges, all the orders had been given by him alone. His subordinates, from beginning to end, had perfectly obeyed his every command, even the charge at all costs order which now seemed utterly foolish to him. They faithfully carried out his will, driving the troops to their destruction. Which meant that, even if someone were to be held responsible after the battle, the only one responsible would be him, Elias Holmes. He couldn't find anyone to shift the blame to. At this thought, Elias couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't from the cold wind of the hive city's lower levels, but from fear of the future. He knew very well that in the chaotic system, failures had no good end. His superiors, the true bigwigs, would never listen to any of his explanations, they would only punish his incompetence in the cruelest way. No. This absolutely won't do. Idiots. All of you, stop. Elias let out a roar imbued with psychic power, his voice seemingly exploding directly in the minds of every fleeing cultist. He sharply pointed backward, issuing a brutally cold order to the overseers beside him. Set up the heavy logging guns for me. Retreaters, die. Several overseers trembled, their faces showing horror. Of course, they had heavy logging guns. These were heavy weapons commonly deployed in the Astra Militarum, firing large-caliber solid rounds that could easily tear through the weak armor of vehicles, let alone the flesh and blood of mortals. But since the start of the battle, this great weapon had been kept hidden in the rear, never deployed in combat. The reason was simple: these were expensive assets. If they were destroyed on the front line, Lord Elias would surely be punished by his superiors. As for those lowly believers, if they died, like weeds, one crop cut down, another would grow, and no one would blame the commander for their lives. Therefore, the true purpose of this powerful logging gun was never to suppress the enemy with firepower, but to supervise the battle. Its muzzle was always pointed at their own people. The scar-faced overseer hesitated, opening his mouth as if to say something, but upon meeting Elias's murderous gaze, he immediately swallowed all his words and roared, "Yes, my lord. Quick! Point the logging guns at those cowards." The heavy gun body was quickly mounted on a tripod, its dark, cavernous muzzle, thicker than a man's fist, turned in the direction of their own people's retreat. Fire! Thump! 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 Dull and terrifying gunshots echoed across the battlefield. This was not the sharp whine of a laser gun, but a colossal boom like a heavy hammer beating a drum. Each sound represented a deadly projectile being fired. In the fleeing crowd of cultists, a corridor of flesh and blood suddenly erupted. One cultist's upper body was directly torn in half by the immense kinetic energy, another cultist was kicked by an invisible giant, flying into the air and turning into a blurry mist of blood mid-flight. The projectile, after penetrating 3 or 4 people, still retained its momentum, plowing a deep furrow in the ground. The scythe of death swung from behind, more efficient and more despair-inducing than the slaughter by the mad Astra Militarum in front. At this, all the fleeing cultists froze. They looked back and saw the heavy logging gun, spitting fire, set up on the high ground behind them, and the grim, cold faces of the overseers. A cruel reality lay before them. If they retreated, they would surely be riddled with holes by their own execution squad, dying without value. If they continued to charge forward, facing that group of fearless monsters, though it was a near certain death, perhaps they might survive? The instinct for survival overrode everything. The surviving cultists let out a scream more piercing than ever before. There was no longer fanaticism in that sound, only pure fear and despair. They turned around, like a flock of sheep driven by sheepdogs, and once again, gritted their teeth, launching a new round of charges towards the player's position. Watching this desperate tide forced forward by death, Elias's face showed no trace of guilt, only a morbid sense of satisfaction at being in control. He had successfully used the blood of his own people to build a dam against the rout. Chapter 20, Corpse Emperor, I shall become a firefly. The heavy logging guns used for supervision did indeed work, but the effect was completely different from what Elias had expected. The instinct for survival is powerful, and the wisdom of the Hive City's underclass thugs often manifests in these devious ways. As the saying goes, above there are policies, below there are countermeasures. The cultists, driven back by death, quickly discovered an excellent loophole after charging a certain distance. One cultist, after a stray bullet grazed his scalp, stumbled and fell to the ground in fright. He was horrified to find that, once he was prone, most of the laser barrages fired from the opposite trenches whistled over his head, greatly reducing the hit rate. Even better, as long as he didn't stand up and run back, the heavy logging guns of the supervisory team behind him wouldn't target him. He immediately lay motionless on the ground, his hands covering his head, his body pressed tightly against the blood-stained earth, like a startled ostrich. This brilliant discovery was quickly imitated by others. Thus, an extremely comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The cultist army, which had originally charged like a tide, after suffering a small number of casualties, all lay down. They lay in swathes on the open ground 100 meters away from the player's position, as if performing some bizarre ritual of worship. They neither advanced nor retreated, merely wriggling on the ground. Occasionally, a few unlucky ones were taken out by players' fragmentation grenades or precise single shots, but large-scale casualties were indeed curbed. Capturing the player's position? That now became an even more fantastical notion. The entire offensive completely stalled. Elias watched this scene from above, trembling with rage, his lungs feeling as if they would explode. Casualties, in his view, were the least worth mentioning. What he wanted was victory, overwhelming force, advancement. Not to watch his army play dead on the ground like a group of terrified maggots. Useless. A bunch of damned cowards. His sharp, piercing curses echoed across the command platform, despicable wretches. Do you really think you can earn the attention of the dark gods? You don't even qualify as sacrifices. He unleashed a torrent of vicious curses at the prone believers, but they either couldn't hear him or, if they did, dared not move. After his outburst, Elias's cold rationality regained the upper hand. He realized that relying on these useless individuals was impossible. To save face, to take this damned position, he could only rely on himself. A bunch of ants, daring to defy my will. He hissed in a low growl, purple psychic flames rising around him. Let me personally descend and teach you ants, who still believe in the Corpse Emperor, what true power is. The will of the dark gods cannot be defied. Before his words finished, Elias's figure transformed into a purple streak of light, leaping decisively from the high platform. He crashed like a meteor into the center of the player's position, the ground beneath his feet cracking in response. A violent psychic shockwave erupted from him, and the first few players in its path, without even time to react, were sent flying, bleeding from their orifices. This sudden turn of events stunned all the players. And Elias gave them no chance to breathe. He raised his staff, purple lightning dancing in his eyes. Die! A twisted purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, precisely striking a player attempting to raise his gun. The player instantly became a smoking, charred human form, along with a laser gun in his hand, which melted into molten metal. Immediately after, Elias waved his hand, and 3 screaming psychic missiles materialized out of thin air, whistling into another player-dense firing point. A violent explosion sent dust skyward, and the cover, sandbags, and several players there were all obliterated. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen unprepared players were killed, each in a horrifying manner, creating a gruesome scene. Watching his handiwork, seeing these Astra Militarum soldiers so fragile under his psychic power, the frustration in Elias's heart vanished, replaced by an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. He spread his arms and let out a hearty, maniacal laugh. Corpse Emperor's lackeys. Suffer. Wail. And then die. As for the players' reactions. Oh my god, how did this boss suddenly come down? 0-frame startup, not even a cut scene. Shouldn't he usually make some arrogant speech from the platform and wait for us to be ready before jumping down? Damn it, why use psychic lightning of all things? My laser gun and bulletproof armor, which I just exchanged for merits, are gone again. How long will it take to grind that back? Brother, you're dead and you're still worried about equipment? Nonsense. A person is dead, but in 10 seconds they're a good man again. Equipment gone is truly gone. Elias reveled in the pleasure of the slaughter, waving his staff as if conducting a symphony of death and destruction. Purple lightning and explosive fire intertwined, transforming this small position into a mortal hell. However, after some killing, he awkwardly discovered that something seemed amiss. The anticipated scene of the enemies collapsing, fleeing, and crying for their mothers did not occur. After the initial chaos, these Astra Militarum soldiers not only showed little fear of him, but instead, the look in their eyes was filled with an emotion he completely failed to comprehend. It wasn't hatred, nor despair, but a kind of longing, mixed with greed and excitement. It was as if a pack of hungry wolves had seen a piece of fat meat fall from the sky. With a powerful shout that cut through the battlefield's clamor, kill the boss. Get merits. Exchange for poison blades. The atmosphere of the entire battlefield instantly changed. Damn. Brother, that's so catchy, are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? The players, who had just been scrambling to escape Elias's pursuit, laughed and chanted slogans he didn't understand, while simultaneously and unanimously turning their guns, aiming every weapon they could fire at him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Lasers, live ammunition, hundreds of thousands of attacks, like a torrential downpour, poured in from all directions, instantly engulfing Elias's figure. A purple psychic shield instantly unfurled before him, like an indestructible eggshell. The dense attacks struck the shield, creating dazzling ripples, but failed to harm him in the slightest. Elias sneered contemptuously, the shield's strength gave him boundless confidence. However, when he saw the cultists, who had just mustered a flicker of courage and were preparing to charge with him, once again decisively duck their heads and continue playing dead on the ground after seeing this terrifying concentrated fire, his recently calmed rage reignited. Useless. He roared in the direction of the cultists, while also shouting at the players, "Your attacks are meaningless against me. I'm completely invulnerable." He had expected this powerful declaration to crush the enemy's morale, but what answered him was the players' gazes, as if they were looking at an idiot. This look set off alarm bells in Elias's heart. Sensing something was wrong, he suddenly looked behind him. A figure, he saw, had silently crept up behind him at some point, standing in the blind spot not covered by his psychic shield. That person was the ruthless assassin. His body was densely covered with fragmentation grenades taped and tied on, and he had 2 anti-vehicle magnetic bombs strapped to his chest, making him look like a walking arsenal. At this moment, he held a large handful of pins he had just pulled from the grenades. The moment their eyes met, the assassin grinned and roared, lunging at Elias, "Corpse Emperor, I shall become a firefly." Chapter 21, Cultists retreat calmly, displaying the grandeur of their faith, Astra Militarum pursue in disarray, revealing the Empire's decline. Boom. An unprecedented, earth-shattering roar instantly swallowed all other sounds on the battlefield. Blinding white light erupted from the epicenter, as if a miniature sun had risen in the center of the position. This was immediately followed by a devastating shockwave. Whether it was the original ruined walls of the Hive City or the temporary shelters and fortifications players had built for the battle, everything crumbled like paper before this brutal force, easily torn apart, blown away, and collapsed. Players within 100 meters of the explosion were, without exception, thrown askew and knocked off their feet by the terrifying shockwave. Those further away only felt as if their eardrums had been pierced by a red-hot iron poker, gritting their teeth in agony as their heads buzzed with a deafening roar. But those closer suffered terribly. They were thrown high into the air, then slammed back down, their mouths spewing blood that stained the ground before them, feeling as if countless bones in their bodies had been broken. Several severely wounded players lying on the ground didn't even have the strength to wail, only weakly crying out, "Quick, give me a shot." Fortunately, despite the horrific friendly fire, few people cursed the ruthless assassin for it. After all, in this game, the penalty for character death was far less severe than equipment damage. One player struggled to get up from the ground and immediately checked his laser gun and bulletproof armor, letting out a long sigh of relief when he found only a few scratches. Good, the equipment is fine. Indeed, bulletproof armor and laser guns had much higher resistance to pure shrapnel and shockwave damage than flesh and blood. As for the assassin and chaos sorcerer Elias, who were at the very center of the explosion. Under such a world-destroying suicide attack, naturally, not a single identifiable trace remained. The purple psychic flames that permeated the battlefield completely dissipated with Elias's annihilation. The cultists lying on the ground first raised their heads in terror. Then, they realized that the chilling psychic pressure that had weighed on their hearts had vanished. They could no longer see the high and mighty sorcerer, who had regarded their lives as mere grass. Both the supreme commander and the ultimate military deterrent were gone. The deathly silence lasted only a few seconds. "He's dead. The sorcerer is dead." Someone shouted first, and then, the desire for survival completely erupted. The cultists, without any further hesitation, scrambled to their feet, threw down their weapons, and desperately fled backward, their organization completely collapsing at that moment. Meanwhile, the supervision team, on the high ground behind, watching the overwhelming tide of retreating people, also fell into a brief hesitation. "Boss, should we still stop them?" A supervision team member asked tremblingly. The scarred supervisor spat fiercely, unmounting his heavy lumbering gun from its tripod and slinging it over his shoulder. "Stop them, my ass. Master Elias is gone, and with just 100 or so of us, a few dozen guns, we're going to stop these thousands of rooted soldiers? Are we looking for death?" He looked around, lowering his voice. "Life is so good, I haven't lived enough yet. Run." At his command, the supervision team, which had just been slaughtering rooted soldiers, unhesitatingly joined the fleeing ranks, and because of their position in the rear, they actually ended up at the very front of the main force. On the position, the players watched the cultists retreat in chaotic disarray like a receding tide, but there was no joy of victory on their faces. Instead, they were plunged into a strange state of bewilderment. One player stared blankly at the empty center of the explosion, finally unable to help but shout out everyone's unspoken thought, "Dude, you just died like that. Where's your second phase?" The player group instantly erupted. "No way. It's over just like that. Damn it. I just finished warming up. I just bought a dueling sword, ready to go up and chop him up. What about the promised day-long bloody battle? Why did my merits just run away? Assassin, you dog, give me back my boss. I'm so mad. I'm still far from enough merits. Everyone, chase." At this call, a dozen or so players who hadn't earned enough battle merits and felt they had been kill-stolen immediately jumped out of the trenches in a fit of rage, guns in hand, and chased after them. Thus, on the battlefield of the lower Hive ruins, a spectacle worthy of being recorded in Pedicious history was born. Thousands of Chaos cultists scurried away in front, fleeing desperately in disarray, while a dozen or so soldiers in Imperial Astra Militarum uniforms pursued them majestically from behind. As for the other players remaining on the position, their nominal company commander, Ruan Wenbo, quickly held them back. "Everyone, stop!" Ruan Wenbo shouted, his face red, at a group of eager players. "The mission requirement is to hold the position. If all of you run off and no one guards this place, the system will declare the mission a failure, and that would be a huge mess." This cold shower instantly calmed most of the players. "Damn, I forgot about that. Shit, I almost got carried away. What about the dozen or so people who chased them out? Who cares about them? Let them attract fire, we'll guard our home, and when the system declares victory, we won't lose a single point of merit." After a highly realistic discussion, the players on the position quickly reached a consensus, re-entered defensive stances, and began to clean up the battlefield, seeing if they could pick up any relics from the center of Elias's self-detonation. On the other side of the battlefield, the fleeing cultists didn't think that much. The instinct for survival drove them to unconsciously run towards where most of their own people were, because in their simple minds, a place with many people meant safety and refuge. Thus, under the herding of a dozen players, these thousands of rooted soldiers, like startled cattle with their tails on fire, charged directly towards the main attack direction of the cultists' offensive, which was the flank of the main position guarded by the main force of the Imperial Astra Militarum. This then staged a blackly humorous scene, a fireball charge of the Warhammer 40K era. Thousands of mentally broken cultists formed the charging herd of cattle, while a dozen players, shouting and clamoring for merits, were the herdsmen driving them from behind. They were like a hot, sharp knife, fiercely stabbing into the flank of the cultist army that was vigorously assaulting the main position. "Ah! Don't come any closer. There are monsters behind us. Run! They killed Master Sorcerer. Panic is contagious." The cultists attacking the position had no idea what was happening. They only saw their comrades rushing at them from the rear flank, crying and shouting, breaking their formation into disarray. Immediately after, dense laser gunshots and the excited curses of players echoed from behind. Chaos, like a plague, began to spread uncontrollably. Chapter 22, Mission accomplished. Main defensive line command post. Commissar Walter was observing the precarious defensive line through binoculars, his expression grim. Suddenly, he noticed a huge commotion erupting on the enemy's flank. He incredulously lowered his binoculars, rubbed his eyes, then sharply raised them again. In his vision, a massive torrent of rooted soldiers was assailing the enemy's main force from the side, and behind that torrent a dozen or so figures in Imperial uniforms were vaguely visible, giving chase. They occasionally fired their weapons, sometimes threw grenades, pushing the chaos of thousands to a climax in an inconceivable manner. "So valiant? Whose soldiers are these?" Commissar Walter's voice was filled with shock. The surrounding officers exchanged glances, clearly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Only an old Astra Militarum soldier narrowed his eyes, carefully identified the direction, and said in a deep voice, "Commissar, they must have come from Disposal Area 7. Only that place, connected to the old site of effluent pipe 114, would allow them to rush here in one go." Disposal Area 7. Commissar Walter's expression became somewhat uncertain and surprised. Were they those greenhorns? In fact, in Commissar Walter's eyes, those so-called new recruits were at best factory workers who had just picked up a lasgun, not glorious Astra Militarum soldiers who had undergone rigorous training. He had assigned that secondary position to them as a temporary measure, and was even mentally prepared for them to collapse and the position to be lost at any moment. He had never expected them to hold it. But now, not only had they held it, they had also dealt a fatal blow to the enemy from the flank in a way he completely couldn't understand. Regardless, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Walter's military acumen immediately made him cast aside distracting thoughts. He sharply lowered his binoculars, his eyes flashing with determination. "Relay my order." He turned to the comms officer, his voice loud and firm, "Rear heavy mortars, fire 3 volleys at the enemy's rear formation." He drew the chainsword from his waist and raised it high, its blade roaring to life. "Full line countercharge. For the Emperor." As Commissar Walter's chainsword roared, the clear bugle call of counterattack sounded from the Astra Militarum's main defensive line. "For the Emperor." The long-suppressed Astra Militarum soldiers let out a thunderous battle cry. They surged out of the trenches, bayonets fixed on their lasguns, forming a torrent of steel, pressing forward against the cultists' army, which had been thrown into disarray by the flank disturbance. With the disciplined hammer of the Emperor in front, and their allies in a state of mental collapse and scattering on the flank, this dual pressure instantly crushed the cultists' already fragile organization. They lacked a sufficient number of junior officers who could stabilize morale, and what held the troops together were only the false promises of the dark gods and fear of their superior sorcerers. Commissar Walter calmly observed the battle, and after confirming that the enemy's offensive had been completely shattered and their formation scattered, he decisively issued new orders. "Cease pursuit. All units regroup, clear the battlefield, and hold the line." He was not carried away by victory. Do not pursue a desperate foe, especially in this eerie hive city. Blind pursuit was extremely dangerous. The orders were faithfully executed, and the Astra Militarum soldiers quickly stopped their pursuit and began to consolidate their forces. However, the dozen or so players, who were already bloodthirsty, were not so obedient. They were not under Commissar Walter's command, their commander was merit points. Seeing a large number of mobile merits slipping away, they were unwilling to let them go. Don't run. Stand still, you bastards. Your heads are worth a melt bomb. They chased a group of the fastest running cultists, gleefully crossing a rusty, dilapidated metal bridge and rushing into a relatively open, abandoned industrial plaza. The moment they stepped into the center of the plaza, an anomaly occurred. A silent, sickly green wave swept out from the shadows of the plaza without warning. It was not fire, nor a shockwave, but a pure, malevolent and despair-filled psychic power. Wherever it passed, everything withered. Whether it was the dozen or so players who wanted to charge further to earn more, or the hundreds of cultists they were chasing, none of them could even let out a scream in that sickly green light. Their bodies disintegrated and vanished like sand sculptures weathered by the wind, instantly turning into ashes swirling in the air. The plaza, which had just been incredibly noisy, instantly became dead silent. In the distant shadows, more cultists were stabilized by their leaders using even more brutal methods. Anyone attempting to retreat was mercilessly cut down by their companions behind them. After a bloody internal purge, this rooted force regained its footing, but the fear pervading them was even thicker than before. Commissar Walter, through his binoculars, witnessed this tragic scene in its entirety, and he felt a pang of regret for the sacrifice of those dozen or so brave individuals. They had created a battle opportunity for him in a way he couldn't understand, but ultimately, their recklessness led to their demise. However, given their position and speed at the time, even if he wanted to save them, he wouldn't have had enough time. This fleeting feeling of regret lasted only a second before it was completely suppressed by his iron will. In this brutal war, sacrifice was the norm. He had witnessed too much death. If he grieved for every fallen soldier, he would get nothing done. The dead were gone, and the living still needed to fight. He was now more curious about those greenhorns, those soldiers who had created a miracle, and what kind of beings they truly were. Walter lowered his binoculars, turned around, and spoke in a steady, powerful voice. "Have Ruan Winbo from Position 7 come see me." He had just spoken when he immediately changed his mind. "No," he said in a deep voice, "I'll go to his position myself." When Commissar Walter entered Disposal Area 7 with 2 of his personal guards, he habitually frowned. The defensive line before him, in the eyes of a professional soldier like him, was almost full of holes. The cover was constructed haphazardly, the fire points were chaotically arranged, and there were even several fortifications that had clearly just been overturned by explosions, piled up crookedly and left unrepaired. The entire position was permeated with a mixture of gunpowder smoke, blood, and a strange sense of excitement. He didn't say much. After all, these were just new recruits, and it was precisely the seemingly messy position that had just staged an unbelievable surprise attack. Ruan Winbo. Walter's voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed across the entire position. Ruan Winbo, who was directing the players to clear the battlefield, jolted and quickly scurried over, standing at attention and giving the Aquila salute, reporting, "Commissar, I'm here." Walter nodded and said in a businesslike tone, "Your performance today was excellent. The enemy's offensive has been temporarily repelled, and today's fighting is largely over. Reinforce the defensive line, treat the wounded, and prepare for tomorrow's battle." The moment Walter's words fell, a blue light screen, visible only to Ruan Winbo, popped up before his eyes. Main quest, hold the line has been completed. Quest evaluation, excellent. Quest reward, merit points plus 1500. A series of crisp system notifications sounded in his mind. Seeing the generous merit points credited, Ruan Winbo was momentarily stunned, then a huge joy surged into his heart. He suddenly turned around, faced the group of players who were still slacking off and scavenging, and with all his might, raised his arms and cheered. "Brothers! We succeeded! Mission accomplished!" As if a signal, all players' personal terminals on the defensive line also received the mission completion notification at the same time. After a brief silence, the entire defensive line erupted in thunderous cheers. "Whoa! Woohoo! Merit points received! We're rich! We're rich!" The defensive line, which had just been filled with the tense atmosphere of battle, instantly transformed into a lively marketplace. Players gathered in 2s and 3s, excitedly opening their system store interfaces. "Quick, see what I can buy. Damn it, I'm still a little short for a power sword. Who has a lot of merit points? Buy a deck of cards first, we'll start a game later. Screw you, if you want to play cards, why don't you spend your merit points to buy them? Has anyone teamed up to finish off those severely wounded guys?" They've been shouting for a long time, it's quite pathetic. Watching the chaotic and joyful scene before him, Commissar Walter's recently relaxed brow furrowed tightly again. This was simply disorganization. Lack of discipline. Did they not know the war was not over? Had they not seen how those dozen or so comrades had just turned to ashes? This frivolous attitude was nothing like an army that had experienced a bloody battle, instead, it was like a group of drunks who had just stumbled out of a tavern. However, just as he was about to reprimand them, he forcibly held back. He tried to convince himself that perhaps he hadn't seen the full picture of this unit, or perhaps for this special company, it was precisely this almost blind optimism that allowed them to create such a miracle on the desperate battlefield. Walter's gaze swept over the joyful young faces. He suddenly realized that ever since this planet had fallen into war, ever since chaos, corruption, gene stealers outbreaks, orc infestations, and dark Eldar raids had followed one after another, he hadn't seen a smile on any Astra Militarum soldier's face for a very, very long time. There was only numbness, exhaustion, fear, and forcibly suppressed despair. But these people before him, they were laughing, making noise, as if death was just an inconsequential game. Chapter 23, We Are the Main Force. Commissar Walter meticulously toured the entire Outpost 7, from the temporary frontline bunkers to the rear support areas. His brow remained furrowed. Everything here was far from his impression of an elite force. The fortifications were temporary, the firing points were haphazard, and the soldiers were undisciplined. He even saw several soldiers gathered together, happily gambling with empty shell casings as chips. Others loudly boasted about how they had just blown up 7 or 8 enemies with a single grenade, their words devoid of any reverence for war. Aside from their high spirits, which could even be described as overly optimistic, there was nothing commendable about this company. Commissar Walter was puzzled and perplexed. He completely failed to understand how this company, which, apart from its morale, had tactical skills and military discipline comparable to lower hive-armed workers, could have achieved such a great victory against those fearless cultists in a head-on positional battle. Listening to the soldiers' chatter, they seemed to have even killed the chaos sorcerer who commanded the several thousand cultists. This was even more incredible. A psyker of that level would require a heavy price to take down, even if he personally led the charge. There must have been heavy casualties in this positional battle, right? He asked Ruan Wenbo, who had been following him, with a hint of doubt. This question truly stumped Ruan Wenbo. Were the casualties heavy? Yes, impossibly heavy. Aside from him, the company commander, who had barely participated in the fighting because he was hiding in the back, every single player under him had died multiple times. The casualty rate was several 100%. But could he say that? Tell an NPC commissar that their company, with a total strength of less than 100, had suffered several hundred casualties in one battle? Commissar Walter wasn't an idiot. So Ruan Wenbo could only equivocate, saying, "Yes, Commissar. Many comrades have, gloriously sacrificed themselves." Fortunately, Commissar Walter had only asked casually and had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. He was more concerned with practical issues. What about your equipment losses? Are they significant? At this, Ruan Wenbo's eyes immediately lit up. This was right up his alley. He quickly adopted a heartbroken expression and said, "Yes, Commissar. The losses are enormous. Our weapons and equipment were completely expended in the recent battle. We urgently need replenishment. We need at least 200 lasguns, 200 flak armor suits, 600 frag grenades, and..." Stop, stop, stop. Walter quickly raised his hand to stop him, amused by his exorbitant demands. Are you making a wish to the Emperor? Not a single lasgun or flak armor suit. At most, I can spare you some grenades from other units' allocations, about 200 of them. That little. Ruan Wenbo's face immediately fell, disappointment written all over it. Heh, Walter chuckled dryly, then pulled out a folded, somewhat worn paper map from one of his greatcoat pockets and unfolded it before him. Can you understand what this is? Ruan Wenbo leaned closer to take a look. In his vision, the system panel's automatic annotation feature immediately translated the Gothic script and markings on the map into text he could understand. This was a detailed map depicting the lower industrial zone of this hive city. I can generally understand it. Come, Walter said, can you point out where we are now? Ruan Wenbo carefully identified it and quickly found the marker for scrap disposal zone 7 among the intricate pipelines and building complexes. He pointed with his finger, here. Not bad, you found it quickly. Walter praised him, then used his weathered finger to draw a pitifully small circle on the map, centered on their current location. This is the area we currently control. Ruan Wenbo looked at the circle. If the entire map were a basketball court, the circle Walter had just drawn was barely the size of a manhole cover, occupying less than 1/1000th of the entire map, even if you were generous. He swallowed, then tentatively asked, we've been separated from the main force. Walter put away the map, expressionlessly patted Ruan Wenbo's shoulder, and uttered a sentence that made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. We are the main force. Seeing Ruan Wenbo frozen in place, Walter put the map back into his pocket, his tone becoming heavy. Now do you understand why I can only give you 200 frag grenades, and why I initially told you to scavenge guns from corpses? The foundries that produce military goods were captured long ago. All we have left are nooks and crannies that other factions see as worthless, yet are easy to defend and hard to attack. This is also why only cultists are attacking us currently. Killing the Emperor's faithful holds symbolic meaning in their eyes. He paused, glancing at the distant players who were still being noisy. Otherwise, if even a small squad of normal gene stealers came, we might be finished. Ultimately, our current stand is just a slow death. Walter's gaze drifted towards the eternally sunless dome of the upper hive city, his voice tinged with weariness. There will be no supplies, and no reinforcements. Consumables like shells and grenades diminish with every use. All we can do is exert all our strength to inflict greater casualties on the Emperor's enemies before we are overwhelmed. Walter continued, and that previous charge, while seemingly a great victory, in reality, we did not inflict significant damage on the cultists' effective strength. Those heretics have no shortage of cannon fodder. We will ultimately be worn down by them. These words silenced Ruan Wenbo. He realized that the victory he and the players saw was, in the commissar's eyes, merely a delay of their defeat. Ruan Wenbo was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Commissar, could I see that map again? Walter promptly took it out and handed it to Ruan Wenbo. It's yours. Ruan Wenbo spread the map on the ground, examined it carefully, then pointed to a place marked as Chemical Refinery No. 9 on the map, saying, this place isn't far from us, is it? Even if we take it, we wouldn't be isolated and without support geographically. Walter looked at the place he pointed to with surprise. You want to attack that? The cultists must have heavily fortified it, and I can't commit the entire army, otherwise, even if we take that one factory, we wouldn't be able to hold it. The existing outposts must be maintained. At most, I can only send one company. That would simply be a waste of manpower. Ruan Wenbo looked up at the commissar and said, but not trying is just a slow death, isn't it? Chapter 24, The Death Seekers. The moment Ruan Wenbo spoke, Commissar Walter's weathered eyes sharpened like an eagle's. He gave the other man a deep look, and the air seemed to solidify for a moment. Finally, he slowly nodded. If you are truly determined to fight, then I will not stop you after all. You just created a miracle. Walter's voice remained low, but there seemed to be a subtle hint of expectation within it. He continued, according to the rules of the Petitia Astrum Militarum, every company has a formal name. Have you thought of yours? As soon as Walter finished speaking, a clear system prompt box popped up on Ruan Wenbo's retina. Promotion, Temporary Company Commander of the 13th Company, Company Commander of the 13th Company. Seeing this prompt, Ruan Wenbo was first happy, but this joy was fleeting, and he quickly calmed down. From temporary to formal sounded like a great thing, but on this Petitia star, forgotten by the Empire, there was no difference between the two. He knew very well that Commissar Walter was now the highest military officer in this control area. If he could promote him to company commander with a single word, he could naturally demote him to a common soldier with a single word. Petitia Star could not contact the distant Department of Military Affairs of the Empire. With the war in such a mess, promotions or demotions in rank were all decided by Commissar Walter alone. Understanding this, he shifted his gaze from the illusory title and refocused on reality. As for the company name Walter mentioned, Ruan Wenbo did not immediately give an answer but cautiously said, Commissar, regarding this, I still need to discuss it with my brothers. He dared not run a one-man show in such a critical matter. Commissar Walter's appointment only gave him a name, but what truly supported his position as company commander was, in the end, the nearly 100 unruly players below him. If the name they chose displeased them, at best, it would affect morale, leading to superficial obedience in battle. At worst, if someone was unhappy with him, they might secretly give him a friendly fire shot on the battlefield, and he would have nowhere to cry. After all, there was no way to turn off friendly fire in this game. When he revived, no one would help Ruan Wenbo keep his merits and position. Ruan Wenbo, holding this hot potato of an appointment, returned to the temporary resting place of the players. He cleared his throat, attracting everyone's attention. Brothers, the Commissar has new orders. He paused, then continued, the Commissar has officially recognized our company's establishment, and according to the tradition of the Petitia Astrum Militarum, we need to choose a name for our company. This news was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Holy cow! Naming? Like creating a guild. Awesome! This really gives a sense of immersion. A small number of relatively mature players immediately expressed concern. Don't make the name too Chiyunibu. Calling ourselves something like Dragon Overlord or God Slayers would be embarrassing to shout out. They preferred a plain designation, such as 13th Attack Company or Hammer Company, a simple and unadorned style. However, their faint voices were quickly drowned out by the majority of ecstatic players. These guys, who feared no chaos, became thoroughly excited and began their brainstorming. For a time, all sorts of bizarre designations were proposed. Some were meme-based. How about 4th Calamity Company? Why not Loyal Cans? I propose, College Entrance Exam Question Company. Some had unclear meanings, One Punch One Kid Company. Slackers Company. And some were purely disruptive, What to Eat for Lunch Today Company. Amidst the chaotic discussion, some players still proposed serious designations. I think we could be called the Undying, one player said seriously. This name best fits our identity, we are unkillable. This suggestion was approved by some, but others felt it wasn't cool enough. The Undying is too blunt, it lacks gravitas, another player retorted. And it sounds like undead. I propose, the Death Seekers. When this word came out, the noisy discussions quieted down a little. It didn't directly flaunt their cheat-like abilities like the Undying but instead carried a tragic and resolute sense of knowing the danger yet charging forward. Every charge, every death, was a journey actively rushing towards death. This name, both dark and cool, perfectly hit the aesthetic of most players. Finally, under Ruan Wenbo's guidance, a small-scale democratic vote began. After intense lobbying and debate, the Death Seekers won against the Undying by a narrow margin, becoming their final choice. Ruan Wenbo informed Commissar Walter of the result. The latter's eyes flickered slightly when he heard the name, but he made no comment, only nodding. In that case, rest well today. I've already had them send over the grenades in stock. Prepare for tomorrow's operation. As his voice fell, new system prompts simultaneously appeared on all players' retinas. System prompt, your affiliated company has been officially renamed 13th Company the Death Seekers. System prompt, you have received a new mission assault, Chemical Refinery. Mission objective, capture Chemical Refinery number 9. In the position, the players looked at the new mission, and instead of the tension before a major battle, there were wails everywhere. Ugh, why do we only start fighting tomorrow? My great sword is already thirsty. Can we start today? Starting today isn't so good either, my stats are dropping badly. Is there a buddy who can stab me so I can revive at full health? You should have said so earlier, I'm on it. A player enthusiastically raised his entrenching tool. Hey, damn it. Wait for me to take off this bulletproof vest before you do anything. So what do we do next? Just wait all night? A player sat bored on an ammo box. Just then, a player's gaze was drawn to the person next to him. The person was sitting upright, hands moving rapidly in the air, seemingly manipulating a game panel to write something. He curiously leaned over and asked, "What are you doing, buddy?" The other person replied without looking up, "Doesn't this game have triple thought acceleration? Anyway, I have nothing to do right now, and I'm a designer in real life, so I'm just rushing out the client's proposal. After I finish it, I'll post it on the game forum, set it to private, and then copy and paste it to hand in after I log off." At this, the surrounding players who heard him were stunned. Genius. Do you have to work even in the game? You. Chapter 25, Lively. At dawn the next day, as the first rays of dim sunlight pierced the Pedisha star's polluted atmosphere, a dull engine roar, growing from distant to near, broke the tranquility of the position. A Chimera armored personnel carrier, painted in Cadian grey camouflage, stopped in front of the position. The rear ramp slammed down with a clang, and a quartermaster poked his head out. 13th Company. Some people come and move things. Hearing the call, several idle players immediately gathered, frantically moving wooden crates out. One of the players pried open a crate, expecting to see neatly stacked stick grenades, but found several grenade launchers with a metallic sheen inside. He curiously picked one up and asked, "Hey? Sir, why aren't there grenades in this box? Didn't you say only grenades would be sent?" The quartermaster, with a hint of fatigue on his face, still smiled and explained, "Originally, there were only grenades. These were voluntarily given to you by our brother units on other defense lines after they heard about your combat plan. They said that since these are all offensive grenades and wouldn't cause much effective damage on the defensive line, it's better to give them to you brave warriors who are going to charge into battle, to create greater value." The inquiring player nodded solemnly upon hearing this, "Then please thank our brother units for us." "Of course," the quartermaster responded, his expression becoming a bit more serious. "Also, the commissar asked me to inform you that, according to reports from the frontline observation posts, the heretics will soon attempt to attack our main defensive line again. That will be your best opportunity to attack the chemical refinery. We will do our utmost to tie down their main forces, preventing them from quickly reinforcing." "That's good." The players carrying the ammo boxes said cheerfully, "Just you wait, without reinforcements, we'll 100% kick those cultists at the chemical refinery to death like roadside dogs." The quartermaster was clearly infected by the players' almost blind optimism, and he, too, showed a heartfelt smile. "For the Emperor, I wish you a triumphant return." After the quartermaster and the players waved goodbye to each other, the Chimera kicked up a cloud of dust and returned to the main position. The company quickly finished distributing supplies under Ruan Wenbo's direction. There was nothing special about the grenades, everyone got an equal share. But Ruan Wenbo hadn't quite figured out how to distribute the extra grenade launchers. For fairness, he simply had the squad leaders of each squad draw lots to decide ownership. As a result, 7th Platoon, responsible for close combat and counter charges, was lucky enough to draw this batch of heavy firepower. After hanging 2 free grenades on his webbing, a player from 7th Platoon looked at himself and his companions and couldn't help but complain, "Speaking of which, isn't our equipment even worse than an army from World War I?" His words immediately resonated. "Damn, now that you mention it, it really is. The only heavy weapons in the entire company are these 3 newly issued grenade launchers." "That's hard to say," another history enthusiast interjected, "it depends on which WWI country you're comparing to. If we're comparing to Tsarist Russia, at least we all have a laser gun now, we don't have to wait for the person in front to die before picking one up." "Hard to say. That's how the Imperium of Man is," a veteran Warhammer fan sighed. "You have to wait until Guilliman returns for the firepower configuration of most of the Astra Militarum to barely reach the level of a World War II army. Before that, the heavy firepower of the Astra Militarum has a huge range between its upper and lower limits." Ah, the humorous empire. Equipment distributed, ammunition strapped to waists. Under Ruan Wenbo's organization, nearly 100 players formed 2 loose columns and began marching towards the chemical refinery. That place was still a considerable distance from their current position, so early movement was necessary. The march was tedious and oppressive. Although Ruan Wenbo and the squad leaders managed to ensure basic formation and organization among the players, the extremely harsh environment of the lower hive quickly made everyone irritable. Underfoot was eternally sticky and damp ground, the air was filled with the pungent stench of rotting organic matter mixed with chemical waste, and as far as the eye could see, there were only rusty giant pipes and grime-covered rock walls. This journey was pure sensory torture. Holy crap, what a stench. This smell is too strong. I said this game wouldn't let us have pure fun. See, the torment is here. Damn it, how much longer do we have to walk on this broken road? My soles are almost sticking off from this gooey ground. Amidst a cacophony of complaints, a player suddenly yelled at the top of his lungs, "Where's our unique military band for a WWI army? How come we don't even have a BGM for our march?" As soon as he spoke, it was like throwing a thunderbolt into still water, immediately eliciting agreement from countless players. "Exactly. Where's our Death Seekers Company's military band? We players have dignity, okay? The game planner should be smart and give us a BGM right away." Just as everyone was making a racket, a player suddenly volunteered, "I can sing, brothers. I'll provide the BGM for you." "Good, good, good. Let's hear it. Hurry up, hurry up. Sing a military song, okay? If you dare to sing the Chinese version of Lemon, I'll cut you down. The player stepped forward amidst expectant gazes. He cleared his throat, clapped his thigh twice for rhythm, and then sang a melody incredibly familiar to the players in a loud voice. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. As the song began, everyone was momentarily stunned. Ah! This song. Damn, now it really feels like university military training. But it had to be said, this guy sang really well. He had clearly practiced outside the game, his deep and resonant voice was full of power, echoing through the narrow passages of steel and rock, instantly overpowering all other ambient noise. This highly infectious singing quickly drew in other players, and many subconsciously joined in. This strength is iron. This strength is steel. Harder than iron, stronger than steel. Gradually, a solo became a duet of a dozen people, and finally, nearly 100 people from the entire company joined this grand marching chorus. The majestic singing resonated throughout this dirty, decaying underground world, significantly diluting the nauseating stench and oppressive atmosphere. Fire on the fascists! Let all undemocratic systems perish! One song finished, its echoes lingered. Before anyone could suggest another, a player shouted, "This song isn't good. After singing it, I feel like we should turn around and fight the Imperium of Man." Pfft! Ha 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 ha! His single sentence instantly triggered everyone's laughter. The players couldn't help but burst into laughter, their deafening mirth not much quieter than the singing just now, carrying far, far away through the dark underground passages. Chapter 26, Seriousness. The laughter gradually subsided, and the team continued to advance through the dim underground passage. As they drew closer to the target marked on the map, the surrounding environment became increasingly industrialized. Huge, rusty pipes coiled like giant pythons around the rock walls, and the pungent smell of chemical reagents in the air grew stronger. Ruan Wenbo checked the simple map he had obtained from the commissar, confirming that they had reached the outer area of the chemical refinery. Any loud movement further ahead could be heard by the factory's sentries. He immediately raised his right hand, making a fist to signal, and the entire marching column silently came to a halt. One player was about to loudly ask, "Company commander, what do we?" He had barely started when he met Ruan Wenbo's sharp gaze. Ruan Wenbo didn't speak, but merely placed his index finger to his lips, making a hush gesture. The player immediately understood and swallowed the rest of his sentence. This silent command quickly spread like ripples on water. The other players soon understood Ruan Wenbo's meaning, and the remaining chatter instantly vanished. The entire company of nearly 100 men transformed into a group of silent hunters lurking in the shadows. Commissar Walter's impression that this was a company composed of lower hive workers who had just picked up guns was actually incorrect. Earth players, having received ample education, possessed a much higher average cultural literacy and breadth of knowledge than lower hive workers who had never seen the sky in their entire lives. In this regard, perhaps only upper hive nobles who received elite education from a young age could compare. Compared to lower hive workers who knew nothing and fought purely by instinct and brute force, players possessed stronger logical and executive abilities. They could understand the importance of battlefield reconnaissance and maintaining silence, and clearly knew that adhering to discipline could ensure their lives were safer for players. This meant effectively reducing equipment wear and tear. Most importantly, they were not like those civilians who were temporarily conscripted, constantly thinking about how to escape or scrounge for food. They did not fear war, in fact, it could be said they craved it. Assassin silently moved to the front of the team, lowering his voice to ask Ruan Wenbo, "Company commander, what should we do next? Should we just wait for the main battlefield over there to ignite?" Ruan Wenbo carefully re-examined the map and shook his head. He clearly remembered the lesson from the last trench warfare. "No, we know nothing about the internal terrain of the chemical refinery. A reckless attack is no different from offering up merits. We must send scouts first." He said to Assassin, "Go ask around the squads if anyone is willing to be a scout. You don't need to go too deep, just figure out the enemy's general troop distribution and firepower positions. Also, ask if anyone can draw. I'm afraid you won't be able to describe it clearly enough when you return just by talking. It would be good if you could draw some simple sketches on the ground." Assassin's execution was very efficient, and the players were enthusiastic about this exciting reconnaissance mission. He didn't have to say much and quickly found 10 eager players from various squads. He divided these 10 people into 5 groups, 2 people per group. "Brothers, listen up," Assassin lowered his voice, quickly giving instructions, 2 people per group, free movement. The goal is to scout the factory's outer defenses, especially firepower points and troop numbers. In half an hour, no matter how much you've found, gather back here. Safety first, don't die needlessly. If you die here, no one can save you if you respawn on the spot." He specifically patted the shoulder of the player who claimed he could draw. "Buddy, stick close to your partner in that group, observe and remember a lot. We're counting on you when you get back. Don't worry, SAG, I've studied drawing for 3 years, drawing a map sketch is no problem." The player confidently gave an okay gesture. At Assassin's command, the 5 two-person teams immediately dispersed like phantoms. They crouched low, using the shadows of pipes and rocks, silently infiltrating the chemical refinery from different directions. This dispersed movement made them smaller targets and less likely to be wiped out by the enemy. One of the groups moved exceptionally smoothly. They encountered almost no obstacles, crawling forward all the way, and soon arrived less than 50 meters from the chemical refinery's huge, rusty iron gate. They hid behind a pile of abandoned metal containers, from where they could even clearly hear the humming machinery from inside the factory, interspersed with fervent, unintelligible prayers. One player peered through a gap in the container, looking left and right towards the gate, and whispered to his companion, "I only see one visible sentry, leaning against the door. From the way he's nodding, he seems to be dozing off. Where did they put the hidden sentries?" Another player, whose ID was name "Haven't decided," shook his head and also quietly replied, "I couldn't find anywhere a hidden sentry could be either. The only high ground around are those ventilation pipe openings, but they're bare and can't hide anyone. Sigh, it would be great if we could enable game mode Spectre." "You're fantasizing again," his partner grumbled impatiently. "What's wrong with a man fantasizing?" Name retorted righteously, then changed the subject, "All right, let's check another spot. But I think these crazy cultists probably didn't even place any hidden sentries." His partner was stunned for a moment, then also reacted, "You know what, that's actually possible. They might think no one dares to provoke them, or all their attention is drawn to the frontline battle." Name replied, "But it's best to be thorough and look carefully again." This group did not give up. They spent another 10 minutes, like two patient geckos, clinging to shadows and pipes, circling the entire perimeter of the chemical refinery several times. They saw more entrances, some were huge cargo gates, others were maintenance passages only wide enough for one person, but without exception, the defenses at all entrances were virtually non-existent. Besides a few drowsy visible sentries, they didn't even find a single patrol or anyone coming to relieve the guard. This was truly bizarre. "This isn't right," Name's partner whispered, "Lie on an elevated pipe, overlooking a half-open side door below. There isn't even anyone to relieve the guard. Are those sentries supposed to stand watch all day? Unless they're pureblood sneak thieves or chaos demons who don't need rest." Name made a grim joke, but couldn't even laugh himself. He glanced at his non-existent wristwatch, estimating the time. "Assembly time is almost here, there's no point in looking further. Let's go back and see what the other groups found." "I doubt it," his partner shook his head. "These cultists are either extremely arrogant, or there's some trap inside that we can't even imagine." The two carefully returned the way they came. As they approached their agreed-upon rendezvous point, they were surprised to find voices there, and not just one or two. They quickened their pace, crouching through the last rock crevice, and the sight before them made them freeze. Assassin and the 8 players from the other 4 groups had already arrived at the meeting point, gathered together, discussing something in low voices. It seemed they were just waiting for them. "You guys finally made it back," Assassin saw them and waved. "What's the situation?" Name's partner hadn't even had a chance to speak when a player from another group interjected, "Don't ask, SAG, I bet what they saw is exactly the same as us. This place is like an undefended public restroom, come and go as you please." Name and his partner exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "We circled the factory several times," Name added, "except for a few dozing visible sentries, there was nothing. No patrols, no changing of the guard, nothing." "I just don't understand," the player who could draw said, sketching a simple layout of the factory on the ground with a stone. "We have RES peons, a high fault tolerance. The worst that happens if we die is losing some equipment durability, and we still know to approach cautiously." He looked up, scanning the group. "What about them? These cultists only have one life, if they die, they're truly gone. How can they be so lax?" "Exactly." Another player immediately echoed, "This defense is like a tutorial level in a beginner's game, as if they're afraid we won't get in. What are they thinking?" Ultimately, it was the players' preconceived notions from various war-themed games and the high fidelity of this game that influenced them. The strict defenses of enemies in other games, where the death of one person immediately put all enemies on the map on alert, and the intelligent performance of Astra Militarum NPCs in this game, led them to treat the enemy as Zhuge-Liang. If Zhuge-Liang played an empty fort strategy, it would be problematic if the players didn't become suspicious. But in reality, their enemies were just the lower hive workers who had just picked up weapons, as Commissar Walter described. If it weren't for the overseers in the chemical refinery with their whips, the lower hive workers might even urinate into molten metal. Expecting them to take defensive measures seriously was truly wishful thinking. Chapter 27, Tension. Assassin led the scout team back to the main force's hiding spot without a sound. The player who could draw immediately spread out a sketch, drawn with a charcoal stick on the back of a cardboard, and told Ruan Wenbo everything they had learned. When all the intelligence from the scout teams was compiled, an absurd yet consistent conclusion was presented to the commander: the massive chemical refinery's outer defenses were incredibly lax, almost as if it were undefended. Ruan Wenbo's brows furrowed tightly. He also felt there must be something fishy going on. Such abnormal phenomena often hid the most deadly traps. But now was not the time for doubt and hesitation. In the distance, the main battle had already begun. The muffled roar of gunshots and cannons came in waves like dull thunder, each tremor urging and reminding them that time was running out. He took a deep breath, his voice low but exceptionally firm. "No matter what tricks they're playing, the arrow is already on the string, and it must be loosed. Everyone, prepare. Act immediately." The situation and orders quickly reached every player's ears. The previously somewhat noisy group of players instantly fell silent, an invisible pressure weighing on everyone's hearts. After all, this eerie laxity, to most people, indeed felt very much like an empty fort strategy. But retreating was certainly not an option. Their war plan was to attack this chemical refinery. They couldn't possibly turn back because of a ridiculous reason like the enemy didn't post sentries, could they? The doomed company still had to proceed with their original plan, without change otherwise. If the cultists threw a pile of gold on the ground, would they have to stop and pick up the gold first? The mission objective was always the priority. The players, in this somber atmosphere, began to approach the chemical refinery. This somberness was not without its benefits. At least, Ruan Wenbo had never seen these fearless players so quiet since he started playing this game. Hundreds of people, like ghosts blending into the night, moved with light and coordinated steps, easily reaching the vicinity of the chemical refinery without being detected. The team stopped outside the rusty main gate. Everyone saw the cultist sentry leaning against the door, his head nodding, clearly dozing off, just as the first scout team had described. Ruan Wenbo said nothing, he simply turned his head, looked at Assassin beside him, and gave him a look. The latter immediately understood. Assassin merely drew a gleaming combat knife from his leg. His body was pressed extremely low, his steps making no sound, like a predatory black panther, silently gliding out of the shadows. The moment the cultist leaned forward from dozing, Assassin had already closed in behind him. One hand flashed out to cover the opponent's mouth, while the knife in his other hand, at a tricky and precise angle, plunged fiercely into the side of his neck and twisted with force. Without even a muffled groan, the cultist's body twitched once and then completely went limp. Assassin supported him, gently dragging him into the deeper shadows. The entire process was clean and swift, alerting no one. After dealing with the sentry at the gate, Assassin gave a safe signal to the rear. Ruan Wenbo immediately gave the order, and the team began to advance with extreme caution. The entire process was simple and effective. 1 to 2 agile players, vanguards like Assassin, walked at the very front, responsible for scouting and assassination. The main force maintained a distance of several tens of meters behind them, ready to react immediately if an alarm was raised ahead. However, the anticipated alarm never sounded. They were surprised to find that not only at the entrance, but also inside the factory, the defenses were incredibly lax. In the huge workshops, crisscrossing pipelines, and dark corridors, only at some key junctions or next to passages would there be 1 or 2 cultists acting as sentries. And these sentries' vigilance was almost zero. Some leaned against walls, spacing out, while others simply sat on the ground, muttering to themselves, indifferent to their surroundings. Thus, the doomed company, as if walking through an uninhabited land, smoothly and step by step infiltrated deep into the chemical refinery. In the silent team, one player finally couldn't hold back. He muttered in a voice barely audible to himself, "So, after all this, these cultists are just plain stupid." Although the other players did not reply, maintaining radio silence and operational discipline, it was clear from their exchanged glances that everyone wholeheartedly agreed with that statement. Soon, the doomed company arrived at the central area of the chemical refinery. This seemed to be a huge reaction workshop, and they were separated from the inside of the workshop only by a heavy double iron door. Dim red light seeped through the crack in the door, and waves of fervent, synchronized chanting came from within, assaulting everyone's eardrums like a tide. Assassin pressed against the door, listened for a moment, and then said to Ruan Wenbo with some confusion, "They all seem to be gathered in here. What are they doing? It looks like some kind of ritual." "I don't know what they're doing." Ruan Wenbo's gaze was sharp as he looked through the door crack at the shadowy figures inside, "but I do know this is a perfect opportunity to interrupt them." He immediately called for the 7th Company's commander and had the 3 players assigned grenade launchers step forward. "Prepare," Ruan Wenbo ordered in a low voice. The 3 grenadiers immediately stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and steadily rested their grenade launchers on their shoulders, the dark muzzles aimed at the iron door. With a nod from Ruan Wenbo, the 3 ready players suddenly stood up and, with the combined effort of shoulders and combat boots, kicked the iron door. Bang! The iron door was forced open by the immense power. One of the players yelled at the top of his lungs, "Heretics, your Astra Militarum grandpa is here." Before his words faded, 3 grenades, with a whistling sound, arced in perfect parabolas and landed precisely among the densest crowd in the center of the workshop. Boom! 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 Violent explosions occurred almost simultaneously. The cultists, who were immersed in their fervent ritual and clustered together, were instantly plunged into devastating chaos by the sudden assault. Charge! The rest of the players surged into the workshop like a floodgate opening. When they saw the scene before them, the cultists packed together like sardines. Everyone's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, they pulled grenades from their waists, removed the pins, and hurled them with all their might. This was a great opportunity to earn merit. The cultists, who had never expected humans to counterattack, were completely stunned by the continuous explosions. From their perspective, many didn't even hear the deafening shout at the door and had no idea the enemy had arrived. They only knew that explosions were constantly happening around them, fire and shockwaves consumed everything, and their comrades' bodies were torn to shreds, blood and flesh flying. The instinct for survival overwhelmed fervent faith. Realizing that this was an extremely dangerous area, the cultists immediately fell into disarray, wanting to go to a safe place. Some panicked and tried to flee, rushing indiscriminately towards various exits of the workshop, while others, more pious or foolish, instinctively gravitated towards the shaman standing on the high platform, seemingly presiding over the ritual, as if that were the only safe haven. Chapter 28 Unity. Amidst the explosions and flying gore, the wizard on the high platform finally awoke from his ritualistic frenzy. He looked at the chaotic mass of followers below, scurrying like headless chickens, and a flicker of rage crossed his eyes. He raised a staff twisted from bone and metal, and in a voice imbued with psychic power, he roared, attempting to restore order, "Stop! Cowards! Those who flee will be deemed to have forsaken the dark gods, and your souls will suffer eternal torment in the warp." His voice drowned out some of the lingering explosions, and some of the fleeing cultists abruptly halted. Fight for the glory of the gods. The wizard's voice was full of temptation. Those who fight will be watched over by the dark gods. Your bravery will earn you eternal blessings. His efforts did indeed have an effect. Long-term brainwashing and chaos corruption had already warped the minds of these people. The human instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm was disappearing from their brains. Driven by the fear of eternal torment and the greed for blessings, they truly stopped, their crimson eyes turning towards the players at the entrance, and began to attempt to organize a charge. If this wizard had been given enough time, he might truly have been able to stabilize these tens of thousands of chaotic cultists. In that case, the players would have lost half the battle. There were tens of thousands of cultists here by a rough count, and if they were truly organized to charge the players, although the players were not afraid of death and could not die, the capture of the chemical refinery would definitely be dragged into a quagmire. Tens of thousands of people, even if they stood still and let the players kill them, it would still take quite a while. The most important thing in this battle was to achieve a quick victory. No one knew when the cultists from the main battlefield would return to reinforce, nor did anyone know how long Commissar Walter's promised delay could last. If the enemy's main force returned before they could take and consolidate the defenses here, then this mission would already have failed. But fortunately, the wizard's attempt was decisively shattered. 7th Platoon, charge! Ruan Wenbo saw signs of the cultists beginning to organize and immediately gave the order, but don't stop throwing grenades. Big Eagle Police, the Ogren, who had been stifled by the stealthy creeping all the way, immediately let out a furious roar filled with excitement and anger. Awoo! His voice was like a clap of thunder, so loud that it momentarily drowned out all other sounds on the battlefield. Several players next to him showed painful expressions, and one of them couldn't help but curse, "Holy crap, I feel like my eardrums burst." Led by Big Eagle Police, the 7th Platoon charged fiercely into the cultists' lines like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The peripheral cultists, who had just been incited by the wizard and hadn't yet formed an effective formation, were directly scared senseless by the terrifying momentum of this humanoid beast, literally scared senseless. They stood dazed, watching grenades explode at their feet, watching bayonets and scorching laser beams strike them. The wizard's organization undoubtedly failed. Lacking quality education and the discipline of junior officers, the cultists' fragile morale easily collapsed again. As the 7th Platoon pierced through, the entire cultist group completely disintegrated. And the wizard on the high platform soon disappeared amidst the chaotic scene. Perhaps he used some psychic power to quietly leave, or perhaps his own psychic power was weak, and he died directly under a stray bullet or grenade from an unknown source. The battle quickly transitioned into a pursuit phase. The players began to hunt down the fleeing cultists. Of course, they weren't necessarily trying to kill them all. With just 100 people, it would be extremely difficult to catch tens of thousands of pigs scurrying everywhere, let alone humans with 2 legs who could hide. The players' mission only required them to thoroughly drive them out of the chemical refinery. A squad of a dozen cultists fled in a panic through the complex pipes and corridors, while behind them, several players calmly and leisurely followed. They had already seen the map and knew that the path ahead was a dead end. Hee, just keep running. One of the players let out a sinister laugh, deliberately letting the cultists ahead hear him. Let's see where you can run to. His companions beside him also burst into hearty laughter. Looking at the terrified and utterly frightened expressions of the cultists ahead, and then at the players behind, approaching with evil smiles like cats toying with mice, for a moment, it was truly hard to tell who the villains were. However, the cat and mouse smiles on the players' faces abruptly ceased the next moment, freezing in place. Their gazes passed over the trembling cultists and, by unspoken agreement, focused on the ceiling above them in the darkness shrouded by pipes and shadows. A clear, white outline, a warning that only appeared on enemies, was silently lurking. The shape of that outline was extremely peculiar. It resembled a giant, curled-up insect, with a smooth and elongated head, 4 strong arms tucked along its sides, each arm ending in what appeared to be blade-like claws. Its entire body was covered in some kind of carapace, perfectly blending into the darkness. Had it not been for the game system's enemy identification function, it would have been impossible to detect its presence with the naked eye. The pursuing players exchanged glances, their eyes filled with solemnity and a hint of imperceptible excitement. Clearly, everyone had seen that thing. A hidden plot? Or was this the true boss of the chemical refinery? They did not immediately shout warnings, but instead displayed astonishing tacit agreement. The few of them maintained their unhurried posture, cleanly executing the cultists who had fallen into despair and were repeatedly kowtowing for mercy, with bayonets and laser guns. Then, at the same moment the last cultist was killed, the small squad instantly turned their weapons and unleashed all their firepower, without warning, onto the unknown creature on the ceiling. 2 fragmentation grenades arced briefly, thrown precisely below the outline. Immediately after, 7 or 8 crimson laser beams, guided as if by invisible fingers, converged on the same point within a fraction of a second. Theoretically, an armored vehicle caught unprepared by such a dense concentration of fire would absolutely suffer heavy damage. But unfortunately, that was only theoretical. Just a split second before the grenades were about to explode and the lasers were about to hit, the outline merely flashed past. Its speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch, like a purplish-black lightning bolt, easily evading all of the players' premeditated attacks. The exploding grenades and mist laser beams created a shower of sparks and debris on the ceiling. Before the players could react from the shock of their attack missing, the dark figure had already plunged into their midst. Everything happened in an instant. The impossibly sharp claw blades cut through bulletproof armor like a hot knife through butter. The players couldn't even let out a scream, their bodies all sliced into several pieces in a single moment. Scorching blood and internal organs splattered across the entire corridor, dyeing the cold metal floor a shocking crimson. Liam, the pure strain gene stealer, after elegantly and efficiently killing this squad of players, immediately left the scene. It was not here to fight the Imperial army, it had a more important mission. Even so, it felt a hint of confusion. Its stealth technique, which merged with the darkness, was something many psychics might not even be able to perceive. How had these mortals discovered it? Never mind, the Star God will redeem everyone equally, it muttered in its non-human mind, its figure flickering several times before disappearing into the deep shadows of the factory. It completely failed to notice that, after it left, the dismembered, utterly dead bodies on the ground blurred faintly, then restored themselves to their original state. The resurrected players stood still, staring blankly at the place where the carnage had just occurred, their faces full of shock. One of the players pulled up the system log, and when he saw the identity of the guy who had killed them, marked in red font, he couldn't help but curse, "Holy crap! A pure strain gene stealer." Chapter 29, Invincible. The battle within the chemical refinery had entered its mop-up phase. The players, like a pack of excited hounds, were chasing the scattered cultists, who were running helter-skelter. Shouts, the sound of las gunfire, and the desperate wails of the cultists mingled together, forming a chaotic symphony. Many players, caught up in the thrill of the chase, were almost about to rush out of the chemical refinery's designated combat zone. Just then, a player suddenly let out a loud shout, causing everyone nearby to pause. "Hold on! Everyone stop! Someone encountered a pure strain gene stealer! A pure strain gene stealer!" The players who heard him instantly stopped in their tracks, abandoning their pursuit and letting their prey scramble away. Where did they encounter it? How do you know someone encountered a pure strain gene stealer? Another player asked, confused. He had just bayoneted a cultist to death and hadn't yet recovered from the thrill of the kill. The player who first issued the warning immediately explained, "I was slacking off on the forum, and the brother who got wiped out posted about it. It's over at the C3 Catalyst Synthesis Zone. Give me a keyword, I'll go check." Someone nearby immediately responded, also opening the in-game forum interface. A few seconds later, that person's voice also carried a hint of shock. "Holy cow, really?" The post title is "Surprise in C3 Zone, Brothers Come Quick," and the poster even has the first closed beta participant golden badge. This news was like a depth charge, instantly detonating within the player community. Quick, quick! Everyone hurry and notify others in different places. Don't chase those cultists, they're useless for merit. The boss has spawned. C3 Zone Assembly. C3 Zone Assembly. There's a pure strain gene stealer. Repeat, there's a pure strain gene stealer. The news of a pure blood gene stealer appearing in the chemical refinery spread like wildfire through all the players' communication channels. The players, who had been scattered in pursuit, unanimously turned around and swarmed towards the C3 zone marked on the map. The first to arrive at the C3 Catalyst Synthesis Zone was 7th Platoon, led by Ogren Big Eagle Police. They happened to be closest to this area, and among all the players, they were also the most eager for a hearty battle against a powerful enemy. The entrance to the C3 zone was a massive alloy gate, currently ajar, revealing a dark interior filled with a pungent chemical odor. That gene stealers should still be inside. Should we just guard here and set up an ambush? A 7th Platoon player suggested cautiously, looking at the deep entrance. What are you afraid of? Just go in. Big Eagle Police's booming voice was full of impatience. He hoisted his massive metal club onto his shoulder and jogged straight in with long strides. Watch me flatten that gene stealers with one swing. Hey, big guy, wait! Another player quickly shouted, while rapidly operating his system store interface. Hold on, I'm buying some high explosives to strap onto myself. Someone nearby immediately quipped, "You're going to become a firefly too, hey." The heroic scene of Assassin, covered in explosives, using his all things equal move to blow the Chaos Sorcerer into oblivion, left a profound impression on every player. Now that another clearly elite level unit had appeared, many players naturally intended to learn this simple, brutal, and incredibly powerful tactic. After all, death for them was merely a few seconds until they revived on the spot. Deep within the intricate pipes of the C3 Catalyst Synthesis Zone, Liam, a 5th-generation gene stealer, had already heard the approach of 7th Platoon. After all, there was an Ogren in the team. Every step that Behemoth took on the metal great walkway caused a heavy and rhythmic clang that echoed ceaselessly throughout the empty factory. It was almost impossible to conceal such a commotion, so 7th Platoon simply abandoned any attempt at stealth. Liam, meanwhile, was silently curled in the shadow of a thick exhaust pipe overhead, like a part of the darkness itself. Soon, Liam saw the human soldiers appear within his sight. The giant leading them swaggered, carrying a seemingly very heavy metal club on his shoulder. For Liam, they had entered perfect striking distance. But he did not attack immediately. He wanted to see if his previous discovery by that team of mortals was a coincidence, or if these Astra Militarum soldiers truly possessed some special detection method he was unaware of. 7th Platoon quickly drew closer. They were still as usual, the team members conversing in low voices, and the Ogren was even humming an off-key tune, seemingly completely unaware of the deadly killer lurking overhead. Was the previous incident really just a coincidence? Liam pondered in his mind. But out of the caution of a top predator, he did not relax in the slightest. The muscles in his limbs beneath his carapace tensed slightly, adjusting his center of gravity, ready to unleash a deadly blow at any moment. Closer, even closer. The moment the vanguard of the 7th Company stepped into optimal striking distance, the players suddenly launched their attack. The massive Ogren roared, raising his iron club, while the others instantly raised their las guns. All attacks, at the same moment, converged without warning on Liam, who was hidden on the pipe above. Indeed. Liam, who was already prepared, easily dodged the attack. His body became a blurry purplish-black afterimage, moving through the laser beams and whistling fragmentation grenades, landing unharmed on the ground some distance away. But this time, there was no longer any hint of luck in his heart. Instead, there was complete confusion and a trace of vigilance. These mortals indeed had a way to consistently detect him. It seems he must leave one alive to interrogate. He's down. Get him. Big Eagle Police roared, his massive body erupting with astonishing force. He swung his huge club, bringing it down with immense power onto Liam, who had just landed. However, Liam merely shifted his body slightly, and the ogre's massive iron club grazed his body as it struck. One of his sharp claws flashed like lightning. With a harsh sound of tearing metal, Big Eagle Police, along with the sturdy iron club in his hand, was instantly sliced into several pieces. His heavy metal plate armor, which was enough to withstand several rounds of direct lasgun fire, was cut open smoothly as if it were nothing in front of Liam's claw blades. Blood and fragments splattered everywhere, and the ogre's massive body crashed to the ground. The other players' attack attempts were equally futile. The laser beams couldn't keep up with Liam's ghostly figure, only carving a series of charred craters on the walls and pipes behind him. Watch my all things equal. The player who had strapped explosives to himself roared, activating the fuse, and charged forward without hesitation, intending to replicate Assassin's glorious feat. But unfortunately, Liam was not that foolish chaos sorcerer. Facing the approaching mobile bomb, he didn't even make any extra movements. With a slight push from his lower limbs, his entire body leaped back over 10 meters as if weightless, landing steadily in the distance. Immediately after, the player self-detonated with a bang, and countless steel balls and fragments covered the area in a fan shape. Liam crossed his forearms in front of him, and with a dense series of dinging sounds, all the flying fragments were easily blocked by his hard carapace, failing to cause even the slightest damage. Chapter 30, The Emperor. I think I just heard someone curse me to an early death. On the metal walkway of C3, the last surviving player of the 7th platoon looked at the scattered pieces of his teammates on the ground, then at Liam, who was unharmed and elegant in the distance, and suddenly smiled in relief. He cursed directly, "Damn you, game planner. The first boss was taken down by our self-destructs, and now the second boss is agile, hey? Targeting us, just outright targeting us." Although it didn't quite understand what this mortal was saying, Liam could read from the other's posture that he had given up resistance. It moved with silent steps, appearing like a phantom before the player, and asked in cold, pure high Gothic, "How did you find me?" The player took a deep breath, then spat fiercely at Liam's inhuman face. "He too." Liam tilted its head slightly, easily dodging the futile insult. The next instant, its claw blades cut through with a dark purple afterglow, cleanly slicing the player in half at the waist. Alas, the information still wasn't extracted. With a hint of regret, Liam no longer lingered and began to move rapidly along the pipes. Since the expulsion of those cultists was a foregone conclusion, it intended to leave this chemical refinery immediately and not stay here any longer. However, not long after it started moving, footsteps dozens of times denser than before came from ahead. Liam felt a trace of irritation. How could these mortals come in wave after wave, endlessly? This time, it no longer bothered to conceal its tracks, but instead transformed into a deadly shadow, charging into the oncoming group of humans. A pure massacre began. Limbs flew everywhere, and laser beams and bullets futilely chased its afterimages. Although the players could clearly see Liam through their friend or foe identification system, they couldn't lock onto it, let alone hit it. Damn it. This thing's speed, strength, and reaction, all its attributes are at least 3 times ours. A player roared in despair before being cut in half. Many players also tried to injure Liam by self-destructing, but all undoubtedly failed. Liam had already swept past them and cut them into several pieces halfway through their charge. Soon, all the players realized a cruel truth: without restricting the opponent's movements, they simply couldn't harm this pure-blood gene stealer. On the other side, Liam also felt something was amiss. It had originally intended to kill all these mortals before calmly withdrawing, but it had been continuously slashing for several minutes, tearing apart at least several hundred people with its claws, yet the enemies before it seemed endless, impossible to kill them all. The reason was actually very simple. Under Ruan Wenbo's command, the remaining players gathered before entering the pipe together. Liam always faced a force of over 70 players. At its efficiency, it would take 7 to 8 seconds to kill all these people. This time, however, exceeded the player's respawn time. This meant that before it killed the last player, the first player it had killed had already returned from death, completely unharmed. Under Byte's cognitive filter, Liam could not comprehend the phenomenon of resurrection, which defied common sense. But its battle-hardened instincts also made it realize that these mortals before it were unkillable. So it decided not to entangle itself with these guys any longer. It retreated a few steps, preparing to leap onto the pipes above and leave from a higher vantage point. After all, these mortals couldn't fly. Just as it bent its knees, gathering strength to leap, a heavy thud on the metal suddenly sounded behind it. It was a sound it was very familiar with, having heard it just minutes ago. It was the sound of that ogre walking here, but at the current frequency, it should be running. If it were just the ogre's footsteps, Liam wouldn't be too concerned. Such mentally deficient, slow-moving abhumans posed no threat to it. But what made Liam incredibly disbelieving, even causing a momentary pause in its thoughts, was that sound came from behind it. Behind? How could it be behind? Liam was very sure that all living things on the path behind it had already been cut into several pieces, and even the tenacious Nurgle poxwalkers would be unable to rise again, leaving absolutely no sign of life. And this C3 area definitely only had one entrance and exit in front of it. If being discovered before was somewhat normal, as Liam's concealment wasn't some advanced psychic ability, then this sound from behind completely defied logic. Liam's thoughts were disrupted by this utterly illogical event. Being far more intelligent than any of its kin, it fell into incomprehensible confusion for the first time, and its poised leaping motion hesitated for an instant. And it was this instant of hesitation that cost the seemingly invincible pure strain gene stealer its life. Whoa ah ah ah! The newly resurrected Big Eagle Police let out an earth-shattering roar from behind, spread his arms, and used all his strength to tightly embrace Liam. Liam, reacting, immediately swung its forearms, tearing the Ogren's body to pieces again in less than a tenth of a second. But the players in front had already swarmed forward. Bayonets, dueling swords, entrenching tools, a dozen melee weapons struck Liam's body squarely at that moment. Although these mortals' weapons only embedded a few inches into its hard carapace and could move no further, Liam genuinely bled purplish-black blood. This was its first injury. Liam let out an angry shriek, sweeping its claws, instantly severing a dozen human arms holding weapons. All of this only confined Liam in place for a few tenths of a second, but it was enough. Assassin, who had been lurking at the edge of the battlefield, having bundled several meltabombs together, seized this fleeting opportunity. His eyes gleamed with fanaticism as he unhesitatingly lunged forward. Long live His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor! Infinite light and heat erupted, melting everything. The terrifying high-temperature environment and flowing liquefied metal left behind after the explosion even caused the players at the epicenter to die and revive more than a dozen times between the respawn point and the battlefield. And Liam, without the protection of a minor deity, naturally transformed completely into boiling solution at the very beginning of the explosion, under the super-high temperatures capable of melting tanks. The fate of the Chaos Sorcerer and the Pure-Blood Gene Stealer proclaimed a chilling truth. When facing players, never show even the slightest flaw. The Death Seekers, unafraid of death and advancing in waves, will seize even the smallest opportunity to drag those who seem to hold all the advantages into a shared abyss of destruction. Chapter 31, How can an excellent game not have a gotcha system? The scene after the melta bomb exploded was like a hellish painting. At the center of C3 district, the metal walkways and surrounding pipes were completely melted, turning into an orange-red molten pool still emitting rolling hot steam. The dozen or so players at the center of the explosion repeatedly jumped between death and rebirth. As soon as they revived in place, they would be killed again by the terrifying high temperature and the flowing molten metal under their feet, then revive in the same spot a few seconds later. This cycle of dying and living happened more than a dozen times until the temperature of the molten pool slightly decreased, allowing them to crawl out of that destructive center, emitting black smoke all over. This included the ruthless assassin, who once again successfully used self-detonation to take down the boss. Fortunately, no matter how strong the pain in this game was, it was only comparable to hitting a finger with a hammer, otherwise, this repeated melting torture alone would have driven the players' minds completely insane. A player who had just crawled out of the center gave a thumbs up to the equally disheveled assassin. "You're truly amazing, buddy. You took down the second boss with another self-detonation." Another player immediately echoed, "I feel that using self-detonation to take down bosses will become a very popular playstyle in the future, and it should be named after you, called the assassin style." Another player lay on the ground, panting and complaining, "Assassin style? Does that mean strapping bombs all over your body, silently sneaking behind the enemy, shouting for the Emperor, and then dying with the enemy? That's certainly very assassin." Players on the periphery cautiously approached after seeing the heat subside a bite. The player with the IDJK wiped sweat from his brow and asked with lingering fear, "How many times did this boss kill each of us?" "I died 5 times at its hands," a player who had just crawled out and was lying on the ground playing dead grimaced. "Can someone finish me off? I want to reset my status, I feel like my legs have a debuff from being scalded by that molten metal. When we fight the Gene Stealer cult later, I'll definitely get my revenge." A player said indignantly, "I'll also strap myself with explosives and blow them all up. We'll save the melta bombs for you then, and blow all those pure-blood GZE to Kingdom Come." "Good idea. Haha. That would be amazing. Count me in." Amidst these few echoes that sounded like conversations with an AI, Assassin interrupted them. "The self-detonation style is satisfying, but it's actually a skilled job. Blowing up bosses is hard, and blowing up small soldiers won't make a profit. After all, the more powerful the explosive, the more merit points it requires." The surrounding players nodded in agreement. This time, facing the pure-blood GZE, quite a few players wanted to try Assassin's self-detonation, but they all failed to grasp the timing of the opponent's movements, wasting valuable merit points. It's worth noting that Assassin's 2 melta bombs this time alone were already worth 500 merit points. "Why don't you write a post later, Big Shot?" a player suggested. "Teach us how to play the self-detonation style and share some tips." Assassin pondered for a moment, deciding it wasn't a secret technique, and readily agreed, "Sure, no problem." Just as the players were chatting and sharing the joy of successfully killing the boss again, a crisp system notification sound rang in everyone's ears. "Killed hidden enemy, Claude Liam Bright. Reward, 1 random lottery chance. Merit points will be settled uniformly after this main quest is completed." The players were stunned. Lottery? They quickly opened the system interface and found that the UI indeed had a brand new lottery page. The interface displayed all the various items that could be drawn, a dazzling array, exactly 100 of them. The appearance of this lottery event was entirely Byte's spur-of-the-moment idea. He had long been dissatisfied with merely creating weapons and equipment for players based on demand. In the warp, to explore the boundaries of his own authority, he had created a plethora of imaginative and rather peculiar gadgets. These items were full of Byte's unique dark humor and creativity, but most had little practical combat value. Byte enjoyed the process of creation when making these things. Once created, they lost their meaning. So he thought, why not just package them up and let players draw them as rewards for defeating special enemies? It just so happened that the players had just taken down a powerful pureblood GZE, so giving such a special reward was also reasonable. At this, the players in the material universe became thoroughly excited. Comrades, watch me, I'll draw first to test the waters. A player immediately shouted loudly. So, he pressed the draw button without hesitation. The icons on the interface began to scroll rapidly, dazzling light and shadow making people dizzy, then slowly stopped. Finally, a thick book settled in the center. The curious players who had gathered around immediately started asking questions, chattering away. A book? What kind of book? Could it be a powerful magic book personally written by Magnus the Red, containing a large number of warp psychic spells? Maybe it's the Astartes Codex. It could also be the Lectitio Divinitas. Ugh, quickly put those two things away, they're bad luck. The player who drew the prize immediately extracted the book from the lottery UI. A heavy sensation filled his hand, and when he saw the specific item information, he was completely stunned. Name, Dungeons & Dragons Core Rulebook Set 3.5e, Complete Edition. Type, Tool. Quality, Excellent. Function, a rulebook is a rulebook. What, do you expect to be able to hit people with it? Effect, will make anyone who sees it irresistibly want to start a tense and exciting D&D session. Note, if anyone wants to use it, I've put this in the recreation room. I'll be running another session next Tuesday. Those who want to play, bring your own character sheets. Dr. DeVries. What is this? The player holding the rulebook incredulously tried to open it and found that it actually worked. The texture of the pages was excellent, and every line of text was crystal clear, completely containing the contents of the 3 core rulebooks, the Dungeon Master's Guide, the Player's Handbook, and the Monster Manual. The surrounding players craned their necks to look, and couldn't help but laugh. Don't even say it, with this effect, I really suddenly want to run a session. It's okay, brother, look on the bright side, a player patted the winner's shoulder and comforted him, at least our company will have new entertainment during our leisure time. Chapter 32, Burnt to Ashes, Turned to Snow-White Dust. The player who drew the rulebook let out a mournful wail that echoed through the empty factory area. What good is this thing? Game planner, I want to complain. The other players, faced with such a dramatic scene, laughed out loud, gleefully patting his shoulder before eagerly starting their own draws. For a moment, Area C3 was filled with various shouts of surprise or lament. Some players drew completely inexplicable items, scratching their heads and unable to figure out their purpose. Other players drew good items that could immediately boost their combat power, cheering excitedly on the spot, wishing they could kiss the game planner. Amidst this clamor of joy and sorrow, Assassin suddenly shouted, "A skill! I drew a skill!" This shout's penetrative power far exceeded any previous cheers or wails. The surrounding players immediately crowded around Assassin again, surrounding him so tightly that not even water could pass through. Hey? This game actually has skills you can learn out of nowhere? I thought they all had to be like those basic melee combat, basic marksmanship types, where you had to practice slowly yourself. Quick, share the panel, what skill is it? Assassin was generous enough to directly open up the skill panel information, allowing other players to see the details. Name, Sulfur Fire. Skill attribute, active skill, permanently mastered. Skill type, Chinook. Effect, spews terrifying sulfur fire from the mouth. Cost, everything you have. Learning condition, possesses a resolute heart willing to sacrifice everything. Note, take your son, your only son, Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah, and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you. God. It was fine before the skill panel was displayed, but once it was, the surroundings instantly fell silent for a second, followed by a burst of envy, jealousy, and hatred like a mountain collapsing and a sea roaring. Everyone began a vehement denunciation of Assassin. You lucky bastard! Damn you! Spewing sulfur fire from your mouth, the cost is everything you have. This is practically a self-destructing divine skill tailor-made for you. I'm reporting this. There's definitely something shady going on. A resolute heart willing to sacrifice everything, isn't that learning condition pointing right at you? Good heavens, I get it, system certified, right. Did you sneak into the game planner's room in the middle of the night? How could you do such a thing for power? Confess now. The players around Assassin, after a brief moment of shock and jealousy, immediately turned their indignation into curiosity and began to egg him on. All talk and no action. Come on, Assassin, show us how powerful this thing is right now. Exactly. Let us witness it. Costs everything you have, I want to see how that cost works. That area ahead is big enough, you can spray wherever you want. Assassin himself was itching to try it. Looking at the cool icon and the awesomely vague description on the skill panel, he had long wanted to test out his newly acquired skill. Seeing everyone egging him on, he took the hint and readily agreed to the player's request. Alright, then you all stand far away. Don't come to me for repair costs if you get caught in the blast. Everything was ready. Assassin walked alone onto the scorched, flat, open ground. The players who had been egging him on earlier now prudently retreated 100 meters away, hiding behind the remaining pipes and cover, only peeking out their heads to watch. Some, to avoid unexpected AoE damage to their equipment, even took off their slightly valuable carapace armor and weapons, preparing to watch the show shirtless. Taking a deep breath, Assassin activated sulfur fire. In an instant, he felt as if a small sun had ignited in his chest. That wasn't a metaphor, it was an incredibly real sensation. The burning sensation started from his heart, instantly spreading along his blood vessels to all his limbs and organs, which felt as if they had been thrown into an incinerator, beginning to burn violently. He felt every drop of blood, every muscle fiber in his body, being converted into some more violent, more primal fuel. Everything you have. So that's what it meant. A strong urge to vomit, mixed with the smell of char and sulfur, rushed from his stomach to his throat. Assassin gritted his teeth, veins bulging from his neck. He tried to forcibly suppress this power, to control the timing and direction of the eruption. However, the ferocity of this power far exceeded his imagination. Finally, he reached his breaking point. Assassin suddenly raised his head, his mouth uncontrollably opening. A thick, dark red beam of light, viscous like burning blood, mixed with golden sparks, erupted from his mouth. Boom! Where the beam of light struck, the ground instantly vaporized, leaving a deep, still glowing, molten-edged trench. The terrifying torrent of energy shot straight into the distance, obliterating everything in its path, finally slamming into a huge, long-abandoned chemical storage tank, detonating it into an even more spectacular fireworks display. The power of the beam was so strong that it briefly tore a daytime wound in the night. This earth-shattering sight, even from afar, could be seen by the Astra Militarum and cultists engaged in fierce combat at the main front. A dazzling dark red beam of light shot up from the distant chemical refinery area, its brightness even overshadowing the continuous artillery fire on the battlefield. Commissar Walter, who was commanding the battle at the front, was so startled by this sudden anomaly that the binoculars in his hand almost slipped. He instinctively blurted out, "What in the world is that?" Walter quickly recovered from his shock, and frowning, he deduced from the beam's trajectory that it seemed to be from the chemical refinery. Had something gone wrong with the Death Seekers company? The dark red beam of light that pierced the sky and earth slowly dissipated, but its lingering power still shocked everyone present. The air was filled with a pungent smell, as if metal had been melted and then corroded by strong acid. The deep trench in the distance, its edges still glowing orange-red, silently spoke of the terror of that last strike. The distant explosion's echoes lingered, but the players fell into a dead silence. They stared blankly at the trace of destruction, then at the still burning wreckage of the storage tank in the distance, momentarily speechless. A few seconds later, this dead silence completely erupted. My god! What the hell is that? Is that a skill a player can use? This damage, this range, this is practically a naval cannon. Coming to their senses, they all marveled at the ridiculously exaggerated strength of this skill. Ruan Wenbo was the first to fully recover from the shock. He quickly walked forward, his face filled with irrepressible excitement and surprise, and clapped Assassin, who was still standing motionless, looking up at the sky, on the shoulder. "Assassin, you're invincible now." Before he could finish speaking, his palm had just touched Assassin's shoulder when the figure hailed as the lucky bastard instantly disintegrated, like a fragile sculpture weathered for 1,000 years. There was no blood and gore, no data corruption. Assassin's body, starting from the shoulder that was padded, rapidly cracked, collapsed, and turned into a fine, grayish-white dust. A night wind blew, and these ashes drifted away with the wind, completely disappearing into the air, as if he had never existed. Ruan Wenbo's outstretched hand remained frozen in mid-air, a few insignificant grey dust particles clinging to his palm. He looked at his hand, then at the empty space before him where only air subtly flowed, and once again fell into a shock deeper than when he had seen the beam of light. Holy crap, turned to ash. Meanwhile, Byte, located in the warp, silently recorded all of this. The first attempt to directly imbue a concept into a living being rather than an object was very successful. Chapter 33, After this shot, I will delete my account. The shocking scene of Assassin turning into dust didn't last too long among the players. After all, in this game, death was a common occurrence, it was just that this time's death effect was exceptionally gorgeous and cool. After a brief gasp of surprise, the atmosphere in the factory area quickly returned to its previous joyous state. Although the lottery this time produced all sorts of strange things, most players were very satisfied with what they received. The game planner truly put his heart into it. "He actually made 100 completely unique items for me to draw as prizes," one player exclaimed. "Yes, which game on the market now has such sincerity?" His companion next to him echoed. Most players were immersed in the joy of unboxing and didn't seem to notice that Assassin, who had exited in the most spectacular way, hadn't reappeared after so long. The few players who did notice this, such as Ruan Wenbo, only subconsciously assumed that he probably had something urgent in real life and had temporarily logged off, not paying too much attention. At this very moment, on Earth. "What the hell, why can't I log in?" Liu Yubin, who was ruthless assassin in the game, suddenly sat up from his gaming pod, frantically scratching his hair with both hands. The reason for his frenzy was exactly what he had just said. After casting the divine skill sulfur fire that he had drawn, Liu Yubin's character immediately died. If it was just death, that wouldn't be a big deal, resurrection was only a matter of seconds. The key was that after dying, he was directly kicked out of the game by the system. Liu Yubin was dumbfounded on the spot and hurriedly tried to log in again, only to find that the system kept prompting information error. Character data not found, and he couldn't log in at all. He tried several times in a row, and all he got was this cold message. Could it be a game bug? Liu Yubin quickly thought of this. After all, this was a game that had just appeared in the eyes of the world and had shown high technical capabilities beyond this era. It would be strange if there were no bugs. So, he quickly wrote a detailed post about the incident and published it on the official forum. Help! The game seems to have a bug, I inexplicably can't log in. As soon as the post was published, its attention and comment count began to skyrocket. Just the title alone was eye-catching enough, not to mention that next to the ID of the person who posted it was a shining first closed beta honor badge. Although the number of comments kept rising and Liu Yubin kept refreshing for updates, there weren't many constructive suggestions under the post. To put it bluntly, most of the people on the forum now were eager cloud players, and asking them to provide useful suggestions for in-game bugs was simply too difficult. Soon, Liu Yubin's post attracted the attention of other closed beta players, and comrades gradually started leaving messages under his post. However, most of them were gloating and teasing. "Sag, you died so miserably. Ha 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 ha, you even turned into ash. Brother, rest assured, I'll use your equipment for you, and I'll collect your severance pay for you. Is this the price of being a Nuhuang, lucky emperor?" When he saw that even the great Ruan Wenbo had left a message under his post saying, "It's okay, assassin, don't worry, there's a high probability there won't be any battles soon," which in reality meant, "Brother, I can't do anything either," Liu Yubin's heart sank, and he began to feel a little anxious. Just then, a small red dot popped up on the forum's private message icon. This surprised Liu Yubin for a moment. Hadn't he set it so that non-friends couldn't send private messages? His only friend was Ruan Wenbo, who had just commented on his post, so why would he send a private message? But he quickly realized that this wasn't the icon for a regular private message. He quickly clicked into the private message, only to see that the sender's name was Byte, and there was a gleaming official verification badge after his name. Liu Yubin rubbed his eyes to confirm, and the badge clearly read Game Planner. "Byte, your problem is very complex, and I'm currently researching it." Seeing this message, Liu Yubin felt like he had grabbed a lifeline and quickly typed a reply. "Ruthless Assassin, Great One. Game Planner Great One. Can you explain in detail what the problem is?" Byte, the existence of every player relies on a piece of core information. Whether it's survival or death, it's just different states presented by this core information. It's simply a change in some parameters, but the core information itself still exists. Byte, but your death was not a state change of the core information from survival to death. Instead, the entire piece of core information was directly deleted, or rather, consumed. Liu Yubin stared at the text on the screen, completely bewildered. "Ruthless Assassin, Great One, are you saying the reason I can't log in is because of the sulfur fire I cast? But isn't that a skill you designed?" Byte, yes. Byte, I did design the skill, but the information construct of the entire Warhammer world has nothing to do with me. However, the reaction that occurred when the two met was truly far beyond my expectations. I will dedicate computing power to this. It's a very interesting subject. Your core information is also being reconstructed. Don't worry, I will construct an identical information core as before. Your attribute limits and race will not change. Liu Yubin's mouth twitched as he looked at the scientific enthusiasm, like someone discovering a new toy, revealed between the lines of the other party's words. "Ruthless Assassin, Great One, I mainly want to know when I can get back online." Byte, since this is the first time I've encountered such a situation, I can't be sure, but based on preliminary calculations, it will probably take 8 to 12 hours. Liu Yubin, behind the screen, wore an expression of utter despair. He slumped back in his chair, muttering, "Then I'd better not use that skill again in the future." Suddenly, he thought of something, sat up straight again, and typed a line in the chat box. "Ruthless Assassin, oh, and Great One, can I post this conversation? To let everyone know the situation too." Byte, as you wish. After getting the game planner's permission, Liu Yubin's spirits lifted, and he quickly posted a new thread on the forum. Update. I've contacted the official. He briefly explained the situation in the main post, then pasted screenshots of his conversation with Game Planner Byte, completely unedited, not changing a single word. The moment the post went live, the entire official forum erupted once again. If the previous bug help post had only attracted attention, then this post was like a depth charge, directly detonating all the lurking, cloud, and online players. Holy crap! Holy crap! It can be like this. So this is what consumes everything you have means. I used to think it was just deducting HP or MP or something, but it actually consumes the entire account. Account deletion cannon? Holy cow, this skill is too hardcore. Awesome, SAG, you can even pull off this kind of move. You've really opened my eyes. The game planner is pretty awesome too. This is a very interesting subject. Look, is that even something a human would say? I can feel the ecstasy of a researcher. My heart aches for assassin. The price of being a Nuhuang is an 8 to 12 hour account deletion, ha 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 ha, I'm sorry, I really can't help it. So, are all 100 items in that prize pool such bizarre things of this level? What exactly did the game planner put in there? Looking at the players' diverse replies, Liu Yubin, in front of the screen, smiled helplessly. Although being forced offline was frustrating, seeing the carnival stirred up on the forum because of him seemed to dilute much of his displeasure. He closed the lively post, slumped in his chair, and stared at the ceiling. How was he going to spend these 8 to 12 hours? Sleep? He had just gotten out of the gaming pod and was wide awake. Try other forms of entertainment? His mind was filled with images of the game, he couldn't settle down at all. Suddenly, he thought of something, slapped his thigh, and sat up from the chair. Hadn't he promised Ruan Wenbo and other players in the game before that he would write a experience post, about suicide trucks? He had been interrupted by the lottery at the time, but now he had plenty of time, so he might as well fill that gap. As soon as he thought of it, Liu Yuban's spirits lifted. He rubbed his hands together, created a new document, and titled it The Art of Self-Destruction from Novice to the Grave. It would be perfect for passing the long hours of character reconstruction. Chapter 34, I am 4 years old and already a veteran with 1 year of experience. On Pedisha Star, the piercing alarm finally ceased. The cultists entrenched in the ruins of the Hive City retreated from the main Astra Militarum positions once again, like a receding tide, leaving behind a mess and twisted corpses. The people of the lower hive had once again bought themselves a brief respite, but no one knew when the next wave would come, or how ferocious it would be. During this brief lull, a small group of cultists, seemingly unwilling to remain idle, launched a probing attack on the chemical refinery that had just changed hands. However, they faced a group of death seekers who had long since made death an everyday affair. The engagement barely qualified as a battle. Even the most seasoned game planner, at most, had only fought 3 decent campaigns, but the lessons learned from countless deaths had clearly taught them how to fight in a hail of bullets. Perhaps they still couldn't compare to the battle-hardened, steel-willed Astra Militarum veterans, but they were at least much stronger than the Pedisha Planetary Defense Force, who were always looking to flee and had fragile morale. What's more, reality was cruel. On Pedisha today, truly experienced Astra Militarum veterans were few and far between. Shortly after the battle ended, Commissar Walter personally led a team to the chemical refinery. By then, the players had already conscientiously lined up in the factory's open space, awaiting orders. Commissar Walter's gaze swept with a complex expression over these soldiers, whose faces were filled with confidence, even a hint of ease. They seemed to have just completed an easy hunt, showing no signs of the fatigue or fear from a bloody battle. He took a deep breath, suddenly straightened his chest, and shouted with all his might. Salute to the heroes! Immediately, he and the Astra Militarum behind him, covered in gunpowder and with solemn expressions, all performed a standard Aquila salute to the players. Before the players could react, Walter had already finished his salute, returning to his stern demeanor, and said crisply, "Dismissed." He waved his hand, instructing his Astra Militarum to bring a group of civilian workers to formally move in and take over the operation of the chemical refinery. The players, having received their orders, naturally broke formation without a care in the world. This time, however, they didn't split into small groups, instead, most of them gathered together excitedly. It turned out that the player who had drawn the rulebook really had started a D&D campaign in the corner of the factory, and had successfully found over a dozen participants, instantly attracting almost all the idle players to watch. The reason it was almost was because there were always a few unlucky souls who drew lots to be sentries after the battle. Ruan Wenbo didn't go to watch the fun, he walked up to Commissar Walter. Walter didn't say much, only pointed to the newly arrived workers. "I still need your soldiers to help these workers familiarize themselves with the environment here." Ruan Wenbo nodded, "That's part of our duty, Commissar, you don't need to worry." However, Walter's words also made Ruan Wenbo turn his attention to the group of workers. He hadn't noticed before, but upon seeing them, Ruan Wenbo was startled. Among this group of so-called workers, there were almost no young adult males. Why are they all women and children? Commissar Walter's tone was understated, the young adults are needed for defensive line construction. Ruan Wenbo naturally understood the subtext of that statement. It meant that all men capable of holding a gun were being pulled to fill the front lines. His heart sank. Has the situation come to this point? Walter only sighed deeply, saying nothing more, but the heavy sigh explained everything. Ruan Wenbo also felt extremely heavy-hearted. He said nothing further, only called over a few players and had them lead the way. 3 players who had drawn the unlucky lot were leading a team of female workers and a small boy, clearly still a child, towards Sector C1. This was where high explosives were produced. One of the players grumbled, "Damn it, why did we get this assignment? So unlucky." "Stop complaining, finish quickly, and let's go back to watch the tabletop game," another urged. "Ugh, I don't know what Ziu is being such a coward about. He's already TPK'd the party, just go up and use a holy smite, and it's over." So wishy-washy. He was clearly already mentally at the D&D table. Upon arriving at Sector C1, the players hastily pointed out the various areas to the female workers and briefly explained the precautions. "See that? This spot was hit by a laser gun, that machine might be unstable, it's best to check it before dismantling. There might be lurking heretics in the corner, pay attention while you work. If there's anything unusual, immediately shout for help and report it." The female workers nodded timidly, their faces filled with fear and obedience, eagerly scrambling to assure the gentlemen of their absolute compliance. The players, however, didn't pay much attention to their reactions, simply treating them as low-intelligence NPCs with simple AI logic, which the game planner hadn't put much thought into. One of the 3 players, with the ID JK, did notice the out-of-place child among the female workers. He walked over, and the surrounding female workers immediately made way as if to avoid him. JK squatted in front of him, a playful smile on his face. "Oh, whose child is this? The production area is very dangerous, why bring a child here?" To his surprise, the child was not timid at all. Instead, he puffed out his thin chest and loudly replied, "Sir, I am not a child, I am a pipe cleaner." The smile on JK's face instantly vanished. The other two players, still discussing their tabletop game, also looked over. "What did you say? Say it again." The child, thinking this Astra Militarum officer was worried he couldn't handle the job, quickly patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, sir. Although I am only 4 years old, I already have 1 year of work experience, I am a veteran." After speaking, the child seemed a little embarrassed, scratching his messy back of the head, and added, "I originally had 2 3-year-old apprentices, but unfortunately, they both accidentally fell to their deaths before." Damn. The irritable guy who had been cursing earlier about his bad luck now growled in a tone 100 times angrier than before, "What the hell is this? Where are your adults?" The child was startled by his sudden outburst of anger, his body trembled, and he stammered, I don't know." "All right," JK stood up, stopping the player who was still trying to speak, "don't scare him." He turned his head and said coldly to the group of new workers, who were silent with fear, "In short, these are the main points, this place will be handed over to you now." After speaking, he turned and left without looking back, and the other two followed him. Behind them, the female workers' voices could be heard, hurriedly bowing and thanking them. As soon as they walked out of the gate of Sector C1, the player could no longer hold back, slamming his fist against the nearby wall and cursing furiously, "This is absolutely ridiculous. Who the hell is the villain here? You can't expect the populace under an empire that is feudal, theocratic, has inconvenient transportation, closed information, hoards technology and is constantly in the quagmire of endless war, to have very comfortable living conditions," the third player sighed. "Even so, this is too much." The player was still furious. JK interrupted their conversation, "We can't change these things now, winning the war is the only thing we can do." He paused, looking in the direction from which faint cheers were coming. "Now, let's hurry and see how that tabletop game is going." Chapter 35, Ramshackle, Patched Up. In a corner of the chemical refinery, boisterous cheers and the crisp sound of dice rolling echoed from afar, with most players immersed in the rare post-battle entertainment. But Ruan Wenbo did not join them. He sat alone on a relatively quiet container, a translucent system store interface floating before him, his gaze slowly moving across the dazzling array of goods as he fell into contemplation. A soft rustle of footsteps reached him, and Ruan Wenbo looked up to see a player approaching. It was the player with the ID JK, whom Ruan Wenbo still remembered as a clever and perceptive fellow. "Why aren't you joining them to watch the tabletop RPG?" Ruan Wenbo asked casually. JK shook his head, sitting down in the empty spot beside him, a hint of fatigue on his face. "Captain, you didn't go either, did you?" He sighed, his voice a little low. "I saw some things, and after coming back, I really wasn't in the mood to watch the tabletop RPG." So, he recounted everything he had just experienced in Sector C1 to Ruan Wenbo, exactly as it happened. After listening, Ruan Wenbo fell into a long silence. He looked at his carefree, shouting comrades in the distance, then recalled the image of the child JK had described, and a strong sense of disconnect and heaviness weighed on his heart. In the end, he could only utter a somewhat powerless statement. "You're right, all we can do is win the war. Maybe after the war ends, their lives will get better. I'm afraid what caused their plight might not just be the war." JK shook his head again, a hint of doubt in his tone. Ruan Wenbo reached out and patted JK's shoulder, the force of his palm conveying an undeniable firmness, "At least on the current Pedisha star, what caused them to be like this is the war. Let's focus on what we need to do now." His voice grew stronger, "Brave in war, lively in rest. Aren't we doing quite well right now? Anything more than that isn't something we should be considering at this stage." JK was silent for a moment, then finally nodded, "Captain, you're right, I might have been overthinking it." Saying this, he turned his gaze to the panel in front of Ruan Wenbo, changing the subject. "Captain, are you thinking about what to buy with your merit points?" "Yes," Ruan Wenbo also used this to pull his thoughts back to reality. "My merit points have already exceeded 10,000, it's time to buy something to improve our overall combat effectiveness." JK was surprised to hear this. "Merit points over 10,000? Captain, haven't you been promoted yet?" "Theoretically, I have been promoted," Ruan Wenbo said. "Commissar Walter spoke to me just now in a consulting tone, he clearly already considers me an officer of equal rank. After all, holding a position with only 100 men, killing a chaos sorcerer, taking down the chemical refinery, and even having a pure strain gene stealer, it's simply too sensational." He paused, then added, "But realistically, where would we find so many troops to assign to me, to elevate our Death Seekers as prepared by to a regiment? This matter will probably have to wait until the third closed beta." Speaking of organization, Ruan Wenbo thought of another issue. The Astra Militarum's organization was somewhat chaotic. Warhammer was a British creation, and the Astra Militarum's organization seemed to inherit the British Army's historical tradition of not separating regiments and battalions. He even considered whether to proactively establish a battalion-level organization within the player forces. After all, whether it was Germany, which swept across Europe in World War II, or the Soviet Union, which ultimately defeated Germany, both possessed mature and efficient battalion-level tactical units. Ruan Wenbo did not think he was smarter than the general staff of the German and Soviet armies. But the realism of this game made him somewhat apprehensive. What if the Astra Militarum's peculiar organizational structure had its reasons for existing in this brutal Warhammer universe? After all, most imperial systems were like this. Things like noble enfeoffment, high lords, and tithes. Each system couldn't be called reasonable, or even normal, but somehow, when put together, they just worked. And as is well known, when you don't know why a system works, the best choice is not to try to fix its bugs. JK nodded knowingly, he clearly hadn't thought that far ahead, merely excitedly suggesting, then, Captain, do you want to buy a lemon rust tank to drive? Your merit points should be enough now. Enough is enough. Ruan Wenbo did not deny that his merit points were sufficient to exchange for a main battle tank, but there's a problem, do you know how to replenish lemon rust ammunition? He looked at JK, saying seriously, the tanks we buy come with one basic load of ammunition. What happens when it runs out? We can't just expect it to grow back, can we? JK was stumped by the question. He scratched his head, saying somewhat uncertainly, didn't we just capture the chemical refinery? They should be able to produce shells there, right? Ruan Wenbo shook his head, refuting his presumptive guess, a chemical refinery only produces explosives and promethium, not a machine factory. A tank shell isn't just a lump of explosives, it also requires a precisely machined casing, primer, and propellant. We can solve the explosives problem, but we can't make the casing. JK was dumbfounded, that complicated? So, besides buying shells with merit points, we have no way to resupply. Exactly. Without a forge or knowledgeable technical personnel, the tanks we buy will become expensive scrap metal once their ammunition runs out. Ruan Wenbo spread his hands helplessly, we can't even make the most basic shell casings. It seems so, JK agreed profoundly, then indeed, buying an iron coffin to use as a disposable turret would be too much of a loss. Ruan Wenbo then posed a second question, and have you ever considered if there's anyone among us players who knows how to drive a tank? Seeing JK about to speak, Ruan Wenbo preemptively added, I'm not talking about the driving a tank that means moving forward, backward, and firing. With an auxiliary system, that's easy for any of us players. I'm talking about another kind of knowing how. For example, how to use terrain to evade potential enemy anti-tank fire. There are guys among the cultists who can use psychic powers. What do we do if, while we're driving a tank in open terrain, an unexpected psychic missile suddenly shoots from a corner you can't see? He looked at JK's thoughtful expression and softened his tone, I'm not criticizing players for not knowing how to drive a tank, it's unreasonable to expect everyone to become an ace tank crew without any experience. My point is, this is clearly a project that requires a lot of tuition. We will have several, even dozens, of tanks easily destroyed by the enemy for this, and only then will we slowly cultivate an excellent tank crew from countless deaths. JK completely understood Ruan Wenbo's meaning, he suddenly realized, at this stage, we clearly can't afford that tuition. Yes. Ruan Wenbo nodded, concluding, and the shells fired by tanks cannot be produced right now, we can only buy them with merit points, which is another huge expense. In short, we absolutely cannot afford the luxury of driving tanks right now. Chapter 36, System produced, must be a masterpiece. Ruan Wenbo had temporarily and completely ruled out the idea of buying a lemon rust tank. That thing was a money-devouring beast, a bottomless pit that needed to be filled with countless merits and player lives. The Death Seekers Company, at its current stage, clearly couldn't afford to maintain it. So, what should he buy with these more than 10,000 merits? He refocused his attention on the system store and began to carefully sort out his purchasing strategy. First, personal equipment, such as carapace armor, bolt pistols, power swords, these items, as long as ordinary players accumulated enough merits, they would naturally buy them according to their preferences and combat styles. This was their individual growth path, and as a company commander, he didn't need to worry about it, nor should he use the collective merits to pay for any single person. Second, equipment that could only achieve maximum effectiveness through multi-person cooperation, such as mortars and heavy stubbers, these belonged to squad weapons. The squad leaders of each squad knew their squad's needs and personnel configuration better than him, so this matter should also be handled by the squad leaders, he didn't need to worry about it either. After thinking it over, Ruan Wenbo realized his positioning suddenly became clear. As a company commander, he actually only needed to consider buying company-level combat readiness items that could improve the combat effectiveness of the entire company and needed to be directly controlled by the company command. Once the idea was clear, the target was easy to find. Ruan Wenbo looked through the company-level command equipment category in the system store, and soon, his gaze locked onto something inconspicuous yet crucial, a walkie-talkie. That's it. The more Ruan Wenbo thought about it, the more he felt that this was the most suitable item right now. First, this was an item that only he, as a company commander, had the authority to purchase. The authority requirement stated company commander rank or equivalent commissar. This eliminated the worry of players below buying duplicates and causing resource waste. Second, the operational threshold for this item was extremely low, it only required knowing how to turn it on and off, tune the frequency, and speak, which was effortless with the assistance of the system. This was completely unlike hardcore technical items like tanks and aircraft, where simply knowing how to operate them wasn't enough. There was no paying tuition problem with a walkie-talkie. Finally, and most importantly, players now desperately needed a reliable means of instant communication. Relying on form messages was not only abstract in style but also extremely inefficient. Battlefields changed rapidly, by the time you posted, your teammates saw it, and then replied, it would be too late. In case of an urgent battle situation where a distress post was sent but nobody saw it for a long time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Having understood all this, Ruan Wenbo no longer hesitated and decisively clicked the purchase button. The next second, accompanied by a dull thud, a dark green, industrial style, clunky metal box appeared out of thin air, crashing onto the container lid in front of him and JK with a bang, making the lid hum. A translucent attribute panel automatically unfolded above the item. Name, VR300 Backpack Walkie-Talkie. Type, Tool. Quality, Fine. Function, can maintain clear communication within a standard open area of 100 to 120 kilometers. Note, as a VP300 model backpack walkie-talkie produced by the Voss Prime Forge World, its communication frequency band is 40 to 48 MHz, using FM modulation, with a total of 41 channels. Although its weight of 16 kilograms is slightly heavy for a walkie-talkie, its wide and stable communication range and long usage time are sufficient to compensate for this. With the walkie-talkie in hand, a sense of novelty and curiosity surged. Ruan Wenbo and JK exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes to try it out immediately. Although there wasn't another walkie-talkie to call each other, just playing with it to get familiar with the operation didn't require one. Moreover, they had full trust in items produced by the system store. System produced, must be a masterpiece. Come, lend a hand, Ruan Wenbo called out. Together, they opened the heavy metal casing of the walkie-talkie. A smell of old machinery, a mix of oil and dust, wafted out. As they fiddled with the complex knobs and switches, a thought flashed through Ruan Wenbo's mind. If buying a tank also appeared out of thin air like this, then it seems before buying big items in the future, I'll have to send people to survey the surrounding terrain first and find an open space. Otherwise, if it spawns directly in some small alley and gets stuck, unable to drive out, this game doesn't have a unstuck option. After some fumbling, accompanied by a faint electrical hum, several vacuum tubes on the walkie-talkie lit up with a dim yellow glow, signaling that the heavy equipment had begun to operate. With JK's help, Ruan Wenbo strapped the 16-kilogram behemoth onto his back, feeling its substantial weight. He picked up the microphone and began to attempt to call out on every frequency band. Calling, calling. This is the Death Seekers Company. If you hear me, please respond. Test, test. Try another channel. Static, static. Calling. Is anyone there? Testing channel number 2. Static, static, static. Although they were calling out, in reality, neither of them held out hope of contacting anyone. The situation on Pedisha Star had long been in chaos. What they were doing now was merely to test the performance of this walkie-talkie and familiarize themselves with its operation. They switched channels one by one, and only monotonous static noise came through the earpiece. Testing channel number 37, this is the Imperial Guard Death Seekers Company. If you hear. Just as Ruan Wenbo routinely recited the call sign, the monotonous static sound was suddenly interrupted. A voice, clear and incredibly excited despite strong electrical interference, suddenly boomed from the earpiece. Omnissiah above. Is it reinforcements? Have reinforcements arrived? This is the Alpha 7 Task Force of the Ecclesiarchy. Repeat, this is the Alpha 7 Task Force. Where are you? Ruan Wenbo and JK were instantly stunned. Their eyes wide, they looked at each other. The surprise came so suddenly. Ruan Wenbo immediately reacted, gripping the microphone tightly, and responded in a deep voice, this is the Astra Militarum Death Seekers Company of Pedisha Star. We are currently at the chemical refinery in the lower hive. What is your location? What is the situation? Cadia. Praise the machine god. The voice on the other end was somewhat incoherent with excitement, we are trapped in the Trinity Foundry workshop in the mid-hive. Heretics, large numbers of heretics are besieging us. We are protecting an important holy relic. As for what that holy relic was, the tech priest did not mention it, and Ruan Wenbo did not press the matter. Hold on. We will organize a rescue as soon as possible. Ruan Wenbo solemnly promised. Many thanks. May the machine god guide your path. We will keep this channel open. Over. The communication cut off, and the static sound returned to the earpiece. Ruan Wenbo put down the microphone and exchanged glances with JK, who had a knowing smile on his face. He lowered his voice and said in a tone of someone who had discovered a treasure, Company Commander, the people who will make shells for our tanks are here. Ruan Wenbo's mood, however, was more complex. He looked at the heavy walkie-talkie on his back and said thoughtfully, if I hadn't bought this walkie-talkie, or bought it later, or, if I hadn't called on every frequency band just now, would I have missed this tech priest's cry for help? JK thought for a moment, then shrugged, given this game planner's temperament, it's entirely possible. This is probably what they call a hidden quest, requiring players to trigger it themselves. Ruan Wenbo did not dwell on this question further. His eyes sharpened, and he made a decisive decision. I'll go notify the other players and Commissar Walter. The Death Seekers Company accepts this rescue and escort mission. Prepare to depart for the mid-hive, we need to help this tech priest. Chapter 37, Attack, Attack, and Attack again. Doomed Company, all of you. Emergency assembly in front of Company Command. This is urgent. The players, who were either resting at their posts or watching a tabletop RPG session, paused for a moment before springing into action. They dropped what they were doing, grabbed their lasguns, and rushed towards Ruan Wenbo and JK's location at top speed. Holy cow, what's going on? The company commander made an all-server broadcast. Emergency assembly. Something big is happening. Hurry, hurry. Don't dawdle, or you'll miss out. The players' enthusiasm was instantly ignited. In less than 3 minutes, 100 players had assembled in the open space in front of the command post. While their formation wasn't perfectly neat, their surging morale was undeniably real. Such a large and rapid mobilization naturally alarmed Commissar Walter. With a serious expression, he strode out of his temporary office and went directly to Ruan Wenbo. Ruan, what is this about? Walter's sharp gaze swept over the assembled soldiers. Ruan Wenbo handed the walkie-talkie microphone to JK, then turned to face the Commissar, explaining concisely, Commissar, while debugging the walkie-talkie, I unexpectedly made contact with a unit of Adeptus Mechanicus forces in the mid-hive. They are surrounded by heretics and are calling for aid. We need to go rescue them. Mid-hive. Hearing that term, Commissar Walter's usually composed expression instantly became serious, his brows furrowed. Are you sure? The giant elevator to the mid-hive is the only passage you can take. There will be no friendly forces along the way to provide cover. And, I can assure you, it must be heavily guarded by cultists or some other heretics. His voice was full of warning. Reaching the elevator does not mean victory. You will have to fight in a completely unfamiliar mid-hive. That means you will have to walk at least tens or even hundreds of kilometers and encounter hundreds or thousands of unpredictable skirmishes along the way. Don't worry, Commissar, we are confident. Ruan Wenbo's gaze was firm. He looked at the players who had already assembled behind him, their faces full of excitement and anticipation as they watched him. Defense won't solve the problem, we must counterattack. After he finished speaking, he added, once we depart, the defense here will be up to you, Commissar Walter. Walter's expression became somewhat complex. He looked at the young man before him and the group of soldiers behind him, who seemed to know no fear. After a long moment, he slowly exhaled, I never thought that after so many years as an Imperial Guardsman, I would be lectured by a recruit who just joined a few days ago. He reached up and adjusted the military cap on his head, a symbol of authority and death. The shadow of the brim obscured the flicker in his eyes. Go. This place will not fall. As long as we are here, the position stands. Amidst Ruan Wenbo's unwavering determination, the players' almost blind optimism, and the series of military miracles they had previously created, Walter felt a long-lost emotion called hope. This faint spark quietly ignited in his weathered heart, which had long been hardened like iron by war. How long had it been since the humans on Pedisha had experienced victory? But he also feared that this fragile spark of hope would vanish in an instant. He dared not place too much expectation on the doomed company. As a veteran who had survived countless desperate battles, Walter knew better than anyone that sometimes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If he truly began to hope that the doomed company could lead humanity to victory, what if they were defeated and annihilated? That immense disappointment and grief would likely completely break him, causing him to lose the courage to continue fighting. And Walter had already made up his mind that regardless of whether hope existed, regardless of whether the outcome was victory or destruction, he would fight until the very last moment. Having received Walter's assurance, Ruan Wenbo no longer delayed. He turned to face the assembled and eager players, giving the order to depart. All units, objective mid-hive, move out. Yura. For the Emperor. Charge, charge, charge. Kill those chaos bastards. The players erupted in thunderous cheers. The nearly 100-strong team, led by their squad leaders, quickly formed a marching formation and majestically exited the chemical refinery gates, heading towards the distant, towering Hive City Central District. Commissar Walter and his remaining Astra Militarum soldiers stood at the camp entrance, seeing off this peculiar company. Watching their vibrant backs, an Astra Militarum soldier accompanying Walter showed deep confusion on his face. Sir, he whispered to the veteran beside him, the doomed company, haven't they been fighting these past few days? First a defensive battle, then an assault, and now they're going on an expedition. Don't they need to rest? Of course, the players didn't need to rest. For them, death was merely a momentary blackout, followed by a respawn a few seconds later. In most cases, they didn't live long enough to experience muscle soreness from high-intensity combat. As for mental fatigue, that was even less of a concern. Playing in an advanced game pod was, in itself, equivalent to a deep sleep. At most, continuous play for too long might lead to oversleeping and a slight headache upon waking. However, the indigenous inhabitants of Pedisha knew nothing of these internal workings. In their eyes, this doomed company, formed just a few days ago, was a group of tireless, death-defying war fanatics. They ceaselessly rushed to the battlefield and always brought back victory from blood and fire. The Astra Militarum veteran who was asked the question watched the players' receding figures with a complex gaze and shook his head. Who knows? Maybe they're just made of special stuff, he sighed, his tone tinged with awe and emotion. But, I think I understand now what separates our regular units from those illustrious legions. At least before, I wouldn't have believed for a second that a company of new recruits could possess such indomitable courage, absolute confidence in victory, and a track record of continuous success. Ruan Wenbo, who had already gone far, naturally couldn't hear the exclamations of the Astra Militarum NPCs behind him. At this moment, as he led the team forward, he was rapidly browsing the system store in his mind, considering what type of armored vehicles to add to the company. Commissar Walter's words were not without merit. Their journey was long, and the path to the midhive was bound to be fraught with obstacles. Without heavy firepower, relying solely on infantry lasguns and scattered heavy weapons, they would be delayed for a long time if suppressed by superior enemy firepower. If the Adeptus Mechanicus forces in the midhive couldn't hold out, their expedition would be in vain. The doomed company needed its own mobile heavy firepower platforms to ensure powerful strikes against the enemy and rapid breakthroughs. After all, based on past experience, most cultists were disorganized mobs. A sudden, fierce artillery barrage would often cause their lines to collapse immediately, allowing the players to easily break through. Furthermore, even after purchasing a portable walkie-talkie for each squad leader, his merit points were still very abundant. Each walkie-talkie only cost 200 merit points, and he still had over 9,000 merit points available. First, main battle tanks were out of the question. Even the cheapest Lemon Russ Conqueror variant cost 9,000 merit points. Once acquired, it would be completely silenced after its bring your own ammunition was expended. At that point, the only means of attack would be to use the tank to run over enemies, not to mention the mechanical wear and tear on the tank itself. Doing so among cultists with psychers would be tantamount to driving a giant tin target into a suicidal charge. Players at this stage couldn't afford tanks. At least, not until they successfully rescued the Adeptus Mechanicus forces and gained the ability to produce their own ammunition. Chapter 38. In any case, God does not play dice. After ruling out main battle tanks, Ruan Wenbo turned his attention to towed artillery. These weapons were indeed cheap, and their power was sufficient to deter the poorly organized cultists. But their drawbacks were equally fatal. They were too cumbersome to operate, requiring a specialized gun crew, not to mention that deployment and repositioning were extremely time-consuming. Their current mission was a long-range raid, emphasizing speed, and towed artillery clearly could not achieve a rapid breakthrough. In some complex terrains, they would even severely slow down the entire company's advance. Evidently, this was not an excellent choice. After this calculation, the remaining option was only armored vehicles. Firstly, their price was moderate. Buying one or two would not exhaust his commendations, leaving a substantial amount to purchase ammunition and deal with emergencies. Secondly, their speed was sufficient. Armored vehicles possessed decent mobility and some off-road capability, fully capable of keeping up with the player's advance speed. There would be no awkward situations where players had to drag them along, nor absurdities like needing to dismantle and carry them in extreme cases. Finally, and most importantly, it was a plan for the future. Although all players' commendations combined couldn't even form a few decent tank squads right now, the Death Seekers company was destined to develop into a mechanized force eventually, and most likely would also have aerial vehicles for air-ground coordination. Otherwise, how would they fight against those war-loving, overwhelming orcs? Therefore, it was also a good thing to let players adapt in advance to how armored vehicles should be used on the battlefield and how to coordinate with infantry. The Death Seekers company could not remain in its current impoverished state forever. Thus, Ruan Wenbo scanned through the dazzling array of Chimera armored vehicle variants in the system store, carefully selecting, and finally fixated on a model priced at only 2,000 commendations. With a thought, he confirmed the purchase. Name, Chimera Wyvern Suppressor. Type, Vehicle. Quality, excellent. Attack power, strong. Special effects, none. Remarks, the Wyvern is a successful anti-infantry specialized modification built upon the Chimera chassis. Its mounted quad storm mortar often only requires one volley to dismantle enemy company-level infantry positions. Furthermore, due to the required firing angle of its mortar, this vehicle typically fires from the rear of the battle line or behind cover, rarely facing direct risk. Ruan Wenbo looked at the description on the panel, always feeling something was off. He subconsciously drew the chainsword, Xenos Must Die, hanging at his waist. Ever since players realized that he, as the company commander, was the protector of their commendations and missions, he had been strictly confined to the rear, forbidden from participating in any risky close combat. This fierce weapon had naturally not tasted the blood of heretics again. He carefully examined the chainsword's description and confirmed that its attack power was also listed as strong. This puzzled Ruan Wenbo. A single-person melee weapon and a quad self-propelled mortar clearly weren't on the same level of lethality, so why did the system give them both a strong attack power rating? He thought for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking and directly exchanged for this Wyvern Suppressor. With a soft boom, a standard camouflage armored vehicle appeared out of thin air on the open ground beside the marching column, immediately attracting the attention of all players. It had the classic blocky chassis and track structure of a Chimera, but the rear troop compartment had been removed, replaced by an open combat platform on which a menacing quad mortar was mounted. Ruan Wenbo had already decided how to allocate this sole armored self-propelled mortar. He cleared his throat and shouted to the surrounding players, assimilation complete. Lend me your dice. Each squad will roll in turn, and the one with the higher number goes first. After speaking, he specifically looked towards the 7th platoon and added, does the 7th platoon want to roll? Indeed, the 7th platoon players, including their squad leader Big Eagle Police, all shook their heads in unison. They were all close combat fanatics and were unwilling to sit comfortably in an iron coffin, staying in the rear as shadowy figures. A player with the ID assimilation complete immediately squeezed out from the crowd excitedly, holding up a seemingly unremarkable 28-sided die. Here it is, Company Commander. Use it as much as you want. Many players present had seen the information panel for this die. Name, God's Dice. Type, Other. Quality, Legendary. Attack power, none. Attributes, none. Special effects, after rolling, a random number between 1 and 42 will be selected. The higher the number, the better the roller's fate for the next 42 minutes. Remarks, quantum phenomena are random, but quantum theory is not. In any case, God does not play dice, right? This was precisely the prize assimilation complete had received in a previous lottery event. At first, when he saw the dazzling golden light, he was ecstatic, eagerly proclaiming to those around him that he had won a legendary item. But once the information panel was posted, everyone couldn't help but crack up. Assimilation Complete was still not giving up, always thinking that if he rolled a top tier 42 on the battlefield, wouldn't all laser fragments avoid him, while he himself would land headshots with every shot, and a casual grenade toss would precisely land in the enemy's ammunition depot? As a result, in his subsequent dozen or so experiments, he never rolled a number above 12. Finally, he sadly accepted his fate, using this legendary item as an ordinary die, contributing his part to the tabletop RPG organized by another player who had won a 5e rulebook. And the players participating in the tabletop RPG didn't care at all. Even if they rolled a 1, most of them were indifferent. No matter how bad the luck in the game, it was just death. To them, it was no big deal. Roll for it. Roll for it. Fair and just, all up to luck. Hearing the company commander's decision, the players not only had no objections but became excited and started cheering. This game-like allocation method was far more effective in boosting their enthusiasm than a direct assignment from the company commander. For a time, except for the 7th platoon, who had clearly stated their abandonment, the other squads quickly formed a circle and began to select their chosen one. Some squads indeed had recognized European emperors whose luck was usually better than others, and they were immediately nominated by everyone. Those squads with more average luck adopted humanity's oldest and fairest decision-making method: rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Ha ha ha, you lost, my turn. For a while, the open ground beside the marching column was bustling with activity, filled with a joyful atmosphere. Soon, each squad sent out its representative, lining up to participate in the sacred dice-rolling ceremony under the supervision of Assimilation Complete. First squad representative, come, roll. Assimilation Complete handed over the legendary die. The first squad's representative took a deep breath and solemnly tossed the die. The die rolled around a few times on the ground and finally stopped, with the upward-facing side showing the number 5. Second squad, 8 points. Fourth squad, 3 points. Sixth squad, 6 points. The whole process went very smoothly. The third squad's representative took the lead with a high score of 9, in this roll, successfully winning the first right to use the Wyvern suppressor. The third squad players immediately erupted in cheers, excitedly rushing towards the armored vehicle, touching here and tapping there like children with a new toy. Ruan Wenbo watched from the side, but he noticed an interesting phenomenon. Although this god's dice consistently rolled numbers below 10, appearing quite humble, it respectfully did not roll any duplicate numbers. From the first squad to the last squad, each number was different. This made Ruan Wenbo fall into contemplation. Did this die, like his Xenos Must Die chainsword, also have something akin to a machine spirit? It seemed to be maintaining a subtle balance in its own way. However, he quickly lost the inclination to ponder these metaphysical questions. ZZZZT. His walkie-talkie suddenly crackled with static, followed by the slightly urgent voice of the player responsible for forward reconnaissance. Calling company. Calling company. Enemy spotted ahead. Chapter 39, How can blowing up both enemies and allies not count as infantry-artillery coordination? Upon receiving the combat order, the third squad, having just gained vehicle access, immediately sprang into action. The squad leader unhesitatingly selected the 2 fastest reacting players in the squad, and the 3 of them squeezed into the newly minted Wyvern, beginning to familiarize themselves with the controls in the somewhat cramped cabin. The rest of the squad members quickly fanned out around the vehicle, forming a temporary circular defensive line, vigilantly watching their surroundings to ensure their vehicle wouldn't be ambushed by enemies sneaking up. With the help of the game's built-in auxiliary system, the basic operation of the driving and weapon systems wasn't difficult for the players, and they quickly got the hang of it. But soon, this 3-person crew discovered the crux of the problem. The third squad's squad leader, acting as the commander, locked onto the distant enemy position through the periscope on the roof. He skillfully operated the eyepiece, supplemented by the simple rangefinder and wind sensor displayed by the system, and quickly calculated the target information. He pressed the internal communication button and issued commands to the gunner in as professional a tone as possible. Gunner, attention. Bearing 11 o'clock, reference point is that half-collapsed red brick building. Extend approximately 50 meters to the left of the reference point, there's a temporary fortification piled with scrap. Distance 850 meters, target is the cultists cluster behind the fortification. Wind direction 3 o'clock, light breeze. Prepare for a rapid-fire volley, suppressive fire. However, after the order was given, there was a moment of silence from the gunner's position, followed by an embarrassed reply, Squad leader, this thing, it doesn't show a ballistic trajectory. I also couldn't find any firing tables or anything. I have no idea how far it will fly at different elevation angles. The squad leader was stunned upon hearing this. Only then did he realize that this was indeed the case. Previously, when they threw frag grenades, the game also didn't provide an auxiliary trajectory, everything relied on the player's feel. It was just that the game's realism was so good that everyone subconsciously accepted this setting, and no one realized that when throwing projectiles in a game, there should ideally be a trajectory display. After all, grenades are thrown with a flick of the wrist, and everyone has thrown things like stones in real life. After weighing it, they roughly know where it can be thrown. But a mortar, who the hell has personally operated one of those in real life? The squad leader scratched his head, unable to come up with a solution for a while. In the end, he could only throw caution to the wind and say, how about, you just go with a feeling, fire a volley first, and we'll see where it lands. The gunner's voice immediately rose an octave, squad leader, are you serious? 1 volley is 4 shells, that's 120 contribution points. You'd be hard-pressed to earn that much even if you single-handedly took on 100 cultists. What's there to be afraid of? The squad leader waved his hand grandly, the captain is paying. All right. Then I'm firing. Hearing this, the gunner had no more reservations. He adjusted the quad-barreled mortar to an angle he felt was reliable via the main console, then unhesitatingly pressed the fire button. Meanwhile, on the other front line, the 7th platoon was acting as a spearhead, fiercely disrupting the enemy's formation. Although the cultists, caught by the sudden attack, were desperately trying to resist, under the 7th platoon's storm-like offensive, signs of collapse were already evident. At this rate, they would soon be easily routed by the players, without even needing other squads to intervene. After all, Big Eagle Police, the leader of the 7th platoon, was a genuine ogre. In terms of pure physical strength, he was a terrifying existence capable of arm wrestling with the predecessors of the Space Marine, the Thunder Warriors. Although he would definitely be the one to lose in the end, he was by no means something that a mere 100 miscellaneous cultists could withstand. However, just as the 7th platoon was in the thick of the fight, enjoying the feeling of being unmatched, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. These players, who had never personally experienced artillery fire, and at most had only heard the sound from afar, subconsciously looked up. It was this fatal movement that delayed their last chance to react and evade. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late to do anything. Boom 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 boom. Amidst a earth-shattering series of explosions, 4 storm mortar shells accurately covered the entire cultists' position and the 7th platoon located in the center of the position. The violent explosions threw sand, gravel, and dismembered limbs into the sky. When the thick smoke and dust slowly dissipated, nothing remained on the original spot, only a huge cluster of shell craters announcing everything that had just happened. The other players responsible for fire support from a distance watched this scene, all falling into shock. Holy crap! The power of one artillery volley is that immense. I retract my slander about the Astra Militarim's lack of heavy firepower. But I heard this one volley alone costs 120 contribution points. I unleash my slander about the Astra Militarim's expensive heavy firepower. Chameleon this part. Amidst the players' light-hearted banter, the 7th platoon, unfortunately located in the center of the artillery strike, respawned at the chemical refinery behind. Big Eagle Police's burly figure stormed over to his squad's walkie-talkie, grabbed the microphone, and roared, "What the hell, buddies? Are you guys the only ones playing this game? Look where these shells landed." Inside the walkie-talkie, the 3rd squad leader was also in extreme embarrassment. He cleared his throat and quickly apologized, "Sorry, brother, a mistake, purely a mistake. I'll buy you guys a new set of equipment in the mall later, it's on me. Forget it. We're all brothers, damn it." Although Big Eagle Police's anger had not completely subsided, he ultimately waved his hand and said gruffly, "Anyway, our gear wasn't worth much. Just don't go blasting shells all over the place next time." Ruan Wenbo, who had witnessed all of this, did not show much anger on his face. Instead, there was a calm mixed with helplessness and expectation. Player infantry artillery coordination resulting in friendly fire was, in his opinion, almost inevitable. To be honest, the 3rd squad's first blind shot actually hitting the enemy position accurately was already far beyond his expectations. However, the subsequent problem caused him genuine headaches. One test shot cost 120 contribution points. If every squad that took over this wyvern had to go through this learning process of finding the feel and calibrating the trajectory with expensive shells, then this friendly fire incident would be secondary, at least it hit the enemy. More often than not, it would probably be blank shots, or even worse, missing the enemy entirely and hitting allies instead. Ruan Wenbo vaguely realized that he might have thought too simply. Compared to the 2,000 contribution points spent on purchasing the vehicle itself, the real money pit in the future would likely be these constantly needing replenishment shells. Could his remaining contribution points last through this round trip? He still needed to quickly bring over that tech priest and that squad of cultists. Chapter 40, The Doomed Company has no shortage of people. After the wyvern's earth-shattering and friendly fire-inducing barrage, the subsequent advance became exceptionally smooth. The cultists' resistance was sporadic, often crumbling before the players even launched a charge. This touch-and-go performance perfectly matched the players' inherent impression of these disorganized mobs. However, despite the smooth progress, no optimism emerged among the player community. Instead, they became increasingly vigilant. Because every player firmly believed that this game would absolutely not let them off without some form of torment. The first half of the journey being so easy and carefree meant that the latter half would likely become extremely difficult. Sure enough, after they cleared out the last of the ground enemies, the only path to the mid-hive elevator appeared before them, a sealed tunnel entrance. The tunnel entrance was pitch black, deep, and lightless as far as the eye could see, like the gaping maw of a giant beast. Looking at its width, the wyvern could barely drive in, but there was no way it could fire in such a narrow space. The quad-barreled mortar, with even a slight elevation, would 100% hit the ceiling and blast their own people into a crisp. Their firepower advantage against the heretics ended here. However, the Death Seekers did not feel much frustration about this. After all, they rarely fought enemies with an absolute firepower advantage, and were long accustomed to taking hits with their flesh and blood. Moreover, the wyvern's aim was terrible and it often hit its own side. In the eyes of many players, the fact that this thing finally couldn't fire was actually a great blessing. If not for the fact that this vehicle was used in rotation by squad, and they would eventually get a turn to fire a few shots, they probably would have protested long ago. The players once again entered the dark tunnel in squad units. In the dim, confined environment, the beams of their tactical flashlights could only illuminate a few meters ahead. The air was filled with toxic gases unique to the lower hive, mixed with a putrid stench, constantly interfering with their sight and smell. Yet, in this desperate situation, the players' hearts grew calmer. This kind of place was clearly an unreasonable meat grinder, where a path could only be paved with lives. And coincidentally, the doomed company had no shortage of lives. The team advanced in silence, footsteps echoing in the tunnel. Suddenly, a frantic roar erupted from the shadows of the drainage channels on both sides, and a dozen or so cultists, armed with daggers and rusty machetes, charged out fearlessly. The narrow terrain instantly disrupted the players' formation. Flashlight beams swayed violently, and laser beams drew chaotic red streaks on the walls. The cultists' objective was exceptionally clear. They ignored other soldiers wearing ordinary ballistic armor and directly targeted a player in heavy carapace armor. In their eyes, this well-equipped individual, clearly a head taller than the others, must be an enemy officer. For the dark gods! The cultists fanatically rushed towards the officer. Faced with this sudden ambush, the player reacted extremely quickly. He roared, smashing one person down with the butt of his lasgun, then thrust his bayonet, accurately piercing the throat of the second person who charged him. But 2 fists couldn't defeat 4 hands. More cultists had already pounced on him, their sharp daggers and heavy machetes avoiding his sturdy chest plate and helmet, wildly stabbing and slashing at the gaps in his armor's joints and his exposed thighs. With a series of dull cutting sounds, the player only managed a muffled groan before dying tragically under the siege of several cultists. We got a leader. The cultists cheered in triumph, feeling that trading a few cheap lives for an imperial officer was an excellent deal. However, their cheers abruptly ceased. The other players, having reacted, had stabilized their footing. Several laser beams swept across with precision, and the remaining cultists were instantly riddled with holes. The battle ended, and the tunnel returned to silence. Just then, the officer's corpse that the cultists had traded suddenly moved, then slowly sat up on its own. His first reaction after resurrecting was not to check his wounds, but to nervously reach out and feel his carapace armor, meticulously checking it from chest to back. After not feeling any obvious gaps or cracks, he let out a long sigh of relief. Good, good. These bastards actually have some brains. They know that daggers and machetes probably can't cut through my carapace armor, so they didn't aim for my torso. A nearby player, who was changing an energy magazine, couldn't help but laugh and curse. How many times have I told you, buying armor in this game is a pure loss. It's ridiculously expensive, doesn't provide full body protection, and is easily damaged. Even a scratch from a grunt will make your heart ache. Just buy basic ballistic armor to prevent getting unlucky and killed by a stray bullet, that's enough. The recently resurrected player sighed and got up from the ground. Ah, that's true in principle, but being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. Let's see if that new tech priest NPC can make carapace armor when this mission is done. If he can make it himself, wouldn't the cost come down? As the players conversed, around a corner ahead, a twin-linked heavy lascannon lay silently concealed in the darkness. The cultist operating it held his breath, his heart pounding. He stared intently at the corner, thinking that as soon as these lackeys of the corpse emperor showed their heads, he would blast them into a string of charred roasted meat with scorching laser beams, perhaps taking out a dozen people at once. The footsteps grew closer, clearer. The cultist's finger was already on the trigger. But at this critical moment, the footsteps suddenly stopped. The entire tunnel fell into a deadly silence, with only the sound of dripping water from distant pipes. What's going on? Were they discovered? Impossible. Just as the cultist was filled with doubt, a subtle but deadly crimson laser beam, like the gaze of death, pierced through the darkness and accurately struck him in the face. He couldn't figure out how these Astra Militarum soldiers had discovered him before he died. He had been completely hidden in the darkness, surrounded by various heat-emitting gases from native lower hive plants. Logically, as long as he didn't make any noise, even thermal imaging and night vision wouldn't necessarily be able to pinpoint him. On the other side of the corner, a player holding a laser sniper rifle heard the crisp kill notification in his ear, and at the same time, the white outline border representing the enemy in his field of vision disappeared. He lowered his gun, gestured to his teammates behind him, indicating that the threat had been cleared and they could continue to advance. The players immediately followed with confidence, soon arriving at the cultist's corpse. Yo, twin-linked lascannon? Good stuff, but it takes too much time to carry, one player said, kicking the heavy weapon. Yeah, everything's good about this game except it doesn't have an inventory, another chimed in. You can't just stuff things into an invisible backpack. If you want to carry something, you have to physically carry it or wear it. Given this game's nature, a player analyzed, to have something like an inventory, you probably need to get space-type skills or space-type equipment. Forget about space-type skills for now, space equipment probably only the ribs or those top-tier tech priests can make, right? The bean sprouts should have some in stock too. Yeah, so basically, we don't need to think about it at this stage. Clearly, the elements that would typically make a regular army extremely nervous, even to the point of collapse street fighting, darkness, fog, numerous corners did not put much pressure on the players, in fact, they even enjoyed it. Chapter 41 Preparing for New Death Seekers. Ruan Wenbo was currently being fiercely protected by the players in the latter half of the team. He was like a fragile, precious item, only allowed to advance a short distance with the main force after the vanguards confirmed that the dozens of meters long passage ahead was completely free of threats. This situation would undoubtedly be incredibly frustrating for commanders who like to be on the front lines, fighting alongside their soldiers. However, for Ruan Wenbo, it wasn't entirely bad. At the very least, being in such an absolutely safe environment for an extended period gave him ample time and energy to contemplate matters crucial to the Death Seekers' development. For example, whether to plan and establish clearly defined regiment and battalion structures in advance, and to write a guiding paper on how players of various levels could most efficiently utilize their merits. The former was not urgent, after all, until the doomed company's forces truly expanded to the size of a battalion. No matter how thorough the plans, they would just be theoretical. But the latter, the sooner it was released, the better. A detailed guide to merit usage would help every player, whether battle-hardened veterans or incoming new recruits, more efficiently use their merits to enhance their combat power. And the improvement in individual player combat power would ultimately directly reflect on the strength of the entire company. However, Ruan Wenbo knew very well that such an important document could not be rushed. He had to ensure that every single word within it could withstand scrutiny, was logical, unambiguous, and completely correct. At least, it had to be correct in the current stage of the game. To this end, he needed to inquire about and collect data on every player's equipment usage experience. Currently, it was still early in the game, and players' curiosity and desire for exploration were strong. Various types of equipment were being purchased for a taste, which made it convenient for Ruan Wenbo to collect data and avoid the awkward situation where certain equipment was not used, leading to a lack of practical experience to corroborate its effectiveness. Just as Ruan Wenbo was immersed in his thoughts, outlining his paper, name? Haven't decided subtly nudged him with an elbow, immediately pulling him out of his contemplation and instinctively putting him on alert. What happened? He asked in a low voice. Aside from this subtle movement between the two of them, the surrounding players all appeared normal, maintaining their alert formation as if nothing had happened. After all, if they were to make a fuss and gather around at this moment, it would be like using a loudspeaker to tell any enemies possibly lurking in the shadows, "Our commander is right here, come focus fire." Name? Haven't decided offered no extra explanation, simply stating concisely, "Company commander, check the forum. The official team has released a new announcement." Upon hearing this, Ruan Wenbo's heart tightened, and he quickly opened the player forum on his retinal interface. Immediately, he saw the red, sticky post published by the official game planner, "Byte urgent announcement regarding the third closed beta." Seeing this title, Ruan Wenbo's heart sank. Was the third closed beta going to start now? They were still in the game, carrying out a critical rescue mission. Whether they could save that tech priest was paramount, as it affected the company's subsequent artillery support and equipment manufacturing. If the game forced an update at this moment, kicking everyone offline, the game planner better not mess with them at such a crucial juncture. However, as Ruan Wenbo's gaze swept over the main text, his tense nerves instantly relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. The content of the announcement was clear and concise, primarily consisting of 3 points. 1. To provide a smoother gaming experience, this update will employ a non-stop update mode. Furthermore, starting from this update, all future version updates and content iterations will prioritize non-stop update methods. 2. To ensure the integration experience of new recruits and maintain the stability of the current battle situation, the qualification distribution mode will be modified for this update. The 1000 qualifications for the third closed beta will no longer be distributed all at once, but instead will be distributed daily, ranging from 10 to 20 qualifications based on Earth time, until all 1000 qualifications have been distributed. 3. To avoid hoarding and wasting qualifications, all players who obtain a test qualification must activate it and create a character within 24 hours of receiving the notification, otherwise the qualification will be automatically revoked by the system and re-entered into the distribution pool. Ruan Wenbo read the announcement word for word, his worries long vanished, replaced only by pleasant surprise. It could be said that every piece of content in this announcement was entirely beneficial to the players. The non-stop update completely resolved their biggest concern about mission interruption, ensuring that online closed beta players could freely control their game time, no longer having to worry about being forcibly kicked offline halfway through playing. And the phased, small-scale distribution of qualifications minimized the potential chaos caused by a surge of new players. With only 10 or 20 newcomers joining each time, it was entirely within the company's capacity to absorb them. Each squad could take 1 or 2, and the veterans could guide them hand in hand. By the time the next batch of new players arrived, the previous batch of recruits would have largely been tempered into battle-hardened veterans familiar with the battlefield. In this way, the doomed company could smoothly complete its expansion, transitioning steadily from a company to a nascent infantry regiment. At least it wouldn't be like the beginning of the second closed beta, where the command system was largely dysfunctional, relying entirely on the player's immortal characteristic to sustain it. The joy brought by this announcement had not lingered in his heart for long before his gaze moved down, seeing the specific time for the official start of the third closed beta at the end of the announcement. The announcement stated, the third closed beta will officially begin on Earth time, July 3rd. Converting this based on the in-game time to Earth time ratio of 3:1, the first batch of new players would arrive in a little over 2 days. He glanced at the bottomless dark tunnel ahead of the team, feeling absolutely certain that this external operation could clearly not be completed in 2 days. At this intensity of combat and rate of advance, it would be normal for them to be out fighting for another 10 days to half a month. Thinking of this, Ruan Wenbo suddenly remembered a crucial question, his face involuntarily darkening somewhat. That is, would the new players come with a basic set of bulletproof armor and a laser gun, or would the doomed company have to issue them? If it was the former, then it would naturally be a cause for universal joy, saving countless troubles. But what if it was the latter? Given the game's consistent hardcore style and emphasis on player community self-driven tendencies, the latter possibility was likely very high. The official game team might only give new players a bare character, then directly dump the equipment problem onto the player collective to solve themselves. If it was the latter, then as company commander, his merits would probably be significantly depleted again. Chapter 42, Let the Flames Purify Everything. At the vanguard of the doomed company, a small squad of disheveled cultists fled for their lives, with players in hot pursuit. These cultists were clearly not elites. Along the way, besides leaving behind a few bodies hit by laser fire, they barely put up any effective resistance. Their only goal seemed to be to flee deeper into the dark and complex tunnels. Just as they were about to wipe them all out, the group of cultists suddenly turned into an inconspicuous side passage. Follow them. Don't let them get away. JK roared, leading the other players to follow without hesitation. However, the moment they stepped into the passage, everyone froze. Holy crap! What's going on? Is it a rendering bug? At this moment, the scene before the players was truly bizarre. The entire passage ahead, including its top, bottom, left, and right walls, was covered in the signature high-contrast white of the friend or foe identification system. At a glance, this tunnel, which should have been dim and lightless, had become a vast expanse of white, as if the entire space had been designated as an enemy target. It was no wonder that player blurted out, suspecting a rendering bug in the game engine. JK, who was also at the very front, narrowed his eyes. After observing for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "No, look closely, the four walls are all covered in mushrooms." Mushrooms. A player repeated in confusion. Are mushrooms enemies too? As he spoke, he raised his laser gun and fired a shot at the nearest section of the wall. The cluster of mushrooms directly hit by the high-energy beam carbonized and lost its vitality due to the instantaneous high temperature. Simultaneously, a small portion of the white representing friend or foe identification in the player's vision also disappeared. However, this small patch of extinguished white was as insignificant as a mayfly compared to the vast area covering the entire tunnel. Clearly, it was impossible to clean it all up by firing laser guns one shot at a time. Those cultists are hiding in there, we have to go in after them. A player stepped forward. I'll go in and scout ahead first. With that, he boldly walked into the Siri mushroom passage, relying on his ability to respawn infinitely. As soon as he walked in, after only 2 steps, his movements became strange. He began to sway from side to side, his laser gun firing at empty walls without warning, and he shouted, "I see them. Over there." Seeing that something was wrong, JK, who was outside the passage, immediately shouted, "Hey! Are you okay? What are you shooting at?" He definitely could hear him from that distance, but the player seemed to be caught in some kind of hallucination, ignoring his teammates' shouts, still staggering forward and shooting wildly. Just then, a cultist suddenly darted out from behind a dense cluster of mushrooms, his rusty machete, propelled by the player's forward momentum, flashed across his neck like lightning. The player's body stiffened, then he collapsed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings, falling asleep on the spot. The players who hadn't entered exchanged glances, instantly realizing the danger within. Young people sure sleep well, someone couldn't help but quip. So, it's hallucinogenic spores. Those cultists are ambushing us in there, waiting for us to inhale the spores, hallucinate, and then they'll sneak attack. How long will it take us to deal with this stuff, until the year of the monkey and horse? Or, should we just brute force our way through by resetting our status with death? What about our company commander? The company commander can't die. This question stumped everyone. They could force their way through using the respawn mechanism, but Ruan Wenbo couldn't. This path had to be cleared. Just as everyone was at a loss, a player squeezed out from the middle of the team, letting out a hearty laugh, "Haha, it's my turn to shine." Everyone looked over to see the guy wearing a heavy, full-body protective suit, holding a massive weapon integrated with the suit's power system, a Prometheum flamethrower. It turned out that when this guy first entered the game, he was attracted by this majestic flamethrower suit in the store. Perhaps because a flamethrower could be operated by just one person, albeit with some hassle, the official system lowered its usage authority to the regular soldier level, allowing individual players to operate it. So, this player saved every last bit of his merit points, to buy this dream equipment. However, after he bought it, he discovered that it was truly a pain in the neck. First, by the time he bought this equipment, the chemical refinery assault had already ended. This meant he perfectly missed the defensive battles and secondary assault battles where the flamethrower would have excelled, and instead had to wear this incredibly heavy flamethrower suit for fast-paced, mobile assault battles. After several charges, let alone achieving great feats, just keeping up with the main force was already the result of his utmost effort. Moreover, he had originally thought that after taking down the chemical refinery, Prometheum fuel would be produced in abundance, right? But this mission was a long-distance rescue escort far from the front lines, which meant they had no logistical supplies. While normal players using laser guns and melee weapons were fine, he was in a dire situation. Every drop of fuel consumed from the Prometheum fuel tank had to be paid for with his own merit points. But now, he had finally found the perfect scenario for himself, a place with narrow passages, dense enemies, and the need for large-scale environmental threat clearing. Wasn't this the stage tailor-made for a heavy flamethrower soldier like him? All the frustrating experiences of the past seemed to find their answer at this moment. Sure enough, there was a reason why the official system put this equipment up for sale in the system store. There were no useless weapons, only useless operators. So, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! A viscous, orange-red fire dragon roared, breaking free from the shackles of the nozzle, instantly engulfing everything in its path. The scorching dragon's breath, nearly 100 meters long, violently filled the entire tunnel. The sizzling sound of combustion, the crackling of air being scorched, and the desperate wails of those hiding in the mushroom clumps, emanating from their incineration by the flames, blended together to form a furious symphony of destruction. On his display panel, the white markers representing enemies rapidly melted away like snow under a scorching sun, and constant ding, ding, ding system kill notification sounds echoed in his ears. The crisp sounds now seemed like the most beautiful symphony in the world. This player felt that everything he had endured was worth it. All the frustrations of the past, like eating dirt while lagging behind the main force, the heartache of watching his hard-earned merit points flow away like water for fuel, and the teammates' strained, yet not quite mocking, glances, at this moment, all vanished in the raging inferno. He straightened his back, which had become somewhat hunched from prolonged heavy loads. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction and power surged through his limbs. The expression hidden beneath his full coverage helmet gradually turned wild. Woohoo ha 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 ha. Let the flames purify everything. He let out a long suppressed, maniacal laugh, took a step forward, and his flamethrower once again spewed angry tongues of fire, transforming this passage, which bred filth and illusion, into a scorching furnace leading to hell. Chapter 43, Victorious Battle Reports, Retreating Front Lines. As the last wisp of flame licked the end of the tunnel, the viscous promethium fuel finally ceased its eruption. The entire side passage was unrecognizable, its walls scorched black, countless carbonized mushroom remnants clinging to them like black bas-reliefs. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt protein, fungi, and plastic. The cultists who had attempted an ambush hadn't even left behind intact corpses. The player holding the promethium flamer slowly lowered his weapon, its nozzle still radiating intense heat. He let out a long, satisfied sigh and, facing the now purified passage, yelled with all his might. Awesome! His shout echoed through the tunnel, filled with boundless exhilaration. He turned around, expecting admiring gazes from his teammates, only to find a peculiar sight. All the players, including JK, had uniformly retreated a dozen meters away, looking at him with complex expressions. His heart suddenly jumped. It was well known that in any work of fiction, such a scene signified extreme danger. Someone would be rampaging on the front lines, oblivious to a deadly enemy silently creeping up behind him. He quickly spent several seconds laboriously rotating his heavy body, the joints of his full body armor protesting with creaks. However, he clumsily spun a full circle, and besides his teammates, he couldn't see a single living hostile target in his vision. The flamer operator fell into deep confusion. Through his thick helmet, he shouted, "What's going on? Why did you all run so far away?" The players responded in unison, "It's too damn hot." It turned out that in the mere dozens of seconds the flamer operator had continuously held down the trigger, the temperature around him had skyrocketed to nearly 70 degrees Celsius, an environment completely uninhabitable for normal humans. As for the side passage directly and repeatedly roasted by the fiery dragon, the walls and ground had begun to drip with molten liquid of unknown composition, and the air itself was distorted by the heat. One player remarked with lingering fear, "My God, how long will it take for the temperature to drop?" Another immediately poured cold water on the idea. In such a narrow, enclosed environment, you want it to cool down naturally? Wait another 10,000 years. We probably just have to grit our teeth and go through, an apparently more experienced player analyzed. Fortunately, only the side passage was directly hit, the main passage's temperature is at most 80 degrees. We don't have to worry about another ambush from the side passage. If we move quickly and run through in one go, we shouldn't get scalded to death halfway. At this moment, JK stepped forward a few paces, enduring the heat to tell the flamer operator, "Buddy, lend your heat-resistant suit to our company commander. He can't afford to get hurt by the heat." "No problem." The flamer operator agreed without hesitation. JK nodded, then asked, "By the way, how many merit points did you get for burning all those mushrooms and cultists?" Upon hearing this, the flamer operator immediately pulled up his system panel for a look, then painfully checked the merit points equivalent to the promethium fuel he had just consumed. After a moment of calculation, he replied, "It's probably about even with the consumption. Barely a small profit." This result surprised everyone, but JK seemed to have expected it. He concluded, "It seems that while the flamer operator's equipment can theoretically be operated by one person, to actually generate profit, it still depends on the collective merit rewards given by the system after completing the mission. In other words, to earn money, you still need to act as a group and cooperate." One player shrugged and added, "So far in this game, we haven't found any way for an individual to get rich quickly. The more powerful the weapon, the more terrifying the maintenance and ammunition costs. This flamer, it's really cool, but it's also a real money sink." Meanwhile, at the other end of this long lower hive passage, the cultist's commander responsible for guarding the mid-hive elevator was on the verge of despair. He sat in the elevator's control room, and on the tactical map before him, the red line representing his defensive front was collapsing backward at an incredible speed. He racked his brain but couldn't understand why these Astra Militarum would suddenly launch an assault under such circumstances. Madmen. They're all madmen. He clutched his thinning hair, pacing back and forth in the cramped space. They just took the chemical refinery. They should be resting and consolidating their defenses. Ammunition consumption, casualties, rebuilding production lines, weren't these important? Didn't they need time to adjust and digest the gains of battle? How dare they, with an unstable rear, advance so deep, far from their lines, to assault a damned elevator? Even if they captured it, what benefit would it bring them? This completely defied all military logic. What made this cultist's commander even more incredulous was how numerous these Astra Militarum were. Based on sporadic intelligence from the front, he had expected the enemy to deploy at most a company's strength. With the tactical advantage of this tunnel's labyrinthine, narrow, and many-cornered terrain, he was absolutely confident he could wear down these arrogant corpse emperor's dogs, making them pay a bloody price for their recklessness. Initially, things went smoothly, just as he had imagined. His subordinates constantly sent good news through crude communicators. Commander. We repelled another of their charges, taking out at least 7 or 8. They suffered heavy losses in Passage 4. We wiped out a squad with an explosive trap. The enemy is pushing hard, but with every step forward, they leave behind bodies. Although the front line was constantly retreating, this was all within his expectations, trading space for casualties. At this rate, by the time the enemy was halfway, they should all be dead. But as the fighting continued, he realized something was wrong. He looked at the rapidly retreating red line on the map and compared it to the casualty reports recorded by the communications officer. You've reported killing at least dozens of Astra Militarum, so why hasn't the enemy's advance slowed down at all? Instead, it's getting faster and faster. He roared into the communicator. This cultists, of course, didn't know that players could revive. Under the huge information asymmetry and cognitive barrier, he used his own logic, based on the cult's low organizational capability and internal infighting, to arrive at the most probable conjecture. The guys below, to stabilize themselves, to shirk responsibility, were submitting entirely fake battle reports. Liars. A bunch of damned liars. He slammed his fist on the metal table, producing a dull thud. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why his forces were always winning great victories in the battle reports, yet the front line was constantly collapsing backward. It must be those cowardly wretches who crumbled at the enemy's first charge, then fabricated false merits to deceive him. To be honest, this time he truly wronged his subordinates. His poor subordinates, used as cannon fodder, truly hadn't faked anything. They had indeed struck down charging enemies again and again, seeing those Astra Militarum soldiers fall to bullets, some even blown to pieces. They just couldn't know that those Death Seekers, whom they had just killed with their own hands, would, moments later, rejoin the charging ranks completely unharmed. These enemies seemed tireless, fearless of death, continuously assaulting without pause. And with each death in charge, they grew more familiar with the terrain, firing positions, and trap locations, making their attacks increasingly skillful, efficient, and effective. Chapter 44, Rubbing the Omnissiah. After his outburst, the cultist's commander began to console himself. It's fine, let them come. Even if these muscle-brained imperial dogs break through all defenses and take this elevator, they won't be able to do anything. What he was thinking was not without reason. This was not some simple device that could be operated by pressing an up or down button. This was the heart of the Hive City, an industrial marvel that pierced through kilometers of thick crust and plasteel, an extremely complex human industrial crystallization from the Dark Millennium era. Its startup sequence was as intricate as a religious ritual, and its internal mechanical structure and energy logic were enough to make any untrained person's brain crash. Generally speaking, no one knew how to operate this behemoth except for the tech priests who had integrated their bodies with machinery. Although the players, having lived on 21st century Earth, generally received higher education, Earth's compulsory education clearly didn't teach them how to operate a Gothic-style Hive City mega elevator. Without an accident, they would only be trapped inside, then overwhelmed by the cultists who would arrive later, drowning them in this inescapable death trap. However, players always had their ways. They had already created enough impossible miracles, and this one was no different. Boom. The heavy alloy door of the control room caved inward with a loud bang, then was violently kicked off, spinning and smashing against the opposite wall. The cultist's commander, his face contorted in a sneer, grabbed an old bolt pistol from under the table, thinking that even if he died, he could at least take down one enemy. But when he looked up and saw the gigantic figure blocking the entire doorway, the sneer on his face instantly froze, then was replaced by a look of resignation as he was smacked into a paste on the wall by a club. Big Eagle Police shook off the bites of flesh from his club, his massive body squeezing into the control room. After scanning the area and confirming there were no more enemies, he strode with heavy steps to the elevator control panel, which was covered in flickering runes and complex instruments. In his player view, a clear start prompt floated on a large button at the core of the control panel. Without hesitation, he extended his large, fan-like hand and decisively pressed it. Then, from the perspective of the other players, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded. The ogre named Big Eagle Police stood before the incredibly sophisticated-looking control panel, his large, thick fingers rapidly adjusting the glowing panel with movements that were completely inconsistent with his size, extremely agile and precise. At times, he would flick a delicate knob, at others, he would press several flickering runes. The entire process flowed smoothly, full of technical beauty. It was just the fact that he was an ogre that made the scene incredibly bizarre. An ogre who can operate a control panel? Is that even allowed? One player couldn't help but blurt out. I suggest Cianch come over quickly and promote him to a chosen, replacing Carlos overnight, JK said seriously from the side. Just then, with a soft buzz, the control panel in front of Big Eagle Police suddenly flashed red. The rune sequence that had just lit up instantly extinguished, and the entire startup process came to an abrupt halt. Big Eagle Police frustratingly slapped his massive head with his palm, emitting a dull thud. What the heck? Why is there a minigame for just pressing a button? At his words, the entire room fell silent for a second, then sparked intense interest among the other players. Minigame. What minigame? Let us try it too. Big Eagle Police immediately moved aside. A quick-witted player immediately pushed forward, took over the control panel, and eagerly prepared to play. As he placed his hand on the control panel, a holographic projection immediately unfolded before him. At the center of the projection was a circle emitting a soft white light, and within the circle, a bright blue sphere floated, constantly emitting subtle tremors as if it had a life of its own. A progress bar appeared at the bottom of the panel, displaying elevator energy calibration. The game rules instantly became clear: control this sphere, keeping it within the white circle until the progress bar was full. The player took a deep breath, gripping the virtual joystick that popped up on the panel with both hands. He felt confident. However, as soon as the game started, he realized something was wrong. The blue sphere's tremors were completely erratic. Sometimes it pulsed steadily like a heart, and other times it would twitch violently in one direction like a startled rabbit. He had to concentrate fully, using extremely precise force to correct the sphere's position. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his fingers made millimeter-level adjustments on the joystick. Several times, the sphere almost touched the edge of the white circle, only to be pulled back by him just in the nick of time. The progress bar advanced slowly but steadily. 70%. 80%. 90%. Victory was in sight. Just as the progress bar was about to reach 100%, the blue sphere suddenly went into an unprecedented violent spasm, slamming into the inner wall of the white circle. ZZZZT. A piercing electrical sound rang out, the holographic projection instantly vanished, and the control panel once again fell silent. The player froze for 2 seconds, then leaned back abruptly, taking his hands off the joystick, and complained in frustration, "Holy crap, what kind of anti-human design is this?" Needless to say, this minigame was naturally Byte's doing. He mercifully helped the players by removing the impossible task of starting the control panel through real-world operation, and then, with a mischievous twist, added a minigame. Move aside, let me try." Another player eagerly pushed away the one who had just failed, confidently taking a seat. "It's just a balance ball, isn't it? Back in the day, I used to be." Before he could finish, his confidence vanished with a bizarre sideways drift of the blue sphere. A few seconds later, accompanied by the same piercing electrical sound, he too failed. "Holy crap, what is this thing?" This player was also bewildered. He hadn't even made it halfway through the progress bar. Next, a relay race filled with frustration and unwillingness unfolded in front of the control panel. The dozens of players from 7th Platoon took turns, each sitting down with a mysterious confidence of "I can do this" and walking away with a puzzled look of "this is unscientific." The news spread quickly, even attracting players from other squads to watch. The small control room was packed with people, surrounding the control panel, turning it into an offline arcade. "Left, left. It's going to hit. Don't shake. Steady your hand. It's over, another one." Amidst the rising and falling shouts of command and size, one player after another was first killed by this disobedient blue sphere. Some tried to find a pattern, only to discover that the sphere's tremors were completely random. Others tried to control it with brute force, only making the sphere's resistance more violent. Finally, JK calmly sat down at the console under everyone's gaze. His hands were as steady as a rock. No matter how wildly the blue sphere pulsed, it was restrained by a gentle yet firm force at the center of the white circle. As the progress bar was about to fill, he neutralized the sphere's final violent impact with an extremely quick micro-adjustment. Energy calibration complete, elevator system activated. A low, prolonged hum sounded, and all the runes and lights on the control panel instantly illuminated, emitting a soft white glow. Immediately afterward, the ground of the entire underground facility began to vibrate faintly but clearly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Heavy metal grinding sounds emanated from deep within the elevator shaft, as if an iron beast that had slept for centuries was awakening. Emergency light strips along both sides of the passage lit up one by one, outlining the massive elevator platform. Gears meshed, hydraulic pumps pressurized, energy cores hummed. A symphony of countless industrial sounds converged, and finally, the huge gate, large enough for a lemon rust tank to pass through, slowly rose upwards with a grating metallic groan. A relatively fresh air from the mid-hive rushed in, scattering the foul and acrid stench of the lower hive. The elevator had started. And this minigame created by Byte, designed to simulate interaction with precision machinery and test players' concentration and micromanagement, after countless failures, was given a resentful nickname by the players rubbing the omniscia's G-spot. Chapter 45, Even the air in the mid-hive is sweet. In the cold reality, Assassin waited for a full 10 hours. During these 10 hours, he was like an ant on a hot pan, repeatedly refreshing the forum, watching his teammates wreak havoc in the game, while he could only stare blankly. Finally, after his continuous attempts, he successfully entered the game and eagerly chose to log in. A torrent of data flashed by, and his consciousness was pulled back into that dark world full of oil, gunpowder, and faith. As soon as he entered the game, he spread his arms, looked up, and let out a characteristic, hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha. I'm back again." His laughter echoed in the enclosed space, sounding exceptionally loud. After laughing, he began to look around. The doomed company players were scattered within a huge, sealed metal space. The constant clanging of mechanical resonance came from all around, and the floor beneath his feet vibrated slightly with the rhythm. He paused. "Hey? What's going on here? Are we not at the chemical refinery anymore? Didn't you check the forum? No, wait, weren't you just posting on the forum? A player next to him, who was wiping a laser sniper rifle, looked up and said, we're going to the midhive to rescue a tech priest. We're in the elevator now. So what exactly is this game's resurrection mechanism? I still don't understand it, another player said, puzzled. Didn't SAG die at the chemical refinery? For now, it seems to be squad resurrection, another player explained. However, as the veil of reality thickens later, it will likely become fixed resurrection points, and then running across the map will be troublesome. Oh, right, a player suddenly remembered something, his expression instantly tense. He leaned close to Assassin, lowering his voice, SAG, please don't get an itchy hand and use sulfur fire now. This elevator looks sturdy, but if you blast it, we'll really become space junk, and that won't be fun. Assassin, hearing this, looked at everyone with a speechless expression, am I, in your eyes, a very, very bad explosion maniac? As soon as his words fell, all the players present, including Ruan Wenbo, nodded in unison and with incredible tacit understanding. The synchronized movements of 99 people looked quite spectacular. Just then, the entire elevator came to an abrupt halt with a piercing metallic clang and a violent jolt. We're here. Almost at the same instant, all the players' playful expressions vanished. With a battle-hardened tacit understanding, they reacted quickly, their muscles tensed, almost instinctively completing tactical maneuvers and setting up defensive formations. Dozens of dark gun barrels were aimed squarely at the elevator doors, which were about to open. The heavy gate slowly rose with a hydraulic hiss. Behind the door, there was nothing. The expected human wave tactics of the cultists did not appear. What greeted their eyes was a huge platform that was somewhat excessively spacious and bright. The players' tense nerves slowly relaxed. After confirming it was safe, they all lowered their guns. It wasn't that they were unwilling to fight, but everyone present knew very well that Ruan Wenbo was also with them in this elevator. If they were ambushed by cultists at the elevator entrance, in a chaotic battle, anyone could die, but Ruan Wenbo's death was the last thing any player wanted to encounter at this stage. A player walked out of the elevator, took a deep breath, and showed a look of intoxication. Wow, the air here is so good. I even smell a hint of sweetness. Other players nodded in agreement, and some even immediately pulled up their data panels. Yeah, I just checked my lung function. Can you believe it? In the lower hive, if you're not careful, one breath drops a point, here, one breath through the lungs, and lung function doesn't decrease. The air quality here is so good that an ordinary person staying here could maintain normal lung function for at least 3 years. A player exclaimed. That long? The players marveled for a while at the midhive's lack of strong corrosive and hallucinogenic gases, having only air filled with ash and enriched lead and mercury, but they didn't forget their mission. Marveling aside, the doomed company didn't need Ruan Wenbo to give specific orders, the players automatically formed a standard double-file military formation, with scouts at the front, armored vehicles at the rear, and Assassin deliberately placed in the center of the queue, with people watching him from both front and back. Meanwhile, Ruan Wenbo, as the company commander, took the walkie-talkie from his back, adjusted it to the previous channel, and tried to contact the mysterious tech priest again. After adjusting the channel, he brought the walkie-talkie to his mouth and tentatively said, "This is the doomed company. We have arrived at the midhive via the lower hive elevator. Calling the Trinity Foundry workshop, do you read?" A burst of static noise. "This is the doomed company, repeat, we have arrived at the midhive platform. Calling the Trinity Foundry workshop." After repeating twice, the other end of the channel finally responded after a burst of harsh static noise, with a heavily electronically synthesized voice, full of hums and crackles, "This is the Trinity Foundry workshop. Oh, Omnissiah above, you really came, I thought you were all done for." Hearing this, a few black lines couldn't help but appear on Ruan Wenbo's forehead. This tech priest didn't sound very serious, did he? Ahem, the voice on the other side seemed to clear his throat, although he might not even have such an organ anymore, and his tone became slightly more formal. "Anyway, I'm glad you could make it. Listen carefully, warriors of the Emperor. From your platform, proceed straight along the main maintenance channel for about 2 kilometers. You will see a 3-way intersection, ignore the signs leading to the residential areas on the left and right, and take the middle one. Its entrance will have a large gear alpha symbol above it. Pass through that door, and you will enter a defunct nutrient paste processing area. Watch your step, the steam pipes there are old and in disrepair. At the very end, you will see a towering black spire that reaches the ceiling that is the Trinity Foundry workshop. This is the fastest and safest route. I have disabled most of the security systems along the way. The only thing you need to watch out for is the Gene Stealer cult. Alright, I still need to check the production line. Over." The communication seemed about to end like that, but immediately after, a frantic, almost jumping, electronic voice came from the walkie-talkie, "Omnissiah. Don't screw that bolt like that. Holy Solace Line 3 will hurt. Damn it, my servitor modifications were too rushed." With a click, the communication was hastily cut off. Ruan Wenbo held the walkie-talkie, which was still emitting a faint current sound, and exchanged glances with Assassin, who had walked up to him at some point. "Is this tech priest reliable?" Assassin's tone was full of uncertainty. Ruan Wenbo turned off the walkie-talkie and analyzed, "Let's follow the route he gave us first." At least he finished conveying all the key information before hanging up. In the current game, NPCs with this kind of professionalism are already rare. Chapter 46. This is enough to open a bottle of champagne. And didn't you notice what he said? What he said? Assassin was stunned for a moment, recalling, was he talking about the route he just mentioned? Main maintenance tunnel, three-way intersection, dear Alpha symbol. I remember it. No, Ruan Wenbo shook his head, a hint of gravity in his voice. It was that line. Most of the security systems along the way I've shut down, you only need to watch out for the Gene Stealer cult. What's wrong with that line? Assassin was a bit confused, he thought it was a pretty normal NPC mission hint. That line at least indicates two things. Ruan Wenbo held up 2 fingers and began his analysis. First, it's highly probable that we won't get any response from the Trinity Foundry workshop along the way. They'll just stay inside the workshop and hold out, even though a pincer attack from both inside and out would be the most likely way to defeat the enemy and evacuate quickly. He then held up a second finger. Second, the enemies we encounter next probably won't be those fanatical but chaotic cultists anymore, but the Gene Stealers. Their organization, tactical proficiency, and individual combat skills are more than a few notches above the cultists. It feels pretty normal, Assassin said, his mindset still heavily influenced by a player's perspective. Aren't all rescue missions like this? You reach the destination, and then the people to be rescued start acting, even if in many games the people protecting the target have much more firepower than the players. As for the second point, changing maps and having monsters upgrade is also normal. Perhaps in a normal game, it could be explained by game design, but I firmly believe this game isn't normal. Ruan Wenbo's eyes sharpened. This guard force isn't using more efficient tactics, which doesn't align with the Adeptus Mechanicus's usual style. There must be a logical explanation behind it that fits this world's lore. I think there are 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that they've suffered heavy losses, and their remaining forces are too few to attempt to cooperate with our offensive from the inside. Assassin thought for a moment and countered, I feel like the priest's attitude just now didn't really suggest that. If the situation were truly that critical, would he be so flippant? And still have the leisure to worry about whether the production line would hurt. I also don't think so, Ruan Wenbo nodded, agreeing with Assassin's judgment. Then it's the second possibility, there's something extremely important in the Trinity Foundry workshop, so important that it can't tolerate the slightest risk. Even with rescue close at hand, they must defend strictly from within, not diverting a single soldier to provide external support, to ensure that absolutely no Gene Stealers can infiltrate. He paused, then added, I deduce that this something is very likely what he referred to as, we are protecting a holy relic, when we first accidentally connected to their channel. What could that be? Assassin had clearly abandoned his own thoughts, fully choosing to follow Ruan Wenbo's line of reasoning. Classic Adeptus Mechanicus plot, STC standard template construct. Very likely, Ruan Wenbo said, and there's one more thing that concerns me, he said. He shut down most of the security systems along the way. What about the remaining small portion? Will they still be operational and treat us as intruders? There's also a trap segment. Why does this game suddenly feel normal? Assassin mumbled. JK, who had been silently following along, suddenly interjected, that's because when you first entered, you weren't familiar with the rules of this world. While it is indeed incredibly real, players can bypass some difficulties by reasonably utilizing game mechanics. For example, if you're hungry, you don't necessarily have to eat human flesh, you can also reset your status by committing suicide. After all, in this incredibly real world, the existence of us immortal players is a bug in itself. Just as JK's concluding remark fell, in the passage where the team was moving, the air rippled with subtle data waves out of nowhere. Immediately after, under the wary gaze of the veteran players, 20 slightly blurry figures appeared out of thin air behind their formation, like projections with poor signal. They rapidly solidified within 1 or 2 seconds, turning into players wearing ordinary Astra Militarum uniforms, without even bulletproof vests. This sudden reinforcement drew everyone's attention. Ruan Wenbo almost immediately turned and walked quickly towards them. Sure enough, just as he expected. After these newcomers adapted to the mid-hive air, one of the new players excitedly asked, "Are you veteran players? I've been waiting on the forum for qualifications to be distributed, and as soon as I saw a red dot, I activated the qualification and came in." Ruan Wenbo's reaction to this was, of course, genuine happiness. Against the cultists in the lower hive, who knew nothing about war, the player's immortality was already enough to achieve an overwhelming victory. The doomed company could easily defeat them even with just large blades and entrenching tools. But against Gene Stealers, the situation was completely different. According to the Warhammer lore, the enemy possessed strict organization and cunning intelligence. Simple immortality was clearly not enough. Once the defenses were breached, they would be in extreme danger. They needed sufficient firepower density and a resilient defensive line to curb the enemy's well-organized attacks. And now, the arrival of these 20 new players, for the doomed company, which numbered no more than 100, instantly increased their firepower by 1/5 out of thin air. Ruan Wenbo displayed a gentle and convincing smile. In a tone that sought opinions rather than issued commands, he said to these 20 new players, "Comrades, welcome to the doomed company. I am Company Commander Ruan Wenbo. The situation is urgent, and I have an arrangement I'd like to hear your thoughts on." He cleared his throat and laid out his plan. "I will break you up and assign you to our existing squads. The veterans in the squads will help you familiarize yourselves with the game's controls and rhythm, and in the upcoming battles, they will prioritize killing enemies for you. You only need to search the enemy's bodies for usable weapons and equipment. If you really can't find any." He patted his chest, his tone resolute. "I'll use my merits to buy you new gear from the store." The effect of these words was immediate. For the newcomers, having veteran players lead and teach them for free, and even having a big shot promise to provide equipment, where could they find such a windfall? They were naturally more than willing, nodding in agreement, their faces full of the joy of clinging to a big leg. As for the veterans, having more people in their squads to help fill the front lines and share the damage, there was naturally no reason to refuse. They immediately enthusiastically greeted the newcomers assigned to their groups and began to impart some basic tactical positioning and weapon usage tips. Ruan Wenbo looked at the harmonious scene before him, new and old players quickly integrating without any estrangement or rejection, and he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. The worst-case scenario he had envisioned new players forming cliques and refusing to integrate, while old players put on airs and resisted newbies had not happened at all. He felt that this unity alone was enough for him to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. The only pity was that he didn't have any at hand right now. Chapter 47, Matter Decays, Soul is Immortal. After the team was assembled, they continued to advance. According to the intelligence relayed by Ruan Wenbo, the two scouts at the very front quickly saw the huge, rust-eaten three-way intersection at the end of the dim passage. In the center of the intersection, above a heavy blast door, a huge gear alpha symbol shimmered with the cold light of metal under the emergency lights. They unhesitatingly ignored the other two paths leading to the residential area and chose the middle one. Considering Ruan Wenbo's specific emphasis on traps and disrepair, the two vanguards walked very cautiously, only moving after each step was firm, their lasguns constantly aimed at the darkness ahead. However, after walking for a while, these two players fell into confusion. As players serving as scouts, they both possessed quite meticulous characteristics. Ruan Wenbo had clearly stated that the information given by the tech priest included the road is in disrepair. But the passage they were on had clearly been repaired. Although the repair work was quite crude, with welts and patches devoid of any aesthetic appeal, it felt extremely sturdy both to walk on and to look at. Strange, the information is wrong, one scout player with the IDPU Lang Ezi muttered in a low voice. Could that priest be an allied intelligence officer? Or is there an error in our company commander's relay? It's also possible there are enemies ahead. Name? Haven't decided, responded. They repaired the road. Be on alert. Indeed, after they advanced about 100 meters with increasing caution, they discovered people. Turning a corner filled with steam pipes, the area ahead suddenly opened up into a small gathering plaza. Dozens of people were gathered in the plaza, and what surprised the two players was that, at first glance, these people all appeared to be normal humans, without any obvious limb mutations. It should be known that the cultists they had mainly fought in the lower hive all had more or less features of skin necrosis and limb deformities. And after learning of Ruan Wenbo's conjecture that their main enemies in the mid-hive were the Gene Stealer cult, these two players had expected to see even more terrifying and twisted limb mutations than in the lower hive. Strange, could this place not have been infiltrated by Gene Stealers yet? Moth wondered. I wouldn't be so sure. Name's gaze swept over the crowd and landed on a wall on the opposite side of the plaza. There, a giant heretical symbol had been crudely painted with red paint. The pattern could roughly be described as a circle, with a ferocious, snake-like beast occupying 2/3 of the design, its giant mouth agape, poised to devour the remaining 1/3, a decayed and broken gear. Just as they thought they had gathered enough information and were preparing to retreat and report, a gentle voice sounded behind them without warning. My two brothers, why do you not join us? The two players' bodies instantly stiffened, but being seasoned veterans, they quickly calmed down. Since they had been discovered, it was better to go along with the other party's words, perhaps they could extract more intelligence. Anyway, they could resurrect, so they weren't afraid of death. Join what? Name slowly turned around and asked. A person wearing a loose black robe, with most of his skin shrouded in shadow, was smiling at them. His smile was sincere, but in the dim environment, it seemed particularly eerie. Join this activity, he spread his arms as if embracing the entire plaza, to celebrate the worker brothers discovering the truth, to celebrate freedom, to celebrate liberation, to celebrate the immortality and eternity of the soul. We are Astra Militarum, Moth said bluntly, pointing to his distinctive uniform and flak armor. So what? The other party retorted, his smile undiminished, are not the Astra Militarum workers who take up arms. You, like us, serve the Void Lord, what difference is there? The Emperor does not have the title Void Lord, Moth frowned and countered. He does. The other party's tone suddenly became firm. He does not. He does. He will join. Name promptly stopped this meaningless theological debate. The other party immediately became happy. That's good. I will lead the way for you and explain our doctrine to you at the same time. Then, led by the black-robed man, they passed through the crowd. Along the way, the black-robed man rambled on, explaining the doctrine to them. He first denounced the corruption and inaction of the upper-class nobles, denouncing how they, for meaningless enjoyment and bottomless greed, plunged the workers, who were also the emperor's subjects, into endless torment and suffering. As he spoke, he extended his hand from within his black robe. The scene made the two players' pupils instantly constrict, although they had been in this game for so many days, making them accustomed to the blood and gore of the battlefield. Seeing this hand, with its pale bones worn out from excessive labor, still shocked these people from the 21st century. Even so, we remain loyal to the God Emperor. The other party's tone was resolute, full of pride and conviction. The upper echelons embarked on a path of betrayal for their pursuit of pleasure, while our faith grows ever stronger in suffering. The upper-class nobles, out of fear, denounce us as heretics and cultists. How laughable, how can they understand our will? The black-robed man sneered, whether it's those chaos cults or gangs, they are all cut from the same cloth as the nobles. They, too, are human, yet they are extremely eager to quickly shed their humble origins, but we are proud of it. His voice gradually became high-pitched and fanatical. The material wealth they crave will eventually decay, and even this universe will ultimately be annihilated by entropy. Only by being embraced, reshaped, and having body and soul absorbed by that magnificent and extraordinary existence can true eternity be attained at that time. There will be no more distinction between high and low, every human will be as close as brothers, advancing for the great and glorious liberation of all races in the universe. The two players suddenly awoke with a start at this voice. Only then did they realize that their minds had unknowingly fallen into confusion, enveloped by an inexplicable sense of daze. Undoubtedly, this was something only psychic powers could accomplish. They looked around and found that at some point, they had been completely surrounded by everyone in the plaza, without a single gap. Everyone stared at them with eyes mixed with pity and fanaticism. Immediately after, everyone spoke in unison, their voices converging into a chilling torrent. You rich people! Weep and wail over the misery that is coming upon you. Your wealth has rotted, and moths have eaten your clothes. Your gold and silver are corroded. Their corrosion will testify against you and eat your flesh like fire. In the last days, you have hoarded wealth. Workers harvested your fields, but you withheld their wages. Those wages are crying out, and the cries of the workers have reached the ears of the Void Lord. Name sighed and said, there's a cult psyker. This is going to be tough. Moth nodded, let's self-destruct. The next second, 2 high-explosive grenades were simultaneously activated in the center of the crowd. Boom. The violent explosion consumed everything, fire and shockwaves tearing the fanatical believers to shreds, and completely obliterating the grand chanting. Chapter 48, We Can Fight Them All Day Long. A data stream briefly warped in the air, and the figures of Nightingale and Silent materialized out of thin air beside their third squad leader. After nearly 20 days of in-game play, on the official forum, the game planner with the ID byte finally finalized the current resurrection rules and pinned them as an update announcement. Players who die will resurrect next to their direct superior officer. For example, ordinary soldiers resurrect next to their squad leader, and squad leaders resurrect next to their company commander. It was then that the players suddenly realized and completely understood why they hadn't figured out the resurrection rules for so long, because the game planner himself hadn't decided yet, and the resurrection rules had been constantly changing. However, it was good that they were now fixed. The 2 resurrected scouts immediately reported everything they had scouted, down to the smallest detail, to Ruan Wenbo. Ruan Wenbo's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he immediately had them use their walkie-talkies to report their previous coordinates to the 5th squad. The 5th squad was the team currently operating the Wyvern self-propelled mortar. That cultist psyker couldn't have died from the explosion of just 2 high-explosive grenades, but he would at least be injured, and his formation would inevitably fall into disarray. If he was lax and still in his original position, then the Wyvern's quad-linked rapid-fire mortar might be able to send him flying. Although mortar shells were expensive, the firepower expended was their own, and now was clearly not the time to save money. The 5th squad, upon receiving the order, immediately sprang into action. They skillfully referred to a hand-drawn firing table thanks to the 3rd squad, who first used the vehicle and drew up a very accurate firing table based on their experience, greatly reducing the learning cost for subsequent squads. After some improvements by later squads, this firing table was now a fully qualified professional tool. The gunner quickly adjusted the mortar's elevation and traverse mechanisms, and the loader unhesitatingly loaded 4 shells into place, then sharply pulled the firing lever. Boom! 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 4 dull cannon sounds echoed through the passage, followed by a continuous series of explosions in the distance. Ruan Wenbo immediately asked over the walkie-talkie, what's the result? The 5th squad's vehicle commander's voice quickly came through, reporting, Company Commander, we earned over 100 merits, killed many gene stealers, but the system's battle report didn't show the kill notification for that cultist psyker. We were a step too late. Sigh, the damn number 4 shell got stuck during loading just now, otherwise we could have been 3 seconds faster. The vehicle commander added, but speaking of it, 1 gene stealers here is worth about 1 merits, and that's after our 3-person crew divided it up. So, 1 gene stealers can actually be worth around 3 merits. That's 4 to 5 times more than the cultists in the lower hive. You've already done very well, Ruan Wenbo comforted, it's expected that gene stealers give more merits. In fact, in my opinion, these merits are still too little according to the original Warhammer lore, their combat will and organization are at least 9 or even 10 times that of ordinary cultists. Putting down the walkie-talkie, Ruan Wenbo watched the player team begin to advance again, lost in thought. The gene stealer cult, this was a more insidious and deceptive threat than chaos cults. They saw themselves as a symbol of truth, packaging their twisted doctrines as liberation and freedom, precisely hitting what the lower hive workers most desired. Their entire cult was united as one, and they firmly believed that they would spread this great cause of liberation throughout the entire universe. But unfortunately, the gene stealer cult and the chaos cults and upper-class nobles they looked down upon were no different in essence. This was also an evil path that led humanity to self-destruction. When their worshipped Void Lord, the all-consuming Tyranids, arrived, all liberation, freedom, and unity would be transformed into biomass and completely devoured, leaving no trace. Ruan Wenbo clenched his fist and issued an order over the walkie-talkie. Advance. The doomed company must destroy them before they destroy more people. The players reacted enthusiastically, with various voices sounding in the team channel. Oh. This grand battlefield game also has pre-battle mobilization. I'm hyped. For humanity, for the Emperor. Get out of the way, I'm going to farm merits. 1 is 3 points. I can fight them all day long. Meanwhile, on the distribution plaza that had just been raked by artillery fire, a figure calmly watched the scene engulfed in flames. He was the cultist psyker, Moss Kyle. The two players' self-destruction did injure him somewhat, but he quickly reacted, ordering his cult brethren to extinguish the flames and collect the bodies. He himself had left his original position. The celebration he and the two players spoke of was not a false lie. The original Kyle was silver-tongued and excelled at lying. But ever since joining the cult and learning the truth, he no longer lied, treating everyone with sincerity. After all, everyone would eventually embrace the Void Lord, and then everyone would be as one, so why lie to himself? The faces of the surrounding hybrid Xenos were filled with sorrow and pain, and many believers were kneeling on the ground, softly praying for their fallen brethren. Do not be sad, Kyle said softly, but his voice clearly pierced through the crackling of the flames and reached the ears of every believer. They merely liberated their souls from the cage of their decaying flesh ahead of time. When the Void Lord arrives, they too will join us in embracing that great will. A four-armed hybrid said indignantly beside Kyle, Mentor. We sincerely invited them to join the great cause, but they attacked us with such despicable means. It is nothing, Kyle said in an almost benevolent tone, they rejected the path to liberation, that is their loss. The arrival of the Void Lord is an undeniable cosmic truth, unswayed by the choices and will of any mortal. He spread his arms as if embracing the souls of his fallen brethren. The Void Lord embraces all and treats all souls equally, whether base or noble, whether believing or not. Kyle paused, his gaze turning in the direction from which the doomed company was approaching, the benevolence in his eyes replaced by a cold fanaticism. However, the more people who accept the faith, the less unnecessary suffering and resistance there will be when the Void Lord arrives. Brethren, act. Utterly destroy those stubborn unbelievers. So that more brothers and sisters may gain freedom and liberation. Chapter 49, Ogryn Lord Big Eagle Police smashes the Gene Stealer cult. With the order given, the doomed company's battle line, like a steel serpent, began to advance again through the gloomy underground passage. As vanguards, naturally, it was the 7th platoon, who loved close combat and charges. Cold metal, dripping pipes, the distant roar of unknown machinery, everything was as before. However, as they rounded a massive support pillar that held up the upper structure, the vanguards of both sides clashed without warning. On one side were Astra Militarum players, clad in standard military uniforms, holding weapons and exuding the aura of I am a loyal lackey of the Imperium. On the other side, swarming from the shadows, was a group of monsters with extremely obvious mutations and distinctive features that made them impossible to mistake. There were no shouts, no warnings, not even a moment of hesitation. There was no possibility of misidentification for either side, so they immediately engaged without a word. For the Emperor. Accompanied by a furious roar, the leading player vanguards did not open fire. Instead, they drew their gleaming combat knives and humming chainswords. The roar of the chainsword engines instantly drowned out all other noises, replacing the gunshots that should have sounded. Without the slightest hesitation, they charged towards the group of deformed monsters. The opposing Gene Stealer cult vanguard, on the other hand, was a living, alien tableau crawled out of a nightmare. Its main components were first and second generation hybrids and aberrants. Leading the charge were the first generation hybrids, those most closely resembling their alien ancestors. These creatures were deformed and terrifying, hunched over, charging at high speed in a posture somewhere between crawling and running. Beneath their pale or light purple skin, the twisted contours of muscles were faintly visible, with scattered insect-like chitinous scales covering their backs and shoulders. Most horrifying were their arms. Almost all first-generation hybrids possessed 3, or even 4, arms. 2 main arms might still grip rusty auto pistols or bolt pistols, while the other 1 or 2 extra appendages, emerging from their ribs or shoulder blades, had evolved into sharp, scythe-like bone claws. Their large, smooth heads were devoid of any hair, replaced instead by cold, lifeless, obsidian-like compound eyes that reflected only the desire for slaughter. Following closely were the second-generation hybrids, more human-like in form than the first generation. They could barely walk upright but still retained obvious alien characteristics. Their bodies were generally larger than normal humans, their skin covered in unnatural textures and blotches, and their foreheads were high with signs of chitinous hardening. Most only had 2 arms, but their fingers were long and sharp, their nails like blades. Unlike the pure bestiality of the first-generation hybrids, the eyes of these second-generation hybrids gleamed with inhuman cunning and intelligence. They would utilize cover, using their weapons to provide suppressive fire for their brethren ahead. And within this vanguard, the most striking and terrifying were undoubtedly the beings known as aberrants. They were the failures of genetic mutation, yet also the purest tools of destruction on the battlefield. These creatures were like bloated, massive lumps of flesh, their bodies piled with asymmetrical, wildly overgrown muscles, one arm possibly twice as thick as the other. They wielded heavy industrial tools, giant power hammers, humming rock drills, or even metal pipes torn directly from walls. They were low in intelligence, emitting meaningless roars from their mouths, with only pure brute force and savagery in their eyes. Each step made the metal floor rumble heavily as they charged purposefully towards the player's line, ready to smash everything into pulp with their weapons. The Gene Stealers let out shrill roars. Most of their intelligent hybrids believed this battle would end quickly. After all, whether in terms of numbers or individual combat prowess, especially the immensely strong aberrants and the fierce, swift first-generation hybrids, they held an absolute advantage. The fleshy bodies of these mortal Astra Militarum, in their eyes, were no different from lambs to the slaughter. In fact, this skirmish did end quickly, but it was they who were ended. At the center of the storm was an Ogryn wielding a massive iron bar. The leader of the 7th platoon, the player Big Eagle Police, plunged into the densest ranks of the gene stealers like an out-of-control battering ram, with an agility and precision completely unsuited to his massive physique. He displayed a terrifying combat intelligence utterly uncharacteristic of an Ogryn. An aberrant roared, swinging its heavy power hammer in a deadly arc, the wind pressure it generated making the air wail. Any normal Ogryn would likely choose to endure the blow. But Big Eagle Police did not. Just as the power hammer was about to strike his waist, the core muscles of his massive body suddenly tensed, and he stepped back, pivoting on his heel, his body slightly angled. This exquisitely precise dodge allowed him to narrowly avoid the heavy blow that could have smashed him in two. And as he retreated, the massive iron bar in his hand had already swung up, using the centrifugal force of his body's rotation, striking upward, precisely and viciously, at the aberrant's outstretched head. With a sickening crunch of bone and chitin, the aberrant's head was completely caved into its own chest. His application of his strength had reached a pinnacle of mastery. When facing the thick-skinned, heavily muscled aberrants, he would use all his might, each blow powerful and heavy, stirring up a vicious wind, yet, when facing the relatively fragile first and second generation hybrids, the force with which he swung the iron bar would suddenly diminish, without any wasted effort. A swift horizontal sweep, just enough force to shatter a second generation hybrid's skull, yet allowing him to retract his weapon in an instant, without exposing any openings due to overexertion. His attacks seemed to be precisely calculated, an ounce more force was wasted, an ounce less would not be fatal. He also processed the chaotic information on the battlefield at high speed. In the midst of the fierce fighting, his ears suddenly twitched slightly, catching the almost imperceptible shriek of a grenade tearing through the air after a metal pin was pulled. It was a frag grenade thrown by a cunning second-generation hybrid from behind the front line. Big Eagle Police didn't even turn to look, he swung his hand back, and the massive iron bar, like a baseball bat, arced perfectly through the air, hitting the grenade with a crisp thwack, accurately batting it back while it was still airborne. The grenade landed back in the Gena Stealer's own crowded formation, and with a loud explosion and several screams, the blast wave sent several hybrids flying. Single-handedly, Big Eagle Police cut through the Gene Stealer vanguard's formation like a red-hot blade through butter. When the dust of battle settled, his massive figure stood amidst the scattered wreckage, purple blood still dripping from his iron bar. Nearly two-thirds of this alien vanguard, which could have severely wounded any regular Astra Militarum regiment, had fallen beneath his iron bar alone. Chapter 50, You want to promote me? I don't even want it. The roar of battle came quickly and left just as fast. When the last Gene Stealer's hybrid was split in half by a chainsword, a strange silence fell once more in the narrow passage, leaving only the heavy breathing of the players and the low hum of chainsword engines idling. Some players casually switched off their chainsword engines, or wiped their combat knives, stained with Xeno blood, on corpses before returning them to their sheaths. Other players checked their status, and finding themselves missing limbs, with severely reduced attributes, they decisively pulled out their pistols, aimed at their temples, and pulled the trigger. A flash of white light appeared, and a few seconds later, a perfectly intact Astra Militarum soldier resurrected next to Big Eagle Police. After catching their breath, everyone's gaze, whether intentional or not, focused on the massive figure standing in the center of the pile of corpses. Big Eagle Police, and the bloody carpet at his feet, almost entirely created by him alone. After a brief silence, the battlefield erupted in a mix of exclamations and wails. Holy crap, these stats. They're absolutely insane, one player exclaimed in genuine admiration, looking at an aberrant smashed into a meat patty, then at Big Eagle Police. Pure wheelchair, I tell you. We ordinary mortals can only hope to reach the lower limits of Lord Ogryn even after a lifetime of effort. Another player leaned against the wall, his voice filled with the weariness of one who has seen through the illusions of life. Damn it, where's the delete account button for this game? I'm starting a new account, and I won't log in until I roll an Ogryn. Even a player who had just reset his character declared himself broken on the spot. The players' complaints were not without reason. In terms of combat intelligence, each of them was not far behind Big Eagle Police. They were all grunts who had fought and died together through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so there was no reason for a significant disparity. They could all assess enemy threats, find weaknesses in attacks, and discover opportunities for survival amidst a hail of gunfire. But alas, the Ogryn's racial stats were simply too high. This disparity was despair-inducing. They might hack and slash 2 or 3 times with a combat knife and still not completely sever the arm bone of an aberrance, while Big Eagle Police, with a simple, unadorned iron club, could smash the same monster 30 centimeters shorter. The chasm in basic attributes like strength, stamina, and organ vitality simply could not be bridged by so-called combat skills. Seriously, someone said, these stats are comparable to an Astartes, aren't they? Not that weak. Not that weak. Oh, it's an Astartes, I thought it was an Ogryn with ALS. Honestly, an Ogryn definitely can't beat a regular Astartes one-on-one, but if all 120 of us were Ogryns, even a Chaos Space Marine kill team would be stunned. Hearing the other players, Big Eagle Police, as the squad leader, chuckled a couple of times, proudly stating, good luck, good luck. He patted his thick chest with his large, fan-like hand, making a dull thump-thump sound. Before, I couldn't kill that pure-blood gene stealers purely because I wasn't skilled enough. Now that I'm skilled, I can handle 10 more. One pure strain gene stealer, one club, and I'll embed them all in the wall so they can't be pried off. His half-joking, half-serious bragging immediately drew a new round of reactions from the players. Since you put it that way, what else can I say? Just type 6, I guess. 666, this person is awesome. The players' voices were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. but they were helpless. In the original Warhammer lore, the Ogryn ab-human race at least had the critical limitation of extremely low intelligence to balance their terrifying physical prowess. After all, a species that can't even count from 1 to 9 clearly cannot be expected to shoulder significant battlefield responsibilities. Now, in the game, players naturally couldn't truly become imbeciles. Their organs of thought and souls, in fact, whether Earthlings even have souls in the Warhammer worldview, or rather, souls in the Warp, Byte was still trying to verify still safely resided in their gaming pods on Earth, merely transmitting operational signals to this fleshy body in another universe through Byte's authority. This led to Ogryn players becoming a complete bug, possessing the combat intelligence and reaction capabilities of human veterans, while also having the terrifying strength and physique of an Ogryn, which is even stronger than an Astartes. With this soul weakness patched up, all that remained was pure power. In fact, if he wished, Big Eagle Police could, by virtue of the extraordinary energy and cognitive abilities brought by his player's soul, become an excellent battlefield commander, but an Ogryn as a battlefield commander would be incredibly strange from any perspective, and Big Eagle Police himself had no desire for promotion. According to Big Eagle Police, I'm doing great as a grunt. What do you mean by transferring me to commander? If it weren't for the company commander's designation, I wouldn't even want to be a squad leader. I haven't had enough of chopping people yet. Big Eagle Police's words also reflected the general sentiment of many ordinary players, they simply didn't want to be promoted. They saw Ruan Wenbo's daily contemplation, the marching routes, battlefield planning, merits application, tactical methods, all of which required meticulous thought from a commander. Ultimately, most players were there to play the game. After getting accustomed to the harsh environment of the Hive City, the extreme realism of pulling a trigger and wielding a long blade offered a primal and direct pleasure. Perhaps a minority of players enjoyed being commanders, savoring the feeling of strategizing and winning battles from afar, but that was ultimately a minority. If you forced most players into a promotion, they wouldn't even be happy about it. It should be known that there is no strict hierarchy among players, nor has there ever been any deeply ingrained recognition of authority. We obey your command because we trust your ability, we grant you the power to command us, and you must bear the corresponding responsibility. If your poor command leads to a collapse of the battle, then be prepared to be flamed into oblivion. Not to mention, this game also has friendly fire, and once conflicts escalate, the situation could very well go beyond mere verbal disputes. In a sense, this is also a manifestation of responsibility. Players clearly know the limits of their abilities, what they want to do, and where they should be. Therefore, they never seek power they shouldn't have or don't want. And whether in the past, present, or future, in this dark and cruel universe, there have been far too many people who couldn't see their own place. Whether it was Magnus, who considered himself exceptionally intelligent, or the mad Cardinal Van Dyer, corrupted by power, or those high lords who still tried to seize power and resist Guilliman after the Regent's return, all they brought to the Imperium of Man was suffering, and more suffering. Chapter 51, Loyalty. The victory of 7th Platoon injected a powerful boost into the entire Death Seekers company. News of the victory spread rapidly among the players, and coupled with Big Eagle Police's exaggerated achievements, everyone's morale was greatly boosted. The dense echoes of steel boots hitting the metal floor became more urgent and powerful. The players quickened their overall march, intending to root out the xenocultists entrenched there in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, on the defensive line established by the Gene Stealers, the cult Magus Kyle also received news of the Vanguard's annihilation. He stood by like an ordinary Gene Stealers, watching other Gene Stealers work. A faint psychic whisper permeated the air, reflecting his pale and calm face. A third-generation hybrid knelt on one knee, head bowed low, meticulously reporting the frontline situation to him. Kyle listened quietly, and when he heard how the Ogryn had torn through the line with abnormal combat skill and efficiency, a great confusion appeared in his psychically glowing eyes for the first time. An Ogryn with tactical intelligence? In his understanding, this was an absurdity bordering on the impossible. Kyle felt a hint of regret over the annihilation of the Vanguard commander and his warriors. He had initially thought this unit would at least heavily damage the enemy, creating better conditions for the subsequent encirclement. But he quickly detached himself from such useless emotions, viewing it as a necessary investment. Beside him, a pure-blood Gene Stealer lurking in the shadows let out a hiss, transmitting its question telepathically, "Lord Kyle, what should we do next?" "Retreat temporarily." "No," Kyle said calmly, "Fisher and their sacrifice were not without value. At least it allowed us to confirm that the enemy is purely an infantry unit, they have no armored forces, or very few, only serving as support. Since that's the case, our current strength is absolutely sufficient to pin them down here. No matter how brave, they are ultimately just mortals." Kyle's confidence was not unfounded. In his view, this Astra Militarum company, having ventured deep, was like an insect caught in a spider's web. No matter how much it struggled, its ultimate fate was sealed. Meanwhile, the players, having just achieved a resounding victory, had indeed become somewhat overconfident. They believed that the so-called Gene Stealer cult was nothing special, and that once confronted head-on, they would be as vulnerable as the Vanguard Unit 7th Platoon had encountered. With this thought, when the scouts confirmed that the exit of the front passage led to an open nutrient paste processing area, the entire company rushed out in a swarm, almost without any additional reconnaissance or tactical planning. They scrambled out of the narrow passage, but the sight before them instantly stunned the players at the very front. Not far in front of them lay a wide trench. But this could not be called a trench at all, or rather, it was a one-way death trap. The trench wall on the player's side was a normal, jumpable slope, but on the side closer to the Gene Stealer position, the trench wall had been completely flattened, forming a nearly vertical, several meter high smooth wall. This meant that once they jumped into the trench, the players were like prisoners being led to an execution ground, with an almost insurmountable firing squad wall behind them. And for those players who had already instinctively jumped down, the chill in their hearts instantly reached its peak as they looked up at the enemy positions not far away. At a glance, not a single active enemy could be seen. The entire opposite side of the processing area was filled with bunkers constructed from temporary metal plates, discarded machinery, and piled rocks, with only dark firing slits. Ferocious auto turrets extended their barrels from behind cover, and several large industrial trucks had been welded with heavy metal plates and converted into makeshift armored vehicles, lurking silently like steel beasts. Before the players could even recover from their shock, the enemy's firepower began to roar. Boom. Tat 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 tat. A dense barrage of automatic gunfire, the piercing sound of heavy weapons firing, and countless laser beams intertwined into a deadly net of fire, instantly engulfing the entire trench. The players hadn't even found any targets to counterattack, only managing to fire a few scattered laser shots at the firing slits before being riddled with holes in this steel storm. As for the massive Big Eagle police, it goes without saying. His enormous body in the open ground was simply the perfect target. He had originally intended to charge forward, relying on the thick metal plate armor he wore, to create an opportunity for his comrades behind him. However, he had only taken 2 steps when a rocket, trailing a fiery plume, whistled out from a dark firing slit, hitting the Ogren's massive head with extreme precision, right on target. Boom. With a loud bang, Big Eagle Police's enormous head, along with part of his upper body, instantly exploded into a mist of blood and shredded flesh. His huge, headless body swayed twice, then crashed heavily to the ground, immediately sending him back to Ruan Wenbo, the company commander, who was located in the rear. Under this devastating, almost genocidal, attack, even the most hot-headed players completely sobered up. The fanaticism and overconfidence brought by victory were instantly extinguished by cold reality. The charge came to an abrupt halt, and the subsequent players desperately pinned themselves at the exit of the passage, using the corner as cover, no longer daring to step into that open death zone. The players who had RESP'd at the rear command node also no longer mindlessly rushed back to the front line, but instead stayed in a relatively safe place, exchanging information in the passage with lingering fear. Soon, the passage erupted into chaos. Holy cow, how are we supposed to charge this position? A newly revived player asked with lingering fear. I didn't even see the enemy before I was sent back next to the squad leader. Another echoed, his tone full of frustration. So this is how trench warfare can be played? I thought it was just digging a ditch and squatting in it. A new player voiced his question, clearly taught a lesson by this textbook trap. An old player immediately chimed in, then you're underestimating trench warfare too much. Aren't those cultists just like that? Foolishly digging a ditch, sometimes not even digging a ditch. Speaking of which, I suddenly feel so embarrassed that we were overrun by such trash during the second closed beta. Don't mention it, my face hurts. So, what do we do next? As this question was posed, the passage fell silent for a moment, and then a clear and definite consensus quickly formed. Report to the company commander, wait for his orders, and follow the company commander's orders. Exactly, this kind of thing needs professionals. We can't push through. Understood. Loyalty. Chapter 52, Oops. Couldn't hold back. The tragic situation on the front lines and the wails of the players were quickly reported to Ruan Wenbo. He remained calm, as if everything was under his control. He first had someone call over the previous scout's name and moth. When you scouted before, why didn't you report about the enemy's position? Ruan Wenbo's tone was calm, without the slightest hint of blame. The 2 scout players exchanged glances, looking a bit wronged. Name was the first to explain, Company Commander, when we went there before, we didn't see any position at all. It was just an open processing area. We did see that trench firing wall, but because there were no defensive fortifications around, we thought it was just a steep slope used for dumping waste, and we didn't pay any attention to it at all. Ruan Wenbo nodded, his expression relaxing considerably. That means the enemy's position was set up temporarily, not even counting as semi-permanent fortifications. That makes it simple, otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to fight. Name asked curiously, then how should we fight? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ruan Wenbo's mouth, and his eyes gleamed with the light of a tactician. It's very simple, infantry-artillery coordination, creeping barrage. Infantry-artillery coordination. Moth asked in surprise, isn't that too advanced for us at this stage? We don't even have basic coordination training, we should at least find some time to practice, right? Who said we needed formal infantry-artillery coordination? Ruan Wenbo retorted, his words carrying an air of self-evidence. In fact, for us players, all that's needed is for the infantry to keep charging and the artillery to keep firing. As for how many people are killed by our own artillery, that's not important, as long as we achieve victory in the end. He paused, then added, besides, real combat is the best training, isn't it? Yes. Moth gasped, shocked by the company commander's hardcore playstyle that treated lives like grass, but upon closer thought, he felt it was incredibly correct, since they could revive anyway. It seems, it really is. Since there are no objections, then execute the order. Ruan Wenbo waved his hand, ending the conversation. On the other side, at the rear position of the company, a Chimera Wyvern suppressor was quietly parked. The 4th Squad of the doomed company was responsible for operating this company's only indirect fire support artillery. The 4th Squad leader received Ruan Wenbo's order verbatim through the walkie-talkie. He turned off the communication and said to the gunner and loader beside him, "Brothers, time to work. In 20 minutes, continuously strike the enemy's position coordinates. Unless there's a new order, the shelling won't stop." The gunner's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Holy cow, that's awesome! Is the company commander really not going to care about merit points anymore? These shells aren't cheap. Merit points fired out are your own. The squad leader saw it clearly. If you're timid and don't dare to fire, failing the mission, then you'll truly get no merit points at all. He patted the gunner's shoulder. Think about it, the main source of merit points in this game is completing missions, and this won't be reduced by the number of people. While the merit points gained from killing enemies are also considerable overall, there are over 100 people competing with us for them. That makes some sense. The gunner felt his brain might have grown a few wrinkles. Anyway, let's prepare to fire. He began rummaging around inside the artillery vehicle. Where did those 5th squad guys say they put the firing table? Look for it. I remember they said it was in the left storage compartment, the loader reminded him. The gunner fumbled around and indeed pulled out a rolled up, heavily modified parchment from the storage compartment. But as soon as he held it, he showed an incredibly surprised expression. "Squad leader, you need to see this." "What, did rats chew the firing table?" The squad leader turned back impatiently, his gaze falling on the firing table, and then his expression also froze. Holy cow! A light blue information panel emerged from the old parchment. Name, hand-drawn firing table of the doomed company. Type, tool. Quality, common. Attributes, none. Effect, accurately marks the impact point of any curved trajectory weapon. Equip condition, none. Remarks, after being handled by various squads of the doomed company and frequently modified based on practical artillery experience, this firing table has finally become perfectly accurate. What's going on? The squad leader was in shock. When did this thing get an information panel? You know, in this game, not everything can have an information panel. At the very least, it needs to be a standard laser pistol or a complete set of bulletproof armor. For things like steel pipes or stones picked up on the roadside, the system doesn't bother to generate an information panel for them. Moreover, this wasn't just any tool, it had an effect. This meant it had transcended the realm of ordinary objects. I don't know. The gunner held up the firing table with an innocent expression. This is my first time in this vehicle, and as soon as I held it, this information panel popped up by itself. The squad leader quickly calmed down from his shock, his eyes bursting with ecstatic light. I'll report this to the company commander immediately. You don't worry about it for now, continue preparing for the bombardment. He grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and excitedly patted the gunner's back. With this tool, we're really going to rake in the merit points this time. After the squad leader reported the discovery of the firing table's special effect, Ruan Wenbo's side only sent back a calm understood, prepare for bombardment as planned. The 20 minutes of preparation time flew by in an instant. As soon as the agreed upon time arrived, the wyvern suppressor at the rear position immediately roared. The dull sound of artillery tore through the noisy industrial sounds of the processing area, and high explosive warheads, trailing arcs, accurately slammed into the Gene Stealer cult's temporary position. Ruan Wenbo stood at the safe passage entrance, holding binoculars, watching with satisfaction the bursts of fire and dust rising in the distance. Thanks to that miraculous firing table, the 4th Squad's bombardment was incredibly precise. Every shell seemed to have eyes, mercilessly falling into the enemy's position. The automatic turrets and heavy weapon bunkers that posed a huge threat to the infantry were almost individually targeted during the bombardment, blown into twisted scrap metal and rubble. It seemed this might be a perfect infantry-artillery coordination. The long-suffering players, seeing the bombardment begin, could no longer hold back. Under the command of their squad leaders, they shouted and charged out of the passage, crossing the open ground that had once made them unable to advance, and launched an assault on the enemy position ravaged by artillery fire. They clearly intended to repay, with double interest, the humiliation of their first attack, where they achieved nothing and were slaughtered at will by the enemy. Indeed, after 10 rounds of precise bombardment, the Gene Stealer cult's position was a mess. Although the remaining cultists still resisted the charging players, their firepower was greatly diminished. A large number of firing points had either been directly hit by shells and completely vanished, or had collapsed due to the temporary fortifications not being sturdy enough to withstand the violent explosions. The players encountered almost no decent resistance and successfully charged the enemy's position, engaging in bloody close combat with the Gene Stealers who emerged from cover and ruins. Laser beams and biological claws intertwined, the roar of chainswords and the shrieks of aliens mixed together. The battle thus entered the war of attrition that players were most familiar with and most skilled at. With their fearless charges and the advantage of infinite resurrection, victory was already within their grasp. Ruan Wenbo calmly issued the next command via walkie-talkie. 4th Squad, extend the bombardment position forward by 100 meters, conduct a barrage suppression. Friendly forces have already charged the enemy's first line of defense. A panicked shout immediately came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Oops. Couldn't hold back. Before the words finished, a familiar whistling sound of shells once again descended from the sky. Another round of wyvern bombardment precisely covered the first line of defense that had just been occupied by players, blowing both the players and the Gene Stealers, who were engaged in bloody combat there, into the sky. White light and flesh flew together. The scene was quite spectacular for a moment. Ruan Wenbo was silent for a moment, then said in an emotionless voice, after this, if other players complain about you, I won't say a single word to defend you. Chapter 53, Outsmarted. A flash of white light, and the players who had just been sent back to the rear command node by their own people reassembled, grumbling. Damn it, didn't they say that after the fire control system evolved, the cannons would hit whatever they aimed at? Exactly, how did they hit us again? Are those bastards from 4th Squad messing with us? Forget it, we'll settle accounts with them later. Now that the position is taken, let's kill the gene stealers first. A player waved his hand, appearing quite pragmatic. Everyone agreed, now was not the time for infighting. They reorganized their team and charged back into the first line of defense. Fortunately, the gene stealers entrenched there had also been sent flying by the indiscriminate shelling just now. The first line of defense was empty, and the players successfully reoccupied it. Just as they were preparing to use the position to advance forward, the roar of artillery fire once again came from overhead. All the players subconsciously tensed up, ducking their heads into the newly occupied trenches. However, this time the shells did not land on them but, about 100 meters away, accurately fell into the second gene stealer's position, erupting in continuous flames and smoke. Phew, good thing. It didn't land on us this time. If it landed on us again, I'd have to suspect they were doing it on purpose. Brothers flying the Wyvern later, remember, mortars don't hit the target immediately after firing, shells need time to travel. You must factor that time in. Meanwhile, in the command post deep inside the factory, Kale watched his planned temporary positions crumble in a sea of fire through the monitor, similarly plunged into deep confusion. The reason for his confusion was simple: where did these Astra Militarum get so many shells? From the player's perspective, shells were expensive. A single salvo of 4 shells from a Wyvern cost 120 merit points, requiring them to blow up about 200 ordinary cultists or 40 tough gene stealers just to break even. But from the perspective of natives like Kale, shells were not merely expensive, they were an industrial miracle. To consistently produce shells required a vast and complete industrial system as support. This included departments for raw material exploration, mining, and transportation, thousands of skilled workers capable of operating precision machine tools, and even more, excellent technical personnel who could design trajectories and formulate gunpowder. This was a massive chain where one link affected the whole. Even if the Imperium had tech priests who could craft anything by hand, or those foolproof STC standard manufacturing templates, they would still need the most basic raw materials, wouldn't they? Looking at the entire Pedisha Star, after several major wars and a long period of blockade, which remnants of Imperial forces still had the capacity for large-scale raw material extraction and transportation, let alone maintaining a complete military-industrial system. However, confusion aside, reality would not change because of Kale's incomprehension. The players' Wyvern suppressors continued to roar tirelessly from the rear positions, and round after round of artillery fire systematically and efficiently destroyed Kale's supposedly impregnable positions. Seeing the second position quickly collapse under the Corpse Emperor's followers' repeated tactica of artillery bombardment, infantry charge, Kale finally made up his mind. All retreat, his voice was cold and decisive, fall back into the factory and prepare for urban warfare. The pure-blood gene stealer beside him hissed in surprise, "Sir, this, our defenses." "Obey orders." Kale simply interrupted it coldly. Facing such unreasonable firepower projection, any temporarily constructed, non-permanent defensive fortifications were merely live targets. Their cult had no ability to counter artillery fire and had to drag the enemy into their only advantageous terrain. The players quickly realized this. When they charged through the second position, which had been thoroughly plowed by artillery fire, they expected to encounter more intense resistance. Instead, they found the third line of defense empty, devoid of any enemies. Only a few reckless players triggered enemy-placed landmines. Realizing the situation was unusual, Ruan Wenbo immediately ordered via walkie-talkie, 4th Squad, cease fire. Frontline players, immediately conduct reconnaissance. Several players immediately took off their weapons and equipment, advancing lightly to scout. They cautiously moved forward along the trenches and soon brought back results. Subsequent positions were all the same, apart from a few cleverly disguised traps and still operating automated turrets, there were no gene stealers. What's going on? How did all the enemies disappear? The player who had finished scouting returned to the team and informed the other players. Assassin asked, looking bewildered, did the game glitch? No, Ruan Wenbo shook his head. Through frontline reports and his own judgment, he had seen everything clearly. The enemy is actively retreating, they have abandoned their positions. Why? Clearly, when someone else was thinking, other players did not prioritize using their own brains. Perhaps they realized they couldn't counter our artillery coverage, Ruan Wenbo speculated. If we hadn't used artillery coverage and had just charged with infantry, they likely wouldn't have abandoned their positions. Are the NPCs in this game so smart? A newly joined player asked in surprise. As in most games, NPCs were rigid. Without exaggeration, the NPCs in this game are among the smartest I've ever seen, Ruan Wenbo stated with certainty, a hint of emotion in his tone. I think this is a good thing, we won't have to use artillery anymore. Assassin immediately said, his face edged with pain. Artillery shells consume merit points too quickly. We've spent over 2,000 merit points in such a short time. You might not feel the pinch, but it hurts me just to watch. But artillery coverage also made our advance very fast, and the enemy's effective strength was greatly depleted in the process. They can't revive like us, Ruan Wenbo said noncommittally. Now the enemy has changed their combat method. They've retreated into that factory, where artillery won't be effective. We can only change our approach and engage them in high-attrition urban warfare. It's foreseeable that casualties will be much higher afterward, Ruan Wenbo stroked his chin, a glint flashing in his eyes. But for us, that's the least important thing. The high intelligence of the enemies in this game might even make it easier for us to complete the mission. Chapter 54, From Splitting Up to Digging Graves. The players, having shed their heavy gear, moved lightly. Through physical reconnaissance, they quickly confirmed Ruan Wenbo's speculation, the outer defenses had indeed been abandoned by the Gene Stealer cult. They advanced, and the meticulously camouflaged tripwires and directional mines appeared so fragile in the face of the player's ability to resurrect. Without the worry of equipment damage, many players simply rolled through, not bothering to search, not caring if there might be traps. They simply triggered all the traps everywhere, and then the area naturally became safe. Facts proved that this method of using lives to clear mines was extremely effective. The purpose of setting traps was to force enemies to spend time searching carefully, fearing sudden death. But the Death Seekers were not afraid of death at all. Leveraging their resurrection advantage, the players used a sweeping action to clear out all the traps that would have originally delayed a large force for several hours. Kyle, who had retreated deep into the factory, watched all this through surveillance footage. He had originally thought the trap array would delay the enemy for at least half a day, but it didn't even last an hour before these bizarre Astra Militarum cleared it out with their lives. Kyle felt a chilling cold. Perhaps he had made a wrong decision just now. These guys, brainwashed by the Corpse Emperor, simply didn't care about sacrifice. Their disregard for death was beyond Kyle's comprehension. But regardless, the decision had been made, and all the cult members had retreated into the factory. Anyway, I've reported the situation, and reinforcements are on their way, Kyle muttered to himself, pinning his hopes on the distant reinforcements. After the outer defenses were cleared, Ruan Wenbo did not rush to advance. He ordered the 4th Squad to conduct a probing bombardment of the factory ahead. Wyvern shells whistled down onto the factory's steel outer walls, making dull thudding sounds. However, apart from the sparks and churning dust, the massive factory complex remained motionless, and not even a single enemy body dislodged by the explosion was found. Ruan Wenbo abandoned the plan for further bombardment. Clearly, there was a reason for the Gene Stealers to retreat inside this factory. This also reconfirmed Ruan Wenbo's conjecture the enemy was measuring them by the same standards they used to measure the remaining Imperial forces on this planet. The enemy believed manpower was their fatal flaw and wanted to deter these Death Seekers with high casualties. Being too clever for their own good, Ruan Wenbo thought to himself. If the enemy had remained steadfast on the outer defense line, then with the high commendation cost of Wyvern shells, Ruan Wenbo's commendations probably wouldn't have lasted until the entire outer line was broken. But now, the enemy had abandoned the outer defenses and retreated into the factory. High casualty urban warfare, for players with the advantage of infinite resurrection, was instead a good place to earn commendations. The Death Seekers would only grow stronger with each battle. The players surged into the factory's steel gates almost without hesitation. The heavy gate had been deliberately left open by the Gene Stealers, as if silently inviting these Astra Militarum into their lair. And the players, too, gladly accepted the invitation. They knew this would be a tough fight, but for the Death Seekers, a tough fight meant more commendations. As soon as they stepped through the gate, the first gunshot tore through the silence of the steel complex. It came from a narrow corridor on the flank of the entrance hall, where several Gene Stealers were ambushed around a corner. Their automatic guns were crude in appearance but powerful enough, instantly riddling the 3 players at the very front. Faced with the sudden attack, the players reacted almost instinctively. The moment the gunfire erupted, they ducked, simultaneously dropping to the ground to fire and suppress while looking for the nearest cover. Containers and abandoned machinery became their temporary shields. Bullets and laser beams crisscrossed the air, striking metal walls with sharp clangs and sending sparks flying. Damn it! These bastards! A recently resurrected player cursed as he steadied himself beside his squad leader. Without much hesitation, he raised his hand and threw a fragmentation grenade at the corner that had previously caused him trouble. The grenade arced through the air, landing precisely deep in the corner. As the crisp kill notification and roaring explosion sounded in his ears, he smugly patted his backside, thinking the problem was solved. All right, problem solved. Before he could finish his sentence, a cover on a ventilation duct in the ceiling above was suddenly violently ripped open, and a Gene Stealer, like a predatory spider, leaped down from it, its movements incredibly agile. Its black claws, carrying a gust of wind, pierced the player's abdomen the moment it landed. The intense pain stiffened the player's body, but the battlefield-honed reflexes left him no hesitation. He counterattacked with a swift stab, plunging his combat knife deep into the Gene Stealer's head. The next second, both melted away under the concentrated fire of other players who had reacted. However, the player resurrected again beside his squad leader a few seconds later. The Gene Stealers, on the other hand, was completely reduced to ash, dead forever. After a fierce exchange of fire and several cycles of death and resurrection, the players finally cleared the immediate threats in the entrance hall. As the gunfire gradually subsided and the smoke cleared, they realized that this hall was much more complex than they had imagined, with several passages seemingly leading to different places, dark, deep, and full of unknowns. What now? Split up? One player asked hesitantly, looking at the deep passages. In horror movies, splitting up usually leads to digging graves. Another player replied with a hint of sarcasm, evidently recalling some classic tropes. What's there to be afraid of? Do those death-seeking idiots in horror movies have laser guns and bayonets? Just as the players were discussing and debating, Captain Ruan Wenbo, from a safe zone, issued his orders via walkie-talkie: start the assault by splitting up. Too many people crammed into one place will hinder movement and make it easy for the enemy to surround us. Squad leaders, Pay attention to your own safety. As long as the squad leader doesn't die, team members can resurrect on the spot. This way, even if there's a shortage of manpower, it won't be too severe. Each squad chooses its own passage, proceed with extreme caution. Received, Captain. Yes, Commander. Understood, Commissar. For liberation, Democratic Officer. Yes, sir. Various responses echoed, making the communication channel exceptionally lively. One player couldn't help but mutter under his breath, our company composition is a bit complex. Chapter 55, Gene Stealers, Endure. The players of 5th Squad and the 6th Squad passed through a narrow, dim tunnel, and their vision suddenly opened up, but it also made them gasp. They found that they had entered a massive residential area. Before them were densely packed rooms, interconnected, varying in height, like a beehive constructed from steel and concrete. What was even more troublesome was that the open areas between the rooms were covered with tangled barbed wire, and the faint protrusions visible beneath silently indicated the presence of landmines. As for the enemies, apart from a few snipers who thought they were well hidden, concealed in windows or on rooftops, but were actually clearly marked by the white outlines in the player's field of vision, there were hardly any other figures to be seen. However, no one would believe that the entire area only had these few enemies. Why would there be a residential area in a mid-hive factory? One player couldn't help but complain, his tone full of confusion. What happened to low human rights? I thought workers just slept under their machines after work. Maybe it's where foremen and factory managers live. Another player speculated. There's no point guessing here, the 5th Squad leader quickly stopped their discussion, his gaze sweeping over the complex area. Let's figure out how to take this area. I just took a careful look around, I'm afraid there's no way to bypass it. Let's take out the snipers first, a player holding a laser sniper rifle said, then cautiously leaned out, aiming at a white outline behind a distant window. As a dazzling red laser beam cut through the dim air, precisely hitting its target, it was as if a signal had been given. The previously silent residential area instantly erupted into chaos. Dense gunfire and the whistling of energy weapons rose and fell, and both sides began a fierce shootout. The organs of Gene Stealers are different from ordinary humans, they generally possess extremely strong adaptability to extreme environments and acute senses. They can easily distinguish enemy positions in such dim environments, far more accurately than ordinary mortals. In fact, this was one of Kyle's calculations, he hoped to weaken the humans' visual advantage through this dim environment, thereby allowing the Gene Stealers to exert their hunting instincts in the dark. But this calculation clearly failed, and even helped his enemies instead. The hostile creatures in the player's eyes all had clear white outlines, which were even easier to distinguish in dim environments than in bright ones, because those white lights stood out exceptionally in the dark. In this situation, the players actually shot more accurately than in broad daylight. They only needed to aim at the clearly visible white outline and pull the trigger. The firepower of both sides was certainly not limited to automatic weapons and laser guns, grenades, hand grenades, rockets, and even anti-tank guns were used. Overall, the firepower of the Gene Stealers cult was superior, which made the previously cautious pureblood commander confident. It felt it had a good chance of annihilating this Astra Militarum force. But things quickly spiraled out of its control. It found that after a while of intense shooting, the players' firepower not only didn't weaken at all, but even became more ferocious after they became familiar with the general environment. Players killed by Gene Stealers would revive on the spot after a short while, they didn't even need to fully expose their bodies, just sticking out their heads was enough to continue shooting. For players, this was a zero-cost sniping duel, and they weren't afraid of how long it would last. Their own casualties gradually increased, and expensive heavy ammunition was rapidly consumed, yet the enemy's firepower remained unchanged, it seemed not a single person had died. Even if the Gene Stealers commander guarding the residential area were an idiot, it would realize that something was wrong. This was simply a one-sided war of attrition, if this continued, their ammunition and lives would be depleted, but the other side would still be able to fire lasers and throw grenades. It quickly called a halt to this foolish exchange. The gunshots abruptly thinned out, eventually falling silent. And the players, upon realizing this, were naturally unwilling. How could such a satisfying sniping duel suddenly stop? So, without needing the squad leader's order, they themselves began provocative shooting and continuous taunts. Why aren't you shooting? So cowardly. Grandson, don't be a coward, come out and face your grandpa. But clearly, the players' taunts didn't hit the mark. The remaining Gene Stealers were like dead men, showing no reaction at all. Just talking is useless, the squad leader said helplessly. A few brothers, take off your gear and go over to lure them out. Without needing further instruction, several players immediately and cleanly removed their equipment. Wearing nothing, they wouldn't feel bad if they died. Then, they swaggered into the open area and began their group taunting performance. You mongrel dog breeds, I'll screw your mothers, do you understand? Screw your mothers. One player said, without any embellishment, opening with the most concise and direct language. We've been fighting you for so long, and the god you believe in hasn't reacted at all. Is that Void Lord a cripple? Another player provoked with more inflammatory language. Finally, a few Gene Stealers couldn't hold back. They angrily poked their heads out and shot at the players who were taunting. One player unfortunately fell to the ground, but the other players seized this fleeting opportunity, focusing their fire to send these Gene Stealers to sleep as well. And the surviving players cursed even more vigorously, oh my god, why did you get so angry? The Void Lord didn't send down divine punishment, which means it has no objections. Why are you so anxious? Are you disloyal? But this time, no matter how the players cursed or provoked, no Gene Stealers showed their heads. Clearly, the Gene Stealers commander knew the principle that on the battlefield, the more the enemy wants you to do something, the best thing is not to do it. It was determined to endure. After cursing for a while, the Gene Stealers were like dead, showing no reaction at all. The players found it truly boring and retreated. Squad leader, it seems useless now, let's attack. A player shouted at the squad leader. The two squad leaders exchanged glances, both feeling they couldn't waste any more time. Since the enemy was determined not to show its head, this provocative tactic had lost its meaning. The two quickly discussed, and the fifth squad leader waved his hand, giving the order, our squad will go dismantle the barbed wire and landmines, and the fourth squad brothers will provide covering fire for us. We're brothers, so why be polite? Just go ahead and dismantle them. The fourth squad leader then directed his team members to find advantageous positions, their muzzles aimed at every window and crevice in the residential area where enemies might appear. And the Gene Stealers inside the residential area watched as these Astra Militarum swaggered out of cover again, openly beginning to dismantle the barbed wire they had meticulously set up. The clicking sound of the dismantling tools was exceptionally clear in the silent area. Sir, should we attack? A fourth-generation Gene Stealers cautiously asked the pureblood Gene Stealer. The pureblood Gene Stealer was caught in an unprecedented dilemma. Attack? Then some of its kin would definitely be exposed. Who knew if this was another deliberate lure by these Astra Militarum, waiting for them to walk into a trap? Not attack? But the purpose of setting up barbed wire was to delay the enemy's advance and inflict casualties during the process. Now the enemy was starting to dismantle it, yet they remained motionless as if watching a show. What was the point of the barbed wire then? Wasn't it set up for nothing? The pureblood felt a surge of absurdity. It was actually confused about whether to attack the enemy. Was this still the war it knew? Finally, the pureblood Gene Stealer took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the anger and unwillingness in its heart, and squeezed out a few words from its throat with a sense of grievance, no attack, endure. It comforted itself, waiting for these damned corpse emperor followers to enter the building, it would make them pay. Then, the narrow indoor spaces would be the Gene Stealers' home ground, and they would make them pay for their arrogance at this moment. Chapter 56, Our forces have taken the side room and are now assaulting the toilet. Under the cover of 5th Squad's gunfire, the members of 5th Squad skillfully operated their tools, completely clearing the barbed wire and landmines at the entrance to the residential area. The entire process was done openly, even with a hint of provocation, yet the Gene Stealers within the residential area, under the strong restraint of the pure blood, none dared to show their faces. After clearing the area, the players from both squads converged and swaggered to the main entrance of the residential area. The squad leader was about to signal the other players to ready their guns, intending to kick the door open himself, but JK stopped him. We can't use the main entrance, JK said. If the enemy isn't stupid, they'll definitely have guns aimed at the door and probably a pile of bombs, just waiting for you to open it. When the door opens, we definitely won't be a match for the prepared Gene Stealers, and we'll all be sent back to the company commander. The squad leader scratched his head and asked, but there are no windows either, if we don't use the main entrance, where can we go? Feel the material of this wall, JK gestured for the squad leader to touch the nearby wall. Although I don't understand Warhammer materials science, I can still tell good from bad. This wall, from its look and feel, isn't well made, at least it's not as blast resistant as the materials used to forge a hive city. JK didn't beat around the bush and directly proposed his plan, let's just blow up the wall and breach through it. At least we can catch the Gene Stealers off guard. You're a damn genius. The squad leader's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. After this battle, I'll give you my squad leader position. We can talk about transferring the squad leader position later, you go somewhere safe first. If you die accidentally, we'll all still have to go back to the company commander. Meanwhile, in Residential Unit 3 on the first floor of the residential area, several Gene Stealers were aiming crude automatic guns at the door, and a four-armed Gene Stealer was perched on the ceiling in a bizarre posture, ready to ambush enemies at any moment. They were on edge, and after the commotion outside the residential area ceased, their attention became even more focused on the door, almost entirely using their senses to perceive the corridor outside the door, so much so that they overlooked the rustling sound behind them. With a loud boom, the wall behind them suddenly exploded, and shattered concrete and rebar fragments, accompanied by the shockwave, instantly claimed the lives of the Gene Stealers in the entire living room. Just as the players stormed into the living room of this room, the wall of the adjacent residential Unit 5 also suddenly exploded, and tongues of automatic gunfire spewed from the gaping hole, sweeping wildly into the living room of Unit 3. Clearly, the Gene Stealers were not fools. The enemies in the adjacent room quickly realized that players could breach walls and immediately retaliated with their heavy firepower. The players were instantly suppressed, but they also counterattacked without hesitation, using some of the living room's furnishings as cover. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. The players displayed astonishing resilience when facing the Gene Stealers, refusing to retreat, and even with their last breath, they would deliver a heavy blow to the enemy. A Gene Stealer, using the smoke and dust from the exploded wall, ghost-like, stormed into the living room of Residential Unit 3 from the corridor. Its claws slashed, instantly disemboweling a player who couldn't react in time, spilling bloody intestines all over the floor. The Gene Stealer, thinking its opponent had lost the ability to resist, shifted its attention to the next target. However, this player struggled, using his last bit of strength to violently plunge a dagger into its head, even twisting it half a turn. The Gene Stealer let out a piercing shriek of agony, and in its rage, it tore the player to shreds with its forearms. And it, 2, due to severe brain trauma, was unable to dodge and was instantly torn apart by the concentrated fire of other players. In fact, even if it had immediately fled, with its brain severely damaged, it wouldn't have lived much longer. On the other side, a gene stealer cunningly hid in the toilet of Residential Unit 3. It held its breath until it heard a player pass by, then seized the opportunity to rush out, killing the unsuspecting player and casually throwing his remains at other players, attempting to intimidate the enemies, block their vision, and quickly relocate to leave the area. However, the other players didn't care at all, facing the flying remains, they didn't even blink, showing no hesitation. The player at the very front, holding a blood-stained machete, slashed the gene stealer's leg 3 or 4 times, turning it into a bloody mess. The gene stealer, in excruciating pain, tried to counterattack, but was instead taken down by other players who swarmed it, instantly swallowed by a flurry of blades. The player who first rushed in and killed this gene stealer wiped the intestines splattered on his face and couldn't help but complain, "Damn it, that bastard's guts are on my face. This game is really bloody and violent." Speaking of which, besides throwing up a couple of times when I first encountered such scenes, I actually adapted very quickly afterward. Am I naturally cut out to be a soldier king? Oh, come on, it's probably just this game putting some kind of thought filter on you. This player had just finished wiping the intestines from his face while chatting, and was about to re-enter the battle when a stray bullet, flying from an unknown direction with a whistling sound, accurately struck the player's head. With a dull pop, his head instantly exploded, red and white matter splattered, and his body slumped lifelessly. After an average of 1.5 deaths per person, totaling over 30 lives, no more gene stealers appeared on this side of the Death Seekers' infiltration, and the players naturally rushed to the next room, the central reception room located in the center of the first floor. Meanwhile, the pure blood gene stealer in the factory manager's room on the top floor listened anxiously to the continuous explosions and gunshots. Through a psychic link, it asked the 4th generation hybrid gene stealer stationed on the first floor, "What's the situation?" "We have temporarily held off the attack, confining the enemies to the side room of the central reception room." The 4th generation hybrid gene stealer shrieked, its voice filled with the intensity and exhaustion of battle. "They are now attacking the washroom. My lord, we have suffered heavy casualties, having lost at least 100 first generation and 50 second generation. I need reinforcements. Give me another squad of aberrants, and I can not only launch a counterattack, push them out of the toilet, but also retake both the main room and the side room, and hold them for an hour." The pure blood gene stealer paced anxiously, its massive body moving back and forth in the cramped room. It pondered, then finally responded, "No, that squad of aberrants in the control room on the second floor can inflict massive casualties on the enemy. I cannot redeploy them." Upon hearing this, the 4th generation hybrid gene stealer's voice was filled with grief and indignation, "But on the first floor, only the reception room's walls are load-bearing, they can't blast through them, they can only charge head-on. This is our only advantageous terrain on the first floor. If the reception room falls, the first floor will last at most another hour. Show the courage of your loyalty to the Void Lord." The pure blood gene stealer suddenly stopped pacing and roared, "You've only held the first floor for 30 minutes. Utter such defeatist words again, and I will kill you myself now, without the Astra Militarum." The 2 squad leaders, who were in a safe zone outside, did not have a psychic link, but they received information quickly the dead players would revive near them, so they just had to ask, "What's the battle situation like now?" Coincidentally, a player revived near them, and they stopped him just as he was about to move forward. The player's stepping foot paused, and he replied, "We've already taken the side room of the reception room, and now we're assaulting the toilet. You said you took the side room when you revived the 3rd time, and this is your 7th revival already." The 4th squad leader couldn't help but complain. "Before, it was a tug-of-war, but this time we really took it. Their manpower on the first floor is almost depleted by us." The player argued. Chapter 57, Unprecedented Sons of Freedom. The 4th generation hybrid gene stealer's crimson eyes were fixed on the battlefield before him, his bloodshot eyeballs, strained from excessive fatigue and anger, appeared exceptionally ferocious in the dim firelight. The air was thick with the rich smell of blood, char, and the foul stench of burning flesh. Whether it was the torn and pierced gene stealers, or the unrecognizable, armor-shattered Astra Militarum, their bodies were piled up like mountains, layer upon layer, covering the entire central reception hall. Blood had now completely stained the ground, converging into winding streams that slowly seeped between twisted metal wreckage and shattered wall bricks. The furious firepower from both sides, the roar of autoguns, the hiss of lasguns, and the boom of grenade explosions had utterly destroyed the room. The once spacious and bright reception hall was now an unrecognizable ruin, with exposed rebar like struggling bones, and charred walls covered in bullet holes and the hideous scars left by explosions. No one could discern its original appearance, even its designer, if present, could only face this shocking mess, fruitlessly searching their memory for a trace of its former self. The battle had only lasted a short hour. Within this hour, the total number of enemies never exceeded 30, but strangely, it never dropped below 20 either. Batch after batch of Astra Militarum poured in like a flowing stream, filling the fallen gaps one after another. Logically, this extremely foolish attrition tactic would only cause these human soldiers to suffer more firepower and greater casualties, eventually collapsing in despair. However, the cruel reality was that his side was the first to falter. The number of gene stealers who had died in the front half of the first floor, including the central reception hall, had already reached 500, which was almost half of his available forces. Every fallen kinsman sounded an alarm deep within him. His forces were nearing a dangerous tipping point, if this continued, he feared the entire first floor would be lost. Retreat. The fourth generation hybrid could no longer endure this attrition. His crimson eyes trembled violently as he made up his mind. Through the psychic link, sharp and urgent commands instantly reached the depths of every genestealer's mind: evacuate this location, completely abandon the central reception hall. In response to the enemy's retreat, the players' first reaction was not hesitation, but like enraged beasts, they immediately pursued relentlessly. The muzzles of bolt guns smoked, the red light of las guns flickered, and as soon as the enemy was out of sight, they advanced without hesitation, their steps urgent and firm. This was clearly the instinct of the Death Seekers, a fanaticism that disregarded everything, solely to tear the enemy to shreds. For players, being aggrieved was absolutely unacceptable. If the enemy dared to attack, they had to immediately retaliate, returning it twofold. The moment the central reception hall was abandoned, the flames of war, like a tide, quickly spread to the rear half of the first floor. However, the players soon discovered that the fourth-generation hybrid genestealer's belief that he could hold out for another hour was not unfounded. In fact, he had been conservative. Firstly, the area of the rear half was nearly 3 times larger than the simple central reception hall and was divided into several rooms. These areas were not flat and open, but had numerous facilities obstructing the players' advance: collapsed metal cabinets, scattered abandoned pipes, and various mechanical remnants of unknown purpose, all intertwined, forming natural barriers. Manual clearing was necessary to pass, and during this time, genestealers would undoubtedly dart out from the shadows like ghosts, harassing and interfering, forcing players to divert their attention. High explosive ordnance could, of course, clear these obstacles, but most players, when encountering situations that could be cleared manually rather than needing explosives like load-bearing walls, would not easily use precious explosives. After all, merits were not free, every merit represented the fruit of their desperate struggle on the battlefield. Many players cherished their merits, hoping to save them to buy a cool weapon in the shop, such as an extremely sharp power sword or a powerful heavy bolter. Before buying these favorites, they clearly did not intend to casually squander their merits. And the fourth-generation hybrid keenly noticed this. He saw the occasional hesitation of those human soldiers when clearing obstacles, and their reluctance to easily use explosives. He certainly couldn't understand things like merits or shop in this context, but based on instinct and experience, he made a self-righteous guess: these Astra Militarum didn't have enough high explosive ordnance. A flash of unexpected brilliance flickered in his crimson eyes, his tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and he fell into a brief and fervent surprise. At this moment, he felt he could do it again. Perhaps these humans weren't so difficult to deal with, they still had a chance. However, this somewhat naive fantasy was quickly shattered by cruel reality, because for players acting as combat soldiers, this back and forth, step-by-step urban warfare might be thrilling, full of tactical fun and adrenaline-pumping excitement, but for the 2 squad leaders in the rear, they were bored to tears, to the point of their balls splitting. The 2 looked at each other, one idly picking his nails, the other starting to check his las gun for dust, occasionally muttering impatiently. If it weren't for the merits received from squad members' resurrections even while lying here, I definitely wouldn't do this, it's too damn boring. But they absolutely could not go to the dangerous front lines. As grassroots commanders, their lives were far more valuable than those of ordinary players. Once they died unexpectedly in battle, they would immediately respawn with the next higher-ranking company commander, which meant with Ruan Wenbo, who was in a safer position further out. At that point, not only would their subordinate players definitely be dissatisfied, but they would also hinder the progress of the entire battle strategy. If it really aroused public anger, punishing an unqualified squad leader would not require any official operation like reporting, the players themselves could solve it internally. Shoot the person who aroused public anger, and then the higher-up for current players, that would be company commander Ruan Wenbo, would not acknowledge their ability to inherit their previous identity, making the executed player directly join the Death Seeker's queue as a newcomer, with all previously accumulated merits reset to 0. However, speaking of the source of merits, players also had an interesting cognitive error, or rather, Byte had intentionally misled them in various ways. He made them naturally believe that these were imperial rewards they received for killing enemies of humanity. But in reality, the essence of merits was not like that. Their distribution was entirely calculated based on how much dynamic information their war actions created, and Byte then awarded merits to players based on how much stronger he became after obtaining this dynamic information. From beginning to end, this actually had nothing to do with the Imperium of Man. Byte merely changed the numbers on the players' panels. One could even say that if Byte didn't want to keep enough humans as nutrients or test subjects for efficient dynamic information output, waiting for internal human conflicts to shift from secondary to primary after external enemies were cleared, then for a large-scale civil war to erupt, allowing him to simply feast on information without doing anything, then the merits players would gain from fighting humans would be the highest tier, because that would generate the most complex, most dynamic, and most valuable information flow. Of course, even if the merits gained from fighting humans were truly the highest tier, most players probably wouldn't choose to cooperate with Xenos to turn and fight humans, but would simply quit the game. After all, this game wasn't mandatory. If the developers disgusted them in such a way, forcing them to be traitors, couldn't they just not play? If they encountered a game with an anti-Japanese theme, but upon entering, found they could only play as a puppet army, would players still hold their noses and play? No, they would, of course, choose to harshly criticize the development team, sending every relative in their entire family tree to the crematorium. Ultimately, players are normal humans of the 21st century, not psychopaths infected with the blood cross. They will understand the game content and make choices consistent with their own beliefs based on that content. In a sense, this is also a manifestation of players defying authority. Within the game, they will only do things that align with their own thoughts. Even if they can be guided, it's fundamentally because the guidance aligns with their beliefs, and players choose to accept it. And if the guidance differs from their beliefs, or is even completely opposite, then players will choose to reject or even attack it. One could say that in the Warhammer universe, they are the unparalleled, unprecedented sons of freedom. Chapter 58, The World, it is defiled again. I don't think we can just keep waiting like this, the squad leader of Squad 4 said with a hint of impatience. He frowned, looking at the central reception hall, which had been rendered unrecognizable by flames and bullet rain, through the tactical holographic projection in front of him. I think so too, the squad leader of Squad 5 immediately agreed. Being a commander is too boring. Not being able to go to the front line, just waiting like this, watching the people in front have all the fun, it's torture. When this war is over, I'm going back to report to the company commander and have him relieve me of my post. The squad leader of Squad 4 twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard that. You just set a very classic death flag. When I finish this war, I'll go back to XXX. The squad leader of Squad 5 shrugged indifferently. What are we afraid of? Are we players afraid of death? Good point. The squad leader of Squad 5 felt he needed to bring the topic back, so he cleared his throat and said seriously, we've gone off topic. In short, we both need to figure out how to quickly end this street fight. The squad leader of Squad 4 pondered for a moment, then a light bulb went off. How about letting Bug put on his wyvern armor? Bug was the player previously seen in the tunnel wearing a full set of Prometheum Flamer Trooper gear. His thick hazmat suit stood out particularly in the firelight. Wyvern armor and Flamer set were both nicknames other players had given that Flamer Trooper suit. Are you sure? The squad leader of Squad 5's expression became troubled when he heard that. That's really too hot, and too suffocating. It's fine, it's our soldiers who are getting hot inside. If we tried to go in, they wouldn't let us. The squad leader of Squad 4 waved his hand and chuckled. After all, safety first, right? Holy crap, you're sweet. Speak of the devil. Just as the two were still discussing, a familiar figure flashed beside them. It was Bug, who had just died. The squad leader of Squad 4, quick-witted, grabbed him, and almost simultaneously, both said in unison, go get your wyvern armor from the wyvern. On Bug's face, mostly hidden by his helmet, a visible look of surprise appeared. The world, it is defiled again. Suddenly hearing that deep, muffled, and indistinct voice coming through the fully enclosed armor, the players fighting at the front subconsciously turned their heads. They saw a figure, stepping heavily, one step at a time, into the combat zone. All systems starting. Bug let out a wild laugh. Even through the thick helmet, one could tell how excited he was at that moment. He held the Prometheum Flamer in his hand and pulled the trigger. You damn filthy gene stealers, all of you be burned clean by the flames. The scorching flames, like an angry giant dragon, spewed from the muzzle of the flamer, sweeping forward with destructive power. The fourth-generation hybrid watched helplessly as the latter half of the area, which it had just thought it could hold for a long time, was completely engulfed by the rampant tongues of fire. Structures intolerant to high temperatures were instantly scorched red, then twisted and melted. Machines let out ear-piercing wails, then shattered. This naturally included the gene stealers attempting to hide in various corners. Under the licking of the flames, they let out piercing screams, their bodies rapidly carbonizing into charred ashes. The ubiquitous fire dragon seemed to possess life, madly drilling into every inch of space along the room's cracks, pipe fissures, and ventilation shafts. No place could escape its deadly lick. Any creature attempting to flee would be devoured by this torrent of flames. If you had Prometheum Flamers, why didn't you bring them out earlier? The fourth-generation hybrid was consumed by rage. What were you hiding? Is it fun to watch your comrades sacrifice themselves? Its body trembled with extreme anger, yet it was powerless. Why give me a false glimmer of hope, only to shatter it in the cruelest way? Void Lord, is this also a test you bestow upon me? Wahahaha, wahahaha. The scorching Prometheum flames, like a roaring fire dragon, spread wantonly amidst Bug's wild laughter. Tongues of fire licked at metal walls, rapidly melting and carbonizing all materials intolerant to high temperatures, emitting grating squeals and a pungent burnt smell. The air was sucked dry, leaving only scorching heat waves and suffocating thick smoke. The entire latter half of the first floor became like a giant furnace. The area covered by the flames grew wider and wider, forcing the gene stealers hiding in every corner to have nowhere to hide. In the fourth-generation hybrid's crimson eyes, the light of despair almost solidified. It watched its painstakingly established defensive line collapse in the flames, watched the once vibrant residential areas utterly destroyed, and watched its kin turn to ashes in agony. It roared and cursed, but everything seemed so pale and powerless. The flames were closing in, the scorching heat baking its skin, making it ache. It seemed that in the next moment, it too would be buried in this disaster brought by the corpse Emperor's lackeys. However, at this critical juncture, a deafening explosion suddenly came from above. The ceiling overhead, that once solid ceiling, as if struck by a giant hammer, instantly collapsed. Shattered metal, concrete, and wires poured down like rain. Accompanying these falling debris, dozens of strong, twisted aberrants crashed down from the breach. Their massive bodies slammed onto the ground with dull thuds, raising clouds of dust, but they were almost unharmed, their crimson compound eyes glinting with bloodthirsty light. Launch a frontal assault immediately. The voice suddenly resounded in the 4th-generation hybrid's mind. It was the purebloods' command. First, kill this corpse emperor's lackey with the flamer. The 4th-generation hybrid's previously dim eyes suddenly widened, like a dying fish suddenly gulping fresh air. Hope, that hope almost consumed by the flames, surged fiercely within its heart once more. It gritted its teeth and let out a low, powerful growl, yes. Immediately, through the psychic link, it transmitted the purebloods' command to all remaining gene stealers on the first floor. Including itself, as if injected with a stimulant, they abruptly tightened their lines and charged together towards the source of the flames. Apparently, the purebloods' previous lack of support was because the second floor had superior terrain, more suitable for aberrants to ambush and defend, and easily committing to the first floor was a waste. But now the situation had undergone a fundamental change. No matter how good the terrain, if this damned flamer trooper wasn't dealt with, everything would lose its meaning. In street fighting, especially within such narrow and enclosed buildings, a promethium flamer was an absolute killing tool. Even if not directly hit by the flames, the terrifying high temperatures and thick smoke would rapidly deplete the life force of any creature. Suffocation, burns, oxygen deprivation, all were fatal threats. This was a mutually destructive tactic. Apparently, these mad humans didn't care about their own lives, they only wanted the Void Lord's devout followers to die. For this, destroying any amount of material or sacrificing any number of lives was irrelevant. And subsequent events indeed confirmed the purebloods' thoughts. Those Astra Militarum, facing nearly suffocating thick smoke and deadly high temperatures, unhesitatingly pushed forward, enduring all discomfort, forming a human wall to cover the fire dragon that was spewing flames. It just didn't know that while the players charged forward, they were also grumbling. Damn it, you've stolen all the merits, merit, again. Motherfucker, this smoke is really suffocating. Doesn't this building have automatic sprinklers and exhaust fans? I don't think dust and water can extinguish promethium flames. Next time you wear the flamer set, say something. I'll put on a gas mask beforehand. This smoke is too damn suffocating and stings the eyes. Sigh, now I understand why Kriegers wear gas masks all the time. On Bug's face, hidden by the helmet, a hint of embarrassment seemed to appear. His voice came through the enclosed visor, with a touch of awkwardness. Sorry, I was too excited just now, didn't have time to say. Definitely next time. Definitely next time. However, his apology lasted less than a second. Through his smoke-stained visor, he saw the shadowy, menacing gene stealers and aberrants, emerging from the thick smoke and approaching at an alarming speed. The excited light in his eyes reignited, and he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. With a muffled roar, another promethium fire dragon once again spewed furiously from the nozzle, instantly dyeing the darkness ahead a blazing orange-red. Chapter 59, I originally wanted to adopt it, but unfortunately, it died. With a command from the pureblood gene stealer, the gene stealers and aberrants, who were still struggling in the flames and thick smoke, suddenly surged out from all directions, from broken floorboards, from cracks in the walls, and even from ventilation ducts, as if injected with a stimulant. They no longer cared about the scorching flames or the suffocating smoke. Their crimson compound eyes were locked onto the Astra Militarum soldier spewing fire. For a moment, the entire back half of the area seemed to come alive, with countless twisted figures, roaring and screaming, swarming towards the players like a tide. The players' firepower was momentarily unable to hold them back. No matter how much energy the laser guns had, or how fast the machetes were swung, facing this seemingly endless human wave tactic made them feel stretched thin. After all, although they could revive infinitely, their player count was still capped at no more than 30. If these gene stealers had stuck to the idea of a conventional war and slowly wore them down, they would surely have been annihilated in the end. Of course, when the pureblood gene stealer saw the flamethrower soldier appear, it immediately changed its tactical plan, deciding to throw everything it had at them and eliminate him at all costs. Naturally, the players also had a way to deal with such an all-out assault. In this prolonged urban warfare, the players, who had died more than a dozen times on average, had been forced to learn to communicate through eye contact and gestures. After all, in such a chaotic and dangerous environment, speaking to convey information was not only too slow but also very likely to alert the enemy, often resulting in being cut to pieces by a surprise attack from the gene stealers. JK, who was at the very front, merely patted his waist. This simple and subtle movement was immediately understood by the other players. They understood his meaning and began to retreat gradually, orderly withdrawing towards the central reception hall. Hey! 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 At this, Bug panicked. His heavy promethium flamethrower suit made it difficult to move nimbly during a retreat. He continued to spray flames while anxiously shouting, "Why are you guys retreating? Cover me!" Before he could finish, he felt a cold, heavy object pressed against his waist. JK had silently appeared beside him at some point, and with a mischievous smile, he patted his shoulder and said casually, "Don't worry, brother, your promethium will definitely get the most kills when it explodes." Bug's mind raced, and he instantly understood. He looked down at his waist, where a melta bomb was clearly attached. This meant that seeing the enemies swarming them, they planned to directly blow up the building with melta bombs, and he, in turn, had become the fuse for this bomb. In fact, the building's structure was not very sturdy, just 4 or 5 melta bombs placed on the load-bearing walls of the central reception hall would directly cause the entire building to collapse. This cost was even affordable for a single player if he gritted his teeth and bought them from the shop. The reason this method hadn't been used before was simple. Firstly, if one person blew up the building and eliminated most of the gene stealers, then he would earn most of the merit points, while other players affected by the explosion would have their equipment destroyed by the melted bombs and would have to buy new ones. This kind of selfish action would definitely cause strong dissatisfaction among other players. The collective restriction meant no individual would do such a thing. Secondly, many players still wanted to experience the urban combat of this new map. If they blew up the map right away, what would they play? The purpose of the game, after all, was for experience and fun. Now, however, the situation was completely different. The enemies had been lured in and gathered, and the urban combat experience was complete. It was time to end this battle. Since that was the case, why not make it quick? Each person buys a melted bomb and sends all the gene stealers to heaven. And Bug, who seemed to have been mercilessly abandoned by the players, would actually be the one to earn the most merit points. Because, clearly, this full-scale assault by the gene stealers was for him, and the promethium in his flamethrower would greatly increase the power of his self-detonation, ensuring a high kill count. This was also a tacit compensation from the other players, as his flamethrower suit was very expensive, and now, it was clearly going to be sacrificed. For unrestrained players, the choices they faced were either to cooperate and share benefits fairly, or to resort to all means to snatch merit points, leading to a prisoner's dilemma-style game. Clearly, they chose the former and began to consciously maintain it. The detonation of the melted bombs had no warning, there was only a blinding white light followed by a deafening roar. More than 20 melted bombs were clearly overkill for this residential area. The entire area was instantly engulfed in a blazing inferno. The shockwave spread in all directions with overwhelming force, leveling all obstacles. Metal beams were instantly vaporized, walls collapsed like paper, and the entire building, trembling, disintegrated in a sickeningly twisted manner. The power generated by its collapse and explosion was unparalleled, enough to destroy any life. But this was irrelevant to the players, it was just another respawn. With a flash of light at the respawn point, the players stood up one by one, ignoring the dust on their bodies, and immediately opened their system logs. Holy cow, a revived player exclaimed genuinely, looking at his system log flooded with kill notifications. I earned over 800 merit points, from that blast. That's about right, they're all dead, JK mused, looking at the chaotic, smoke-billowing ruins before him. This residential area could fit a few thousand gene stealers at most. But generally, with so many gene stealers, there should be a pureblood commanding them. I didn't see a pureblood kill notification. Me neither. I don't have one either. Then the pureblood is still alive. Realizing this, the players immediately became excited, completely ignoring the residual high temperatures and choking smoke in the ruins, and rushed directly into the collapsed residential area. For them, a living pureblood gene stealer meant immense merit points, and a potential first kill reward. Among the building's wreckage, the players quickly found the pureblood. Its massive body was wedged between a pile of twisted plasteel and broken metal. Although most of the ceiling had collapsed, a few barely supporting pillars remained in areas far from the explosion's core. The pureblood gene stealer's lower half hung in the air, while its upper half was firmly trapped above, unable to move. Clearly, its spine was broken, and even struggling was extremely difficult. Holy cow, Anderson! Kill it! Brothers at the front, don't be too hasty, let me kick it a few times, we'll earn merit points, together. Listening to these mocking and greedy voices, the pureblood gene stealer, still barely conscious, felt immense shame. It used its last ounce of strength to make a ferocious expression, and a low growl rumbled in its throat, roar. Before the roar could fully escape, its head was kicked askew by a player who rushed up. Oh my, still daring to hiss like that. The player added a few more kicks. Now we have no choice but to mercilessly love the gene stealers with chainswords. You guys are too cruel, I originally wanted to adopt it. It's not dead yet, someone reminded. Then forget it. Chapter 60, the gene stealers had a stress reaction. In the safe zone on the periphery, Ruan Wenbo was systematically confirming the progress of each squad via walkie-talkie. Overall, everything was going smoothly. The gene stealers seemed to enjoy fighting wars of attrition with the players, and the players, quite obviously, were equally enthusiastic about it. Each kill meant an increase in merit. The front line was steadily advancing, though slow, it was exceptionally resolute. If the gene stealers wanted to swarm them, finish the job in one go, and overwhelm the players in a single wave, the players would be even happier. They would simply strap on high explosive charges, whoever chickened out was a coward. After all, resurrection only took a few seconds. After Ruan Wenbo once again confirmed the situation on the front lines, the walkie-talkie relayed various complaints from the squad leaders. Without a god's eye view and zero delay communication, being a commander is too difficult. I'm so bored I've started counting ants on the ground. Don't tell me, I actually want to see what a warmer ant looks like. Can you describe it? The main problem is still resurrection. Positional warfare is fine, we can fight together on the front. But if you die while breaking through, you have to run all over the map. We really don't dare to push. Speaking of which, where's Big Eagle Police? Why haven't I heard him speak? He's a noble ogren. Killing ordinary gene stealers is truly like slaughtering chickens for him, unlike us fragile mortals who dare to die in front of you after a couple of hits. They even started trying to play imaginary chess during their idle chatter. However, amidst this seemingly relaxed atmosphere, continuous explosions suddenly erupted, becoming increasingly dense. Everyone was already familiar with this sound, it was clearly the players self-detonating again. This also meant that the gene stealers were once again gathering for a large-scale charge. At first, Ruan Wenbo thought it was just another player self-detonation, as this tactic was already commonplace. But soon, his brows furrowed tightly. The explosions became exceptionally dense, no longer sporadic, scattered roars, but continuous, successive thunderous blasts, as if the entire processing zone was trembling. This isn't right, Ruan Wenbo murmured to himself. Being experienced, he immediately realized this wasn't the spontaneous action of ordinary gene stealers. A single gene stealer's commander couldn't order an attack simultaneously across all fronts. Even a pureblood couldn't do it. Only higher-level cultist psychers had the ability to issue such unified and decisive commands to a large number of their kin scattered in various places in such a short time. As he pondered, the voices of the players after their resurrection came through the walkie-talkie, their tones marked by evident confusion and a hint of bewilderment. Report, it's a mess here, but the gene stealers have all fled. Same here, only remnants are left, no living ones in sight. Company commander, we resurrected, and the surroundings are empty, not even a breathing soul. Ruan Wenbo quickly summarized these scattered pieces of information, and his judgment was confirmed. This was by no means accidental. The explosions were too dense, like continuous thunder, which was clearly not the self-operation of individual gene stealers' commanders, but a direct order from a high-level entity. Their purpose was to temporarily force back the players, they intended to withdraw. Attention, everyone. Ruan Wenbo's voice came through the walkie-talkie, the gene stealers are in a large-scale retreat. This is not an ordinary rout, it's an organized withdrawal. He paused, his tone resolute, all squads, one squad pushes forward to scout, the other stays put. Be quick. Confirm enemy movements. They wouldn't retreat without reason. Yes. The players of the 7th platoon were the fastest. They didn't self-detonate, relying purely on their superb hacking skills and a bite of their Ogren squad leader's strength, they relentlessly cut down all the gene stealers that surged forward to intercept them. Upon receiving the order, they immediately began to pursue. Then, they happened to run into the cultist psyker Kyle, who was walking slowly. The 7th platoon abruptly halted, watching the opponent warily. Kyle also stopped, its gaze sweeping over this peculiar squad of mortals, a hint of doubt arising primarily directed at the Ogren. According to its knowledge, Ogren should immediately charge forward with grunts and attacks. The words caution and defense exceeded the brain capacity of Ogren. But it didn't matter. This strange Astra Militarum had given it enough doubt. Now, it would personally kill these damned mortals. I didn't expect you mortals to inflict such heavy casualties on my kin, Kyle said with a grim face, its voice filled with suppressed fury. It had originally intended to hold its ground and wait for reinforcements, but the death rate of its subordinates was beyond its imagination. In just an hour, thousands of its kin had returned to the embrace of the Void Lord. At this rate, by the time reinforcements arrived 3 days later, each of its kin would owe these Astra Militarum at least 3 lives. However, everything ends here. Kyle raised its hand, and on its pale palm, purple psychic energy began to swirl and gather, you will slaughter each other in terror. Kyle's right hand was wreathed in dense purple psychic energy, attempting to use psychic power to bind the players' souls, driving them into madness, causing them to collapse in mutual slaughter. This was one of its most skilled attack methods, it had used this trick to plunge countless enemies into despair and infighting. However, just as it was about to unleash its psychic power, its hand suddenly stiffened. Because when it tried to extend its psychic power, it discovered that, from the warp perspective, there was nothing where souls should have existed, yet from the real-world perspective, it could see these mortals standing before him. This violent conflict between the warp and real-world perspective stimulated Kyle's brain nerves. For a moment, 2 completely contradictory yet factually existing situations began to attack each other, using its body and soul as a battlefield. Where are the souls? Where are the souls? Kyle, who intended to drive the Death Seekers into frenzy, instead fell into frenzy itself. It was like a physicist who suddenly discovered that the rules of the universe were not uniform, or a mortal who saw a ghost in broad daylight. How is this possible? How can this be? The universe where the players actually resided didn't even have a warp, and they weren't even physically present, they were merely a piece of information fabricated by Byte. How could players possess souls under the warmer worldview for Kyle's psychic energy to twist and control? The players of the 7th platoon watched Kyle suddenly descend into madness before them, and they, who had been arrayed in strict formation, collectively stood dumbfounded. What's wrong with this boss? It's said that Psyker's psychic powers are very unstable, the stronger the Psyker, the less he can control himself. Psychic power constantly suppresses the brain, leading to a weak self-awareness. Maybe he accidentally made a mistake just now and blew up his own brain nerves. You mean, this gene stealer's had a stress reaction? Probably. After all, I've only read GW's official settings, I'm not a real Psyker. That situation is for wild Psykers, right? Do gene stealers' Psykers also have this problem? It can't be, can it? Anyway, quickly get Assassin over here. This is a great opportunity to spit sulfur fire. Chapter 61 We are all your solid support. Assassin quickly arrived with his squad. From a distance, they saw the 7th platoon's players surrounded something, but didn't dare to approach rashly. As they got closer, they naturally saw the cult sorcerer Kyle, who was constantly emitting crazed roars. How's it going? Everything all right? Assassin asked. More than all right, Big Eagle Police shrugged, pointing at Kyle, who was clutching his head and swaying in place. This idiot has been going crazy here. We were afraid our damage output wouldn't be enough, so we didn't touch it. He added, after all, during the lower hive trench warfare, even the entire company's concentrated firepower had no effect on that chaos sorcerer. This guy looks much more formidable than that chaos sorcerer. Assassin observed that the psychic fluctuations emanating from the strange sorcerer were indeed not to be underestimated. He pondered for a moment before saying, how about we try conventional weapons first? After all, if I use sulfur fire, I won't be able to go online for 10 hours. I really don't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. Alright. Big Eagle Police eagerly shouted his agreement. He yelled at his squad, brothers, we have backup now. Let's go hack it to pieces. He was clearly itching for a fight and had wanted to go in for a long time. The 7th platoon's players responded enthusiastically, all cheering wildly. Oh 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 oh. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Accompanied by earth-shattering battle cries, the 7th platoon's players rushed forward en masse, their weapons slashing down at Kyle. However, just as their weapons were about to touch Kyle, an invisible force suddenly erupted. Buzz. All melee weapons, whether dueling swords or entrenching tools, froze in midair, as if firmly glued by an invisible adhesive. The players strained with all their might, muscles tensed, veins bulging, but the weapons in their hands remained motionless. Even Big Eagle Police's arms, with veins bulging, couldn't push down or pull out his weapon. The other players, naturally, were no exception, their faces were flushed, but they were helpless. A sinister pleasure spread across Kyle's twisted face. It squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, blasphemous beings. I will burn you to ashes under the gaze of the Void Lord. With that, an invisible energy wave, centered on Kyle, suddenly spread out like ripples. Several crisp snaps came from inside the bodies of the ordinary human players who were at the very front, as if their bones were instantly twisted. Then, their entire bodies were contorted into pretzels and they fell to the ground with a thud. Immediately after, a flame rose from within their corpses, and just as Kyle had said, it instantly burned them to charred ashes, leaving not a speck of residue. Only Big Eagle Police was still resisting. Although his body was also bound by an invisible force, he was still struggling, relying on the Ogren's powerful physique. He saw his companions burn to ashes and immediately cursed, I'll screw your grandson. If you burn the biomass, what will your master eat? When he comes, he'll probably eat you first. Although an Ogren being able to utter such coherent and sarcastic remarks seemed more astonishing than the players being soulless, the frenzied Kyle paid no attention to this. It merely increased its psychic output, and a purple light instantly enveloped Big Eagle Police and his squad members, burning them to ashes as well. SAG, it's up to you. The 9th squad members, witnessing this scene, knew what was coming next, so they all took off running, shielding Assassin in front of them. In a short while, they had run several hundred meters, leaving only distant shouts, don't disappoint everyone's expectations. That's right, SAG, don't be afraid, fight bravely. Go wild, SAG, we are all your solid support. These bastards, Assassin shook his head helplessly, looking at his retreating teammates, and muttered, is the destructive power generated after I activate my skill really that great? They all ran, why didn't you run? Kyle's figure appeared before Assassin like a ghost in an instant, its twisted face almost touching his. Aren't you afraid of death? First of all, it's not just me who isn't afraid of death, every one of us isn't afraid of death, Assassin corrected, his tone calm. They ran simply because they didn't want to drop their equipment. He paused, then looked at Kyle seriously again, secondly, I sincerely advise you, don't burn corpses indiscriminately. If your master knows you're overturning his food bowl like this, he's definitely going to curse. Finally, I can't think of anything else to say to stall for time. Anyway, I can't hold it in much longer, so I'll stop pretending. Assassin thought for a moment, shrugged, all Xenos must die. In an instant, a pillar of crimson light shot out from Assassin's mouth, soaring skyward. The light pillar was as fierce as a volcanic eruption, engulfing everything in front of him. The astonishing heat instantly warped the air, and the ground cracked. Kyle's twisted body didn't even have time to make a sound before it was reduced to nothing in this pure torrent of energy, along with the ruins around it, all consumed by this sulfur fire. Tech priest Redito Asimia of the Trinity Foundry workshop in the distance naturally saw this scene. His red electronic eyes flickered, and a mechanical hum emanated from his mouth, another one. It seems he has stabilized himself. Untrained feral psychers, not officially trained by the Imperium, often self-destruct due to their inability to control their psychic powers, and this is even more true for those with stronger psychic abilities. Patricia currently clearly lacks the ability to train feral psychers. Redito's original expectation was that the individual would immediately explode and die due to lack of control after his last psychic outburst. This was the best outcome he could foresee. Now, the situation was clearly developing for the worse. This unknown psyker had barely managed to stabilize his psychic power, transforming from a bomb that would explode immediately into a ticking time bomb. As a tech priest, Redito's most detested things were uncontrollable variables and changes. A Delta-level psyker. Redito looked at the readings on the psyker detector he had hastily manufactured after seeing that pillar of fire last time. The data, after violently fluctuating, finally settled on an alarming value. He sighed, and the sensors on his mechanical arm trembled accordingly. Why is my luck so bad? According to past data analysis, he should have only had a 0.7% chance of surviving after awakening his psychic powers. Redito looked out at the deep starry sky through the window and murmured, when will support arrive? Chapter 62, Tech Priest, why is your equipment so new? After the death of the cult Magus Kale, the Gene Stealers, having lost their unified authority, chose to withdraw from the processing area. Although they still numbered in the thousands and had several purebloods commanding them, they were clearly unwilling to engage in brutal urban warfare with the players in this area. Even with a supreme commander, there was no light of victory to be seen. Now, in a situation where no one could command anyone else and they were fighting individually, there was only one outcome: total annihilation. So, after a brief discussion, the Gene Stealers chose to withdraw. The players did not pursue. After all, they could distinguish between earning more merit points, for completing a mission and earning more for killing enemies. After confirming that there was no large-scale resistance in the area, Ruan Wenbo contacted the tech priest via walkie-talkie. "This is the doomed company, can you hear me?" A sizzling sound of electrical current came from the other end of the walkie-talkie, followed by a synthetic voice with a metallic echo. "This is the Trinity Foundry Workshop. Please speak. We have cleared the Gene Stealer cult entrenched in the Trinity Foundry Workshop. We are currently advancing towards your location and can already see the black spires you mentioned. Are there no other threats on the way?" Ruan Wenbo asked. The other end of the walkie-talkie was silent for a moment, seemingly conducting some data analysis or confirmation. A moment later, the synthetic voice sounded again, with a hint of undetectable relief. "No, you can come straight over." The players accelerated their advance, and soon, a massive and ancient industrial marvel came into view. The Trinity Foundry Workshop, rather than a workshop, was a steel mountain composed of countless black spires, huge chimneys, and intricate, intertwined pipes. The air was filled with the smell of engine oil, metal, and an indescribable sulfurous odor. Giant mechanical arms slowly waved in the air, steam gushed out, emitting a deafening roar. When the players arrived at the giant gate made of heavy steel, it slowly opened with a heavy grinding sound. A group of figures in red robes emerged from it. They were the Adeptus Mechanicus's defenders, the Skitarii. These Skitarii warriors were covered in signs of mechanical modification. Their limbs had been replaced with bionic prosthetics, red lights flickered in their eyes, and respirators covered their faces, revealing only a few cold metal tubes. Although their weapons were immaculately clean, their armor showed signs of multiple repairs, with rivets and welds visible everywhere. Leading the way was the tech priest. He was taller than the Skitarii and wore more ornate red robes. Countless data cables extended from his spine, connecting to various monitoring devices on his back. His head was almost entirely replaced by machinery, leaving only some pale skin. One eye was replaced by a large optical eyepiece, while the other glowed with an unnatural red light. His voice had multiple echoes, like a machine whispering. As Redito's gaze swept over the Death Seekers, a few doubts arose in his mind. Although this Astra Militarum company also appeared weathered, and some of their armor and weapons were damaged, Redito could tell at a glance that their equipment was quite new, as if it had just come off the production line, forming a stark contrast with the patched-up gear of the Skitarii. Redito did not immediately express these doubts but instead saluted Ruan Wenbo, who stood at the forefront. "I am the tech priest of the Trinity Foundry Workshop. You may call me Redito Omniscia." The tech priest's voice was deep and mechanical. "Greetings, Lord Redito." Ruan Wenbo nodded in response. "I am Ruan Wenbo, company commander of the Pedisha Astra Militarum's 13th company, the Death Seekers. We need to conduct genetic testing on you to confirm that you have not been infected by Xenos. Is that acceptable?" Redito said directly. Ruan Wenbo gestured. "Please proceed." So, the defenders behind Redito moved in unison. Their movements were precise and swift, like mechanical arms on an assembly line, as they began to draw blood from the players. The players did not resist, all curiously watching these defenders. "Ugh, these defenders look a bit sanity-draining," a player muttered softly, looking at the Skitarii in front of him, whose half-face was covered by a metal plate, leaving only one mechanical eye. "I'm different, I feel a strange sense of beauty." Another player was attracted by the perfectly precise mechanical joints and the flickering red lights. "The one over here seems to have a bit of high inherent radiation, I can feel a burning sensation." A player rubbed his arm after having his blood drawn, complaining in a low voice. "What if we mechanically modify some organs and limbs? Would that increase our upper limit strength?" Someone began to ponder deeper questions. "Hiss, good question. If it increases the upper limit strength, then after our modifications, each time we resurrect, it probably won't be a purely flesh and blood body, but will retain the mechanical modifications. So, mechanical ascension is the version's answer." The players immediately launched into a heated discussion. The collected blood was quickly analyzed by Redito, and everything was normal. After confirming no signs of Xenos infection, the tech priest's gaze fell on the doomed company's only armored vehicle parked not far away, the brand new Chimera Wyvern suppressor. "May I examine that Wyvern?" Redito asked, his voice filled with barely suppressed curiosity and eagerness. Ruan Wenbo readily agreed. "No problem. After all, the maintenance, upkeep, and ammunition production would all depend on this tech priest later, so he couldn't prevent him from looking." Having received permission, Redito almost impatiently approached the Chimera. He extended his hand with metallic knuckles, carefully stroking its smooth hull as if touching a sacred relic. He opened the door, meticulously examining the intricate internal structure. He opened the engine cover, carefully inspecting every component of the engine. He even disregarded protocol and lay on the ground to look at the chassis, then climbed onto the vehicle body to examine the quad-barreled mortar on the roof. Every one of his movements was filled with focus and professionalism, like a craftsman obsessed with his art. After inspecting it, Redito's doubts could no longer be suppressed. He straightened up, his red optical eyepieces turning towards Ruan Wenbo. "Where did you get this wyvern?" "Hey." Ruan Wenbo didn't expect to be asked this question. All of her components are brand new. Redito's voice trembled slightly, a sign of extreme shock. Not even one is more than a year old. No, a month. Redito repeated, where did you get this wyvern? Ruan Wenbo was momentarily at a loss. Although he knew the game's NPCs were highly intelligent, was being this intelligent a bit unreasonable? The key was that he couldn't think of a reason to fob off this tech priest. When it came to machinery and industry, the other party was definitely a million times more professional than him. After a moment's hesitation, Ruan Wenbo decided to offer an ambiguous answer. She appeared suddenly on the battlefield. Perhaps it's a reward for our loyalty to humanity. Redito was even more incredulous. Because he found that his instruments actually showed that the other party was telling the truth. In other words, the truth was that a brand new factory-fresh Chimera Wyvern suppressor suddenly appeared on the battlefield, complete with ammunition. Omnissiah above, could it be that you, Venerable One, have manifested your divine power? For a moment, Redito felt as if this entire Astra Militarum company was radiating golden light. Chapter 63, Meltabomb Pillow. Could you please give me a live demonstration? Redito's voice held an unprecedented urgency, his optical lenses locked onto Ruan Wenbo. Ruan Wenbo's mind stirred, and he purchased a standard-issue lasgun from the system store. Redito then saw Ruan Wenbo's hand make a grabbing motion in the air, and then, a brand new, Imperial standard-issue lasgun, complete with factory markings, appeared out of thin air in his hand, its body still carrying a faint, as if newly formed, glow. Redito supported his head with a bionic arm, emitting a low hum. He felt all the logical circuits in his body used for thought begin to shriek and burn, the hydraulic pressure rapidly reaching its limit, producing a piercing hiss. This was beyond the scope of all his known knowledge, this was simply a miracle. Redito used all his strength to suppress his abnormal state, allowing his body, trembling from overload, to return to normal. After barely recovering, what followed was a tsunami of thirst for knowledge, possessiveness, and a hint of ambition hidden deep within his heart. This secret, the principle behind it, only he would know, only he could research. Redito firmly decided. As for whether it might be related to the warp? What in this universe isn't related to the warp? Even if it truly involved taboos, Redito's current thirst for knowledge would still prompt him to ignore it. Redito's synthesized voice carried an unprecedented solemnity. From now on, when you do such things, do them inside. As he spoke, he pointed to the magnificent Trinity Foundry workshop behind him. Redito emphasized, especially after the Inquisitor of the Order of the Holy Hammer arrives with the Adeptus Arbits. An Inquisitor of the Order of the Holy Hammer. Ruan Wenbo immediately became serious, and he quickly pressed, there's an Inquisitor on this planet. No, Redito shook his head, his mechanized face expressionless, but his tone was firm, there isn't. Has the warp storm dissipated, and have you contacted him, Your Excellency? Ruan Wenbo asked again. While the warp storm is indeed gradually weakening, it's not yet at the point where information can be transmitted, Redito replied. Ruan Wenbo was puzzled, then how are you certain, Your Excellency, that an Inquisitor with the Adeptus Arbits is on their way? Because Pedisha is a major taxpayer in the Actory system, Redito said as a matter of course, now, due to the warp storm, contact has been lost, and no taxes have been paid for 30 years. The Imperial Administratum must be frantic. As soon as the warp storm dissipates, the Inquisitor will arrive immediately. Ruan Wenbo choked. This reason was indeed irrefutable. 30 years without paying taxes, given the Imperium's obsession with the tithe, an Inquisitor arriving seemed perfectly reasonable. He thought for a moment and then asked, then why are you certain it's the Holy Hammer, and not the Ordo Hereticus or Ordo Xenos? It's simple logical deduction, Redito explained. What caused Pedisha to lose contact with the Imperium was the warp storm, and before contact was lost, no news of Orc or Gene Stealers had been transmitted, nor was there any news of Imperial Army rebellion. Of course, only an Inquisitor of the Order of the Holy Hammer would come. I see, Ruan Wenbo understood, nodding, I will inform the warriors about this. We will try our best not to provoke conflict with that Inquisitor. Redito could, of course, tell that Ruan Wenbo didn't really care about this matter, probably thinking that if the Inquisitor intended to cause trouble, they would just learn from the excellent experience of the Catachan jungle fighters and simply use meltabombs as pillows. And Redito's attitude towards this was. Remember to prepare the overdue tithes, Redito reminded him. Ruan Wenbo sighed, we'll take it one step at a time. Neither of them had the slightest worry about whether the Imperium would pursue accountability later. In Redito's view, as long as the taxes were paid, the death of a single Inquisitor would immediately be pushed to the lowest priority among the Imperium's mountain of files. By the time a new Inquisitor was assigned to investigate, that would likely be hundreds of years later, and these mortals would all have died of old age if not in battle. And Ruan Wenbo thought the same. Anyway, players could revive, and after reviving, they would appear as completely new individuals to others, so what was there to fear? Just use meltabombs as pillows and be done with it. After speaking, Redito's mechanized body turned slightly, signaling Ruan Wenbo to follow. As the giant gates emitted another dull roar and slowly closed, the players were led into the interior of the Trinity Foundry workshop. This was an industrial behemoth beyond imagination. Countless massive mechanical arms swung in the air, sparks flying, hot metal vapor pervasive, and the deafening clang of hammers and the roar of chainswords rose and fell, forming the most sacred hymn of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Skitarii of the Legio Cybernetica, well trained, guided the ordinary players to designated resting areas. Those players excitedly looked around, filled with curiosity about everything before them, and some even began to examine the Skitarii, wondering when they too could acquire a set of bionic limbs. Ruan Wenbo, however, was led by Redito in another direction. They passed through corridors filled with pipes and cables, occasionally encountering servitors or lower-ranking Adeptus Mechanicus hurrying by, casting respectful glances at Redito. Finally, they arrived at a relatively quiet room. This room was not luxurious, but filled with a utilitarian style. In the center of the room, a large holographic projection device emitted a faint blue light. Redito lightly touched the control panel with his fingertip, and an incredibly detailed sandbox map instantly unfolded before Ruan Wenbo. It was a three-dimensional and detailed map of the mid-hive, with every pipe, every ruin, every corrupted building clearly visible. Even more alarming, the sandbox map was densely marked with countless red light points and areas, spreading like cancerous tumors, which were the lairs and various strongholds of the Gene Stealer cult. The matter of the Inquisitor can be discussed later, Redito's synthesized voice echoed in the hall, but the matter of the Gene Stealer cult cannot be delayed. Its threat must be eliminated as quickly as possible, even if temporarily. Ruan Wenbo's gaze swept across the sandbox map, the dense red markings making him frown. At this density, a frontal assault would take at least a year, Ruan Wenbo analyzed in a deep voice. The best method is a decapitation strike. He raised his hand and pointed to several red light points on the sandbox map that were prominently marked and located in the core area of the cult, directly destroy their high-ranking members, causing them to lose command and fall into chaos. He then helplessly spread his hands. Unfortunately, as you can see, the current situation of our company is that our firepower is far from enough. Redito's optical lenses looked directly at Ruan Wenbo, the cold red light seemingly able to penetrate all disguises. He asked, "What do you want? I hope you can be responsible for supplying us with the necessary armaments." It was simple to talk to a smart person. Ruan Wenbo's tone became solemn, and he said word by word, "And for the bionic modification of the Death Seekers." Chapter 64, The Foolish are unworthy to serve the Omnissiah. This answer greatly exceeded Redito's expectations. His optical mechadendrites flickered a few times, emitting faint electrical crackles, as if processing a logical error. "The former is fine, but cybernetic augmentation, are you sure?" Redito's voice carried a clear note of doubt. "Yes," Ruan Wenbo said, looking at the forum posts. The moment the Adeptus Mechanicus appeared, discussions about cybernetic augmentation had become the hottest topic on the forum, with other related topics barely visible. Ruan Wenbo confirmed, "If you agree, then many Death Seekers will come to request augmentation. You can perform the augmentations according to their requirements." Could the Death Seekers be a faction of the Astra Militarum that reveres cybernetic augmentation? Redito's logic circuits whirred rapidly. However, this request from the Astra Militarum would undoubtedly deepen their connection with the Adeptus Mechanicus, especially with him, Redito, personally. Redito had considered using force to control this Astra Militarum unit, but after a simple deduction, he realized he might not be able to defeat them if the Death Seekers could conjure laser guns out of thin air. Could they also conjure melta bombs? So, Redito refrained from any aggressive actions from beginning to end, instead maintaining a distance from all members of this Astra Militarum unit. "I can agree to your request." Redito finally chose to consent, because in his opinion, it was not a condition at all. He could also use this opportunity to study why this Astra Militarum unit could conjure weapons out of thin air. This would undoubtedly be a huge contribution to the Omnissiah's knowledge repository. But Redito soon realized he had rejoiced a little too early, because the requests these Death Seekers made were truly bizarre. The first player to enter the augmentation chamber excitedly said to Redito's mechanized face, "Tech Priest, I want an explosive implanted in my body. The more powerful, the better, preferably a tactical nuke." Redito's indicator lights almost froze. He looked at the player in front of him and repeated, "An explosive implanted in your body, the more powerful, the better, preferably a tactical nuke? Are you sure? My time is precious, and I cannot design a special surgery for you. It will only be forcefully grafted to your body. Leaked radiation, pollutants, and rejection reactions will leave you with at most 1 month to live. You had best choose those already mature augmentations, which can at least guarantee you 10 years of life." "Sure, sure," the other party just waved dismissively, as if shooing away an annoying fly, whose life can last more than a month anyway. "Oh, and I see your skitarii are so awesome, with things like metal prosthetics and brain-computer interfaces. Can you give me all of them at once? I want to experience everything. Those are completely incompatible with your nuclear explosive. If installed together, the rejection reactions will be even more severe, and your lifespan, even with an optimistic estimate, will only be about 10 days. That's plenty, just put them in," the player urged. Redito ultimately performed the augmentation as requested. After the player's augmentation was complete, he explored his body, feeling the faint, wild power within and the novel sensations from all over his body, then ran out. Redito could clearly sense that the other party was absolutely overjoyed. "Incomprehensible," Redito muttered to himself. Then the next player's request made him even more puzzled. "You want your abdomen to be transparent and capable of alternately flashing red, green, and blue lights?" "Yeah," this Death Seeker said in an incomprehensible manner. "How cool would a walking RGB light strip be?" "This would require the removal of many of your organs," Redito said. "You would thereafter only be able to sustain life through nutrient fluid injections and would lose the function of most of your organs. In this situation, your body would rapidly become unbalanced, and even with an optimistic estimate, you would die from over 100 diseases within 3 months. Oh, why so much nonsense? Just do the augmentation. Who can live 3 months anyway?" The player impatiently interrupted him. By the time the third Death Seekers entered, Redito had accepted that these individuals, like the death corpse of Krieg, completely disregarded life. No matter what was said, he would simply nod and proceed, only speaking up when a fundamentally impossible request was made. It wasn't until the 10th Death Seekers entered that what he said surprised Redito again. I want to become a tech priest. Seeing Redito's indicator lights flicker with surprise, this Death Seekers, named Li Yongxi, quickly said, I have admired the Omnissiah since I was a child, and I love the astonishing sense of power when great industry is in operation. I believe that machinery is the source of human strength, and the fundamental reason why humanity has endured to this day. No need to say more, Redito waved his hand, interrupting Li Yongxi's effusive declaration, you want to be my apprentice, right? Yes, Li Yongxi replied somewhat nervously. Not everyone is qualified to serve the Omnissiah, Redito's voice returned to its usual coldness and authority, especially the foolish. With that, Redito took out a piece of parchment, drew and wrote on it, then handed it to Li Yongxi. Li Yongxi looked closely and saw a pile of dizzying math problems, full of complex formulas and symbols, interspersed with a large number of profound philosophical and religious terms. Take it back and do it. Bring it to me after 24 Terra hours. After speaking, Redito saw that Li Yongxi still hadn't left and asked, any other questions? Li Yongxi nervously said, could you write down the formula for plastisteel and its manufacturing principles? I'd like to see it. Redito stared at Li Yongxi for a full minute. His logic circuits whirred at high speed during that minute. Was he an alien spy sent to steal the Omnissiah's achievements? This thought flashed through Redito's circuits, and then he almost laughed at himself. If aliens were this foolish, humanity would have long since cleared the galaxy, instead of struggling in the quagmire of war for 10,000 years. It wasn't until noticeable sweat ran down Li Yongxi's forehead that Redito drew out another piece of parchment and wrote down the plastisteel formula and its manufacturing principles. Anyway, this is no big deal, Redito said unhurriedly, with a hint of subtle amusement in his tone, I'll tentatively consider this a sign of your studiousness. Li Yongxi gratefully took the parchment, thanked him, and left the room. Redito then watched everything the other party did after leaving the room through a monitor. No suspicious behavior, he went straight back to the resting area and fell asleep. Earth. Li Yongxi forcefully pushed open the game pod door. The personnel who had been waiting for a long time immediately gathered around him, their faces filled with anxiety and anticipation. Li Yongxi's first words were, mission accomplished. I got the manufacturing principles for plastisteel. The surrounding personnel erupted in excited cheers. Someone asked loudly, what about the tech priest's apprentice? Did you become one? Li Yongxi nodded vigorously, his face unable to hide his excitement. He gave me a set of math problems and said he wanted to see how I did them. I've memorized all of them. Comrade Li Yongxi, you've rendered a great service. An old man with white hair immediately stepped forward and clasped Li Yongxi's hand, his voice trembling with excitement. Without further ado, I'll immediately arrange for specialists to assist you with that set of problems. Li Yongxi firmly said, for the motherland, I will master them all. Chapter 65, Holy crap, ice. At the resting area, name? Haven't decided jumped off his bunk and went to call other players from their resting areas one by one. Want to come tour this factory with me? He knocked on the other players' cabin doors. Tour? Tour what? A player poked his head out from inside. To see what a Warhammer factory is really like. Aren't you curious? Name? Haven't decided, said excitedly. Ah, now that you mention it, I am interested. Let's go, let's go. The other player immediately perked up. I won't go. I still have to play werewolf with third squad later. Some players expressed disinterest. After asking around, a touring party of over a dozen players officially formed. They walked out of the resting area with high spirits and quickly stopped a servitor patrolling the corridor. Name? Haven't decided, who was leading, spoke, this, The servitor's monotonous synthetic voice immediately responded, Sir, you may call me Uranium HJ354. Sounds highly radioactive. Name? Haven't decided, muttered quietly, but still politely asked, can you give us a tour of this factory? Apologies, sir, Uranium HJ354's mechanical head tilted slightly, I need to request permission from Tech Priest Osamia. Then hurry up, name? Haven't decided, urged, just take us to the non-confidential areas. We just want to look around casually. The servitor stood still for a moment, as if performing some data transfer or internal communication. A moment later, its sole mechanical eye flickered, and it said, Tech Priest Osamia has approved the request. Please follow me. I will temporarily act as your guide, but some confidential areas will remain closed. Got it, hurry up. The players urged impatiently. Uranium HJ354 led the players through the labyrinthine corridors and production lines of the Trinity Foundry workshop. Giant mechanical arms swung in the air, emitting deafening roars, molten metal poured down like waterfalls, and steam and sparks intertwined to form an industrial epic. This production line is a millennium old. Uranium HJ354's flat voice was clearly audible amidst the din. Every screw's position, every weld mark, has endured millennia of testing, a profound manifestation of the Omnissiah's wisdom. Every process in its operation strictly adheres to ancient doctrines and sacred blueprints. The players were all astonished by the unimaginably magnificent scene before them. I can't imagine how much pressure is inside that tank. In reality, it would definitely explode. A player couldn't help but exclaim. Warhammer's mathematical design and materials science are definitely superior to reality. After all, the setting is 40,000 years in the future. Redito, observing all of this through Uranium HJ354's perspective, also found a hint of interest in the Death Seekers' enthusiasm. It seemed this Astra Militarum squad really liked machinery. After all, ordinary grunts would be exhausted from fighting, so how could they have the mood to tour an Adeptus Mechanicus factory? This undoubtedly made them unique. However, after their initial amazement, the players quickly discovered a problem. Do the servitors on this production line have any purpose? A player asked, pointing at the servitors who were constantly tightening screws, chanting scriptures, repeating this process without any other actions. Removing them wouldn't affect production. The production line is running entirely on its own. Sir, your error is severe, Uranium HJ354 corrected. In fact, it is these seemingly useless actions that maintain the purity and normal operation of this production line. The devout belief of the Omniscia's followers keeps the machine spirit constantly pleased and protected from evil. The player was dumbfounded. He scratched the back of his head. Aren't servitors supposed to have their brains cut out? Where would they get devout belief? What is this? Warhammer's version of political correctness. It should really have some use, right? After all, it's been done this way for 10,000 years, there must be some logic to it. Then what is the purpose of this, wetware? The player pointed at a living brain hanging beside the production line, immersed in an unknown liquid and connected to countless tubes, looking bizarre and out of place. Honestly, I feel like this thing doesn't fit in with this production line at all. You didn't just hang it there, did you? Sir, this is an adjustment perfectly in line with the Omniscia's will. After precise calculations, Uranium HJ354 explained, this wetware is placed here to constantly record and soothe the machine spirit's state. So you really did just hang it there? You're talking too much, stop. Don't say anything more. What if these oilheads are narrow-minded and don't give us equipment? You're right, I won't say anything else. Name? Haven't decided. Coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. What does this production line produce? It produces HK3 physical activator. Uranium HJ54's emotionless voice sounded. It can eliminate physiological fatigue and suppress pain for the user. The players immediately understood. Holy crap, ice. Name? Haven't decided. Became interested. Are there any similar things? Don't use chemical names. Yes, there's also PP4 freezing agent, which eliminates negative emotions, revitalizes the spirit, and maintains absolute calm, and Alpha V Liberator, which can disable self-protection mechanisms and maximize human strength. The player's eyes grew brighter with each item. Name? Haven't decided. Excitedly asked, can these stimulants be mixed together and injected simultaneously? Theoretically possible, but the withdrawal symptoms after the effects wear off will be extremely severe. Don't talk about side effects or anything like that. Name? Haven't decided. Interrupted, just tell me, what dosage and how to mix them for maximum effect. Uranium HJ54 was silent for a while, seemingly performing complex calculations. A moment later, its mechanical voice sounded again, mix 200 ml of HK3 physical activator, 200 ml of PP4 freezing agent, 200 ml of Alpha 6 Liberator, and 150 ml of HPV7 Sentinel in an active solvent. This mixture will total 750 ml and can greatly enhance combat capabilities in all aspects, including physical endurance, strength, perception, reaction, and damage tolerance, for the next 24 to 48 hours. The specific duration varies depending on physique, but after the effects wear off, there is only death. The players completely ignored the last phrase, there is only death, and excitedly began to discuss, this absolutely must be included in our armaments. Each of us should at least be equipped with one mixed agent. Let's tell the company commander on the forum right now and have him talk to that tech priest. It would be best if it could be automatically injected, so we don't have to manually push it when the time comes. I knew this game definitely had more than just mechanical ascension as a path. Chapter 66, Finding a Laborer. A day later, Li Yongxi arrived at Redito's room on time and respectfully handed him the parchment covered with dense calculations. He had expected Redito to ask some questions, testing whether he had truly done the problems, but to his surprise, the other party merely glanced at it casually, not even uttering a single syllable, before setting it aside, as if it were just an unimportant piece of scrap paper. Follow me, Redito said, and his mechanized body rose and left without a moment's hesitation, with Li Yongxi immediately following him. Redito led Li Yongxi into a spacious, dimly lit warehouse, where only a few work lights cast a faint glow. In the center of the warehouse, stood the doomed company's wyvern suppressor, its massive body appearing particularly heavy in the shadows. Do you recognize it? Redito's synthesized voice echoed through the hall. Li Yongxi nodded, I've even driven it. Very good, Redito said, what you are to do next is to communicate with this suppressor's machine spirit. This vehicle has a machine spirit. Li Yongxi said in astonishment. Why do you think she doesn't have a machine spirit? Redito countered. Because she seemed very normal in previous battles, Li Yongxi explained, there were no instances of firing despite insufficient ammunition or advancing despite insufficient fuel. Everything he said was learned during an emergency cram session on official Warhammer lore. No, she has a machine spirit, Redito stated unequivocally, his tone resolute, sense her carefully. I give you 6 Terra hours. Report to me after 6 Terra hours. With that, Redito said no more and turned to leave the warehouse, leaving Li Yongxi alone with the massive war machine. Li Yongxi hesitated. Although the metaphysical existence of a machine spirit challenged his worldview, this was, after all, a completely different world, and the existence of entirely different rules and things was reasonable. So Li Yongxi decided to first act according to the tenets of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The fact that these tenets had been followed for 10,000 years, besides the notion of ossification, also suggested there might be a reason for their existence. He took a deep breath, found the maintenance tools and sacred oils commonly used by the Adeptus Mechanicus from a nearby toolbox, and began to venerate the suppressor with an attitude so solemn it bordered on piety, following the procedures he had learned on earth. He lit incense, ignited several rune-engraved candles, and carefully applied sacred oil to the suppressor's joints and armor seams, each motion imbued with a solemn sense of ritual. Then, he took out a scarlet silk cloth, embroidered with the gear symbol of the Omnissiah in gold thread, and carefully draped it over the suppressor's turret, the golden threads shimmering in the dim light. If Li Yongxi were asked to treat a god or a person with such an attitude, he certainly couldn't do it. Even if he truly became a tech priest in the future, his faith in the Omnissiah would likely extend no further than cursing, by the Omnissiah's backside, when encountering difficulties. But to treat an armored vehicle, with which he spent day and night and on which his life depended, with a solemn attitude of maintenance, presented no major psychological barrier, as it was difficult not to develop some affection. As it was his first time doing this, Li Yongxi proceeded slowly to avoid mistakes, striving for precision in every step, taking almost 2 full hours to complete. Upon successful completion, looking at the gleaming, magnificent suppressor before him, Li Yongxi felt a sense of accomplishment, but also a touch of oddity. It looked less like a war machine and more like a model bought by a wealthy collector to play with too beautiful, to the point of losing the violent and deterrent aesthetic a war machine should possess. Li Yongxi shook his head, casting the thought aside, and took off the gloves he had worn while oiling, carefully placing them on the suppressor's hull. After a while, Li Yongxi and the suppressor stared at each other for more than 10 minutes, and nothing happened. Perhaps he should say something? The thought flashed through his mind, and Li Yongxi, as if by some strange impulse, with a hint of uncertainty, said, "Are you there?" As soon as he spoke, Li Yongxi regretted it. He felt like an idiot. "I am." A tender and clear voice resonated directly in his mind. Li Yongxi was startled, then, realizing what had happened, he suddenly widened his eyes. "There really is a machine spirit. And I can actually communicate with it. We are of the same origin, the same kind, why shouldn't we be able to communicate?" the suppressor asked, its voice tinged with a hint of confusion. "I was just wondering why you kept staring blankly and not speaking." Li Yongxi's tense heart relaxed. He could communicate with the machine spirit, this test was passed. It seemed he was one step closer to becoming Redito's apprentice. But then he grew worried again. According to the original guesses of the Academy of Sciences, as an Earth human, he should not have a soul, at least not a soul in the Warhammer universe sense. But now, it seemed this conjecture had been overturned. "What do you mean by same origin, same kind?" Li Yongxi asked internally. "I don't know," the suppressor said, like a newborn, its voice carrying pure naivety. "I just feel a strong affinity with you. Isn't that enough? Is it the system?" Li Yongxi thought of this. If there was any connection between them, it could only be that they were both within the player system, but this was precisely something they could not delve into at the moment. "How about we chat for a while?" the suppressor asked. "I'm bored." Li Yongxi quickly agreed. "Of course, no problem." 6 Terra hours later, Redito pushed open the door and saw a scene that was both amusing and bewildering. Li Yongxi was sprawled on the suppressor's roof, holding a rag, vigorously wiping the inner wall of the mortar barrel. "What are you doing?" Redito asked. Li Yongxi straightened up, his face smudged with oil, but looking exceptionally excited. Esteemed Redito?" The suppressor said her mortar barrel's inner wall felt a bit uncomfortable, "so I'm helping her wipe it." As he spoke, as if in response to Li Yongxi, the suppressor's massive engine rumbled twice, emitting a deep roar. "It seems you succeeded," Redito nodded slightly. "I must say, your Death Seekers' enthusiasm and talent for machinery are even higher than I imagined. You passed this time. Follow me, the final test awaits." Li Yongxi quickly packed everything up, briefly said goodbye to the suppressor, and followed Redito to another room. Upon entering, Li Yongxi saw dense blueprints hung on the walls and laid out on tables. Some were hand-drawn, others were unique runic diagrams of the Adeptus Mechanicus, complex and intertwined, forming a dazzling ocean of knowledge. "Your company commander just spoke with me. He hopes to design a brand new carapace armor for the Death Seekers," Redito said slowly, his mechanical arm pointing to an unfinished design on the wall. "The key focus is that it must be able to connect to a brain-computer interface after mechanical modification, allowing 750 milliliters of medicinal liquid to be injected into the body with just a thought, greatly boosting combat power." Redito turned, his red optical lenses looking directly at Li Yongxi, a hint of subtle cunning in his tone. "I have completed all the most difficult parts for you, the rest are trivial steps that can be solved by mathematical exhaustion alone. If you truly understood that set of problems, I think this won't be difficult for you. 3 days will be enough to catch up on the remaining progress." He paused, then added, "Design it well, this concerns the lives of your comrades." With that, Redito once again left the room, leaving Li Yongxi alone to face the mountain of blueprints. Li Yongxi looked at the dense blueprints before him, and he finally understood. No wonder this tech priest so easily agreed to his request to become an apprentice. He was just looking for a laborer to do his work. Chapter 67, Demonic Body Disintegration Art. A day later, at the resting area. Just then, a new batch of players stumbled through the teleportation gate, their eyes filled with confusion and curiosity about the new world. As a pair of veteran players were about to take the new players out to hunt gene stealers for fun, Li Yongxi's appearance drew the attention of most people. After all, a player wearing the red skin of a tech priest was a first, and other players were seeing a player in these iconic robes appear in a public area for the first time. Li Yongxi carried a metal box in his hand, walking steadily towards the crowd. Come on, brothers, try it out. Li Yongxi opened the box he was carrying, revealing a complete set of brand new carapace armor, pure black in color, with sharp lines, looking both simple and full of power. The players immediately surrounded him, asking curiously, what is this thing? Does this game have a class transfer system? How did you become a tech priest, buddy? Carapace armor specifically designed for players, Li Yongxi said, opening the box and displaying the various components of the armor. Its main function is to make it convenient for you to inject medicine. As for how I became a tech priest, Li Yongxi paused, speaking expressionlessly, clearly indicating that his previous experience had been extremely grueling. I had to solve a whole set of complex philosophical and mathematical problems, spent 2 hours performing a ritual to communicate with the machine spirit, and finally, there was designing this set of carapace armor. And I'm still just an apprentice. Holy moly, that hardcore? Do you really have to study mechanics and math to be a tech priest? One player exclaimed. I'm scared. I'll just stick to being a grunt, another player shivered, rubbing his arms. Li Yongxi coughed twice, trying to steer the conversation back on track. So, any brothers want to try on this freshly made carapace armor? You need to have undergone mechanical modification and have a brain-computer interface. This is high-tech. Once connected, you can automatically inject medicine with a thought, turning you into a Superman on the spot. I'll try. Name? Haven't decided. Who was the first to realize that players could boost their combat power through injections, excitedly stepped forward. Take off your bulletproof vest, I'll help you put on the armor, Li Yongxi said, taking out the various components of the carapace armor from the box one by one. He didn't rush to act but instead pulled out a copy of Machine Spirit Pacification and Equipment Maintenance Compendium from his pregnant, turning to a page and following the diagrams and runes, his movements precise and slow. With faint hisses of hydraulic transmission and the precise clicking of metal components locking into place, Li Yongxi carefully fitted the carapace armor's chest plate, arm guards, leg guards, and helmet onto name. Haven't decided. He occasionally tapped a connection point with his finger, seemingly sensing the machine spirit's feedback, or perhaps just ensuring a perfect fit. The carapace armor looked very simple, pure black, with no superfluous decorations. A small backpack was integrated into the back, and the helmet came with a gas mask connected to the backpack. With a final soft click, the carapace armor closed completely. Name? Haven't decided. Took a deep breath, feeling his connection to the carapace armor through the brain-computer interface. How does it feel? Any abnormalities? Li Yongxi asked. It's all right. Name? Haven't decided. Moved his limbs, the metal joints making a slight rubbing sound. It's just a bit heavy. Due to cost, this set of carapace armor is very simplified, removing communication and automatic sensing systems. The life support system has also been replaced with a simple gas mask, and the only weak electrical power is used to ensure smooth liquid injection, Li Yongxi explained. It only has the functions of injecting liquid and purifying air. Now, initiate the liquid injection. Name? Haven't decided. Thought, feeling a stinging sensation from multiple points on his back as cold liquid was injected into his body under high pressure. What followed was an indescribable surge of violent energy. The feeling of being somewhat heavy instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by the illusion of incredibly light limbs, filled with explosive power. His senses sharpened several times over in an instant, even tiny dust particles floating in the air before his eyes, and distant whispers, could not escape his perception. His brain felt cool, his thoughts clearer than ever, and all information was collected and processed quickly, as if the entire world had slowed down. How does it feel? Li Yongxi's voice came, sounding unusually clear in his ears. I feel, very good. Name? Haven't decided. Exhaled, the breath seemingly carrying heat. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and loudly declared, 3 brothers, come fight me. The veteran players all chuckled, calling for 3 right away. Looks like his ego's inflated. Hey. 7th platoon brothers, stop watching, go fight him. Soon, 3 veteran players stepped forward and took positions with name. Haven't decided in the open space in the center of the resting area. The surrounding players consciously retreated, forming a circle, excitedly awaiting this unequal match. With Li Yongxi's start, the battle officially began. The 3 players in the arena were almost simultaneously startled by name. Haven't decided's speed. They only saw a blur, and in less than a second, name? Haven't decided had covered a distance of 15 meters, pouncing like a predatory beast on the player closest to him. That player reacted extremely quickly, crossing his arms in front of him, trying to protect vital areas. Name? Haven't decided's fist, carrying a whistling wind, slammed heavily onto his arm. Although the first attack successfully landed on a non-fatal area, a clear cracking sound came from the player's arm bone. He grunted, his body staggering, almost falling. The players immediately realized that the opponent's strength overwhelmed them, so they unhesitatingly rushed forward, no longer caring about fairness, only seeking to restrain this monster. The first player endured the intense pain, desperately hugging name. Haven't decided's leg. The second player pounced on his upper body, trying to grapple him. However, with the aid of the potion, name? Haven't decided's strength was beyond imagination. He merely struggled slightly, kicking away the player hugging his leg, then delivered a back elbow strike, hitting the temple of the player grappling his upper body. Both were quickly struck down and incapacitated at almost the same time, falling to the ground, but they bought precious moments for the third player. The third player knew that the opportunity was fleeting. He mercilessly struck Name. Haven't decided's neck with his elbow, his movement unreserved, clearly aiming to kill. This full force blow would have bent even an iron rod. However, Name. Haven't decided seemed oblivious, his neck merely tilting slightly, without even a hint of pain. Immediately after, he ghost-like spun around with a roundhouse kick, striking the third player squarely in the chest, sending him flying like a rag doll to crash heavily against the wall before slumping softly to the ground. The entire battle, from start to finish, lasted only a short 7 or 8 seconds. Chapter 68. We landed on both feet. Ha ha ha. Even 3 against me isn't enough. After easily taking down 3 opponents, Name laughed wildly, spinning in place, his voice, enhanced by the stimulant, carrying a hint of hoarse excitement. He raised both arms, pointing at the surrounding players, and defiantly shouted, again. I want to fight 10. However, no sooner had his boast left his lips than a sweet taste filled his throat. A gush of hot, bloody liquid surged uncontrollably, splattering all over the anti-gas mask's lenses. Crimson blood dripped down the mask, leaving the onlookers stunned. Realizing something was wrong, Name quickly opened his system panel. He didn't know until he looked, and when he did, he was startled. Some attributes had directly skyrocketed, such as muscle strength, which had soared to the heavens. Muscle strength, 35.6/10.6, Liberator plus 20.4, Physical Enhancer plus 5.2, Holy Sedative plus 3.4, Adrenaline plus 6.0. But other attributes had plummeted, dropping to the level of a paramecium, which left Name deeply alarmed. Liver Function, 1.2/10.1, Ice Point Element, 3.2, Sentinel, 2.0, Physical Enhancer, 1.7, Liberator, 1.9, Adrenaline, 1.3. Kidney Function, 1.7/9.5, Ice Point Element, 2.8, Sentinel, 1.8, Physical Enhancer, 1.5, Liberator, 1.7. Even worse, just from moving around a bit, Name had already accumulated numerous DEBUFFs, such as, severe chest hemorrhage, suppressed, bone fractures, suppressed, heart rupture, suppressed, multiple organ failure, suppressed. Each of these was enough to kill a mortal within minutes, but they all had a suppressed suffix. Clearly, when that suppressed suffix ceased to exist, it would be Name's time to die, and now, only a few seconds remained. This shouldn't be. Name's eyes widened, and he let out an unwilling cry to the sky. They said after taking the drug, I'd live for at least 24 hours. Before he could finish speaking, with a crunch, his body, encased in carapace armor, snapped like a broken piece of wood, falling stiffly to the ground, utterly silent. Initially, the onlookers thought he was performing some kind of performance art. It wasn't until Name's system ID disappeared above his head that they realized he was truly dead, and he died so abruptly, without even a struggle. Oh my heavens, the great demon disintegration technique. He died right on the spot. Excuse me, excuse me. Li Yongxi pushed through the crowd, walked over to Name's corpse, squatted down, and took off Name's anti-gas mask for a look. It should be the neutralizing solution. The formula still needs to be changed. He muttered to himself. As he spoke, Li Yongxi hoisted Name's body onto his back. Later, tell Name to send me his bank account number. I'll transfer him some money, for experimental funds and the cost of the body. The players' eyes lit up at the news. This was real money. They immediately asked enthusiastically, Big Boss, do you still need experimental materials? Big Boss, I think I'm very healthy, I want to be an experimental material too. My body is super strong, I can take hits and dish them out, definitely good material. Don't worry, I'll let you know when I need you. Li Yongxi waved his hand, then carried the body away, apparently intending to examine Name's cause of death in detail. In the distance, Redito and Ruan Wenbo stood together, observing everything. Redito's mechanized voice echoed through the hall, even by Creek Death Corps standards, your disregard for life has reached a level I cannot comprehend. Ruan Wenbo casually replied, this world is so awful, perhaps an early death is a good thing? If we're lucky, we might even return beneath the golden throne. Redito seemed pensive, data streams flickering in his optical eyepiece. Is that your view on life and death? It's thought-provoking. He didn't seem to fully understand, but he didn't delve deeper. Redito proactively changed the subject. Have you figured out how to kill the high-ranking gene stealers? I've been looking at the Trinity Foundry workshop these past 2 days, Ruan Wenbo said. You can produce grav shoots and Valkyries, right? The production difficulty of both is indeed not high, Redito said. However, the difficulty in using them is not low. Can your soldiers handle it? They will learn, Ruan Wenbo said calmly, his tone carrying an unquestionable conviction. They definitely will. I think I know what you are thinking, Redito said. I have no right to interfere with the lives of your soldiers, but I think I do have the right to express dissatisfaction regarding potential damage to grav shoots and Valkyries during training. What do you want? Ruan Wenbo asked directly. All those pieces of equipment that appear out of nowhere, no matter how damaged they are, send them to me for maintenance. I think this is a win-win situation, Redito proposed his condition. At a high point in the mid-hive, Fierce winds howled. Below lay a dense, sprawling hive city, a labyrinth of steel and concrete. Over a dozen players, each carrying a grav chute provided by Redito, fine equipment from the Trinity Foundry workshop, stood ready. Ruan Wenbo stood before them, his voice remarkably clear in the wind. According to the Astra Militarum's original procedure, to become an airborne soldier, we should undergo complete training, from theory to ground training, then to low-altitude parachuting. But Pedisha doesn't have that much time. He surveyed the players, each of their eyes gleaming with excitement, devoid of any fear. So, our training is to put on the grav chutes and jump directly from a high place. At this, the players were not shocked, instead, they erupted in a fervent cheer. We land on both feet, the first to step into hell. For Super Earth. This is the way. Ruan Wenbo nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Li Yongxi beside him. The rest is up to you, Father Li Yongxi. Li Yongxi sighed helplessly upon hearing this. I can hardly be called a father now, Captain Ruan. I'm just an apprentice who gets ordered around. He complained verbally, but his body honestly stepped forward, beginning to prepare to teach the players how to operate the grav chute. Ruan Wenbo watched as Li Yongxi stepped forward, calmly picked up a model of a grav chute, and began explaining its structure and operational essentials to the players, nodding inwardly. He had initially thought that without missions or battles these past few days, many players would go offline out of boredom, but the result was unexpected. Players almost all went offline briefly and then returned. Thinking about it, it was normal. After all, this was a game with a 3 times thought acceleration, which, when converted, meant 3 times the lifespan. Players spending a day here was equivalent to 1/3 of a day in the real world. They could experience 3 times their real-life lifespan, which held immense appeal to anyone. Furthermore, the superhuman physical qualities of the Astra Militarum in the game were many times stronger than in reality. These 2 points alone were enough to attract people. Ruan Wenbo's gaze once again fell upon the players listening to Li Yongxi's explanation, and a thought flashed through his mind. For players using grav chutes for the first time, most of them would probably experience a physical landing on both feet next. Chapter 69. Don't you think this is cool? It perfectly fits my stereotype of Warhammer's dark and cruel disregard for human rights. Li Yongxi finished his explanation, put down the grav chute model in his hand, and his gaze swept over the eager players in front of him, asking calmly, "Did you all understand?" Upon hearing this, the players no longer hesitated and loudly declared, "Understood, understood." "Yes, instructor, hurry up and start, we can't wait." One player excitedly jumped up and down. Li Yongxi's lips curved slightly, revealing a subtle, cold smile. He casually picked the player who seemed most enthusiastic. "You, repeat to me the key points I just explained." The chosen player froze, his excitement instantly congealed on his face. He stammered, It's that, the timing to open the chute, and the direction control, his words were disjointed, he clearly hadn't grasped the main points, let alone accurately repeated them. Li Yongxi sneered. He had long guessed that these guys hadn't listened carefully to him. These players probably thought, how hard can it be with system assistance? If he were still in the army, he would have been furious on the spot and then had to repeat the lesson. But here. He directly interrupted the players' embarrassment. "All right, you passed. You can jump." The players, hearing this unexpected pass, were naturally overjoyed, completely oblivious to the deeper meaning in Li Yongxi's words. They scrambled to the edge of the high platform and, without hesitation, leaped from the top of the hive city, as if jumping into an ocean of freedom. Li Yongxi stood at the high point, watching the scene below with an expressionless face, finding it rather amusing. Holy crap! One player, though flustered, successfully opened his grav chute with the system's assistance. However, he clearly hadn't mastered the control technique. He spun dozens of times in the air like an out-of-control top. Finally, he slammed into the exterior wall of a towering building, accompanied by a considerable explosion, turning into a spectacular firework with fragments scattering everywhere. Another player, after jumping, maintained freefall for a while, seemingly still enjoying the sensation of weightlessness. As a result, he did nothing from beginning to end. His body, at high speed, curled directly into a ball, and he couldn't even open his grav chute before he hit the ground with a splat, like an overripe tomato, turning into a puddle of flesh. Besides these, there were countless bizarre ways to die, which Li Yongxi found truly amusing. After all, on Earth, whether military or civilian, parachuting required strict training and vetting, and usually involved tandem jumps for safety. How could there be such a thing as clueless recruits just jumping with a chute? The players watching below were also shocked by such a scene. After all, it was quite rare for a dozen people to skydive, only to all become high-altitude fireworks or crash directly in front of them. Of course, they had no sympathy for their comrades, only merciless mockery came from their mouths. Soon, those dozen fallen players respawned at the original jumping spot on the high-rise. They were stunned for a while, clearly still savoring the brief but thrilling death experience. Then, they started chattering excitedly. "Holy crap, I couldn't control it at all after opening the grav chute, I just drifted everywhere and crashed into the building. You're lucky, I blacked out as soon as I jumped and didn't know anything. I didn't even open the chute and had a hard landing on the spot. I felt like my bones shattered. Damn it, I thought I could control it, but the wind just blew me off course, and I couldn't get back." Ahem. Li Yongxi cleared his throat, and 2 light coughs instantly drew everyone's attention to him, halting the noisy discussion. "All right, you won't get anywhere by just rambling like this." He pointed to a player on the far right, his tone still calm and firm, one by one. You first tell me what problem you encountered, and I will explain how to solve it, one by one. This time, the players were all well behaved, their previous impatience and disdain gone from their faces. They obediently lined up, and when it was their turn, they carefully chose to recount their death experiences and the problems they encountered in detail. Li Yongxi then began to answer them one by one, reiterating the details and precautions for each operation. After the painful lesson of personal experience, this time, the players listened with full attention and basically all successfully repeated what Li Yongxi had said. Li Yongxi nodded in satisfaction, finally showing a hint of approval on his face. Very good, at least your attitude is correct this time. Keep jumping. Upon hearing this, although the players still felt uneasy, having personally experienced failure and listened to Li Yongxi's detailed explanation, they had a bit more confidence than last time. They looked at each other, took a deep breath, and leaped from the high platform once again. However, as expected, this was another complete wipeout. The air was still filled with various screams and uncontrolled tumbles. Some players desperately adjusted their posture in midair but still couldn't avoid collisions, others, due to operational errors, had their graph chute output in the wrong direction midair, directly turning into a high-speed plummeting lead ball. Among them, one player performed exceptionally well. He almost perfectly controlled his descent, successfully opened his graph chute, and made contact with the ground in a barely stable posture. However, his landing method was incorrect, his legs landed at a twisted angle, emitting the crisp sound of shattering bones. He let out a tragic cry of "Oh, mother f***er," his lower body instantly suffering comminuted fractures, and his numb legs left him twitching on the ground. He unhesitatingly pulled out his pistol, aimed it at his head, and ended this round of his life to respawn faster. The other players who jumped worse and died faster died instantly and unknowingly, thus suffering less pain. The onlookers were shocked by the scene of these players undergoing airborne training, constantly living, constantly jumping, constantly dying, and then repeating the cycle. They all expressed how impactful it was. Holy crap, is this what paratrooper training is like? This is too hardcore. I originally wanted to try it, but now seeing the scene, I've completely given up the idea. Don't you think this is cool? It perfectly fits my stereotype of Warhammer's dark and cruel disregard for human rights. Actually, the Astra Militarum's training for paratroopers is very rigorous and serious. Chapter 70, Veins full of sedatives, not blood. After a full day of brutal training, the players had successfully mastered parachuting from thousands of meters high and landing steadily within a 100-meter error margin of their target. As for whether the successful landing was a hard or soft one, and whether they would survive, that was entirely up to luck. At this moment, this squad of airborne players was inside a Valkyrie assault transport aircraft. The cabin was narrow and dim, the metal skin cold and hard, and the air was filled with a composite smell of oil, sweat, and gunpowder. Even within this thick armor, one could hear the sharp whistling of bullets or energy beams occasionally passing by outside, or the bang-bang of impacts, and the crackling friction of energy streams. Each sound was accompanied by a slight jolt of the aircraft, as the pilot, Li Yongxi, dodged sporadic ground fire with extremely precise and fluid movements. However, the players in the cabin seemed oblivious, they were chatting and laughing, completely devoid of the tension of being in a battlefield. Some leaned against the cabin wall, idly picking at their nails, while others enthusiastically shared interesting stories from last night, with relaxed smiles on their faces. A player extended a finger and lightly tapped the arm of Kyojela's top laner beside him with his knuckle, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his tone a bit teasing. Whether this operation succeeds or not depends on you, fatty baby. Go to hell. Kyojela's top laner snapped, swatting away the hand. His face, slightly swollen from years of staying up late, was edged with annoyance. Damn it, who the hell gave me the nickname fatty baby? The other players burst into laughter at his words, some even bending over with mirth, pointing at him and joking. Who told you to voluntarily implant a tactical nuclear bomb in your body? Just say whether it's fitting or not. A fat guy plus a little boy, another added, prompting another round of laughter in the cabin, filling the air with cheer. Just then, Li Yongxi's voice, with a hint of static, came through the intercom in the cabin. Get ready, we're almost at the destination. Then, a barely perceptible hint of amusement entered his voice, especially fatty baby, don't make a mistake and accidentally activate the tactical nuclear bomb early, turning into an aerial firework. Laughter in the cabin immediately grew louder, with some players even slapping their thighs, tears almost streaming down their faces from laughing. Top laner's face, however, flushed with anger. He slammed his hand against the cabin wall and loudly protested, I told you I'd inject myself with ice point solution beforehand, can you guys stop laughing? Cabin attention, I'm opening the hatch. 3, 2, 1. Li Yongxi's voice came again. With a violent whoosh, the hatch slowly opened to both sides, instantly tearing through the dim light in the cabin. A cold and wild gust of air rushed in, bringing with it the biting chill unique to high altitudes. All the players' hair and clothes were blown backward. Through the hatch, they saw the pitch-black night sky outside and the blurred outline of the city lights below. As players on their first combat mission, no matter how playful they had been before, they couldn't help but take a deep breath now, trying to alleviate the tension welling up inside them. Kyojela's top laner, even more so, unhesitatingly pulled out a syringe containing a light blue liquid, which shimmered under the cold cabin lights, and then directly injected it into his left arm. His muscles tensed instantly but quickly relaxed. How does it feel to have your veins full of sedatives? Another player's voice came. Very good, I'm very calm now. Top laner's voice became low and steady, as if devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He felt all his emotions, including tension, anger, and even the previous playful banter, recede like a tide, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a mechanical-like mindset focused on how to complete the mission. Why is your head pointy? Get lost. You can jump. Li Yongxi's command came, and the players unhesitatingly leaped out of the hatch, their bodies tracing arcs in the air like meteors, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. The whistling wind immediately drowned out all other sounds. The Gene Stealer cult on the ground had evidently spotted them, and sporadic anti-aircraft fire began to shoot upwards. However, the anti-aircraft methods of the Gene Stealers were pitifully few, consisting only of some live ammunition or energy beams, which appeared sparse and weak in the vast night sky. Unless their luck was exceptionally bad, no one would be hit. Everyone watched the ground nervously, eyes unblinking, silently calculating the distance, ready to deploy their gravity parachutes at any moment. Their bodies were taut, muscles poised for action. Just then, a laser beam streaked past, and an earth-shattering explosion immediately erupted next to the players. The orange-red flames instantly illuminated the surrounding night sky, accompanied by a scorching blast of air. Everyone was startled, their hearts sinking. Had top laner been hit, and the nuclear bomb detonated too early? The players immediately looked in top laner's direction, only to find him completely unharmed, descending in a standard posture. Top laner also looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a rapidly dissipating cloud of smoke in that direction. That brother had already turned into a scattered shower of sparks in the air. Who pulled the gravity parachute cord so fast? Li Yongxi's exasperated voice, tinged with a helpless sigh, echoed in everyone's minds through the communicator. See, you got picked off by a sharpshooter, didn't you? How many times have I emphasized this problem? I thought none of you would make that mistake again. However, the players had no time to respond, as they had already reached the distance where they had to deploy their gravity parachutes. Almost simultaneously, everyone seized the moment and decisively pulled their cords. The gravity parachutes deployed in the air, and the immense buffering force made their bodies jolt violently, but this time there were no issues. Everyone successfully stabilized themselves in the air, and their descent speed abruptly slowed. Just as everyone had breathed a sigh of relief, a piercing scream came from the side. They looked over to see a player with a bowl-sized charred hole in his waist, evidently just struck by a laser weapon, the wound still emitting a nauseating black smoke. I forgot to turn off my gun's safety. That player left only this desperate last word before his gravity parachute, having lost control, swayed violently and crashed towards the ground like a plummeting weight. My goodness, how can there be such a gem? Li Yongxi, aboard the Valkyrie, naturally also received this message. Fortunately, there were no further errors. Although the closer they got to the ground, the denser and more frantic the Gene Stealer cult's anti-aircraft fire became, with energy beams and live ammunition weaving into a net, attempting to intercept these enemies descending from the sky. The players consciously controlled their gravity parachutes. In a tacit understanding, they gathered around Kyojela's top laner, acting as human shields, blocking most of the firepower for him. Thus, even though players were constantly hit during the process, losing control of their gravity parachutes or having their bodies directly torn apart, plummeting like broken kites, Kyojela's top laner remained unharmed. He was tightly protected in the center by his teammates, watching everything with an expressionless face. When they were only 500 meters from the ground, the last player covering top laner was hit by a thick energy beam. His body trembled violently in the air, and half of his body instantly carbonized. However, with his last ounce of strength, he laboriously waved his other intact arm towards Kyojela's top laner, who was still descending, and shouted with all his might, "Go, fatty baby!" Then, he fell to the ground. From a height of just a few thousand meters, only top laner remained of the dozen airborne players, descending alone in the sky. And top laner, under the influence of the ice point solution, remained absolutely calm. His eyes showed no fluctuation, only coldly watching the ground rapidly approaching him, and the vaguely visible Gene Stealer's position squirming in the lights below. Finally, he saw his target, a magnificent hall constructed of marble-like material, glowing with an eerie light in the night, the core of the Gene Stealer cult's nest. Top laner seemed to also see several unusually large units, which, realizing the danger, were frantically trying to crawl out of the hall's cracks, attempting to escape. But top laner didn't pay them any mind. He knew that at this distance, they would absolutely not escape the explosion radius of the tactical nuclear bomb. With a thought, he activated the tactical nuclear bomb embedded within his body. Chapter 71. Are the Federation's pilots all monsters? Players engaged in battle with the Gene Stealers suddenly felt a tremor from deep underground. The tremor was not the usual roar of artillery, but a low, vast hum, as if the core of the planet was groaning. Immediately after, a deafening roar came from the ground, the sound growing from distant to near, rapidly expanding, eventually transforming into a blinding white pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The night was completely torn apart in that instant. The originally dark sky was dyed a dazzling pure white by the exploding light, as if daylight had arrived in an instant. At the center of the light pillar, an orange-red mushroom cloud expanded and rose at an alarming speed, enveloping everything in its shadow. Subsequently, an invisible, immense force swept over like a tidal wave. The gale, carrying the acrid smell of gunpowder, roared across the battlefield like an enraged beast, knocking players off their feet. All that remained in their ears was the howl of the wind and the shriek of metal fragments. Rubble and dust were swept into the sky, forming a circular shockwave that spread in all directions. When the light faded and the wind subsided, players struggled to their feet, only to discover, to their surprise, that the Gene Stealers, who had been orderly, well defended, and without a single flaw, were now in an unprecedented state of chaos. Piercing, ear-splitting roars rose and fell, filled with inhuman fear and pain. Some of them had blood-red eyes, as if deranged, and began to frantically attack any living thing around them, whether companion or enemy. Claws tore, fangs bit, a scene of internecine slaughter that was shocking to behold. Others threw down their weapons, letting out terrified screams, contorting their bodies, and fleeing for their lives, completely disregarding their formation and orders. The Gene Stealers' positions instantly devolved into a chaotic mess, as if stirred into a boiling pot of porridge by an invisible hand. It seems they succeeded. A player stood up from behind cover. If he had made this move before, he would have been riddled with bullets instantly, but now he was safe and sound. These Gene Stealers have gone mad. Another player also poked his head out, his eyes filled with excitement. I heard that when the Tyranid node creatures are decapitated, they act like this too. Same origin, same species. As the two were still chatting, a teammate who had already charged forward loudly shouted, "You two, stop chit-chatting. Hurry up and kick them while they're down." Meanwhile, on the other side, the resurrected Kyojeli Si Shangdan sadly touched his stomach, his face filled with disappointment. "My tactical nuclear bomb is gone." It was somewhat expected. A player who had resurrected with him patted his shoulder and consoled him. After all, this thing is a consumable, not a permanent buff like altering body strength limit. It naturally won't come back once it's gone. True. Shangdan shrugged, then mused, then, in the future, I'll have to think twice about stuffing tactical nuclear bombs into my body. I'll need to find a place to detonate it before I die, otherwise, it would be a waste. As for accidentally detonating it in one's own territory, few people thought such a thing would happen accidentally. The detonation of a tactical nuclear bomb is a very precise process, requiring specific instructions and operations. Any slight error would only detonate the external conventional explosives, with a power comparable to a hand grenade. In other words, it's impossible to detonate a tactical nuclear bomb hidden within the body without deliberate manipulation. What should we do next? A player asked. Shangdan thought for a moment, a glint of eagerness flashing in his eyes. I'm quite addicted to playing with this gravity parachute. Since the Gene Stealers are disorganized now, why don't we use them as targets and try some live-fire training? I think that's a great idea. In an area of mid-hive, a dozen players were fiercely battling dozens of Gene Stealers. The scene was quite, well, amateurish. Aside from one Death Seekers who was clearly an experienced player, the tactical movements of the other players were a mess. Some charged recklessly, others hesitated, and their firing accuracy was pitifully low. Laser beams and live rounds flew erratically, leaving scorch marks and bullet holes on the walls. If not for the friend or foe identification system, they would probably have a higher chance of accidentally hitting allies than hitting Gene Stealers in this chaotic battlefield. The veteran, however, moved skillfully among the enemies with practiced tactical maneuvers, shooting precisely, each shot taking a Gene Stealer's life. Fortunately, the enemies they faced were no longer the Gene Stealers who had been brainwashed by psychic powers. After losing the Patriarch's psychic control, the Gene Stealers' tactical skill in combat will also plummeted. They became sluggish, their attacks disorganized, and some even cowered in fear. Just when both sides thought this amateurish skirmish would last for about 10 minutes, a unique roar with a jet exhaust plume approached from afar. It was the distinctive sound of a gravity parachute's jet engine. The ground-based Gene Stealers had no idea they would encounter an attack from the sky. They looked up in terror, only to see figures descending from above, accompanied by dazzling laser beams. Nearly half of the enemies were killed by the lasers from above, falling to the ground in a bloody mess. Are the Federation's pilots all monsters? A player on the ground grumbled. Oh, bringing new recruits. An airborne trooper performed a graceful flip in the air, landing steadily beside the veteran. His laser gun was still smoking, and he wore a relaxed smile. Yeah, the veteran also greeted him, wiping sweat from his forehead. You guys are getting really good at using the gravity parachute lately. If you flew for over 20 hours a day like us, you'd be good at it too, the airborne trooper chuckled, flying into the sky. He gracefully spun in the air and glided towards another group of Gene Stealers. The more I fly, the more I enjoy it. I don't like flying as much as you guys. If it were me, I'd probably get bored after flying for a dozen hours. The veteran shook his head. All right, I won't bother you with your new recruits, the airborne trooper said, circling once before flying off to another area. I'll go check other places. See you around. See you around, the veteran loudly responded, watching the other's figure quickly disappear into the sky. Having lost half their firepower, the remaining Gene Stealers were naturally quickly cleared out by the players. After the battle, a new player curiously asked the veteran, "Brother, you know him?" Yes, the veteran nodded as a matter of course, a hint of reminiscence on his face. There were only about 100 Death Seekers during the second beta test. We saw each other all the time, and even if we weren't close, a few battles together made us brothers. He sighed with emotion. It's just that the numbers are growing now, almost 300, it seems. The old familiar faces in the company are rarely seen anymore. Chapter 72, Military Committee. Just then, someone in the ranks suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Ruan Wenbo has posted something." As soon as these words were uttered, the players, who were still immersed in the afterglow of battle, immediately erupted like lit firecrackers. Oh? Really? What did he post? Hey, get off me. Don't you have your own system panel? New and old players alike opened their system panels and rushed to the forum section, eager not to miss any important information. As new players gradually joined, Ruan Wenbo's prestige in the game not only didn't diminish but steadily grew, reaching an admirable height. Most of this was thanks to the pinned post titled How New Players Can Rationally Allocate Their Merits. That post was detailed and practical, guiding countless new players and enabling them to efficiently utilize resources in the early stages. It's safe to say that all new players benefited greatly from this post. As for the old players, they had completed many missions under Ruan Wenbo's command and earned a large amount of merit, naturally becoming his supporters. Thus, as the number of doomed company members continuously increased, Ruan Wenbo's prestige grew even greater, making him the spiritual leader within the player community. Everyone clicked on the post, and the title prominently read: Call for suggestions on whether to establish a military committee. The post began with Ruan Wenbo's usual concise greeting. Hello, brothers and sisters of the Death Seekers. He then went straight to the point, explaining the reason for his post. Recently, the number of members in the doomed company has continuously expanded, from less than 100 at the beginning to nearly 300 now, and the number of squads has also sharply increased. This is certainly a good thing, indicating that our company is constantly growing. However, the accompanying problems are also becoming increasingly prominent. As the company commander, I find it difficult to have enough time and energy to discern who can truly qualify as a squad leader. In most cases, a group of a dozen or so grassroots players comes to me, asking me to appoint one of them as squad leader, and I simply approve it. I personally believe that since this is already the practical operation, it might as well be institutionalized. This is the proposal for the military committee mentioned in the post title. My idea is to change the birth of officers from top level, that is, my direct appointment as company commander, to grassroots democratic elections. Anyway, the doomed company is already primarily player governed, so directly removing the meaningless officer approval process would actually make it more efficient. As for why it's called military committee and not soldier committee, it's because I personally believe that among the Death Seekers, NCOs and soldiers are an equal collective. There are only differences in work division, not in status. If it were called soldier committee, it would seem biased, as if excluding NCOs. Military committee better reflects the equality and unity within our Death Seekers. Furthermore, transferring power to the military committee has one crucial benefit: the merit of every player can be fully guaranteed. I believe all players are aware of this game's death penalty, resetting the game's only currency, merit, to 0. The principle behind this mechanism is that, from the perspective of NPCs, a player who dies and then revives is an entirely new person, an individual fundamentally unrelated to the old person who died. And this new person, naturally, does not inherit everything from the old person. The core reason why everyone's merit can currently be guaranteed not to be reset is that the highest ranking officer for players at this stage is me, a fellow player. I can use my authority to allow you to inherit the merit of your previous Death Seeker's self after dying and reviving. This is not a built-in game system feature, but a workaround I achieved through understanding the game's mechanics. However, I am also just an ordinary player. I cannot guarantee that I will never die even once, or that I won't quit the game for some reason in the future. Individuals always have accidents, always have uncertainties. Given this, it's better to transfer the highest authority from an individual, that is, me, to the collective while such a thing hasn't happened yet. After all, any single player individual could die unexpectedly for various reasons, but the possibility of the entire player collective being completely annihilated is almost nil. If it truly were completely annihilated, then I don't think we would need to worry about issues like merit anymore. This way, even if I die unexpectedly or decide to quit in the future, the military committee can immediately elect new officers, or rather, the highest authority would already be in the hands of the military committee, preventing the entire player collective from falling into chaos due to one person's accident, and thus avoiding troublesome situations where the Department of Military Affairs, upon hearing about it, directly sends an NPC to take over the highest command. Ruan Wenbo's post sparked an unprecedentedly high level of discussion among the player community. However, in reality, most players couldn't fully grasp the deeper content of the post. Those things, such as the transition of power from individual to collective, and matters concerning military organizational building, were too complex for them and beyond the scope of their daily gaming. They simply saw that this post was made by Ruan Wenbo, the big shot who led them to earn countless merits, formulated the new player guide, and existed in their hearts like a stabilizing force. The entire post was logically consistent, clearly organized, and every word reflected consideration for the players' interests, with Ruan Wenbo explicitly stating that doing so had many benefits. Based on their trust in Ruan Wenbo and a simple collectivist mindset, the vast majority of players unhesitatingly chose to support it. For a time, the comments below the post were almost uniformly in favor and agreement. And Ruan Wenbo, watching the player comments below steadily grow, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The players' lack of resistance to this made him very satisfied, even to say it was the best possible outcome. Since the players were not resistant, the formation of the military committee naturally encountered no obstacles. Under Ruan Wenbo's organization, the election of officers and executive committee members proceeded smoothly. The final election results were completely unsurprising to anyone. The company commander was still Ruan Wenbo, and he even added the title of chairman of the military committee. After all, if these two key positions were not held by Ruan Wenbo, players would have been greatly surprised and felt uneasy. Chapter 73, Vehicle Pro Brothers happily farm Gene Stealer's fries. More than 10 days later. Assassin lay prone on the edge of a deserted industrial zone, peering through a broken ventilation duct into the dim and deep middle levels of the hive city below. The air was thick with the smell of engine oil, decay, and an indescribable stench. In the distance, a low mechanical roar and the sound of dripping water in pipes could be heard. Before him, a sight barely discernible through binoculars unfolded a vast and eerie Xenos position. It was a complex fortification made up of countless old factories and pipe hubs, corrupted and modified by the Xenos. It spread out densely like a cancerous tumor, with some structures even penetrating the upper foundation. Such a large scale, at least 10,000 in number, and it looks quite orderly. There must be a pure strain gene stealer in here. Assassin, the first company commander, lowered his binoculars and muttered to himself, his voice filled with an irrepressible excitement. Why did Assassin become a company commander after only a little over 10 days? It turned out that within 10 days of the military committee's establishment, the doomed company officially reached a size of 500 men. After careful consideration, Ruan Wenbo decided to establish battalion-level units. Although the Astra Militarum had a tradition of regiments and battalions not separating, players and regular Imperial Astra Militarum were ultimately different. The cohesion and organizational structure of players required more flexible adjustments. With the establishment of battalion-level units, Ruan Wenbo's position on the system panel naturally changed from company commander to battalion commander. During this period, some players wanted to be lone wolves, and the military committee did not force them, merely letting them try. However, they soon discovered that playing this game as a lone wolf was simply not for humans as lone wolves. They would lose all their merits upon death, and in this perilous world, they could die dozens of times just by sleeping at night. Ultimately, these lone wolves, without exception, chose to return to the Death Seekers. Speaking of which, I thought you, SAG, as an expert at self-destruction, would choose to be a grunt, the first company's deputy company commander quipped beside him. Why would you want to be a company commander? What do you know? I'm just closely following the footsteps of the great Ruan Wenbo. Assassin glared at him, then grinned. All right, stop with the nonsense, give me the walkie-talkie. Here. The deputy company commander suppressed his laughter and handed over the walkie-talkie. Assassin took the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. 3-star calling water tank, 3-star calling water tank. Damn it, I really shouldn't have bothered to let the military committee give me a code name. The deputy company commander stifled a laugh beside him. This is the collective will, company commander, you'll just have to endure it. A static sound came from the other end of the walkie-talkie, mixed with the background noise of heavy machinery. This is water tank, what does the company commander need us for? It's your turn. Assassin's tone instantly became serious. Come to Gamma Sector, Freight Station 07, there's a pure strain gene stealer. Over. The voice on the other end clearly became excited. Received. Soon, the heavy roar of engines and the crunching sound of metal tracks crushing ruins came from behind, as a steel behemoth slowly drove into this dilapidated industrial zone. This was precisely the war machine they had exchanged for merit points in the system store, the Lemon Rust Punisher. This classic Imperial issue heavy tank possessed terrifying firepower. The menacing multi-barreled weapon on its turret was a large-caliber Punisher Gatling cannon. The front of the hull was equipped with a heavy flamer for close-range trench clearing, and each sponson on the sides had a heavy bolter, providing additional suppressive fire. It could be said that this Lemon Rust variant, while possessing extreme anti-infantry capabilities, also had heavy bolters that could pose a threat to light armored units. It was perfectly suited for clearing out these gene stealers' remnants. Although the living forces of these gene stealers had not suffered significant losses, without their patriarch, they were like a beheaded giant snake, their massive bodies still writhing but without a unified will, no longer able to effectively expand or organize. Therefore, describing them as remnants was very appropriate. And there was a reason why the Death Seekers had been intensely clearing out the gene stealers for the past 10 days. On one hand, it was to earn merit points. Since the nuclear explosion, gene stealers had gone from being a tough nut to crack to being as weak as cultists, but they yielded at least 3 times more merit points than cultists, which was a windfall for players. The fact that they now had enough merit points to arm themselves with heavy equipment like tanks was clear proof. On the other hand, it was to strike while the iron was hot, to finish them off while they were down. They had to prevent a new patriarch from emerging within the gene stealers during the chaos and reorganizing them. After all, a groundbreaking tactic like a nuclear bomb drop could only be used once. Afterwards, the enemy would surely be vigilant and would never again gather all their high-ranking members conspicuously in a single building as they did last time. Once the tank was in position, the first company's infantry immediately fanned out behind the tank, constructing temporary firing positions. Almost simultaneously, the gene stealer's nest discovered these uninvited guests. Piercing shrieks rose and fell, and countless twisted figures surged out of the shadows and broken holes like a tide. Wielding claws and crude industrial weapons, they charged fearlessly towards the Death Seekers. However, they faced a steel wall of death. The Lemon Rust Punisher's turret rotated slightly, locking onto the densest group of enemies below. The Gatling cannon's barrels began to pre-spin, emitting a grating hum, as if death itself was clearing its throat. The next second, a scorching torrent of tracer rounds erupted. Da-da-da-da-da-da. It was a dense, furious storm of metal. A barrage of hundreds of large-caliber bullets per second formed an invisible, giant scythe, sweeping across the entire battlefield. The gene stealers at the very front didn't even have time to let out a cry of agony before they were instantly torn into a flying mist of blood and shredded flesh. Their proudly tough chitinous carapaces were as fragile as paper in the face of this steel storm. Sturdy industrial cover and makeshift barricades were easily leveled like sand castles under the onslaught of the barrage, turning into a sky full of dust. The entire battlefield was enveloped by a moving death zone. Any living thing that entered its range vanished within a second. After only a few dozen seconds of sweeping fire, the Gatling cannon stopped, its barrels glowing red from overheating. The surging tide of Xenos below had vanished, leaving behind only a mess of dismembered remains and ruins riddled with holes. Once the high-threat dense targets were cleared, the Death Seekers' infantry immediately raised their weapons, moved past their cover, and began to advance. The Lemon Rust Punisher's ammunition was precious, and if it fired at full power, its ammunition reserves would run out in a few minutes. Wasting this valuable firepower on scattered individuals was clearly a great luxury. The real cleanup work still had to be done by the infantry. Chapter 74, It's great having someone spot from above. As the infantry advanced, the battle below entered a brutal phase of urban warfare. The Lemon Rust Punisher shifted to providing precise fire support, clearing fortified strongpoints with heavy bolter rounds. Comrade Captain, can you tell me where that pure strain gene stealer is? The tank driver asked Assassin via radio, his voice somewhat distorted by the growl of the engine. Can't find it, that's up to you frontline combat personnel, Assassin replied, while blasting a gene stealers that lunged from a side pipe into two halves. Ever since the nuclear explosion, these high-ranking gene stealers have all suffered from PTSD, hiding deeper than the last. We can only roughly judge whether there are high-ranking individuals in an area by the number of xenomorphs gathered. Just then, a third voice suddenly appeared on the communication channel, with a hint of a relaxed smile. Sounds like you need my help. Almost simultaneously, a familiar roar of a turbofan engine came from overhead. Assassin instinctively looked up, only to see a Valkyrie assault transport breaking through the industrial smoke above the mid-hive, hovering directly above their position. You've come at the perfect time. Assassin exclaimed happily, shouting into the walkie-talkie, just help us keep an eye from above, to prevent that pure strain gene stealer from sneaking away. I can only try my best to help you, the Valkyrie pilot responded. After all, the terrain of the mid-hive is too complex, a real labyrinth, it might just slip away through some tunnel. It's fine, just do your best. Ha 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 ha, as long as you don't mind me taking some of your merits. Under such basic air-to-ground coordination, the gene stealers, already leaderless, were quickly routed. The Valkyrie provided a broad field of view from the air, constantly marking hidden enemy clusters and strongpoints for the ground forces, while the Punisher, guided by the intel, conducted surgical precision strikes. The Death Seekers' infantry were able to advance smoothly, like a red-hot knife cutting through butter. I see something that looks like the target, the Valkyrie overhead suddenly said, just as the ground forces were having a blast. Punisher, at your 9 o'clock direction, approximately 15 kilometers away. Give me a precise location, the Punisher's tank commander immediately responded, his voice exuding confidence. The doomed company's hand-drawn firing tables are with me right now. As long as your spot is accurate, our heavy bolter rounds will hit. Wait a moment, I'm calculating its movement speed. The Valkyrie pilot's voice became focused. Coordinates M33 sector, grid coordinates 945 to 721, predicted lead 0.5. The gunner, already prepared and in a pre-fire state, immediately adjusted the muzzle according to the coordinates and fired instantly. The heavy bolter launchers on both side turrets roared, and a dozen bolter rounds, trailing smoke, flew with a subtle parabolic trajectory, whistling into the distant darkness. After a few seconds of silence, exciting news came from the Valkyrie. Hit. One hit, it split directly in half. Ha 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 ha, it's great having someone spot from above. The Punisher's tank commander showed a wicked grin. Give me another dozen rounds, turn that pure blood into minced meat. Wait, hold fire, hold thief. Assassin quickly shouted over the channel, successfully stopping the Punisher from preparing to finish it off. In an abandoned pipe hub station, several tens of kilometers away from the main battlefield, a pure blood gene stealer, its upper body a hideous xenomorph and its lower body a pool of bloody sludge, was stubbornly crawling on the ground with its two pairs of sharp foreclaws. Its speed was surprisingly not slow, leaving a long, shocking trail of blood behind it. Ugh, as long as I can reach that place, as long as I can reach that place. The pure strain gene stealer muttered hoarsely, its eyes filled with a desperate desire for survival. It thought to itself, just ahead, the space inside that opening was extremely narrow. As long as it could squeeze in, those Astra Militarum, who were mere mortals, with their massive war machines and bulky bodies, surely wouldn't be able to follow. However, just as it was only a few meters away from that life-saving opening, several tall shadows obscured the faint light cast from a broken hole in the ceiling. The pure strain gene stealer's movement stopped abruptly. It looked up, and its compound eyes reflected several figures. Its heart was instantly filled with despair. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. G. A series of chilling, varied laughs rang out. All right, stop laughing. A slightly helpless voice interrupted this eerie chorus. The squad leader stepped forward and gave orders to his subordinates, Shinishuk, Patrick Star, tie it up. Tom, find a way to stop its bleeding, don't let it bleed all over the place when we take it away. Tigger, Handsome Who, you two go take care of vigilance. Bugs Bunny, report to the captain, the mission to capture it alive is complete. Watching his soldiers obediently carry out their tasks, the squad leader couldn't help but mutter under his breath, damn it, who taught them to name themselves like that? I always have the illusion that I'm constantly traversing multiple universes. Report. Bugs Bunny trotted over at this moment, handing the walkie-talkie to the squad leader. Squad leader, the captain wants to talk to you. The squad leader took the walkie-talkie and cleared his throat. Hello, captain, this is Baldi Chiang. You caught it, right? Assassin's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Then that's good, bring it back quickly. This is crucial to how many pure blood remnants we can catch later. Captain, what are you planning to do? Interrogate it. The squad leader wondered, what can you get out of interrogating a gene stealers? Don't worry, you'll know soon, Assassin's tone carried a hint of a smile. Over and out. The squad leader put down the walkie-talkie, looked at the pure strain gene stealer tied up like a zongzi, and pouted, TCH, so mysterious. Half an hour later, in the center of the first company's temporary camp, the pure strain gene stealer, with half its body severed, was hoisted high by a metal winch, several meters off the ground. Over 100 players from the first company formed a huge circle, and under the illumination of several high-power searchlights, the center of the field was lit up as if it were daytime. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them. A player was holding a seemingly ordinary black leather whip and violently lashing the pure strain gene stealer, the whip constantly making crisp cracking sounds in the air. Repent for me. Repent for me. Do you understand? Repent. That powerful, fearless pureblood gene stealer was now crying hysterically, snot and tears streaming down its face, like a frightened child. I repent. I repent. I no longer believe in the Void Lord. I no longer believe, isn't that enough? Stop whipping, stop whipping. Oh ho 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 ho. Name, Dark Angel's interrogation whip. Type, weapon. Quality, epic. Attack power, weak. Attributes, none. Effect 1, no secrets. When whipping an interrogation subject with this whip, the more onlookers there are, the better the interrogation effect. Effect 2, make him repent. No sentient being can endure the lashing of this whip without repenting. Effect 3, inner ring within inner ring within inner ring. For every bystander present, an additional layer of force is generated during whipping. The pain generated by this force reaches the soul, cannot be reduced by any physical means, and continuously strengthens the whipped subject's desire to repent. Remarks, this is a whip with a story. Although its manufacturing year is indeed in 40K, the patina of time on it indicates that it has already experienced 10,000 years. Do you want to know its story? You do? Asmodee, make him repent. Chapter 75, How can bandits stand against an army? Seeing that the pure strain gene stealer was completely broken, Assassin raised his hand, signaling the player with the whip to stop. He walked over, looking at the dying Xeno. Well, are you going to confess now? I confess, the pure strain gene stealer said, using his last ounce of strength, his voice filled with the submission of being utterly defeated. I am a fallen angel, I repent. The expression on Assassin's face instantly froze. He paused for a moment. No, who told you to say you're a fallen angel? I'm asking you, where are your pure blood kin now? What pure blood kin? A hint of human-like confusion appeared in the gene stealer's compound eyes. I don't know. Am I not a fallen angel? Assassin was silent for a moment, then turned to the player next to him and said, this thing, don't use it next time. Then now. The other party asked tentatively. Keep whipping. Whip him to death. Assassin said irritably. All right. The player's spirits lifted, and he raised the whip again. I really repent. I really am a fallen angel. Stop whipping. Stop whipping. Assassin didn't bother to watch anymore. He turned and waved to the warriors of his company. All right, all squads operate independently. Report only if something big happens. As soon as he finished speaking, some players on the field scattered, others remained surrounded around, still interested, enjoying the inhumane tragedy. Assassin walked to the side, picked up the walkie-talkie, and tuned to an encrypted channel. 3-star calling slime, 3-star calling slime, can you hear me? Yes, Ruan Wenbo's voice quickly came from the other end. How is it? Did your interrogation plan succeed? It failed, Assassin sighed, his tone full of helplessness. I estimate this thing doesn't actually make people tell the truth. It directly and forcibly distorts the target's cognition. It's just that the Dark Angels only need the target to admit they are a fallen angel, so they don't care what the whip's true effect is. Although there are many things to complain about with this effect, I don't find it very surprising, Ruan Wenbo complained on the channel. Anyway, I have a new mission for you. Remember Commissar Walter? Our operation here was successful, so we can't just leave him. Since you took out a pure strain gene stealer, you don't have anything urgent for now, so I'm giving this mission to you. Okay, mission accomplished. Assassin readily agreed, then put down the walkie-talkie. He turned to look at the players around him who were still watching the excitement or had already started playing cards in 2s and 3s, and shouted at the top of his lungs, where's the deputy company commander? Where did the deputy company commander go? I need to reassemble my troops. A torrent of steel rumbled through the rusted metal passages. A Lemon Rust Punisher tank served as the vanguard, its massive dozer blade easily crushing the crude defenses built by cultists from scrap metal and trash. Immediately after, the 6-barreled Gatling cannon on the turret began to rotate, emitting an air-tearing roar. A dense rain of bullets formed an irresistible storm of metal, tearing to shreds any creature daring to show its head behind the obstacles, along with their cover. 5 Chimera armored personnel carriers followed closely, their roof-mounted heavy stubbers firing intermittently, turning some enemies attempting to ambush from elevated flanks into pulp. Players sat in the bumpy compartments, or simply followed alongside the armored vehicles, using their lasguns to clear out the stragglers who had been terrified by the tank's firepower. The armored force advanced at an extremely fast pace, often becoming detached from the infantry behind, creating deadly gaps in the narrow passages. However, the cultists clearly lacked the ability to exploit this weakness and destroy the company. They either trembled in fear under the might of the Punisher tank, or as soon as they organized a suicide squad, they would be picked off by precise fire from the players on the Chimera. And above them, in the sky composed of countless pipes, bridges, and metal platforms, a Valkyrie assault carrier circled close to the dome. Its firepower was negligible compared to the ground forces, but it, along with a few paratroopers equipped with professional reconnaissance equipment in the cabin, formed the eyes of the company. Once signs of large-scale cultist gatherings were detected, the coordinates would immediately be transmitted to the rear. Subsequently, 3 Wyvern self-propelled artillery pieces would emit a low roar, and rounds of high-explosive shell rain would descend from the sky, precisely covering the target area, blasting the rebellious forces that had just mustered their courage, along with their positions, back into components. This rebellious force, primarily composed of bullies who preyed on the weak, brainwashed cultists, and fierce gangs, quickly vanished like snowflakes in the sun under such abundant firepower and purposeful tactical breakthroughs. Ultimately, these guys were only able to rampage in the lower hive because Pedicia's Astra Militarum and PDF, Planetary Defense Force, main forces had already collapsed under the multiple attacks of Orcs, Chaos, Gene Stealers, and Dark Eldar. They relied on a numerical advantage of tens of times to barely suppress the loyal remnants. Even so, they had been unable to overcome these remnants for a long time, and had even been seized by the Death Seekers to capture the chemical refinery and counterattack into the mid-hive. Now, when the Death Seekers returned with a Lemon Russ Punisher, 3 Wyverns, 5 Chimeras, and even a Valkyrie and paratroopers in the sky, it would be strange if they could hold out. After all, how can bandits stand against an army? At the other end of the lower hive, in a temporarily fortified repair station, Commissar Walter leaned against a rusty metal wall, wiping his symbol of status, a bolt pistol. The soldiers around him, mostly young men who had just come of age, had faces full of fatigue and grime, but their eyes still maintained the vigilance befitting a soldier. Suddenly, a dull, rhythmic vibration came from afar. At first, no one paid much attention, the industrial area of the lower hive was never short of noise. But soon, the sound became clear. It wasn't the chaotic roar of industry, but a completely different steel symphony, full of violent aesthetics. A young guard nervously gripped his lasgun. "Commissar, what is that sound?" "Another wave of attack." Walter did not answer immediately. He straightened up, tilted his head slightly, and closed his eyes, as if a connoisseur listening to a symphony. His ears were more familiar with the roar of the Imperial war machine than any detector. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, his gaze filled with incredible shock. He murmured, his voice so soft it was almost inaudible, "Valkyrie, Lemon Russ, Chimera, A&D self-propelled artillery." Could it be, they actually succeeded? An officer beside him also caught on to some clues. He excitedly grabbed Walter's arm, his voice trembling with euphoria. "Commissar, is this rescue?" This question was like a stone thrown into still water, instantly creating huge ripples in the hearts of all the soldiers. They all looked up at their commissar, and on those young, tired faces, for the first time, emotions other than despair appeared. Walter looked around at these young faces who had followed him to this point, who had not given up in desperation. He saw the flames igniting in their eyes. He took a deep breath and showed his first genuine smile in days. "Yes." He nodded solemnly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Hope, it truly exists." Chapter 76, A Salute to the Death Seekers. When the steel torrent of the First Company broke through the last symbolic resistance and reached the area Commissar Walter was defending, the sight that greeted them was beyond all the players' expectations. They had actually set up a welcoming ceremony. The ceremony was extremely simple. 2 rows of soldiers stood on either side of a recently cleared passage, still reeking of engine oil and rust. Their standard-issue flak armor was badly damaged, many helmets were dented and scratched, and the lasguns in their hands looked like antiques scavenged from a junkyard. Even more apparent was the poor quality of these soldiers. Many stood unsteadily, their attempts to straighten their chests failing to hide their exhaustion and malnutrition. They formed a stark contrast to the Death Seekers of the First Company, who wore carapace armor and marched with steady steps down the center of the path. There were no colorful banners, no military music, only 2 rows of battered soldiers struggling to maintain their posture. However, to organize such a welcoming ceremony in this desperate situation had already greatly exceeded the players' expectations. This was also the first time they had participated in anything similar since entering this game, and they were quite interested. The players curiously observed the sallow-faced soldiers on both sides, whispering among themselves as they slowly advanced with the armored vehicles. There was no disdain in their eyes, only pure novelty, clearly treating it as a special game scene arranged by an NPC. As Assassin led the company to the end of the passage, Commissar Walter, tall and upright, stood there. Assassin was about to step forward and greet this old acquaintance NPC, but Walter suddenly took a deep breath and, with all his might, let out a loud shout. "Salute the Death Seekers." With this resounding shout, all the surrounding soldiers and officers, including Walter himself, sharply snapped their feet together and rendered a standard and powerful military salute to the players. This sudden action startled the battle-hardened players. 3 seconds later, the others still maintained their salutes, while Walter lowered his arm and quickly walked to a microphone, welded to an iron stand, that seemed to have been pulled out from somewhere. He took a deep breath. 30 years ago, our home world, Pedicia, suffered a vile and shameful sneak attack by Xenos heretics. His voice echoed through the entire repair station via the crude amplification equipment, carrying a slight static noise but filled with undeniable power. We temporarily lost some areas because of this. The Xenos heretics hoped that by relying on numerical superiority and heavy casualties, they could force us to kneel and surrender, but they greatly miscalculated. Although we suffered a temporary setback, every warrior is still doing his best to repel the enemy's attacks, inflicting heavy losses on the enemy. What we face is an all-out war, a protracted war that will not cease until one side's blood is exhausted, a war for the survival of humanity on Pedisha. In this war, whoever has the stronger will to fight, whoever has the firmer faith in the Emperor, whoever has the purer mind and consciousness, will achieve final victory. I believe that this final victory will surely belong to us and our mother Pedisha. Walter's voice rose again. Warriors of the Astra Militarum and Planetary Defense Force, commanding officers and commissars, male and female workers, and those brothers and sisters who are still temporarily trapped behind enemy lines but are bravely resisting. All of Pedisha looks to you, recognizing you as the force capable of eliminating the Xenos heretics. The imperial people enslaved under the Xenos heretics yoke look to you, recognizing you as their liberators. Be worthy bearers of this mission. The heroes of past history Macarius, Slato, Saint Sabbat are smiling upon you. The great and holy Emperor is watching over you. The brave and fearless deeds of the Death Seekers are guiding you. Upon hearing the last sentence, the players collectively froze. What the hell? We're involved too. Someone in the team couldn't help but complain. Suddenly being called out, I'm a little excited. Don't say it, this feeling of being an epic hero, appearing in an NPC speech to inspire others, it's quite good. Walter didn't give them much time to discuss. He raised his fist and, with his last ounce of strength, let out a deafening roar. Fight to utterly annihilate the Xenos heretics. Fight for the great and glorious Lord of humanity. Fight for our mother Pedisha. Fight. 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 The surrounding soldiers became completely agitated. They no longer tried to maintain their ridiculous military posture but instead raised their weapons high, or slammed their rifle butts against the ground, letting out deafening roars. Some veterans were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes, and they shouted along with the commissar in hoarse voices. The despair, fear, and sorrow that had been suppressed for too long all transformed into fanatical fighting spirit and rekindled hope at this moment. This pure and fervent emotion was highly infectious. Even the players, who had been watching with a detached attitude, were involuntarily swept up by the atmosphere. They felt the vibration of the metal floor beneath their feet, heard the thunderous shouts, and a strange sense of pride ignited in their chests. For humanity! Someone shouted first. Immediately after, the players also raised their lasguns and joined the fervent cheering. For Pedisha! Kill those sons of bitches! The fervent atmosphere would subside, but once the flame of hope was ignited, it would not easily be extinguished. After the speech, the thunderous shouts gradually subsided, replaced by a busy and vibrant clamor. The rear hatch of the Chimera armored vehicle opened, and boxes of neatly stacked supplies were unloaded by the Death Seekers as soldiers. Lasgun power cells, medical kits smelling of disinfectant, and high-calorie nutrient paste and purified water. The eyes of Walter's soldiers widened when they saw these standard military supplies, which almost only existed in their memories. They carefully took the boxes, their movements as if they were holding some rare treasure. Their faces, which had just been flushed with excitement, now glowed even more brightly due to the tangible material support. It was evident that after the inspiring speech and the mountain of supplies before them, the soldiers' morale and spirit had significantly improved. Their previously numb and weary eyes were now relit by something called conviction. Assassin and Walter stood side by side, observing the bustling scene. Do you have any operational plans? Walter went straight to the point without pleasantries. If it's inconvenient to say, then never mind. There's nothing inconvenient to say, Assassin shrugged, his tone relaxed. You can ask any Death Seekers and they'll tell you. The Gene Stealers in the mid-hive have lost their organization, and the rebellion in the lower hive was already vulnerable. We don't plan to waste too much time on these weaklings. In fact, Battalion Commander Ruan thinks these guys are perfect for new recruit training. He paused, his gaze fixed on the seemingly bottomless upper structure. After confirming your situation, we plan to dispatch elite troops into the upper hive to check on the governor's status, Assassin said. After all, as that tech priest said, the Inquisitor is coming with the Adeptus Arbits. Before that, we need to see the current state of the old upper echelons with our own eyes. I estimate they're all dead by now, so how this planet will be managed afterwards will be up to us. Walter nodded, deeply agreeing. Given the current situation on Pedisha, after clearing out the internal enemies, it will indeed require a period of military rule to restore order. After speaking, a look of concern appeared on Walter's face again. He gazed into the distance, his sight seemingly penetrating the layers of the hive city's barriers, looking out at the vast and dangerous world beyond. I just don't know, he said worriedly, what the situation is with those greenskins in the wilderness now. Chapter 77, Drinking from Big Bowls. 3 figures clad in specialized carapace armor stepped onto the upper hive's ground with a soft ding from the elevator. Their armor was matte gray, with smoother lines than standard carapace armor, and the servo systems at the joints were almost silent, designed specifically for stealth and reconnaissance. Moth Calling Slime, the leading player, Pu Lang Easy, whispered through his built-in communicator. My unit has arrived at the upper hive. This place. Moth looked around, a slight stun on his face. True sunlight shone down from above, though it was filtered to a hazy gray by thick industrial clouds. Yet, this long-lost light, originating from a star rather than a lamp, invigorated them, who had been confined to the middle and lower hives. The streets here were wide and clean, paved with a white synthetic rock, with no trash or stains visible anywhere. There were even neatly trimmed green belts along both sides of the road, and the air was free of the lingering stench of oil and decay that permeated the lower levels, it could even be considered fresh. However, Moth felt no relaxation at all, his hand remained tightly gripping his gun. Because it's very quiet here, he said softly. Quiet enough to be unsettling. Name? Haven't decided, immediately interjected, scanning the empty streets warily. Yes, the third player, Bighorn, agreed. There's no sound at all, it's creepy. Slime received, Ruan Wenbo's steady voice came through the communicator. Continue to search, stay safe. Over and out. After the communication ended, Bighorn looked around. What do we do next? Search separately. What are you thinking? Of course, we stick together, Name said, pointing to a towering spire in the distance. The upper hive is so big, there's no way the three of us alone can scout it all. That would take until the next lifetime. We just need to find the safest route closest to the governor's mansion. Oh, Bighorn responded, half understanding. The three then began their reconnaissance in the upper hive. At first, they were extremely cautious, quickly moving their muzzles around every corner. Any accidental sound would make them freeze instantly, looking around nervously for a while, and only continuing after confirming there was no danger. After maintaining this high state of alert for 30 minutes, they gradually began to relax. An hour later, they had completely abandoned any tactical movements, openly walking down the wide streets of the upper hive like old men on an after-dinner stroll. I haven't even seen a cockroach yet, Bighorn complained as he walked, explaining why they had completely given up tactical movements. Indeed, Name also frowned. This is too abnormal. No matter how lifeless it is, there should still be some small animals or insects present. I think there are two possibilities, Pu Lang Easy Eye licked his somewhat dry lips, analyzing. The first possibility is that the environment here has become so harsh that even insects and cockroaches cannot survive. But we're doing fine, and the carapace armor hasn't given any air quality warnings, Bighorn said, patting a beautifully shaped tree beside him. There's even greenery here. So the first possibility doesn't hold, Name said deeply, signaling Pu Lang Easy Eye to continue. The second possibility, Moth lowered his voice, his eyes becoming grave, is that this territory has been occupied by an extremely powerful predator, to the extent that no other living creature dares to enter here. After all, this is Warhammer. In novels, it's not impossible for a creature to deter everything within dozens of kilometers with an invisible, intangible aura. I'd say it's probably quite common. Name pondered for a moment. If that's the case, wouldn't we just be walking into a trap? Doesn't matter, Bighorn shrugged carelessly. We can revive anyway. That's true, Name also chuckled upon hearing this. We can revive anyway. But just in case, let's still walk a little spread out, maintaining visual distance, so we don't get wiped out without even knowing who the enemy was. The three continued towards the most conspicuous building. Clearly, that was the hub leading to the top hive, and the planetary governor must live there. After walking a bit further, Bighorn's voice suddenly rang out in the comms channel, with a hint of excitement, "You guys, come here quickly and see what I found." Moth and Name immediately moved cautiously towards Bighorn's coordinates. Turning a corner, the sight that greeted them made them both laugh and cry. Bighorn was sitting grandly at the bar of a luxuriously decorated pub, holding a crystal wine bottle and pouring amber liquid into a spotless goblet. If a Hive City noble were to see this, he would surely point out 100 breaches of etiquette and feel immense heartache over the expensive wine being wasted. But here, they were all players, and no one cared about such things. "What are you doing?" Moth was speechless. "Been walking for hours, taking a break," Bighorn grinned, raising his glass. "And aren't you curious what Warhammer wine tastes like?" "Now that you mention it, I am a bit curious." Name's player nature was piqued. He walked over, found a high stool, and sat down. "Give me a glass too." "Sigh, you too," Moth sighed, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. He walked over and sat down. "Give me a glass too." In this situation, Bighorn drained the wine in his goblet, letting out a satisfied sigh. "I can't help but want to play a song." "Go ahead and play it," Name said, taking a sip of wine. "Anyway, with all the noise we've made, whatever was going to be attracted has already been attracted. Playing a song won't change much." So Bighorn smiled and opened a retro cassette player wrapped around his waist. The tape inside began to turn, and an ethereal, magnificent, yet somewhat melancholic and frenzied music emanated from it, sounding particularly jarring in the dead silent upper hive streets. Name, Bohemian Rhapsody. Type, Tool. Quality, fine. Effect, makes battles within the music's range have exaggerated, comic book-like scenes, e.g., massive air currents, grand spiritual arts, extensive bleeding. Equipment condition, none. Note, once upon a time, its owner could use it to summon countless works of fantasy into reality, or allow real people to shed their physical bodies and enter fantasy works, with a coverage range that could reach an entire planet. But its owner was defeated in a battle with an enemy, his spiritual power scattered, and a portion of it fell onto this retro cassette player, continuously replaying past glories. Chapter 78, The Foolish Governor. Opulent and frenzied music echoed through the deserted, luxurious bar, forming an absurd contrast with the deathly silence outside. The three sat on high stools, savoring a vintage wine, its amber liquid refracting a hazy glow in their crystal glasses, having been sealed for an unknown number of centuries. Just then, a heavy, dragging footsteps suddenly came from deep within the bar's backroom. The sound wasn't like human footsteps, it was more like some slippery, heavy object rhythmically pounding the ground, one beat at a time. The wine in their glasses even rippled slightly with the vibrations. Smash! Almost simultaneously, the three slammed their highball glasses onto the bar, gripping their laser guns that rested against the counter. Sure enough, the next second, a deafening roar erupted. Boom! The wall between the back room and the bar, crafted from precious wood, disintegrated in an instant, as if struck head-on by an invisible battering ram. Countless wood splinters and dust, mixed with fragments of the wall, formed a grey shockwave that swept towards the trio. Fortunately, the three reacted extremely quickly, having already ducked and rolled the moment they heard the unusual sound. The shockwave grazed their helmets, and apart from some splinters rattling against their carapace armor with dull thuds, they didn't suffer any substantial attack. However, under the special effect of Bighorn's tape recorder, Bohemian Rhapsody, the smoke and dust that should have spread rapidly, instead rolled and dispersed slowly to both sides like a stage curtain, in a comically exaggerated manner. When the invader's appearance was fully revealed, the three were stunned. Bighorn even blurted out in a ghost-seeing tone, "Holy crap, that thing looks too bizarre." The monster was roughly 2 meters tall, its form twisted and grotesque, completely beyond the scope of normal biology. Its main body was hollow, presenting a bizarre, net-like shape woven from countless blood-red and purplish-blue threads. These threads subtly writhed, making one involuntarily think of nerve bundles and vascular networks forcibly stripped from living bodies. This bloody, skeletal framework had been forcibly stretched and twisted by an external force, combining to form a giant, dripping, vertical harp. From the occasionally twitching strings and a human face at the top of the frame, stretched to its limit and with blurred features, it could be deduced that the person forming this instrument was still alive throughout the entire process, even now. Having played this game for so long, the three players were already accustomed to firing at vital points like the enemy's heart. But facing this sudden monster that had crawled out of a nightmare, they couldn't find any part that could be called a vital point. Moth, with the testing mindset, raised his hand and fired 2 casual shots. The clumsy monster naturally couldn't dodge, and 2 scorching laser beams accurately hit, instantly melting 2 fleshy threads on its harp body. What followed was not the scream a fleshy creature should make, but a high-pitched, grating sound that set teeth on edge, as if someone were frantically scraping fingernails on glass, or the piercing wail of countless harp strings breaking simultaneously. This was probably the monster's scream. Oh, Moth immediately realized, so it's just a showpiece, all looks and no substance. Fear stems from the unknown. Once the opponent's true nature is seen through, there's nothing to be afraid of. The three players immediately aimed their guns at the monster, and a dozen laser beams formed a crisscrossing net of fire, precisely covering it. The monster crashed down amidst increasingly harsh, increasingly high-pitched grating sounds. Its strange, soft substance began to rapidly dissipate like ice and snow exposed to the scorching sun, releasing an biting chill as it vanished. A visible white frost spread rapidly across the floor, centered on where it fell, freezing the surrounding air. By the time the three players cautiously approached, there was no trace of the monster on the ground, only an ordinary, broken harp with a body full of cracks, lying quietly in the center of the frost. Name, damaged harp. Type, tool. Quality, dilapidated. Notes, Friedrich Payton was Pedish's finest harpist, always proud of his musical skill. Until one day, the governor invited a peculiar musician to perform. It was the most beautiful music Friedrich had ever heard. Upon returning home, Friedrich found all the pieces he played to be jarringly unbearable, so he decided to seek guidance from that musician, and the other party readily agreed. Now it's clear what's happening in the upper hive and the top hive, Moth said, putting away his gun and looking at the item description, calmly inferring, the foolish governor invited a Slaanesh-aligned individual to perform, possibly a daemon, or something else, but the result is what we see now. Moth turned his head, looking at Bighorn through the helmet's visor. From the description, the reason it was drawn out should be music. So Bighorn hurriedly fumbled to turn off the tape recorder on his waist. Name couldn't help but complain, your tape recorder's special effect almost killed us. When that monster burst in, it was all dust, and we couldn't see anything. There wouldn't have been so much dust normally. Bighorn scratched the back of his helmet, giving an embarrassed smile. I didn't know this monster appeared when it heard music. He thought for a moment, then asked, but is it definitely Slaanesh-aligned? I think Dark Eldar or something could also be possible. They have high artistic achievements and also like to torment prey in various ways. And they appeared in the game's background CG. Yes, if you put it that way, then Dark Eldar are indeed possible, even more likely than Slaanesh-aligned. Moth first agreed with Bighorn, then changed the subject, squatting down, but you overlooked a piece of information. He extended his finger, pointing to the solitary harp on the ground. Look closely at the description. Upon returning home, Friedrich found all the pieces he played to be jarringly unbearable. Name pondered, pleasure threshold. Yes, that's a Slaanesh-aligned method. Moth stood up, his tone resolute. After enjoying a higher, more extreme level of pleasure, trying a lesser one feels like eating excrement and drinking urine, even if the lesser one, from a realistic perspective, is already a rare delicacy. Adding this information, Dark Eldar become an impossible option. Our enemy can only be Slaanesh-aligned, we just don't know if it's a daemon or a fallen space marine. And we don't know their location, Bighorn said, looking around the silent urban area. The upper hive is so big, how are we supposed to find them? No, we do, Moth retorted, turning around, his gaze passing through the huge hole in the wall and towards the towering spire of the governor's mansion in the distance, which represented the planet's highest authority. Could a Slaanesh-aligned individual be anywhere other than the most luxurious, most decadent, most desire-fulfilling place? You're right. Bighorn suddenly realized. Time to report. Moth opened his communicator, let's use large-scale firepower to collapse the governor's mansion first, then discuss other things. Chapter 79, Any Means for Victory. Mid-hive, inside the command center, the metallic floor reflected the cold, phosphorescent glow of the tactical screens. Ruan Wenbo listened quietly to the report from Moth coming through the communicator, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. Slaanesh-aligned enemies, hey. He pondered for a moment, his voice particularly grave in the solemn command center. Whether they're demons or space marine, neither is easy to deal with. But they couldn't just leave them be. Chaos corruption was like the most malignant tumor, once discovered, it had to be excised. Allowing these beings, indulged in extreme pleasure and pain, to remain in the upper hive, who knew when they might unleash a warp horror, tear open the veil of reality, and summon a greater daemon or two. By then, the entire Pedisha star would be completely finished. For now, you'll temporarily hold your positions, do not act rashly, Ruan Wenbo ordered after a moment of hesitation. Since the bar is temporarily safe, establish an observation post there and wait for heavy weapons units to arrive in the upper hive. Understood, Moth's voice came through clearly. Hanging up the communication, Ruan Wenbo looked up, his gaze sweeping over the company commanders and tech priest Redito standing before him. The atmosphere in the command center grew heavy with the news. What do you all think? He asked. Is the proposal to directly collapse the governor's mansion with heavy bombardment feasible? With all due respect, Commander, almost none, Redito was the first to shake his metallic head, his bionic eye flashing with analytical light. The higher one's position, the less willing one is to take risks, valuing one's life above all else. I am not alluding to certain important figures, this is merely a conclusion based on sociological statistical data. Upper hive nobles often feel extreme fear of death, while mid-hive workers and lower hive commoners often hold a disregard for death, or if not disregard, then they are oblivious to the ever-present death. He seemed to realize he had strayed too far, paused, and continued, in short, given Pedisha's past prosperity, the main materials used to construct its governor's mansion could easily be as hard as space marine ceramite armor, or even the adamantium of a warship's keel, which would not be surprising. Which means, Ruan Wenbo immediately grasped the key point, unless we can get the Navy to conduct orbital bombardment, collapsing the governor's mansion is out of the question. Yes, Redito gave an affirmative answer, his electronic voice completely flat. This is troublesome, Assassin, who was standing nearby, said, crossing his arms. Whether the enemies are demons or space marine, trying to overwhelm them with us mere mortals is a challenge. Especially Chaos Space Marine, new recruits are one thing, but if a veteran of 10,000 years pops out in the complex indoor environment of the governor's mansion, no matter how many people we throw in, it won't be enough for it to kill. He paused, adding, it would be best to find a way to make them voluntarily come out of their shell and charge towards our pre-established heavy weapons positions. The great enemy of chaos is not a foolish beast, Redito said noncommittally. Furthermore, their ability to remain safely in the upper hive for so long without venturing out proves that there is definitely something deeply attracting them there. At least in the short term, they have no intention of coming out. As a tech priest with an unnaturally long lifespan, Redito's short term could translate to 10 years, or even longer, in human time. Ruan Wenbo, of course, understood the gravity of the situation, we cannot let them remain there for so long. It was one thing not knowing before, but now that we know, it must be resolved as quickly as possible. Gentlemen, we must come up with a way to drive these beings out of the building. The command center fell into contemplation. Just then, Assassin suddenly posed a highly constructive question, what if we fired excrement into the governor's mansion? Is there a possibility that those beings, unable to bear the humiliation, would be forced out? At these words, the entire command center seemed to hit a pause button. Everyone else present, whether they were external players or Redito, a Warhammer native, fell into several seconds of shock. The air seemed to solidify. Redito's precise head rotated slightly, taking a full 3 seconds to process and confirm that the sound waves he received were correct. The red light emanating from his bionic eye subtly, indescribably, changed. The other players also snapped out of their shock at this point. This is just too low. As expected of the founder of the self-destruct faction, to have such an outrageous idea. Then, Redito's electronic synthesized voice, for the first time in this meeting, showed a clear inflection. Firstly, I cannot predict the success rate of this plan, because in neither the historical data I have downloaded nor in my personal experience has anything similar ever occurred. Secondly, Redito's mechanical head turned to Assassin, his metallic face showing no expression, but his focused bionic eye conveyed an unprecedented seriousness. This is the ultimate insult to the sacred creations of the Omnissiah, the god of machines. I will absolutely not allow you to stuff foul excrement into sacred cannon barrels. Why? I think this plan is quite good, any means for victory, right? Assassin shrugged. Even if the enemies aren't affected, it can change their image in our eyes from psychopaths who like to skin and dismember people to psychopaths bathing in mountains of shit and seas of piss. The level of deterrence instantly drops by half, doesn't it? This peculiar argument seemed to flip a switch in everyone's imagination, and strange images appeared in everyone's minds. It's more than just dropping by half, it's going straight into negative numbers. I'm afraid my soldiers, seeing the enemy charge out covered in shit, would just laugh and collapse on the ground, losing their combat effectiveness. Hey, why is the art style suddenly shifting from grimdark and bloody to a torrent of shit and piss? Don't say it, the more you talk, the more I want to try it. Aren't you curious what warp demons or chaos space marine would look like covered in shit? And as the battalion commander, the highest-ranking person present, Ruan Wenbo, after an extremely conflicted, almost heavenly struggle of deliberation, finally took a deep breath and, with a decisive tone, made up his mind, let's list it as a backup plan. If this backup plan truly needs to be implemented, Redito immediately stated, I will absolutely not be responsible for producing those special shells. You'll have to figure that out yourselves. Chapter 80, Win-Win, meaning I win twice. In the turbulent warp, that chaotic ocean composed of pure emotions, concepts, and possibilities, a generally humanoid silhouette floated silently. The body of Byte was not made of flesh and blood, but of constantly flowing and reorganizing brilliant information streams. Data surged through his ethereal veins like blood. His gaze pierced through the veil, observing the scene outside the warp, more precisely, a scene from another universe. Before him, a light screen unfolded out of thin air, reflecting a picture filled with the desolation of the apocalypse. In that universe, Earth's sky was covered by eternal dark clouds, and crimson mushroom clouds had long since burned the glory of civilization to ashes. Most of the population died in this world-ending nuclear war, former cities became ruins of steel, and human civilization was almost completely destroyed. The reason for saying almost is because a very small portion of humanity still survived, like tenacious weeds in scorched earth. On this wasteland ravaged by nuclear radiation, they ushered in a new era belonging to violence and martial arts. Yes, it was Fist of the North Star. It's still the same, Byte said, looking at the light screen before him, his information-composed face showing no expression, but his voice carried a hint of irresolvable confusion, I can only watch, not touch. Although I only need the solid information of these universes, the inability to extend my power there is still concerning. During this time, while the players were defeating enemies in the mid-hive and lower hive on Pedisha Star, Byte was naturally not idle. He never believed that universes were isolated. Since he could observe and influence another universe's Earth in the warmer universe, why not try to observe more universes? Byte was half successful. Like a fisherman casting a line in a sea of information, he found many new universes besides Earth. But without exception, he couldn't reach out and touch these universes as he could with Earth. It was even difficult to establish a stable observational relationship, only getting a fleeting glimpse, but this fleeting glimpse was enough for Byte to instantly analyze and understand all information about that universe, from every blade of grass to the movement of stars. And for him, a god whose essence is information, this was the greatest benefit. But why? The information flow forming Byte's body began to accelerate, stirring ripples in the warp. Why can I only establish a stable and deep connection with that Earth? And all other universes can only be glimpsed before quickly passing by. From an information and data perspective, the universe where Earth is located has no fundamental structural difference from all other universes. Is my understanding of information, data, and mathematics still too shallow, preventing me from seeing that hidden connection? Or, should I use philosophy, a more emotional perspective, to look at this issue? For example, because that is where I was born? Is it my homeland? But on Earth, there are more than a dozen ways to perceive the world solely from a philosophical perspective, each of which is logically self-consistent, yet none can be ultimately falsified. Byte's confusion deepened, and the operation of his information flow even showed a slight disorder, abandoning falsifiable science, abandoning irrefutable mathematical truths, and instead using a dozen mutually contradictory philosophical perspectives to view the world. I really cannot do it. If any warp creature, whether benevolent or malevolent, though there seem to be few benevolent creatures in the warp now, knew what Byte was thinking at this moment, they would surely exclaim from their souls, dude, are you really a warp god? This rejection of emotion, rejection of faith, and immersion in the physical laws and mathematical principles of the material universe, rather than a warp god born from an ocean of emotions, he seemed more like those cold, ancient, logical star gods of the material universe. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Byte finally waved his hand, and the light screen before him dissipated, transforming into pure data streams that returned to his main body. Improving my strength is the top priority. It's not too late to consider these metaphysical problems after I possess the power to contend with the four gods and protect myself in the sea of chaos. Some might wonder, Byte can already observe other universes, and even replicate the power systems of other universes through observation, sending them to players as equipment. Isn't this already a multiversal level of existence? Can he not defeat the Chaos Four gods, who are confined to the single warmer universe? Not so, not so, combat power cannot be calculated that way. Take the DC universe as an example. Barbados, as the dark bat god of the DC universe, can interfere with multiple universes simultaneously, undoubtedly a multiversal entity. However, Dr. Manhattan, a single universe-level entity, is clearly much stronger than Barbados. Moreover, the solid information Byte obtains from other universes does not truly strengthen his power. If a person is likened to a water glass, then Byte's act of observing other universes is like expanding himself from a 500 ml glass to a 1000 ml one. But what determines his true strength is how much water is in the glass. Even if Byte observes 1,000 universes, turning himself from a glass into a lake, if there's no water in it, it's useless, he can't defeat anyone. The Chaos Four gods have existed in this warp for countless years, dating back to the war in heaven, while Byte has only just been born. Regardless, one must respect their tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of years of seniority. Byte refocused his attention on Pedisha. The macroscopic view of the planet didn't draw much of his notice. What he saw was something more fundamental: the total curve of life signatures. That curve, which had once plummeted like a cliff, had now leveled off. Good, the human population has stabilized, no longer declining. In other words, the rate of Bite's water level rising had also stabilized. If one were to ask which deities in the vast Warhammer universe cared most about the survival of humanity, then besides the Emperor seated on the golden throne, it would probably be Bite. The Emperor's care for humanity was like that of a sovereign father for his subjects, mixed with responsibility, expectation, and a desire for control. Bite's concern for humanity, however, was much purer and much colder. He was like the shrewdest farmer, and all of humanity was his vast, boundless farm. If humanity was in an era of peace and prosperity, with civilization flourishing, technology advancing, and an explosive growth in population, then the number of nodes providing him with basic information would increase geometrically, and his strength would surge accordingly. If humanity fell into an age of war and chaos, struggling to survive amidst gunfire and conflict, then the information each individual could provide would sharply increase. With more information provided by individual humans, his strength would still surge. Whether in peace or war, as long as the human race was not completely annihilated, he could continuously draw power. Bite always wins, he wins twice, practically winning so much he's numb. Chapter 81, The All-Seeing Dog. On the wide main road leading to the upper hive, a storm of steel was gathering and advancing. The Death Seekers Regiment's heavy armored units, like prehistoric steel beasts, rumbled over the crystal pavement once reserved for luxurious hover cars. The Lemon Rust tank's engines let out a dull roar, their heavy treads leaving clear imprints on the ground. Chimera armored personnel carriers followed closely, the muzzles of their heavy bolters and heavy stubbers gleaming with cold metallic luster. At the rear of the convoy, self-propelled artillery pieces slowly adjusted their massive barrels. The crisp, rhythmic loading sounds of the autocannons interwove with the clatter of soldiers checking their weapons, forming a symphony of war. This steel torrent had only one destination: the governor's mansion, the center of power in the upper hive. What an exciting scene! Assassin stood by the roadside, watching these machines of ultimate violence pass by one after another. He could feel the temperature of his blood rising, a natural surge of excitement welling up inside him. However, Ruan Wenbo, the supreme commander of this force, merely responded calmly, without any hint of excitement on his face. Battalion commander, aren't you excited? Such a magnificent scene, and it's all under your command. Assassin leaned in, his voice full of exhilaration. Right now, I'm mainly thinking about whether the forces we have can block all the entrances and exits of the governor's mansion. Ruan Wenbo sighed softly, watching the convoy roll forward. I just hope that damned place has fewer entrances and exits. Ruan Wenbo didn't even dare to hope that the governor's mansion would be smaller, because he knew very well that such a thing was impossible. Hoping for a planetary governor's mansion to be built small and exquisite was less likely than hoping for a fully staffed space marine chapter to suddenly descend from the sky, performing a deus ex machina to wipe out all enemies. At least probabilistically speaking, the latter was more probable. Are we really not going to do that? Looking at the black muzzles of the cannons, Assassin couldn't help but bring up the old topic again. Ruan Wenbo, his thoughts interrupted, didn't immediately grasp what Assassin was referring to. Do what? It's that. Assassin lowered his voice, leaning slightly forward, and spoke in a mysterious tone, as if conducting an underground arms deal. It's that special shell. Ruan Wenbo suddenly understood, his prolonged tone carrying a hint of realization, then he flatly refused in a voice devoid of any emotion, no. Why not? Assassin's tone instantly turned tragic, as if a brilliant artistic concept had been cruelly stifled. He still wanted to make one last effort. Battalion commander, everything for victory. We can't refuse a potential highway to victory because of some vague self-esteem or face issues. Firstly, the rejection of your plan was a unanimous decision by the military committee, and even I cannot defy it. Ruan Wenbo said something illogical with a poker face. Because as the battalion commander, he actually had absolute wartime command authority. During combat, if he gave an order, everyone had to execute it unconditionally. The committee could at most raise questions during post-war review meetings. Secondly, Ruan Wenbo continued, not giving Assassin a chance to retort, when enemies covered in shit charge at us, whether our players will choose to hold their ground and fight bravely, or decisively turn and flee, I personally remain uncertain. After all, dying gloriously is one thing, getting your face smeared with shit before you die is quite another. Finally, Ruan Wenbo said in one breath, his gaze sharply fixed on Assassin, I highly suspect whether your proposal is truly for the sake of victory, or simply to satisfy your own twisted tastes. Faced with Ruan Wenbo's rapid-fire, logically clear, and soul-piercing questions, Assassin opened his mouth, finding himself speechless. Well, battalion commander, you're right. I'll go check if that tank's weapons maintenance is up to par. Assassin chuckled dryly, made a clumsy excuse, and decisively turned to jog and join the moving convoy. Ruan Wenbo watched his figure blend into the steel torrent, shaking his head helplessly, and muttered to himself, this guy. Inside the governor's mansion, an aura of luxury and decadence intertwined and permeated. The thick crimson carpet absorbed all footsteps, walking on it was like treading on congealed blood. The walls no longer displayed heroic portraits of past governors but were replaced with twisted tapestries depicting unspeakable things. A sweet, cloying scent, a mixture of incense and blood, hung in the air, keeping one's nerves constantly on edge. 3 figures were moving cautiously like phantoms within this lavishly decorated, massive building. It was the trio of Bighorn, Name, and Pu Lang Easy. That's right, they were back on reconnaissance. This time, their mission was more arduous than any before to scout the general terrain of the entire governor's mansion, ascertain the enemy's troop deployment, and provide crucial intelligence for the impending general assault. But problems arose. This governor's mansion was as vast as a small city, with an intricate internal structure, and based on previous experience, it was highly probable that demons or fallen space marine were entrenched within. With just the three of them, how long would it take to scout? Not to mention, what if they ran into enemies during the process and alerted them? This was where Pu Leng-Ez's luck in the previous lottery came into play, to see what good stuff he had drawn. Name, Byakugan. Type, Other. Quality, Epic. Attribute, Yang. Effect, All-Seeing Eye. When activated, gain 360 degrees spherical vision, ignore obstacles, see through targets within a 1 km radius, analyze muscles, meridians, and energy flow, and can resist most visual genjutsu. Equipment condition, strict organ transplant surgery. Note, a unique Kekii Genkai of the Haiga clan, requiring high-intensity training and bloodline inheritance to activate. It is very practical in ninja combat, possessing it allows one to fully unleash the power of the Haiga family's inherited gentle fist. At this moment, beneath Pu Leng-Ez's tightly sealed helmet, his right eye was completely dominated by a pure milky white, with veins bulging around the corner of his eye, making him look somewhat ferocious. In his vision, the entire world transformed into a black and white ink wash painting, walls, floors, and ceilings lost their meaning, becoming translucent lines. The magnificent structure of the entire governor's mansion was laid bare before him. And those special units with vast energy within them appeared like bright light bulbs, clearly marked on this three-dimensional map. Avoiding them was incredibly easy. The all-seeing dog, Bighorn muttered behind him, I say, with this thing, why didn't you use it sooner? If we had it from the start, we wouldn't have been ambushed last time, would we? You're thinking too wishfully. Moth responded, the Byakugan isn't without cost. I have no chakra, no psychic power, using it is completely overdrawing my ocular power, treating it as a one-time consumable. In fact, in just this short amount of time, I already feel some soreness and stinging in my right eye. He paused, his tone becoming serious, in about 10 more minutes, my right eye will be completely useless, directly going blind. If only there was a chakra cultivation method. But so far, this game doesn't have a stable way to acquire skills and items, which means after I bought a power sword, I can't find anywhere to use my merit points. The other two players deeply agreed, with Bighorn echoing, me too, even if it's just a permanent random draw. Chapter 82 Slaanesh Space Marine, so many drugs? Good. I'll take a dose too. Just then, Pu Leng-Ez's footsteps suddenly paused. The two behind him tensed up instantly, like cats whose tails had been stepped on, and the safeties on their weapons were quietly disengaged. What happened? Name asked in a low voice. As soon as I enter the hall ahead, I will have seen the entire structure of the governor's mansion. Moth's voice sounded a little hoarse over the comms channel. But, there's someone ahead. Name immediately understood his meaning. Moth was silent for a moment, seemingly discerning the massive energy signature in his vision, and he's very strong, extremely strong. Can we go around? Bighorn naturally preferred to avoid combat if possible, as their mission was reconnaissance, not fighting. No, Moth's right eye twitched violently. The only detour is very far. If we take that route, my eye will hit its 10-minute expiration limit before we even get around. Then there's nothing more to say, let's go in, Bighorn said decisively. Anyway, once we're in, you'll see the final structure, right? What if we alert the enemy? Name considered more comprehensively. Moth said in a deep voice, in fact, I've been sending out the structures I've reconnoitered in real time. The command center outside has already received most of the structural diagrams, and they just responded that preparations are complete. He paused, then continued, moreover, I can infer the remaining unknown area by understanding the other structures. It's highly likely a closed basement with only one entrance and exit. Then why do you still insist on going in to see? Bighorn asked, puzzled. Curiosity, Moth said frankly. Aren't you curious what's hidden in a highly concealed basement within a planetary governor's mansion, a basement with only an entrance and no exit? Bighorn and Name exchanged glances. Now that you mention it. I'm actually starting to get curious, Bighorn stroked his chin. And the outside definitely needs intelligence on who the enemy inside the governor's mansion is, Name added. We really need to witness it firsthand, it's better than them facing an unknown enemy. No more words were needed, a consensus was reached. The three no longer hesitated, pushing open the massive, intricately carved door ahead and stepping into the dark hall. As soon as they stepped through the door, the three men's expressions changed. The reason was simple, the enemy had discovered them. A viscous, sweet, yet aggressive malevolence instantly locked onto them, and the IFF system immediately highlighted the silhouette of a massive presence deep within the hall with a blinding white border. Look what I've found, a lazy, luxurious voice drifted from the darkness. A massive figure slowly rose from a long-backed chair that seemed to be made of flesh and blood, causing the chair to emit groans of unbearable pain. 3 followers of the Corpse Emperor, 3, brand new toys. Bighorn immediately turned his head and whispered to Moth, why can't you even distinguish Space Marine? I told you, this is my first time using the Byakugan, and my first time seeing a Slaanesh Space Marine. To establish effective cognition, I need to see it at least twice, Moth said in a deep voice, staring intently at the energy mass. I don't know what the meridians and energy flow are like within a Slaanesh Space Marine, so I can only vaguely judge that the opponent is very strong. Moth then explained, moreover, the psychic energy here is simply too dense. There's diffused energy everywhere, severely interfering with my vision. The architectural structure is fine, but the surroundings of such a high-intensity unit are completely enveloped by a psychic aura, preventing me from even using the infer enemy by physique method. Hey, three of you, are you done with your chit-chat? The Slaanesh Space Marine then said loudly, with a playful tone. If you still need time to discuss how to deal with me, I can mercifully give you 6 minutes. Quite polite, Name quipped, then raised his voice in response, all right, we'll discuss it. By the way, may I ask your esteemed name? Heh, just call me Gerald. Gerald seemed to enjoy this cat and mouse game, and he elegantly waved a hand. Bang! The lights in the hall instantly flickered on, and blinding golden light illuminated the entire space. The 3 players could finally see the scene within the entire hall. And because of this, all 3 of their faces turned incredibly grim. It was clear that this place was originally an exhibition hall for artworks. Of course, it still was, but all the exhibits had been transformed into artworks made of various kinds of flesh and blood from different species, and these flesh and blood artworks were still alive. They trembled and twitched incessantly on their pedestals, their exposed blood vessels and nerves clearly visible, as if engaged in a silent scream. Just looking at them caused intense phantom pain. And in the center of these artworks stood Gerald. He wore a set of power armor in a pale purple and ivory white color scheme, adorned with ornate and corrupted runes. He wore no helmet, revealing an unsettlingly perfect face, a perpetual pleasant smile playing on his lips. An elegantly slender power sword hung at his waist, its hilt inlaid with a large, seemingly breathing purple gem. Have you figured out how to deal with him? Moth asked, blood tears already beginning to stream from his right eye. What else can we do? Bighorn shrugged. Extreme sublimation, of course. It should be noted that Bighorn's extreme sublimation here was not the tragic act of an aging emperor burning his life and deo fruit in some fantasy world. It was merely one of many slang terms used by players to refer to the act of injecting 750 milliliters of combat solution into the body at once. In fact, different players had different names for it, such as Immortal Mode, Demonic Disintegration, Bankai, and other Chiyunabi-like names were not uncommon. No sooner had Bighorn finished speaking. Hiss. 3 perfectly synchronized mechanical injection sounds rang out simultaneously. Almost at the same moment, all 3, through the built-in system of their carapace armor, injected the massive amount of solution enough to instantly burst Immortal's blood vessels into their circulatory systems. The next moment, like 3 arrows released from a bowstring, they drew their humming power swords and charged towards Gerald in the center of the hall from 3 different directions, with a furious, air-ripping momentum. This speed. Gerald's lazy smile on his face slightly receded, replaced by a hint of surprise. They're taking such a dose all at once. His surprise quickly transformed into a morbid ecstasy, like an old drunkard seeing a rookie pick up a whole bottle of hard liquor, ready to chug it. He was delighted by the hunt, letting out a joyful laugh. How interesting. Then I'll join you a little. He pulled out an equally grotesque syringe from his waist and savagely plunged it into the interface on his neck. Oh, this is amazing. Feeling a large amount of pure hallucinogenic drugs explode within his body, Gerald trembled slightly, and his eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. He grabbed his power sword, extended a long, forked tongue like a snake to lick his lips, and let out a piercing laugh. Come on, for the Emperor. Chapter 83, The Book of Hatred. From different directions, the 3 launched a thunderous assault on the Slaanesh Space Marine. This intricate triangular pincer movement required no verbal coordination. After dozens of days of combat, it had become an ingrained instinct. Somewhat interesting. However, Gerald, at the center of the storm, showed no sense of urgency. He even chuckled softly, but only somewhat interesting. Before his voice faded, Gerald swung the power sword in his hand, and a perfect circular arc of light suddenly spread out from him. Clang! A deafening crash echoed through the twisted art hall. The 3 players' attacks seemed to have struck an invisible wall of size. Immense power surged back from their sword blades, causing them to involuntarily retreat several steps simultaneously. A perfectly synchronized attack was thus effortlessly repelled by the opponent. This isn't good. Moth used all his strength to grip his violently trembling power sword, preventing it from flying out of his hand. This speed and strength are too exaggerated. If we hadn't used combat stimulants, the 3 of us would probably have been cut in half by that one swing. Should I say, as expected of a space marine. Too slow, too late, too many superfluous movements. Gerald stood leisurely in place, critiquing their attacks as if an art master were pointing out flaws in an apprentice's clumsy painting. If you have any other tricks, use them quickly. Otherwise, your lifespan will probably only have 10 seconds left. TCH. Bighorn spat in annoyance, casually turning on the portable radio at his waist. A ethereal yet slightly deranged music began to echo through the hall. He looked up and shouted at Gerald, "Ugly freak, don't be so arrogant." To everyone's surprise, this casual remark from Bighorn, which wasn't even a proper taunt, instantly darkened Gerald's perfect face. What did you just say? Oh. Bighorn immediately reacted, keenly catching the shift in the opponent's emotions. So he's the type who cares about his appearance. So, Bighorn immediately put on Stephen Chow's classic punchable expression from the movies, drawing out his voice in an extremely exaggerated tone, ugly freak ugly freak. I said it, what are you going to do about it? If you're so capable, come hit me. Gerald was silent for a moment. The handsome face no longer held any laziness, it was replaced by overflowing killing intent. He said in a cold tone, Since you're seeking death yourself, you can't blame me. Anyway, there are 2 other toys, it doesn't matter if one is accidentally broken. This was the first time Gerald had taken the initiative to attack in this battle. His speed indeed caused the pupils of the 3 present to constrict sharply after injecting combat stimulants. Their neural reflex speed had reached 5 times their original, but even so, they could only barely catch a purple after image. And Bighorn, even before the opponent's voice had faded, had already, by virtue of his battle-hardened instincts, abruptly raised his power sword. This action saved his life. Clang! He successfully blocked the enemy's first strike. But this heart-stopping parry also made Bighorn instantly realize, his life wouldn't last much longer. To finish us in 10 seconds. Bighorn gripped his power sword tightly with both hands. The terrifying force from the sword shook his tiger's mouth until it split open, blood flowing freely. At this intensity, I really might be dealt with in 3 moves. Are you despairing, mortal? Gerald held his sword with one hand, effortlessly suppressing the 2-handed blocking Bighorn, and said arrogantly, the gap between me and you is as vast as that between a lowly insect and a god high in the clouds. Clang! Another extremely fast slash. Bighorn again strained to parry it. But his condition was already as bad as it could get. The piercing sound of bones cracking came from his arms, his wrists were completely fractured, and electric sparks shot out from the arm joints of his carapace armor. The next sword, he was destined not to be able to block it. It's over, insect. A cruel pleasure flashed in Gerald's eyes. He swung his sword again, the blade pointing directly at Bighorn's neck. Just when everyone thought Bighorn was about to lose his life, that fatal sword strike went awry. What? Gerald shouted out the most common death flag used by villains in various comics. Bighorn watched with wide eyes as the opponent's sword blade was forcibly twisted by Gerald's own power at the last moment, grazing his helmet. Gerald, meanwhile, inexplicably turned around, completely facing away from the ready Bighorn, and looked back at Moth and Name on the other side of the hall. No, to be precise, he was staring intently at Name. Bighorn also took this opportunity to see clearly. At this moment, Name was holding a thick, ancient tome in his left hand and a quill pen in his right, having evidently just written something in the book with that pen. You are very confident, confident to the point of arrogance. Moth's voice rang out, with a hint of mockery, you think that even with your back to us, you can react in time to our surprise attack. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. Name closed the book and sneered, fool, what did you think I was bothering to ask your name for just now? Name, the Book of Hatred. Type, tool. Quality, excellent. Attribute, none. Effect, after the holder writes the name of an intelligent creature on it, the creature will uncontrollably develop immense hatred for the holder, abandoning all ongoing tasks and making killing the holder their top priority. Usage condition, the holder is shorter than the intelligent creature whose name is written. Remark, I only remember that day, the High King called me into his room and lectured me at length. To be honest, I didn't listen much, because I had just drunk a bottle of Urquata that day, you know, those fine spirits from the east, very potent. Ahem, I've strayed. In short, the High King believed that our dwarven hatred for others everywhere was ultimately wrong, so he ordered me to forge a book with attributes opposite to the Book of Hatred. Now that I think about it, what the High King wanted me to forge should have been the Book of Benevolence after all. An unnamed dwarven elder. Bighorn ignored the intense pain in his arms and seized this rare opportunity, savagely plunging his power sword into Gerald's unguarded lower back. Gerald was severely wounded by the sword strike, yet he did not retaliate. His cursed will remained fixated on Name in the distance, only letting out a howl filled with fury and humiliation. A large amount of blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, and his overwhelming aura was rapidly weakening at a visible speed. With a single successful sword strike, Bighorn could no longer hold on, his hands weakly releasing the grip on his power sword. He collapsed heavily to the ground as if all his bones had been removed. Even with the potent stimulation of combat drugs, his fractured, broken, and bloody hands were now completely useless, unable to move even a single finger. The opportunity was fleeting. Moth did not waste this precious chance. While Gerald was still torn by the cursed fury and the exhaustion brought on by massive blood loss, he lunged forward, his humming power sword accurately and viciously stabbing into his right shoulder blade, pinning him firmly in place. Impossible. Gerald uttered another classic death flag, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could you? How could I know you overdosed on drugs, leaving an incurable old injury on your right shoulder? Moth coldly interrupted him, such obvious meridian disorder and energy stagnation were clear to me the moment I first saw you. At this point, Moth paused, a hint of pitying mockery in his tone. By the way, your true appearance under the psychic illusion is indeed very ugly. Bighorn calling you an ugly monster is not unfair at all. Damn Moth. As if to confirm Moth's words, the layer of flawless psychic illusion shattered abruptly due to Gerald's uncontrolled mental state. His true appearance was revealed an extremely hideous face, with dense dark red compound eyes replacing normal eyes, and a circular mouth without lips, exposing sharp fangs within. He. Bighorn, slumped on the ground, let out 3 lewd laughs, weakly saying, I won't say who looks more like an Moth. The 3 of us are mentally sound and have no desire to torment anyone. Moth slowly moved the sword's edge upwards, aiming it at Gerald's head. Let's just send you off cleanly and quickly. However, just as Moth's sword was about to strike. Zhang! An exquisitely clear sword hum sounded without warning in everyone's ears, and an uncatchably fast white light flashed and disappeared. By the time the 3 players present regained their senses, their limbs were already severed, and they lay together in a pool of blood. Gerald, a figure slowly appeared before everyone. He was clad in equally magnificent purple power armor and slowly walked to Gerald's side. I know you're a rookie with less than a century of service, but to be pushed to this point by 3 mortals, isn't that a bit too green? The newcomer was also a space marine, and as handsome as Gerald before his true form was revealed, only his handsomeness did not require psychic self-deception. Lord Arvis, Gerald opened his mouth, but ultimately forced himself to swallow his words of defense, lowering his head in shame. I apologize, I was too complacent. The space marine called Arvis nodded in satisfaction. It's all right, as long as you are still alive. After all, brothers in the warband, one less means one less. It was just unknown what he would do if Gerald had actually made an excuse for himself. Arvis turned his head, looking with interest at the 3 players who had completely lost their ability to resist. 5 minutes ago, while tuning my instrument, I suddenly felt someone peeking at me. At first, I thought it was an illusion, but the feeling lingered, and I quickly realized, little mice had snuck in. So I followed my intuition and quickly found you, intending to see what you 3 little mice wanted to do. Arvis shrugged elegantly, and then I saw Gerald defeated by you. Haha, 3 mortals working together to kill a space marine, truly, the longer one lives, the more one sees. Hearing you say that. Moth, lying on the ground, tried to exert force but found that the opponent's attack was extremely precise, severing all critical tendons and nerves, ensuring they wouldn't die but also losing all mobility. Are you an old veteran? Why betray humanity? Still trying to probe me at this point? Truly interesting mortals. Arvis chuckled, no harm in telling you. He straightened his body, an arrogance stemming from the depths of his soul, spanning 10 millennia, naturally arising. I was elevated to Astartes during the Legion era and have survived to this day. Holy crap, a 10,000-year veteran. The 3 players simultaneously cursed the entire family of that terrible governor's mansion in their hearts 10,000 times. I've answered your question, so now you should answer mine. Arvis's gaze fell on Moth's face, a probing light flickering in his perfect eyes. Your eyes seem very special, don't they? Hearing this, the alarm bells rang in the hearts of the 3 players. They no longer hesitated for a moment, simultaneously detonating the bombs within their bodies. Boom. The violent explosion instantly engulfed their location. By the time the smoke and flames dissipated, only a charred crater remained, the 3 having long since vanished without a trace. And in the moment before the explosion, the 2 fallen space marine had already dodged aside, completely unharmed. Arvis took his hand off Gerald's shoulder and said faintly, how decisive. He shook his head, seemingly a little regretful. I was also negligent, I didn't even realize they had undergone mechanical modifications. He no longer paid attention to the charred pit on the ground but turned and slowly took out his instrument from behind his back. It was a magnificently ornate and ferocious warhowl guitar. The body was crafted from the pale bones of an unknown beast and polished purple gold metal, carved with countless faces intertwined with ecstasy and extreme pain, and 6 strings shimmered with an ominous psychic glow in the dim light. His slender fingers gently rested on the strings and plucked them casually. There was no deafening noise, but a strange, distorted yet fatally seductive and demonic melody. The first note, like a pebble dropped into a silent lake, sent out layers of invisible ripples. The music seemed to have a life of its own. It was pervasive like mercury, penetrating thick walls, flowing through luxurious halls, winding into deep, winding corridors, and sneaking into every blood-stained secret room. Soon, this eerie movement echoed in every corner of the governor's mansion. Scattered throughout the governor's mansion, the Slaanesh space marine, who were engaged in their respective revelries and rituals of slaughter, all stopped what they were doing the moment they heard this sound. Lord Arvis is summoning us. He, it seems new toys have been delivered to our doorstep again. Chapter 85, Overture. Is it really impossible to replicate? In the Adeptus Mechanicu's workshop, the newly resurrected Pu Lang Ezi, holding his only remaining white eye, left, asked Redito with some reluctance. As for his right eye, which had played a crucial role in the battle, it had turned to nothingness along with his self-detonation. I will not replicate organs involving psychers. Redito's voice was as cold and emotionless as ever. Find someone else. Although Redito said that, Moth could tell it was just a casual excuse. He sighed helplessly and turned to leave, crestfallen. Is his favorability not high enough? Moth thought to himself as he walked. If so, it was normal. After all, he had never specifically sought out this tech priest, so it would be strange if his favorability were high. He found Ruan Wenbo, who was allocating personnel in the command center. I'm sorry, Boss Ruan Wenbo, Moth said, somewhat dejectedly, you might need to find someone else to be the victor's observer. Redito isn't willing to help me replicate my eye. The left eye I have left can only last 15 minutes at most if overloaded. That's somewhat expected. Ruan Wenbo nodded, seemingly unsurprised. He patted Moth's shoulder. But it's all right, while you were gone, a player offered to lend you his item. Who? Moth looked up in surprise. He didn't want me to say. He believes that as comrades, helping each other on the battlefield is only natural, Ruan Wenbo said with a gentle smile. There's no need for all those thank you pleasantries. Anyway, take this. Ruan Wenbo tossed a small plastic vial to Moth, who quickly caught it. Whenever you feel your eye can't hold on, just take one. What is this? Moth looked at the vial in his hand with confusion, then he saw the item name on it. Holy crap! Moth was shocked. Is it really okay to give me something that might make the Emperor stand up from the golden throne, to pop like candy? That player initially thought the same, but he quickly realized, Ruan Wenbo explained, the value of this thing, for us players, isn't as high as imagined. In fact, it can be said to be almost zero. Oh, Moth paused at the words, then quickly understood. You're right. For us, taking a pill isn't as good as finding a place to die quickly. Both result in full status resurrection, and the latter is free. Exactly. So, for him, its greatest value is actually its collection value, Ruan Wenbo said. After learning about your predicament, he kept one for his own collection and handed over the rest. Moth weighed the vial in his hand, then mused, for this level of help, a simple thank you would indeed be a bit insincere. He solemnly put the vial into his pocket and said to Ruan Wenbo, in the future, if I have something of similar quality, I will definitely give him a share. At that time, I'll trouble you, battalion commander, to pass it on. Meanwhile, at the center of the governor's mansion. Oh. Arvis, still strumming his bone guitar, suddenly showed a playful smile on his handsome face. He saw some things clearly through the sound waves echoing throughout the entire structure. A preemptive strike, hey. It seems this Astra Militarum not only has a clear-headed commander, but its soldiers also possess commendable courage. Arvis was right. If Ruan Wenbo and his group had truly decided to set up defensive positions at the various entrances and exits of the governor's mansion, waiting for the enemy to charge, then what they would likely be waiting for were several precise bolter rounds and deadly overloaded plasma shots from tricky angles, sending their heavy firepower and armored forces sky-high before the battle even began. After all, as twisted as the Emperor's son was, his tactical acumen and intelligence as an Astartes were still online. Of course, this was only when he hadn't taken too many drugs. However, deducing the correct tactic was one thing, actually executing it was another. Especially when facing a corrupted space marine as the enemy, a mortal force actively attacking their entrenched lair required astonishing courage. Arvis smiled, his long fingers continuing to pluck the strings. His music had not yet reached its finale. This piece had to be played to completion. Deep within the governor's mansion, the dark corridor seemed endless. The Death Seekers were silently advancing. At the forefront of the team were 200 infantrymen wearing full coverage carapaces. Among them and behind them, the engines of 3 Chimera armored personnel carriers rumbled deeply, their treads grinding over the luxurious but blood-stained marble floor, leaving 2 clear tracks. Fortunately, the governor's mansion was built grand and vast enough, with unusually spacious interior halls and corridors, otherwise this small-scale armored assault force would not have been able to deploy in formation indoors. As the last soldier and the last Chimera fully entered the next huge room, an enchanting and magnificent piano melody gracefully began to play, combined with the omnipresent guitar, severely affecting everyone's hearing. The music seemed to come from all directions, yet also seemed to play directly in everyone's minds, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. Immediately afterward, a voice with an elegant smile followed, echoing in the empty exhibition hall, "Welcome, everyone, to my art gallery." Before the words finished, deadly attacks had already arrived. Several bolter rounds, at a speed difficult for the naked eye to catch, whistled out from the blind spots of the shadows, accurately hitting a Chimera in the middle of the formation. Boom! A violent explosion occurred instantly, and the armored vehicle was blown into a twisted fireball of steel. Terrifying shockwaves and metal fragments swept outwards, instantly tearing apart a dozen surrounding infantrymen, while more were set ablaze, emitting piercing screams. Death or dismemberment, it was all in the blink of an eye. But the Death Seekers' reactions were astonishingly fast. Fire. Suppress. Almost simultaneously with the explosion, the heavy stubbers on the roofs of the remaining 2 Chimeras began to roar wildly, their blazing bullet chains like 2 whips of fire, indiscriminately sweeping every suspicious shadowy corner, splattering the bizarre artworks on the walls with gore. The remaining infantry also dispersed immediately, quickly seeking cover in fire teams, and advancing while providing covering fire to probe their surroundings. The Emperor's son lurking in the shadows immediately saw through their objective. Trying to use lives to pinpoint my location. He let out a contemptuous sneer. This number of people is far from enough. The Emperor's son leisurely raised his bolter and began to fire single shots casually. His marksmanship was incredibly precise, bolter rounds always shooting from the most cunning and unexpected angles. Each pull of the trigger sent a bolter round accurately into the center of an infantry fire team, the force of the explosion always taking 2 to 3 lives, blasting them into a bloody mist. He reveled in this unequal slaughter, like an artist pruning his bonsai. However, after he had unhurriedly fired more than a dozen bolter rounds, the joyous smile on his face suddenly froze. He realized something was wrong. The numbers, why do they seem unchanged? Chapter 86, Waltz. This Emperor's son had originally conceived an elaborate script for this small performance. He had artistically calculated the timing of his shots and the space of his movements. He was supposed to elegantly retreat to the end of the room, and with the last note of the music, pierce the skull of the last Astra Militarum soldier with a final bolter round, bringing a perfect close to this massacre. But now, the plan was disrupted. He had already retreated to the middle of the room, but apart from the burning Chimera wreckage at the entrance, the number of 200 infantrymen hadn't decreased at all. He had clearly killed over 100. Attrition warfare. Black gave himself the most reasonable explanation for this discordant scene. It's normal, after all, the space in this room is at its limit for a 200-man squad. He had no choice but to actively interrupt his envisioned elegant rhythm. With a displeased snort, he unleashed the dozen or so bolter rounds remaining in his magazine, and the two remaining chimeras were instantly blown into two rising infernos. He thought very clearly. If this situation continued, he might not be able to clear out these mortals by the time he retreated to the back of the room. In that case, he would lose the protection of all shadows and be forced to expose himself in the open. At that point, compared to the ineffectual flashlights in the hands of the infantry, the heavy stubbers on the two chimeras would be the real threat. Although even if he stood still and let them shoot, it would take more than 10 seconds to even have a chance to injure him. Luck was an unpredictable thing. What if the enemy happened to hit a weak point in his power armor or an already damaged joint? He considered himself a meticulous artist, and such a possibility of aesthetic damage should, of course, be nipped in the bud. Although the direct targets of the dozen bolter rounds were the armored vehicles, fragile mortals were, after all, fragile mortals. The violent shockwaves from the explosions threw their formation into disarray, forcing them into a temporarily suppressed state, but only temporarily. They quickly regrouped and continued their silent advance. Humph, as expected, they are mortals deluded by the corpse emperor and fallen into numbness. This piano-loving emperor's son snorted, "Fine, you are not worthy of me wasting any more bolter rounds. Let me personally take the field and play your final movement with my blade." Just as he placed his hand on the hilt of his power sword, preparing to leap into the enemy ranks, a heavy engine roar came from outside the room, growing closer. This sudden sound made his expression change. This is... Relying on his already keen Astartes senses, which had been further enhanced after falling to chaos, he instantly identified the source of the sound, a lemon rus. Vanquisher. So that's it. In a flash, he felt he had deduced the full scope of these mortals' tactics. The first three chimeras and these infantrymen were all just bait, intended to force me out of the shadows. The commander of this unit never expected such weak firepower to kill me. The real trump card is this Vanquisher hidden in the rear. The more he thought, the more he felt he was correct, and a knowing smile even touched his lips. This variant of the lemon rus, its main cannon can even penetrate the armor of a Reaver Titan with a single shot. It's certainly more than enough to deal with Space Marine. Too bad, Black shook his head, his tone filled with pity for the mortal commander. The tactic is a good tactic, but the quality of the executors is too low. Your soldiers lack the necessary patience and composure. They probably thought that since they had already advanced to the end of the room, and I had no more space to hide, it didn't matter if they revealed themselves before me. What a pity. He slowly removed his hand from the sword hilt, his posture becoming elegant once more. The premise of me having to reveal myself stems from my own aesthetic constraints. After all, fighting a guerrilla war of running around with a bunch of mortals is truly undignified. If I wanted to, I could easily and silently bypass these mortals over their heads. So, once this Vanquisher is dealt with, you'll be helpless, won't you? He revealed a sinister and confident smile. It seems I've won this game. Just as Black felt certain of victory, the Vanquisher tank roared as it smashed through the marble door. And Black, with his superhuman vision, naturally saw the full scope of the Vanquisher at first glance. It was precisely because of this that the smile on his face instantly froze, turning into extreme horror. Because he saw that as soon as the Vanquisher charged in, its thick cannon barrel was already precisely pointing at him. The speed of a Space Marine might exceed the rotation speed of a turret, but it certainly didn't mean it could exceed the flight speed of a cannon shell. Impossible. Amidst a roar filled with shock and unwillingness, he and the marble pillar in front of him, which served as cover, were completely engulfed by the scorching ball of light blasted from the Vanquisher's main cannon, turning into dust. Inside the Vanquisher tank, upon hearing the system prompt target eliminated, all crew members collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The Death Seekers' tactics were almost identical to what that Emperor's son had surmised, with only one difference: the Vanquisher knew his position from the very beginning. The infantry's mission was never to find him, but merely to force him step by step into that kill zone with the least amount of cover. "Let's go, next one." Moth, in the observer's seat, said calmly. The tank commander asked with concern, "How are your eyes?" "Very good, the effect is excellent." Moth felt a cool sensation emanating from his left eye, a comfortable feeling that dispelled all fatigue and pain. "After taking this SCP-500, I feel like I can last 2 hours." At the same time, due to Black's death, the piano music stopped, and the guitar in the center of the governor's mansion once again became a solo, though compared to the previous solo, it had subtly changed its tune. This subtle change went unnoticed by most players, except for those with extremely high artistic accomplishments in reality. Even if they noticed, they didn't care, or at least, those who noticed felt no need to specifically point it out. However, for the other Emperor's sons scattered throughout the governor's mansion, this slight change in the guitar melody, and the meaning it contained, was extremely obvious. That Black guy was actually killed. Ha! That piano-loving pervert is finally dead. He, it's getting more and more exciting, isn't it? Chapter 87, Interlude. In the most central and luxurious domed hall of the governor's mansion, Arvis was completely immersed in his music. He leaned back on the governor's golden throne, his exaggerated noise guitar resting across his lap. His fingers danced wildly and elegantly across the strings, turning the entire governor's mansion into his resonating chamber. In contrast, Gerald, curled up in the shadows of a corner of the hall, seemed more sober. The unhealed wounds on his body sent waves of sharp pain through him, but this pain prevented him from completely losing himself in the revelry of chaos, unlike Arvis. Gerald was filled with unease. Starting an hour ago, Arvis's music had changed key 4 times. The current music was vastly different from when it began, something even those completely unversed in music could discern. And Gerald, of course, understood the implication, for Space Marine had died at the hands of those mortals. This filled him with an incomprehensible sense of bewilderment and fear. In his opinion, gathering all the Space Marine of the warband was the most correct choice. Those mortals, no matter how many schemes and tricks they employed, could never withstand a simultaneous assault from a dozen Astartes. But Arvis did not do that. Instead, he allowed the warband members to scatter throughout the various rooms of the governor's mansion, preventing them from supporting each other, as if deliberately letting the mortals pick them off one by one. While there wasn't much camaraderie to speak of among Chaos Space Marine warbands, Gerald certainly didn't want everyone else to die because then it would be his turn. His wounds hadn't healed yet, and his power armor was damaged in multiple places. In a real fight, he was completely a lamb to the slaughter. That Lord Arvis. Although he knew that interrupting Arvis's performance would likely lead to his death, allowing the situation to continue as it was would also result in his demise. After a long internal struggle, Gerald decided to speak up, risking his life. His voice was hoarse with tension. Why don't you gather the brothers of the warband? Arvis's performance did not stop, it remained fluid and magnificent. He merely tilted his head slightly, looking at Gerald in the shadows. For some reason, Gerald saw a hint of confusion in his eyes, which reflected madness. Excuse me, who are you? Arvis's voice came through a pause in the music, with a polite yet unfamiliar tone. I have never seen you in my company. Are you a new recruit? In that instant, Gerald felt his blood run cold, a chilling sensation shooting up his spine to the crown of his head. It was over. All members of this fallen Emperor's Son warband suffered from more or less mental issues, which would flare up from time to time. Among these, their warband leader Arvis's psychotic episodes were the most fatal and dangerous for the warband members. Because at such times, Arvis would fantasize that he was still the glorious swordsman of the Third Legion during the Great Crusade, still loyal to the Emperor, loyal to humanity, and loyal to their perfect Phoenix Primarch. And that glorious Legion swordsman had a very high probability of drawing his power sword and cleaving all the traitors to the Legion, the Emperor, and humanity before him. Once, most of the warband members united, attempting to resist, or rather, kill Arvis during one of his psychotic episodes. Some were fed up with the constant threat of death, while others were ambitious individuals looking to seize power. And the fact that the warband now consisted of only a dozen or so members, with Arvis still intact and playing music, already explained the ultimate outcome of that rebellion. Inside the gallery, the acrid smell of dust and paint mingled. A magnificent adamantium-carved pillar lay across the center of the ruins, and beneath it, an Emperor's Son clad in purple power armor was pinned down, his spine already broken. But he was still not dead, only using his last strength to utter venomous and furious curses. You lowly rats from the sewers. Bang! A dull gunshot. Smoke curled from the muzzle of Moth's bolter pistol. The Space Marine's head exploded in response, and the gallery finally fell completely silent. Moth walked over to the wreckage of a Lemon Russ Vanquisher not far away. This tank, which had rendered great service, was hit by a precise plasma cannon shot, the high temperature melting through its armor, and the subsequent ammunition depot detonation directly collapsed the entire gallery. This explosion virtually wiped out all the Death Seekers who had breached this area. Only Moth, with his superhuman reflexes, managed to take an SCP-500 just before being engulfed by the shockwave, thus surviving the fatal severe injuries. He took a pill from a medicine bottle on his waist and walked to the tank commander, who was lying in a pool of blood, intending to feed it to him. The tank commander shook his head with difficulty, refusing Moth's kindness. He asked in a faint voice, "Is it resolved?" "It's resolved." Moth carefully put the pill back. "This is the 5th Space Marine we've taken down at the cost of 1 Lemon Russ Vanquisher, 4 Lemon Russ Punishers, 22 Chimeras, and 2,500 lives. Are there enough Melta bombs?" the tank commander asked again. "Enough," Moth nodded, "we still have plenty of spares. According to the calculations of that tech priest, the bombs already placed will collapse enough load-bearing pillars. At that time, this palace will collapse under its own weight, and the ruins will become an open area with no cover." "That's good," the tank commander's eyes gradually dimmed, "you should evacuate quickly. In the open, it will be easier with the Valkyrie's laser cannons. White Eye and SCP-500 must not be harmed. I still want to team up with the Clairvoyance group later, it's so much fun." With those words, the tank commander breathed his last. Moth silently got up and walked around the messy ruins. He found some players who were still clinging to life. Thanks to the pre-battle injections, their vitality was extraordinarily tenacious, even with fatal injuries, they were still barely alive. Moth expressionlessly gave these twitching teammates a few more shots each, sending them to report for resurrection early. Having done all this, he looked around, confirming there were no more survivors. "Next is to evacuate quickly," Moth muttered to himself, checking his equipment as he walked towards the designated evacuation route. Speaking of which, it seems one of the two in the hall died? Did they have an internal conflict? Chapter 88, Curtain Call. 10 minutes later, with Moth's withdrawal, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The Melta bombs, carefully placed on various load-bearing structures, detonated simultaneously. This magnificent governor's mansion, spanning several square kilometers, let out a dying wail amidst a series of dull, continuous roars. The foundations cracked, the domes collapsed, and countless beautiful sculptures and frescoes turned to dust. The entire building, like a giant whose skeleton had been removed, crashed inwards. The rising smoke and dust even reached the 3 Valkyries circling high in the sky. "If we can't blow it up from the outside, we'll blow it up from the inside," Assassin said triumphantly from inside the cabin, looking at the spectacular scene of destruction outside the porthole. Knowing they only had a dozen people, I knew they were doomed. A dozen people defending a palace, in my eyes, is like cow dung on a country road, existing just for me to blow them to smithereens. Can you please stop mentioning poop? Ruan Wenbo, speechless, turned to Moth, who had just arrived. How many of the remaining Space Marine are still alive? Some were crushed to death directly, and those who weren't are firmly pinned underneath. It looks like they won't last long. Moth stopped mid-sentence, his peripheral vision catching something. His expression suddenly changed. Tell the Valkyrie to ascend, quickly. Before his words faded, a dazzling sword light pierced through the thick, visibility obscuring smoke and dust, shooting straight up into the sky. This sword light was unbelievably fast, precisely striking one of the Valkyrie and cleanly slicing it in half in mid-air. The explosion's firelight flashed in the smoke and then vanished, terrifying the pilots of the other two Valkyrie. They immediately shoved their control sticks forward, their engines screaming at maximum power as they desperately climbed upwards. Holy crap, this is insane. Li Yongxi, the pilot of one of the Valkyrie, cursed. They're even using sword chi now. Is this still warmer? Can it get any more ridiculous? At the same time, on the ground, an invisible gale suddenly rose, blowing away the smoke and dust, which would have taken tens of minutes to dissipate, in just 1 minute. The full extent of the ruins was revealed before all the players. At the very center of the collapsed palace, Arvis's long hair fluttered in the wind, his magnificent purple-gold power armor gleaming in the sunlight. He held his power sword aloft, its tip pointing to the sky, and declared, solemnly and sonorously, word by word. Emperor's son, enemy of the Father Slayer. Oh, come on, Ruan Wenbo muttered, looking at the scene as if a savior had descended. With this stance, are we the villains after all? Despite his words, Ruan Wenbo's actions showed no hesitation. He decisively ordered, all units. Fire at this posing hunk. From the positions already set up around the ruins, heavy stubbers, heavy bolters, and autocannons roared simultaneously. Countless deadly projectiles and energy beams wove into a net of death, surging towards Arvis in the center of the ruins. However, the target of the attack merely slowly lowered his sword-wielding hands to his chest. A visible purple psychic shield suddenly expanded, and all attacks aimed at him were strangely delayed and suspended the moment they touched the shield. The next second, Arvis swung the long sword in his hand violently. All the attacks he had caught were returned in full. And because they were mixed with his domineering sword chi, their power was even greater. All the heavy fire points that had just attacked Arvis were precisely detonated by their own attacks in an instant. Mamma mia! Assassin exclaimed in Italian, startled by the miraculous move. How did even reversal of demonic origin, a move from the ultimate boss abandoned heaven emperor in Pili puppetry, where he absorbs enemy moves, enhances them with his own true essence, and reflects them back, come out? This is bad. Cold sweat trickled down Ruan Wenbo's forehead. Is a unit of this level really something we can defeat at our current stage? He alone could probably wipe out the entire Hive City, couldn't he? Just as everyone was stunned by this godlike power, a roar broke the silence. A woo. Big Eagle Police didn't care about any of that. He directly activated his newly bought Thunder Hammer and, enveloped in electric light, charged out from the position. Don't go sacrifice yourself. Ruan Wenbo exclaimed in alarm, sensing that something was amiss. However, facing the unstoppable charge of Big Eagle Police, Arvis in the center of the ruins did not use those godlike methods from before. He simply raised his sword and held it horizontally in front of him. Clang! The collision of the Thunder Hammer and the Power Sword produced a deafening sound. Arvis's figure was actually shaken back several steps by the immense force before he regained his balance. Ruan Wenbo's eyes instantly lit up. Could it be, this boss must be fought in melee? Everyone! He immediately ordered in the command channel, don't use ranged attacks. All of you, pull out your knives and go hack him. Ruan Wenbo's order also instantly snapped the stunned players back to reality. I get it. Only loyal melee attacks can damage this boss. I knew it. Lately, it's been all artillery bombardment and combined arms, no Warhammer flavor. Turns out it was waiting for us here. Brothers. Charge. For humanity. In an instant, nearly 1,000 players surged towards the center of the ruins like a tide. Arvis's sword was extremely fast, so fast that those he struck often returned to the resurrection point as a white light before they even felt pain. This clean and decisive killing was an extreme deterrent for normal mortals, but for players, without even the sensation of pain, there was even less reason to retreat. In Arvis's eyes, the scene before him was incredibly shocking. No matter how devastatingly he used his sword skills to kill the enemies before him, their companions fearlessly pressed on, one after another. They were extremely resolute, and many even picked up the weapons dropped by their fallen comrades and continued to charge at him. Brave warriors! Arvis's aura surged again. As the Third Legion, the glorious Emperor's son, come. I will not flee, let us fight to the death. A bloody storm, centered around Arvis, thus erupted. The storm of shredded flesh and severed limbs lasted for a full half-Terran standard hour. After sacrificing thousands of lives, the players finally inflicted the first wound on Arvis. A chainsword, taking advantage of a gap while he was killing another player, ripped a gruesome gash in his waist. Although the Space Marine's powerful Laraman's organ quickly produced coagulant cells to stop the bleeding, and the player who inflicted the wound was also pierced through the heart by Arvis's backhanded sword strike. But this also meant his health bar is showing. Brothers, kill him. The wave of players grew even more ferocious. Arvis couldn't help but inwardly praise, terrifying warriors, such fighting will, it's comparable to the Solar Auxilia during the Legion era. Thinking of this, Arvis suddenly paused. Why did he think of the words Legion era? Was there another era? It was this momentary distraction that caused Arvis to sustain another serious injury. A power sword nearly severed his sword-wielding right hand entirely. Fortunately, he instinctively dodged, only tearing a deep, bone-exposing wound on his arm, but this further exacerbated his disadvantage. The injury to his hand would undoubtedly affect the precision and strength of his sword usage. Just like the collapse of a dam, it starts with a small breach, and then is continuously widened by the surging water. Arvis's disadvantage began to rapidly expand, and he gradually became unable to resist the players' fearless and frenzied attacks. Finally, as his injuries gradually accumulated to their limit, a power sword pierced his heart. Arvis used his last ounce of strength to swing his sword and kill the player in front of him, but the deformation of his movements due to his injuries also left him wide open. In an instant, several chain swords and power weapons simultaneously plunged into his chest. Having lost all his strength, he knelt on one knee. He had expected to be dealt the final blow by his enemies very soon, but that fatal strike never came. Arvis looked up in confusion, startled to find that these mortals had suddenly all retreated several meters and were looking at him with extremely wary eyes. Many even recoiled several more meters in fright when they saw him look up. Why, do you not kill me? Arvis said in a deep voice, blood gushing from his mouth. We're afraid you'll self-destruct with psychic power, a player shouted honestly from the crowd. It wouldn't be good if you blew up my equipment then. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Arvis let out a low laugh. No need to worry. As a Legion swordsman, I do not possess psychic powers, that is a method only librarians use. All the players had expressions that said, I don't believe a word you're saying, and the situation reached a stalemate. Until Big Eagle Police stepped forward again, move aside. You guys don't want the last hit, I do. As the thunder hammer, gleaming with electricity, grew larger in his vision, Arvis's mind flashed with one last thought, to die as a Legion warrior, truly, an honor. Chapter 89, Governor, you have been sentenced to death. As Big Eagle Police's thunder hammer fell, a crisp system prompt popped up in the ears of all players, signifying that Arvis, the powerful Emperor's son, had been thoroughly killed. The tense atmosphere that had enveloped the ruins dissipated, and the players breathed a sigh of relief. Arvis, as he himself had said, did not engage in any psychic self-detonation or mutual destruction after his death. However, new questions soon arose from the players. The boss has been killed by us, so why hasn't the quest reward been settled yet? A quick-witted player immediately replied in the regional channel, you're stupid. The governor's mansion collapsed, and there are still some tenacious Astartes trapped underneath. The enemies aren't all dead, so the quest isn't over, of course. Oh my god, how long do we have to wait? At least another week or two, right? Even without food or water, those Astartes can last a long time. Hard to say, if we're unlucky, it might be a month or two. Ah. That's too long. While the players were discussing, Ruan Wenbo and Father Ruodaichuo walked over. Ruan Wenbo cleared his throat and said loudly, don't worry, everyone. When the time comes, we'll get the servitors to dig this place open with engineering equipment and finish them off one by one. The space marine trapped underneath must have no combat power left anyway. The players immediately understood. That's right. I almost forgot, this game isn't unable to have scene destruction, just dig it open. Boss Ruan is awesome. Clear thinking. Meanwhile, Redito, by Arvis's corpse, had completed his initial scan and detection, and his tone carried a hint of incredulity. Incredible. Ruan Wenbo walked over and asked, how is it? There's no risk of this corpse reanimating, right? Not only is there no risk, but his flesh mutation is almost non-existent, Redito mused. It's hard to imagine, is this really a space marine who has been corrupted by chaos for 10,000 years? So, that means, Ruan Wenbo's eyes lit up, and he instinctively asked a question, his gene seed can still be used, right? As these words left his mouth, the nearby players, who had been clamoring moments before, instantly fell silent. Hundreds of eyes suddenly turned towards the center of the ruins, or more accurately, towards Redito. And Redito reacted very strongly to this. What are you trying to do? He suddenly spun around, his voice sharp with an unprecedented tone. He scanned the players with their burning gazes, what are you trying to do? Ruan Wenbo immediately realized he had said the wrong thing. He cleared his throat twice, trying to smooth things over, just an abundance of curiosity, a casual question. Father Ruodaichuo, you're overthinking it. Whether I'm overthinking it or not, you know in your heart, Redito said coldly. He activated the anti-gravity device, slowly lifting Arvis's corpse. If you're not afraid of death, that's your business. I don't want to die, especially not for something so exposed and utterly without benefit. Having said that, Redito left with Arvis's corpse without looking back. Ruan Wenbo stood rooted, stroking his chin, and muttered to himself thoughtfully, so, if there's a way to conceal it, and a great benefit, then it's fine. 3 days later, within the ruins. Moth, Name, and Bighorn gathered again at the former governor's mansion, now a colossal ruin. Moth was walking back and forth across the ruins with his hands behind his back, seemingly using the feel under his feet to ascertain something. Finally, he stopped and shouted to the servitors who were operating large engineering machinery not far away, hey! Don't dig there yet, come dig here. Sir, My identification number is Zinc J24B5, I am not Hay, the servitor said in its flat electronic voice. Excavation work has preset safety protocols. Random disruption may unearth a fallen space marine without Death Seeker's supervision, leading to uncontrollable risks. We're here, what are you afraid of? Moth impatiently interrupted, when there are no Death Seekers watching here, you just stop digging, how simple is that? Sir, according to regulations, I need to report to my superior. Damn it, these servitors are so rigid, Moth grumbled. Alright, 9527, hurry up. Sir, I am not 9527. Moth ignored it completely and turned to look at Bighorn and Name. Bighorn curiously asked, why did you call us here? For the basement we talked about earlier, I guess, Name speculated. Oh. Bighorn suddenly understood, that basement didn't collapse. Most likely not, Moth said excitedly, according to game common sense, the deeper and harder to reach a place is, the more good stuff will be hidden there. The three did not wait long before the engineering machinery, controlled by the servitors, indeed dug out a dark, gaping hole at the location Moth had specified. Sir. The servitor's report had just begun when Moth immediately cut him off. Alright, we're going down now. With that, the three eagerly followed the excavated slope and entered the basement. The three turned on their tactical flashlights and cautiously made their way in. In the deep tunnel, they heard a faint rustling. Moth immediately raised his gun and whispered, don't move. He did not immediately open fire because the system's friend or foe identification had no reaction. No. Don't shoot. I'm not an enemy. A panicked voice came from the darkness. The three focused their flashlight beams and saw the person's appearance. It looked like a nobleman, although his appearance was haggard, his clothes were still well maintained, clearly indicating a life of comfort. Moth already had some guesses about the person's identity, but still asked, who are you? I am Killen Pedisha, the governor of this planet. The person calmed down a little when he saw the Aquila emblem on their carapace armor. You are Imperial soldiers, aren't you? Have the enemies been cleared out? Planetary governor. Bighorn said in surprise, you're still alive. Yes. Governor Killen seemed to have regained his usual arrogance. What's the situation outside? You quickly tell. Governor, sir, Name interrupted Killen, his tone calm and unruffled, where are your family members? Are you the only one here? Name's tone seemed to frighten Killen a little, and he instinctively shrank his neck. They are still in the back room. After hearing the commotion outside, I came out to check the situation myself. Then please lead the way, Name said, once we confirm the situation of your family, we can decide what to do next, right? The planetary governor's entire family is still alive. In the command center, upon receiving news of the basement being dug out, Ruan Wenbo quickly gathered the officers from various companies and representatives of the military committee, just in case something happened and they needed to react quickly. Something did happen, but the direction of the incident was not what he had imagined. Yes. On the other end of the communicator, Moth looked at the 9 people in front of him and replied. Among them were Governor Killen himself, his wife and personal doctor, 4 daughters and 2 sons. Presumably, Governor Killen had told them something, as the entire family seemed quite relaxed now, even with 3 soldiers of unknown origin standing before them. The youngest son even yawned as if no one else was present. A total of 9 people, all seem to be in good spirits, Moth added, it seems they've been doing well in the basement during this time. Ruan Wenbo finished the report and looked at the officers and representatives sitting before him. Let's vote on how to deal with them. What else can we do? They're the ones who brought that Slaaneshi warband here. Assassin shrugged first, clearly an act of treason, I recommend executing all of them. Pedisha's planetary governance system has completely collapsed and can only be rebuilt. Keeping them will only cause us trouble and affect our subsequent administration. JK pushed up his glasses and said calmly, I recommend executing all of them. That Slaaneshi warband those bastards brought over cost our company a lemon russ. The second company's representative said through gritted teeth, I recommend executing all of them. Are there any other suggestions? Ruan Wenbo, seeing no one else follow up, asked again to be safe. Silence for a long time. Alright, then it's settled. Ruan Wenbo picked up the communicator and said to the other end, after discussion by the military committee, all are sentenced to death. The charge, let's say treason. In the basement, Moth, who had received the message, looked up at Killen Pedisha and asked in a confirming tone, Mr. Killen, are you sure all your family members are here? Killen did not understand why, but still affirmed, of course, I am sure. That's good. Moth nodded and began to give orders, Doctor, could I ask you to move a little to the right? Mr. Killen, please stand a little further forward. Rosalia, Madame Frigga, please move closer to your mother. After everyone had stood as Moth instructed, he pondered for a moment, this way, everyone is in my line of sight. Killen finally felt a hint of unease. He asked tremblingly, excuse me, what is this for? Moth slowly drew the auto pistol from his waist, the red dot of the muzzle was particularly conspicuous in the dim basement. Mr. Killen, after discussion and decision by the military committee of the Pedisha Death Seekers Legion, you are sentenced to execution by firing squad for treason. What did you say? Say that again. No, don't. There must be some mistake, I am the planetary governor. After a dense and brief burst of gunfire, the basement fell into a deathly silence. Moth stepped expressionlessly into the pool of blood and delivered another shot to the youngest son who was still groaning on the ground. He knelt down, tore open the corpse's ornate clothing, and a pile of glittering jewels immediately rolled out from the garment's interlining. Moth spat disdainfully. I wondered why he was still breathing after so many shots. Turns out he didn't forget to grab these things even when fleeing into the basement. He stood up and waved to Bighorn and Name behind him. All right, there's no equipment anyway. Call the servitors in to clean up the scene, it's really unlucky. Chapter 90, How Pious. Outside the hive city, yellow sand filled the sky, and the endless desolate Gobi desert was scorched by the hot sun. A small squad of Astra Militarum soldiers and a small figure in a red robe were gathered around a chimera armored personnel carrier. The Astra Militarum soldiers leaned idly against the vehicle, occasionally kicking at the sand beneath their feet, while the small figure in the red robe was hunched over the open engine hood, his biological detector on his forehead flashing red intermittently as he diligently repaired the engine. I say, Brother Lee, how much longer are you going to keep fixing it? Bighorn leaned weakly against the chimera's tracks, chewing on some dry rations he'd found somewhere. They said tech priests are all so amazing, so why are you fixing a broken engine like you're constipated? First, I'm not a tech priest yet, just an apprentice. I estimate it'll take me another 10 years of hard work to become a full-fledged priest. Li Yongxi looked up and glared at Bighorn. Secondly, it's almost done. How many times have you said almost done now? Bighorn grumbled. And 10 years? Who plays a game and spends 10 years as an NPC's apprentice first? Li Yongxi said grimly, I have my own reasons. So, Name interrupted their bickering, does anyone know the current time? How much longer do we have to stay in this place with nothing? Another 2 Terra hours, Li Yongxi answered this question. He had a built-in timer. If we haven't found any trace of the orcs within 2 Terra hours, we'll return to the hive city. Bighorn asked, so why don't we use a Valkyrie for reconnaissance? It's faster and more convenient. A Valkyrie isn't a reconnaissance plane, it makes too much noise, you idiot. I haven't even complained, so you shouldn't either, Li Yongxi grumbled again. At least you guys can reset your physical state by committing suicide. I can't afford to die even once, otherwise I'll lose my apprentice status. I say, Moth sighed, her gaze sweeping across the vast, boundless yellow sand, can the three of you consider something serious? Serious? The other three asked in unison, their tones filled with confusion. For example? Moth withdrew her gaze and looked at them. How are we going to fight millions of greenskins in this open terrain? At these words, the 3 people present felt a suffocating sensation. Once they entered such a wilderness, facing a massive number of orcs, it would be hellish difficulty. Bighorn was the first to speak. Perhaps we should wait until the open beta, when there are more players, before attempting a dungeon of this level. On the contrary, I think the decision to send people to scout now is correct, Moth said. After all, the greenskins are there whether you're scared or not, that's a fact that can't be denied. He pointed into the distance, given that, it's best to always keep track of their movements. Otherwise, if they launch a surprise attack on the hive city during this period of large-scale production recovery, things will really become difficult. Okay, fixed it. Li Yongxi slammed the engine hood shut with a crisp click. Omnissiah preserve us, that was truly a troublesome matter. Speaking of which, do you truly believe in the Omnissiah now? Moth asked curiously as he prepared to get into the vehicle. Ha! Li Yongxi let out a dry laugh. My faith in the Omnissiah is like a high school student who can't solve a difficult math problem during an exam and then prays to God, the 3 pure ones, Buddha and Allah, it's very pious. Just then, Bighorn suddenly pointed in one direction, isn't something off over there? The other 3 instinctively turned their heads to look in the direction Bighorn was pointing, and indeed, they saw some unusually rising dust. Maybe it's a sandstorm. Moth speculated. Then we'd better get in the vehicle and evacuate quickly. No, that's not right. Li Yongxi's mechanical eyes saw further than the other 3. He was the first to spot a chimera armored personnel carrier at the edge of the horizon. It's from 3rd Company, 2nd Squad, the same batch as us sent out to scout. Oh. Name asked. Are they being chased by a sandstorm? No, that doesn't seem to be a sandstorm. Li Yongxi's expression grew increasingly grim, don't ask where a person with extensive mechanical modifications gets an expression. It's greenskins. Thousands upon thousands of greenskins are chasing them. Li Yongxi abruptly turned around, we need to quickly. Then he saw that the other 3 had already gotten into the chimera's compartment at some point. Moth, in the CO driver's seat, poked his head out and urged, what are you standing around for? Get in the car and let's go. Meanwhile, the situation for 3rd Company, 2nd Squad, was far more perilous than for Moth and his companions. Tong Hua. Bug, who was manning the Prometheum flamethrower at the rear of the vehicle, ready to incinerate any greenskins that charged, cursed loudly. I told you not to roll your damn dice, and even if you did, you rolled a 3. And after rolling a 3, you still dared to accept a reconnaissance mission. Look, we're screwed now. Bug, you need to look at things from a positive perspective, the player assimilation complete in the driver's seat tried to argue, oh no, explain. Look, haven't we completed the reconnaissance mission now? This progress is dozens of times ahead of other players, and most of the merit for this mission will probably be ours. Positive your grandmother. Bug stomped his foot in anger. You have nothing, so dying doesn't matter to you, but I'm carrying my Prometheum flamethrower. Shrimp up ahead, no running. The largest orc, riding the fastest bike among them and always at the forefront, roared, "Stop and fight me." "Fight your mom," Bug retorted, not to be outdone. He was already used to exchanging trash talk with these greenskins. "There are so many of you, do you take us for two idiots? Come fight." The orc persisted. "Fight your mom. Come fight. Fight." All right, that's enough." Tong Hua, in the driver's seat, said, losing his patience. "Why are you two so childish? Are you elementary schoolers? Next, are we going to have know you, and I know you, you're know you. Bug was speechless after Tong Hua's words. "Running like this isn't a solution," Tong Hua said, changing the subject after rendering Bug speechless. "You tell that orc boss that we can stop and fight him, but it has to be a one-on-one duel, and if I win, he has to let us go." "A one-on-one duel with a greenskin leading 10,000 boys?" Bug asked, surprised. "What?" Tong Hua said irritably. "Do you think I can't beat him?" Bug said nothing, but his expression said it all. "Humph," Tong Hua snorted coldly, saying smugly, "To tell you the truth, just now, my god's dice's cooldown ended." As Tong Hua spoke, he took out a dice carved with complex patterns. The number 42 was prominently displayed, emitting a faint glow. "I've rolled hundreds of times, and this is the first time I've rolled a 42. He held his head high. "Just relax and watch how your brother Tong Hua stylishly abuses the greenskins." Tong Hua. Bug, who was manning the Prometheum flamethrower at the rear of the vehicle, ready to incinerate any greenskins that charged, cursed loudly. "I told you not to roll your damn dice, and even if you did, you rolled a 3. And after rolling a 3, you still dared to accept a reconnaissance mission. Look, we're screwed now." "Bug, you need to look at things from a positive perspective," the player assimilation complete in the driver's seat tried to argue. "Oh no, explain." "Look, haven't we completed the reconnaissance mission now? This progress is dozens of times ahead of other players, and most of the merit for this mission will probably be ours." "Positive your grandmother." Bug stomped his foot in anger. "You have nothing, so dying doesn't matter to you, but I'm carrying my Prometheum flamethrower. Shrimp up ahead, no running." The largest orc, riding the fastest bike among them and always at the forefront, roared, "Stop and fight me." "Fight your mom," Bug retorted, not to be outdone. He was already used to exchanging trash talk with these greenskins. "There are so many of you, do you take us for two idiots? Come fight." The orc persisted. "Fight your mom. Come fight. Fight." All right, that's enough." Tong Hua, in the driver's seat, said, losing his patience. "Why are you two so childish? Are you elementary schoolers? Next, are we going to have know you, and I know you, you're know you. Bug was speechless after Tong Hua's words. "Running like this isn't a solution," Tong Hua said, changing the subject after rendering Bug speechless. "You tell that orc boss that we can stop and fight him, but it has to be a one-on-one duel, and if I win, he has to let us go." "A one-on-one duel with a greenskin leading 10,000 boys?" Bug asked, surprised. "What?" Tong Hua said irritably. "Do you think I can't beat him?" Bug said nothing, but his expression said it all. "Humph," Tong Hua snorted coldly, saying smugly, "To tell you the truth, just now, my god's dice's cooldown ended." As Tong Hua spoke, he took out a dice carved with complex patterns. The number 42 was prominently displayed, emitting a faint glow. "I've rolled hundreds of times, and this is the first time I've rolled a 42. He held his head high. "Just relax and watch how your brother Tong Hua stylishly abuses the greenskins." "Hey, you big guy!" Bug shouted at the orc who was leading the chase on a dilapidated, smoke-belching motorcycle. The orc was cursing and chasing, and when it heard Bug's shout, it didn't react for a moment. "You talking to me? Is there anyone bigger than you here?" Bug retorted, puzzled. He. Although Bug had just said it casually, without any special meaning, this orc clearly took it as a compliment from this shrimp about his size, and was quite pleased with it. It giggled for a good while before coming back to its senses under Bug's looking at an idiot gaze. "All right, shrimp, I, Gagaz Wong Skull Destroyer, am here. What do you have to say?" "What kind of ridiculous name is that?" Bug muttered under his breath, then raised his voice. "Mr. Gagaz Wong, my friend says we can stop and fight, but we'll only accept a one-on-one duel with you. And if we win, you must let us go." "Hey? What are you joking about, you shrimp?" Gagaz Wong's eyes widened, veins bulging on his thick neck. "Let you go? What about my lads? They want to fight too." As if to echo Gagaz Wong, the other tens of thousands of orcs on motorcycles also let out a wa'ik, the sound wave momentarily piercing the sky, even causing the chimera's body to tremble slightly. "I said," Bug started weakly, then his voice grew louder with each word, "even if it's not a one-on-one, there are only 2 of us here. If 10,000 of you greenskins rush us, how many of you will even get to fight us?" Gagaz Wong was speechless. "Seems like it, yet." He thought for a moment and felt that a one-on-one would be more profitable. That way, he could at least have a complete fight. If all the lads rushed in, him getting even one chop in would mean they were too slow. "All right then, I accept your terms." 2 chimeras and tens of thousands of orc motorcycles slowly came to a halt in the vast desert. Tong Hua, in the driver's seat, opened the door, jumped out of the vehicle, and then walked step by step towards Gagaz Wong. You're Gagazwang, right? Come, let's duel. Tong Hua stood in front of Gagazwang, appearing exceptionally small, but he held his head high, looking directly at the behemoth. Gagazwang sized Tong Hua up and down, sneered, and stood up from his motorcycle. His massive frame even cast Tong Hua entirely into the shadow it created by blocking the sun. You, a shrimp, what makes you think you can duel me? Gagazwang flexed his bicep forcefully, the muscle bulged like a rock, and a muffled crack even echoed in the air. My arm is thicker than your waist. Humph, at this point, Tong Hua was actually a bit flustered, but he had already spoken big words, and he absolutely couldn't lose face in front of Bug. What makes me think so? Of course, it's 42. 42. Gagazwang repeated, puzzled, clearly not understanding the meaning of this number. Don't understand, do you? Tong Hua sneered, and began to say things he himself didn't quite understand. Ha, it's normal for simple-minded greenskins like you not to understand. This is the ultimate answer to the universe. Gagazwang hesitated, then turned to Bug, who was watching from behind, and shouted, this shrimp seems to have some issues with his head. I suddenly don't want to fight him. How about you fight me instead? Bug, who was watching the show, burst out laughing at the remark. You greenskin. Tong Hua was furious, pointing at Gagazwang's nose and yelling, dawdling like a woman, are you scared to fight? Waik, all of Gagazwang's previous confusion and playful mood instantly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming killing intent. The muscles on its green face twitched, and it let out a low roar, very well, little shrimp, you brought this upon yourself. Gagazwang pulled a rusty, large cleaver from beside his motorcycle. The blade's width seemed wider than Tong Hua's face, its length at least 1.5 meters. The edge was full of nicks, yet it emanated a chilling, fierce light. Looking at this stance, Tong Hua muttered to himself, it doesn't even need to be sharpened, a single hit from its weight would turn me into meat paste. Where's the god's dice? Save me. Little shrimp, Gagazwang struck the back of the blade against his palm twice, creating a visible shockwave that kicked up the sand beneath Tong Hua's feet. Where's your weapon? Don't tell me, it's that water gun on your waist. Gagazwang, unfortunately, hit the nail on the head. Tong Hua felt he was just on a reconnaissance mission, unlikely to encounter combat, and the journey was long. If he died, retrieving his equipment would be difficult, so he hadn't brought his expensive chainsword. His only weapon was a laser pistol tucked into his waist. But he certainly couldn't admit such an embarrassing thing directly, otherwise, where would his dignity be? Tong Hua snorted, shallow. What did you say? Gagazwang thought he had misheard. Tong Hua clenched his left fist, lightly tapped his chest, and put on a profound expression, my weapon, is right here. Hey. Gagazwang was completely baffled, not understanding what this shrimp was trying to be mysterious about. No sword in hand, but a sword in heart has arrived, Bug, watching from behind, muttered, he even called me an elementary schooler before, but I think you're at most a middle schooler, aren't you? You shrimp, are you trying to bluff me? Gagazwang quickly figured out the correct answer. He wasn't the kind of greenskin who would be bluffed by a few words. He decisively strode forward, his massive body moving with heavy steps, charging towards Tong Hua, I'll cut you into meat paste right now. However, as soon as he took a step, amidst the gaze of tens of thousands of orc in attendance, Gagazwang, like a little loli from an anime, let out a strange cry, and suddenly, abruptly, without warning or reason, took a flat ground fall. His massive body lost balance during the high-speed charge and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. No one knew why this 3-meter-tall, battle-hardened orc would slip and fall on theoretically high-friction sand, but, he did fall, and unluckily, he fell right in front of Tong Hua. The big cleaver flew out of his hand, spun a few times on the sand, and finally, with a thwack, plunged into the sand beside Tong Hua's right hand, hilt up. Tong Hua looked at the hilt, less than 5 centimeters from his right hand, then at the fallen Gagazwang, whose neck was exposed, and hesitated for a moment. He gripped the hilt with effort, pulled out the heavy greatsword, and brought it down hard on Gagazwang's exposed neck. Puff. Gagazwang's head began to roll with the yellow sand. Looking at its wide-open eyes, it clearly died with lingering grievances. Ha 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 ha. Tong Hua was stunned for a moment, then scratched the back of his head, smiling apologetically at the remaining 10,000 orc. I won, so shouldn't you let us go? Of course, that was impossible. The despicable little shrimp tricked the boss. Accompanied by an angry roar, all the orc were furious, wailing and charging with various weapons. It seems impossible, Tong Hua muttered, his gaze sweeping over the surging green tide. How will the god's dice resolve this situation? Will it make them all take a flat ground fall and break their necks? Or will a meteorite fall from the sky and wipe them all out? No sooner had Tong Hua finished speaking than the greenskins, for some unknown reason, suddenly slammed on their brakes, stopping in unison and looking at Tong Hua with terrified eyes or, to be precise, at the sky behind Tong Hua. No way, Tong Hua's heart tightened. He turned around and looked up at the sky. He saw a brilliant meteor hurtling directly towards their direction, visibly growing larger and larger, streaking across the sky at an astonishing speed with a dazzling light. Holy crap! I just said it casually, big brother, you're actually doing it. Chapter 92, so it's a similar ability to miracle for you. The shooting star in the sky expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly transforming from an initial flash of light into a scorching fireball, tearing through the atmosphere with an unnerving roar. The sand-swept desert seemed awestruck by this immense energy, and the air was thick with a burning, charred smell. No, that's not right. This doesn't look like a meteorite, Tong Hua squinted. Despite his blurry vision, he still made out the true nature of the colossal object. It wasn't a meteorite at all, but a warship. Judging by its thick armor and villain-like appearance, it was clearly an imperial vessel. He just didn't know which faction it belonged to, a rogue trader? The Imperial Navy? Or a space marine battle barge? The warship's landing was clearly a hard landing, a catastrophic crash. It slammed directly into the ground about 10 meters in front of Tong Hua, precisely crushing the greenskins who hadn't run more than a few steps, in a terrifying manner. Rumble. The deafening roar was like the sky collapsing and the earth rending. The terrifying impact lifted yellow sand thousands of feet into the air, forming a circular sandstorm that instantly engulfed everything around. The warship plowed a bottomless gully into the ground, and due to its immense inertia, it dragged forward for dozens of meters, leaving no trace of the greenskins in its path. Even the greenskins who reacted quickly and fortunately escaped the initial impact were not spared. Various fragments, perhaps a twisted metal frame, a sharp steel plate, or even a frozen piece of excrement splashed out as the warship disintegrated, raining down and striking them one by one, killing them instantly. Throughout the entire process, Tong Hua was unharmed, except for being unable to open his eyes due to the wind stirred up by the warship's fall. So, that's all taken care of, Tong Hua murmured, looking at the massive, burning warship wreckage in front of him, billowing thick smoke. At this moment, Bug stepped forward and gave Tong Hua a thumbs up. You're awesome. I apologize for my previous remarks. Bug shifted his gaze to the massive metal wreckage in front of him, scrutinizing it up, down, left, and right, then said with some uncertainty, this ship, it seems a bit like a battle barge. Are you saying that what landed in front of us is a space marine chapter fleet? Tong Hua asked, surprised. If that were true, it would be no ordinary stroke of luck. Don't get excited, Bug waved his hand, trying to extinguish Tong Hua's fantasies. I said it seems a bit like it. I haven't really studied Warhammer much, and besides, this ship is completely disfigured after this crash landing, so what it really is anyone's guess. True, Tong Hua muttered, if only we could go inside and look, but the ship crashed so badly, we can't even find the door. No sooner had he spoken than a huge metal plate on the warship wreckage in front of Tong Hua suddenly let out a piercing creak of friction. It seemed to have reached its limit, then crashed down, stirring up another cloud of yellow sand and revealing the warship's dark interior. It was pitch black inside, bottomless, as if leading to an unknown abyss. Bug looked at Tong Hua, then at the door that had appeared out of thin air, wanting to speak but holding back, then wanting to speak again. He seemed to want to say something, but something was stuck in his throat. If you can't speak, then don't, Tong Hua shot him an annoyed glance. Cough, cough, Bug coughed twice to cover his embarrassment, then asked, speaking of which, I suddenly became curious about one question, does your god's dice kill the person you want to kill, or the person who wants to kill you? Now that you mention it, I'm curious too, Tong Hua mused for a moment. But it's hard to test. Not to mention whether we'll find an enemy in the next hour. If an enemy develops killing intent towards me, it's hard for me not to develop killing intent towards them, right? No problem, a cunning glint flashed in Bug's eyes. He swiftly pulled out his pistol from his waist and pointed it at Tong Hua, I'll just try. Before he could finish, with a whoosh, a steel bar as thick as a man's arm, whistling through the air, shot out from the warship wreckage, piercing directly through Bug's abdomen and carrying him several meters before pinning him firmly to the ground. Blood instantly stained the yellow sand. You must take my flamethrower back. Bug struggled to utter his last few words, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming, just like an NPC in an RPG game who gives information before kicking the bucket, completely falling silent. Tong Hua looked at the burning warship in front of him, at the greenskins' corpses scattered everywhere, and then at the recently deceased Bug. There were too many things to complain about, he no longer knew how to express himself. After a moment of thought, Tong Hua decided to shift his focus. He recalled Bug's dying question and his own recent experience, I definitely had no killing intent towards Bug just now, so is it an ability similar to Miracle for you? He fixed his gaze on the newly opened door of the warship. That door seemed to silently invite him in. This is clearly an invitation to me, isn't it? Tong Hua muttered to himself, then I shall respectfully comply. After all, there's no way I'll encounter danger. Tong Hua strode into the ship. The ship's interior was pitch black, illuminated only by the faint daylight occasionally filtering through damaged areas and the distant firelight from the burning wreckage, barely lighting the twisted metal corridors. The air was thick with a strong smell of char, mixed with ozone, blood, and an indescribable scent of decay. Underfoot were scattered debris, twisted pipelines, and unidentified wreckage, each step producing an unsettling creaking sound. He randomly chose a direction and walked forward along a relatively intact corridor. Most of the cabin doors on both sides of the corridor were tightly shut, while some were torn open by explosions, revealing chaotic scenes inside. He just didn't know if it looked like a catastrophic battle had occurred here before the crash, and perhaps that battle was the direct cause of the ship's demise. Within a few minutes, he reached a dead end. In front of him was a locked door. This door appeared thicker than the surrounding cabin doors, seemingly leading to an important area. The door panel was covered with scratches and charred marks, clearly having suffered violent attacks. Next to the door, the body of a human crewman lay in a twisted posture. His uniform was tattered, and there was a large hole in his chest. It looked like he had fought something fierce before he died, ultimately losing the battle. Tong Hua knocked on it with his hand, it didn't budge, clearly not opening with brute force. He carefully examined the door frame and found a card slot, indicating that the door required an access card to open. He seemed to have thought of something and turned his gaze to the human crewman's corpse. Sure enough, in the human crewman's pocket, a small portion of an access card, glowing with a faint light, was clearly visible. It's turned into a puzzle, Tong Hua muttered, and it's a puzzle difficult enough to stump a zoo chimpanzee. Find the obviously placed key, figure out the connection between the key, lock, and door, and deduce that the key is needed to open the lock. Chapter 93, Martyr Chapter. Tong Hua inserted the access card into the slot. The indicator light on the door chimed, glowing faintly green. The heavy metal door hummed deeply, accompanied by the hoarse sound of mechanical transmission, and slowly and heavily slid inward. The scene behind the door instantly froze Tong Hua's relaxed expression, his face changing abruptly. So it really is a space marine battle barge, Tong Hua murmured, a hint of solemnity in his tone. He said this because behind the door was an extremely long corridor, its end out of sight. Within Tong Hua's field of vision, at least a dozen space marine in heavy power armor lay dead in this corridor. Their postures varied, some lay on the ground, some knelt, and some were even pinned to the wall, each maintaining the stance of fighting to their last breath. Tong Hua cautiously walked up to the space marine nearest to him. This warrior lay on the ground, one hand still gripping his bolter, the other resting on his chest, as if trying to cover a fatal wound. Tong Hua wanted to identify which battle group this space marine belonged to, but found it impossible. The power armor's livery was predominantly deep black, with minimal decoration, appearing exceptionally solemn. The insignia on the shoulder pad was even more unique, it consisted of 3 elements: a crossed plow, a hammer, and an upright sword. The sword stood straight in the center, while the hammer and plow intertwined in a perfect X shape around the sword. Tong Hua had never seen such an insignia and livery in any known Warhammer setting, it was clearly an unknown space marine battle group. Tong Hua reached out, wanting to touch the fallen warrior, to personally feel the legendary power armor. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the armor, the corner of his eye seemed to catch a glimpse of the helmeted head moving ever so slightly. Though it was just a tiny movement, this sudden anomaly startled Tong Hua, making him instinctively retreat several steps. When he recovered, his heart pounding like a drum, he looked intently again, only to find the other party's helmet motionless, still in the posture of death. It was just his imagination, perhaps a trick of the light, or a hallucination brought on by tense nerves. A tiger, even dead, retains its awe. This thought flashed through Tong Hua's mind. He then gave up the idea of touching it, choosing instead to observe closely. This time, he observed the wounds on the space marine's body. What kind of wounds are these? This is too bizarre, I can't imagine what weapon could have caused them. Tong Hua muttered to himself, his observation evidently a failure. Since he couldn't understand, Tong Hua gave up further observation and instead began to try and pass through the tunnel. At first, he walked, cautiously avoiding the debris and corpses on the ground. But after walking for 10 minutes, the darkness ahead remained bottomless, and he realized the length of this corridor far exceeded his imagination. So, he began to jog, his footsteps echoing in the empty passage, sounding particularly clear. Finally, after another 20 minutes of running, he reached the end. What greeted him was another door. But this door was completely different from the one he had opened earlier. It was extremely tall, roughly 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, with intricate bas-reliefs carved on its surface. In one corridor, I saw 47 dead space marine. Tong Hua didn't rush to open the door, but instead began to recall the information he had gathered earlier. Not a single one alive. It seems this is indeed a battle group's battle barge, and most likely, the entire group has been wiped out. Space Marine, the Emperor's loyal sons, each in existence akin to a Superman, and a battle group typically consists of hundreds, even 1,000, Space Marine. For a battle barge full of Space Marine to crash here, causing such heavy casualties, was simply unheard of. What kind of enemy could wipe out an entire battle group of Space Marine? Thinking of this, Tong Hua's expression changed slightly. Could it be warp demons? It seems that's the only explanation. Despite this, Tong Hua wasn't too worried. Anyway, with the favor of fate, he couldn't die now. He reached out and tried to push the massive door. Screech ga! Amidst a harsh, sharp sound of metal grinding, Tong Hua put all his strength into it, leaning his entire body weight against the door. With his push, the heavy door, slowly and painfully, finally opened just enough to allow him to squeeze through. He turned sideways and slipped inside. The space behind the door opened up, revealing the bridge. However, this place, once the glorious command center for conquering the stars, was now a scene of utter devastation. The massive holographic display screen was shattered into countless crystalline fragments, scattered on the floor like broken stars. The control console was torn beyond recognition, cables exposed, and sparks occasionally flickered on the charred circuit boards. The ceiling had a gaping, grotesque hole from a massive impact, through which twisted rebar and the desolate desert sky outside the ship could be seen. The air was thick with the pungent smell of burning and blood, mixed with an unknown stench of decay. And in the center of this room, Tong Hua saw a fallen space marine. His power armor was more decorative and darker in color than the other space marine Tong Hua had seen along the way, with golden patterns inlaid along the edges, and the battle group insignia on his shoulder pad was more elaborate, clearly indicating a high-ranking commander. He clutched a data slate in his left hand, protecting it tightly even while lying on the ground. Tong Hua, of course, wouldn't ignore such obvious information. He walked forward, muttering, "This must be the plot trigger point." As he mumbled, he cautiously pulled the data slate from the Space Marine's hand. "Big brother, I'm very sorry, I didn't mean to offend you." Fortunately, everything went smoothly this time, with no sudden reanimation or hidden traps. Tonghua opened the data slate. The previously dim screen suddenly lit up, and lines of text appeared before his eyes. 3 months ago, when my brothers and I sailed into the warp, we never would have imagined it would be our last journey. My name is Hobbs Rotsp, Chapter Master of the Martyr Chapter, a successor chapter of the Ultramarines. I leave this as the last trace of the martyrs in this universe. The warp is an extremely dangerous place, but as long as one maintains constant vigilance, acts cautiously, and observes meticulously, then traversing the warp is not impossible, or so we once believed. But in reality, this is false. The warp is not a controllable place, not a frontier that humanity has tamed. It is like a joke left by an unknowable entity for all sentient beings at the birth of this universe, vicious and deadly. Are you really a successor chapter of the Ultramarines? Instead of rigorously proving things with large amounts of data and tables, you're extensively expressing your emotions and subjective thoughts. Our battle group encountered a sudden warp storm. Neither the librarians nor the navigators were able to provide any warning about this storm. We were like an unprepared vessel, smashed to pieces by the towering waves of the sea. The Geller field quickly became overwhelmed in this storm. First, Captain Colin led his brothers, ready to replace the Psyker at any moment, only to find warp demons had torn through the ship's external armor and poured in through the breaches. How can you talk about replacing a Psyker as if it's like, the remote control battery is dead, let's change it. That's a human life, you know. Should I say, it's Warhammer, after all. Everyone resisted valiantly, fighting to the death against the Emperor's foes with everything at hand. When bullets ran out, they drew their blades. When blades broke, they used their fists. When arms were fractured, they bit. No one feared sacrifice. All martyrs firmly believed that if everything in the world was unjust, then the only fair thing was that everyone would die. That was the unified finish line the Emperor drew for his subjects. And the martyrs would sprint towards that finish line without stopping. I'm suddenly a little moved. I am a member of the martyrs, and I too do not fear sacrifice. What I fear is the glory the martyrs created while running on this path, the brilliant things the battle group created in battle, the paintings and poems created by the elders of the past and the brothers of the present, these beautiful arts, all destroyed in this catastrophe, never to be known again. Hey, you guys are definitely not Ultramarines. Definitely not. Your true brothers were having a blast chopping us up a few days ago. Give me back my emotion, damn it. So, whoever reads this message I've written, I only hope that you can pass on the name of the martyrs. If you walk 3 steps to your left, you should see what I've prepared. Those are the last gene seeds of our battle group. Tonghua squinted and turned his head, looking to the left as instructed. He only saw collapsed pillars, and beneath them, some shards of glass, unknown liquids, and unidentified chunks of flesh. These remnants, once culture vats or other containers, were clearly completely destroyed. They're already shattered to pieces. Hail the Emperor. Having finished reading, Tonghua placed the data slate back into the chapter master's arms. Your level of bad luck is unprecedented, almost on par with the orcs and bugs wiped out by the god's dice. Tonghua's expression suddenly froze mid-sentence, his face changing. Could it be that the god's dice, to eliminate those 10,000 orcs, got you guys? In that case, wouldn't I be the culprit who caused your deaths? No, not necessarily. Tonghua quickly thought of another possibility. They entered the warp 3 months ago. My encounter with the orcs, from start to finish, was no more than 4 hours. The martyrs must have been finished by then. It must be that the god's dice gave them a push, causing them to automatically exit the warp, and then crash onto Pedisha due to loss of power. Yes, that must be it. Thinking this, Tonghua felt a little better. He put his hands together and bowed slightly to Hobbs. Anyway, big brother Hobbs, you and your brothers rest well here. Please don't reanimate due to warp psychic powers or anything. I'll go call my teammates right away to give you a proper burial. Chapter 94, Textbook Level. Ruan Wenbo held a piece of parchment in his hand. What was written on it was Redito's plan for him, large-scale restoration of Hive City production. It was called a plan, but in reality, it was incredibly concise, with only 2 lines of text. The first line was relocate lower hive population. Given the current massive loss of Hive City population, relocating the lower hive population to the mid-hive would concentrate them, making management easier and filling labor shortages. The second line was strengthen labor discipline. How to strengthen it? Naturally, with whips, bayonets, and gallows. Watching Ruan Wenbo hold the plan in silence for a long time, Redito said directly, do you think it's too cruel? Ruan Wenbo did not hide his thoughts. Yes. We must restore the Hive City's production capacity as quickly and as fully as possible. We must have enough artillery, tanks, and aircraft to resist the green tide that could arrive at any time. Redito repeated Ruan Wenbo's previous words verbatim. If I'm not mistaken, those were your exact words. Redito continued, if you want to emulate your military committee and establish a workers' committee among the Hive City workers, I can't say what the final outcome will be. At first, this workers' committee will quickly evolve into a workers' gang. They will use this to resist the production tasks assigned by their superiors. The committee members chosen will definitely only be those who are willing to shield these workers and prevent them from working. In this situation, the expectation of restoring production as quickly as possible has undoubtedly failed. To correct it, most likely, the army will have to suppress the riots. Honestly, I originally thought your military committee would also evolve into something similar, Redito admitted. Soldiers unwilling to train, completely demoralized, using this to resist officers, constantly thinking of demobilization, throwing down their weapons and fleeing when the enemy arrives. But because the army was within your jurisdiction, I didn't intervene. I didn't expect it to succeed in the end. Redito said, but the factories are different. This is my jurisdiction, and the Hive City workers are also very different from your army. If you intend to mess around, I will definitely stop you. My words might be a bit harsh, but I hope you can understand. More than harsh, Ruan Wenbo sighed. Let's do as you say. Oh. You seem surprised. Ruan Wenbo raised an eyebrow. Yes, Redito did not hide it. After all, those who achieve great success at a young age often hope to replicate their successful experience in all situations and often view those who hinder them as stubborn, old-fashioned opposition. Heh, Ruan Wenbo gave two dry laughs. I know the principle of concrete analysis of concrete problems, okay. Just then, a beeping sound of a communication request reached their ears. Ruan Wenbo looked at Redito, who directly connected and projected Li Yongxi's holographic image in front of them. Li Yongxi spoke, Master Redito, and Battalion Commander Ruan Wenbo. Redito didn't waste words and said directly, just say what you need to say. Li Yongxi nodded, his expression serious. I think you two need to know about this situation. Just now, an Imperial warship crashed. What model? Whose warship? Redito and Ruan Wenbo spoke almost simultaneously, asking questions that were different on the surface but identical in essence. It seems to be a battle barge, Li Yongxi on the other end of the communication said. Although I only glanced at it in a hurry, I didn't see any Lance-type long-range weapons. It was all broadside macro cannons, bombardment cannons, hangars, launch platforms, and other close combat and boarding modifications, a textbook-level battle barge. Perhaps only medical students could understand how much bitterness was contained in Li Yongxi's 5 words, textbook level. Redito and Ruan Wenbo exchanged glances, and Redito spoke first, I'll go. Someone needs to stay in the Hive City. Ruan Wenbo nodded, saying, good. Meanwhile, inside the battle barge's bridge. After Tonghua put the data slate back into Hobbs's arms, he began to feel a bit troubled, speaking of which, how am I supposed to find my teammates? It would take at least a few hours to drive back to the Hive City from here, not to mention that after that desperate escape just now, that Chimera is almost out of fuel and probably can't go much further. He looked around. This ruin seemed to offer nothing but dead silence. Just then, the creak of a door opening came from behind him. Tonghua turned his head and saw Redito pushing the door open and entering, followed by a squad of servitors filing in after him. Before Tonghua could react, he was pushed aside by Redito. Redito didn't even glance at him, walking directly to Hobbs, who was lying on the ground. He bent down and performed a quick and precise examination of Hobbs. His cold voice rang out in the quiet bridge, this one isn't dead yet. Assimilation complete. As soon as Redito finished speaking, the servitors, like precise machines receiving instructions, gathered around in an orderly manner. They carefully placed Hobbs into something that might have been a stretcher, but to Tonghua, it looked more like a cold, metallic coffin. Then, with practiced movements, they lifted him and walked out with silent steps. From beginning to end, these servitors, and even Redito himself, acted as if Tonghua didn't exist. Tonghua was a bit bewildered. He looked in the direction Hobbs was carried away, muttering to himself in confusion, not dead yet? But he had no pulse or breath, and his chest was hollowed out. Space Marine suspended animation must have a lot of concealment. Tonghua then noticed that 4 other players had also followed Redito's servitors in. The one who spoke was Li Yongxi. He was explaining earnestly, at least it shouldn't be something ordinary people can distinguish, otherwise it wouldn't be suspended animation, it would be a coma. Tonghua pondered for a moment, that seems to make sense. Speaking of which, how did you all get here so quickly? I haven't even reported the situation here yet. Because we already saw it, Bighorn shrugged, opening his hands exaggeratedly. This warship is so big, it would be strange not to see it, right? When it crashed, we were about 3 kilometers from here, and we saw it fall from the sky, smoking. Oh, I see, Tonghua said with sudden understanding, but in reality, he was thinking. This god's dice is so amazing, it can even calculate the player's movements. It's a pity this duration is almost over, and 42 definitely can't be rolled every time. Chapter 95, Can a man be this beautiful? Ruan Wenbo stood in a laboratory filled with the distinct smells of disinfectant and some kind of biological culture medium. The room's main colors were cold metallic silver and the transparent glass typical of scientific instruments. Several high-intensity lights hanging from the ceiling illuminated the entire space as brightly as day, also making the fine dust particles floating in the air clearly visible. In front of him, a giant transparent glass tank stood, filled with a faintly glowing amber nutrient solution. Hobbs the chapter master of the Martyr chapter floated silently within it, like an ancient statue preserved in amber. Even though he was still in a deep coma, with his eyes closed, after the meticulous care and cleaning by Redito's servitors, his once torn chest had now been seamlessly repaired with a metallic sheened bionic plate. The edges blended perfectly with his own flesh, making it almost impossible to tell that it was an artificial addition. His face, previously obscured by dust and blood, was now truly revealed. It was a sculpted, perfect face, with sharp features, handsome yet bearing the steadfastness of a seasoned warrior. Can a man be this beautiful? Ruan Wenbo couldn't help but exclaim. Space Marine are the meticulous creations of the Omnissiah, naturally perfect in all aspects. In terms of appearance alone, if not handsome, then certainly formidable, Redito said slowly from the side, his voice as uninflected as ever. Ruan Wenbo withdrew his gaze and turned to Redito. How long do you think he will take to recover? And are there really no other Space Marine who survived? A battle barge that experienced a sudden warp storm, swarming warp demons, and a hard atmospheric landing, Redito enumerated methodically, each word like a cold hammer striking at the hope of survival, finally asking, how many do you think could have survived? Even the meticulous creations of the Omnissiah. Ruan Wenbo fell silent. Redito was right, the ship's ordeal was a collection of disasters. It was a miracle that even one person, Hobbs, had clung to life. As for how long a Space Marine in a state of suspended animation needs to awaken, Redito picked up a data slate, on which dense runes and complex charts flickered. According to past records, this requires at least several years of recuperation, and if luck is bad, it could be a double-digit number. The data I have collected also corroborates these records. Redito's mechanical eye turned to Ruan Wenbo, its light seemingly growing brighter. He continued, you wouldn't have asked such an obvious question before. What are you thinking? Someone unfamiliar with Redito might have taken that phrasing as sarcasm. But Ruan Wenbo knew that the tech priest was truly just asking a simple question, devoid of any emotional color. So he replied, you know what I'm thinking. The light in Redito's mechanical eye flickered almost imperceptibly a few times. Silence spread through the laboratory, broken only by the faint sound of bubbles rising in the nutrient solution. After a moment, he said, no, it won't work. The risk is still too great. Do you know what it means for an Inquisitor to hear about a Space Marine battle group that suddenly encountered a warp storm, with only the chapter master remaining, crash landing on a planet that hasn't paid taxes in decades and has likely rebelled, then rebuilding on this planet? What you're talking about is the future, Ruan Wenbo said in a deep voice, but right now, we don't even have a present. If the orcs discover that battle barge and follow it to the Hive City, then nothing will be left here. Indeed, as Ruan Wenbo said, the battle barge's landing site was very dangerous, its massive body lay overturned in the yellow sands outside the Hive City, and its damaged hull still billowed thick smoke, clearly visible even from a great distance. Yet, it wasn't too far from the Hive City, one only needed to reach the battle barge's location and look around to see the vast, faintly visible city clusters. So why did that battle barge have to land? Redito suddenly slammed his fist on a nearby metal table, producing a dull, heavy thud that made the precision instruments on the surface vibrate slightly. This sudden loss of composure even caused the light in Redito's mechanical eyes to become somewhat erratic. It brought nothing but trouble, it's practically a waypoint for the orcs, acting as a guiding light. Redito took a deep breath, his mechanical hum clearly audible in the laboratory. He withdrew his fist, and the light in his mechanical eyes returned to calm. Apologies, I failed to control my hormone secretion. It's fine, Ruan Wenbo shook his head. After all, you're a purist, not many mechanical modifications. I can understand. In any case, have you thought it through? Ruan Wenbo asked, looking intently at Redito. Redito's mechanical arm drooped slightly. His face, largely covered by metal plates, now showed a rare hint of melancholy. Now, I'm truly on your pirate ship, and there's no getting off. But I'll state this beforehand, Redito reverted to his usual cold tone, as if his earlier lapse in helplessness had never occurred. We currently only have 2 gene seeds, one taken from that fallen one, and one from this chapter master's throat. And I am not a biological specialist, a rash modification is very likely to go wrong. No matter, Ruan Wenbo waved his hand dismissively, pulling a neatly folded piece of parchment from his embrace, clearly having prepared for this. He handed it to Redito. You pick people from this list to practice on. I guarantee I'll find you people who are highly similar from beginning to end. Once you feel you've practiced enough and are confident, then proceed with the official modification. Everyone on this list was a voluntarily signed up player. Hearing about the opportunity to be transformed into an Astartes, they naturally flocked to it. As for similarity, if it's the same person from beginning to end, how could the similarity not be high? Humph, Redito snorted coldly. He took the parchment, his mechanical eyes quickly scanning the list, the light pausing briefly on each name as if performing some data analysis. You and your soldiers are truly incomprehensible. On one hand, you are indifferent, dismissive, even apathetic about your own lives, on the other hand, you find whipping workers too cruel. This statement was the eccentric tech priest's sarcasm, and Ruan Wenbo immediately retorted, you also haven't understood why my military committee succeeded, have you? Redito chose not to reply. The light in his mechanical eyes flickered as he continued to quickly filter through the parchment. His fingertips moved across the list, pausing, seemingly making complex evaluations. After a while, his cold voice sounded again, these twins will do, there happen to be 2 gene seeds. Chapter 96, A Great Kindness. In the lower hive of the Hive City, through a dim passage, the air was thick with dust, exhaust fumes, and an indescribable stench of decay. Over a dozen players, clad in armor, loosely encircled a square formation of several hundred lower hive residents, slowly moving forward. These lower hive residents had sallow complexions, gaunt figures, and eyes that held a long-standing repression and numbness. Their clothes were tattered, mostly made from patched rags and discarded plastic sheeting, stained with oil and unknown spots, barely covering their bodies. Speaking of which, can our escort team of just over 10 people really protect so many people? Cai Hai Ai Wan, hereafter referred to as Xiao Cai, the younger of the twins, wondered, looking around. We're not Astartes. If cultists or gene stealers charge, even if we don't die, these civilians will suffer heavy casualties, right? Ah, you don't understand. Ai Wan Hai Cai, hereafter referred to as Aige, the older brother, shook his index finger. The moment I saw this quest, I knew our role wasn't to escort, but to deter. Deter. Xiao Cai repeated, his brow furrowed. Deter who? Cultists or gene stealers? Half right, Aige pointed to the square formation of lower hive residents surrounded by players, who huddled together uneasily, trying to avoid eye contact with the players. We also deter them. Oh, Xiao Cai suddenly understood, patting his forehead. To prevent them from causing chaos on their way to the mid-hive, right? Exactly, Aige nodded. The cultists and gene stealers are too busy hiding from our purges, why would they actively expose themselves just to kill a bunch of civilians? So our main duty is just to maintain order. One question answered, Xiao Cai had a new one, what do these lower hive residents think about the relocation? After all, historical events like Huguang filling Sichuan didn't seem to have very good processes or outcomes. Aren't they here? Aige tilted his head, gesturing to the lower hive residents beside him. Why don't you just ask them? Oh, right, Xiao Cai suddenly realized. He casually pointed to a civilian, who was bowing his head, hunched over, his tattered jacket barely covering his bony shoulders. His emaciated face was covered in dust and fatigue, and his eyes were murky and lifeless, like two pools of stagnant water. You, yes, you, come here. The civilian's originally numb expression instantly froze, then turned into extreme panic. He trembled all over like a sieve, his legs weak, almost unable to stand. Seeing this, the surrounding lower hive residents immediately distanced themselves by 3 meters as if avoiding a plague, creating a vacuum. Xiao Cai was stunned for a moment, looking at the man's exaggerated reaction. That dramatic. All right, didn't you hear my brother call you? Aige, while Xiao Cai was in a daze, took a step forward, a look of impatience on his face, and barked, hurry up and come over. The civilian, startled by Aige's shout, shivered. He tottered his steps, each one as if he was about to fall, his legs uncontrollably shaking. He came before Aige and Xiao Cai, and before either of them could speak, he hastily and rapidly said, Sirs, I am known for my honesty in the factory. I have never been involved in any gang activities. I have elders above and children below, and we are all law-abiding citizens, sirs. This system translation is really down to earth, Xiao Cai muttered. You, shut up first and stand properly. Aige's cold words instantly silenced the man, who stood rigidly in place. Aige turned to Xiao Cai, raising an eyebrow. All right, ask your questions. Xiao Cai looked at the man's fearful eyes, feeling that this method of questioning might not be ideal, but then he thought, there's no need to criticize his brother for an NPC, so he asked first, what do you think about this relocation that moves you from the lower hive to the mid-hive? The civilian's face instantly flushed with fervent excitement. Without hesitation, his voice trembled with gratitude, thank the Emperor. Thank the Imperium. Thank the adults for their benevolence. His eyes glowed. If Aige hadn't told him to stand properly earlier, he probably would have immediately knelt down with a thud. I will remember the adults' kindness for the rest of my life, and I will surely make my children remember this kindness for generations. Xiao Cai scratched his head and tentatively asked, but when you enter the mid-hive, your working hours will be the same. Don't you want some substantial changes? Like reducing working hours by 1 or 2 hours or something? Xiao Cai just asked casually, not expecting the other party to be scared out of his wits. His face, which had been flushed with excitement, instantly turned pale. Aige's earlier command to stand properly no longer worked. His knees buckled, and he immediately knelt down, his forehead almost touching the ground, his voice choked with tears. Sir, I absolutely do not mean to be greedy. Absolutely not. I am just a humble worker. To be able to reach the mid-hive is already a great blessing. How dare I have any other extravagant wishes? Sir, you must see clearly, sir. Holy cow, why did he suddenly kneel? Xiao Cai was bewildered by the man's sudden kneeling and his rapid-fire declarations of loyalty. He subconsciously reached out to pull him up. What, you, get up first. He pulled a few times but found that the man's resolve to kneel was incredibly firm. The civilian's knees seemed to have taken root, sticking firmly to the ground, impossible to pull up. Aige, on the other hand, simply drew the pistol from his waist, the cold muzzle aimed at the kneeling civilian. If you don't stand up and shut up, you won't have to stand up or shut up ever again. The civilian, seeing the dark muzzle, trembled violently and immediately stood up as if electrocuted, shutting his mouth tightly. However, his body trembled even more than when he first arrived, like a leaf in the wind. All right, go back to your team. Aige waved the pistol in his hand, signaling that he could leave. The civilian, as if granted a great pardon, scrambled back into the formation, burying himself in the crowd, as if he had never appeared. Aige put away his pistol, looked at Xiao Cai, a knowing smile on his face. How is it? Do you understand what they're thinking now? By this time, Xiao Cai had recovered from his bewilderment. He thoughtfully stroked his chin. I think I understand. For us, class is an abstract word, and crossing class is manifested as a better life. For example, higher wages, shorter working hours, better living conditions, AIGE said indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the numb lower hive residents. But for people in the Warhammer universe, class is not like that. For them, class is concrete, Xiao Cai interjected, a flash of realization in his eyes. Spire, upper hive, mid hive, lower hive, and even under hive, these are concrete classes that cannot be crossed for dozens of generations. Being able to move from one hive level to another is the limit of their imagination. So, our bringing them from the lower hive to the mid hive is, in their eyes, an immense kindness, a supreme honor bestowed by us. AIGE's tone carried a hint of sarcasm and helplessness. Even if we tell them that they will have longer working hours, harsher working conditions, and higher labor intensity, they will have no complaints and will instead feel more at ease. But if we were to say that we not only bring them to the mid-hive but also reduce their working hours and labor intensity, then they would start to feel suspicious. If we do this and gain nothing, then do we have another motive? Out of fear of the unknown, they would actually resist the relocation. AIGE spread his hands. In other words, Xiao Cai's expression was somewhat complex. Even if we wanted to improve their treatment now, we couldn't. Yes, AIGE replied, his tone firm. However, the essence of human nature is greed. In 10 to 30 years, someone should raise this demand, and then we can naturally reduce their labor intensity. 10 years, Xiao Cai muttered, scratching his head. It's not even certain if I'll still be playing this game then. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the mid-hive via the huge frosted metal elevator. The environment of the mid-hive was significantly better than the lower hive, at least the air was no longer deadly, and the light became brighter. This batch of escort missions was completed, and other players would take over. Just as the two brothers were about to accept another escort mission, a familiar figure ran from a distance. It was Assassin. Hey, Xiao Cai, AIGE. Assassin shouted, his voice clearly excited. You two have been chosen. The two exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. What Assassin meant by chosen certainly wouldn't be anything else, it could only mean one thing, becoming an Astartes. Chapter 97, just missed the game version update. The two brothers followed Assassin's guidance, passing through intricate metal corridors, eventually arriving at a heavy alloy door. The door slowly slid open, revealing a spacious and cold laboratory. As far as the eye could see, there were numerous transparent glass jars filled with nutrient solution, arranged at varying heights on both sides of the room, glowing with a faint green or amber light. Inside each glass jar floated biological tissues of various forms. Some were complete organs, gently undulating in the nutrient solution, pulsating with a faint glow. Others were amorphous masses of flesh, connected to intricate tubes and sensors. The air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant, mixed with the peculiar sweet and fishy odor of some biological culture medium, which sent shivers down one's spine. This doesn't look too good, Xiao Cai couldn't help but whisper, looking around. His body instinctively tensed up a bit, and his stomach felt a little queasy. The organs wriggling in the jars reminded him of scenes from horror movies. I think this perfectly fits my stereotype of a biological laboratory. AIGE, on the other hand, seemed much calmer. He even had the presence of mind to comment. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the shadows in the depths of the laboratory. Father Redito, the tech priest, his mechanical eyes glowed red, appearing particularly solemn and detached under the cold light of the laboratory. You've arrived. Father Redito's voice was as calm as ever, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. He raised a metal finger, pointing to two surgical beds placed side by side in the center of the laboratory. The beds were cold and surrounded by various precise instruments. Lie down. The two brothers exchanged glances. Although they both felt apprehensive, the allure of becoming an Astartes far outweighed everything else. They followed the instructions and successively lay down on the cold surgical beds. After Xiao Cai lay down, curiosity once again got the better of him, and he casually asked, Father Redito, which of these organs are usable? None of them are usable, Father Redito replied without turning his head, as he was making the final preparations. His fingertips were adjusting a complex mechanical arm, emitting a faint hum. Hey! Xiao Cai was stunned, somewhat confused. Father Redito's mechanical eyes turned slightly towards them, the light seeming to become more focused. He explained, I am not a sage specializing in biology. Although I have a large number of finished organs for data analysis and have found the remaining modification equipment and related data from that battle group, the creations of the Omnissiah are not so easily controlled. Speaking of this, Father Redito's usually unfluctuating voice actually carried a clear hint of regret. Unfortunately, although the sage of the martyr chapter who was in charge of the modifications is dead, the encryption he set up is still effective. I only obtained a portion of his knowledge. If I could have acquired all of it, the modifications would have been much easier. At least the manufacturing of the organ manufacturing machine wouldn't have been a problem, which means I still need a large number of human experiments to determine those fluctuating data. Is it really okay to tell us so much? AIGE, on the other surgical bed, glanced at Father Redito. It doesn't matter. Father Redito's mechanical arm didn't pause for a moment. His red mechanical eyes coldly swept over the two of them. Anyway, you're both going to die soon. That makes so much sense, I can't even refute it. AIGE accepted Father Redito's logic, even nodding. But what if we both succeed in the modification? Then you will become Space Marine, and you will also be qualified to know these things. Father Redito's preparatory work finally came to an end. He turned and stood beside Xiao Cai's surgical bed. His red mechanical eyes stared intently at Xiao Cai. Alright, enough small talk. Let's start with you. Xiao Cai looked at the high-speed rotating circular saw extending from behind Father Redito and the various surgical tools glinting coldly beside him. His heart rate instantly accelerated, and he forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Wait, Xiao Cai swallowed, can I have an anesthetic? No, Father Redito refused mercilessly. At most, I will fully restrain you. Anesthesia is a variable and will affect the accuracy of the data. His mechanical arm had already extended, beginning to fix Xiao Cai's limbs. Tough restraints bound him firmly to the surgical bed. It's okay, Xiao Cai. Aige watched his brother's predicament, the corners of his mouth curving up as he stifled a laugh. Anyway, the maximum pain will only be like hitting your finger with a hammer. Just bear with it. That's still very painful, isn't it? Xiao Cai cried out in despair. He could feel the restraints getting tighter and tighter, and Father Redito's mechanical arm had already reached towards his body. Darkness, boundless darkness. First, a slight tremor, followed by a familiar hiss, as if some pressure valve had been opened. Xiao Cai's eyelashes fluttered, and his consciousness broke free from the deep chaos, slowly opening his eyes. What met his gaze was no longer cold metal walls and eerie culture jars, but the familiar, somewhat messy ceiling of his own bedroom. The energy-saving lamp above emitted a soft white light, and the air was filled with a faint scent of household cleaner. He instinctively sat up, his body a bit stiff, but there was no intense pain or discomfort as he had imagined. He found himself lying in the streamlined, high-tech gaming pod. The pod's lid had automatically opened, revealing the soft padding inside. He rubbed his throbbing forehead, looking curiously into the pod. The indicator light on the side wall of the pod was flashing red, indicating an anomaly. He leaned closer and found that the nutrient solution storage tank at the bottom of the gaming pod was empty, with some turbid liquid remaining at the bottom. The nutrient solution ran out. Xiao Cai murmured to himself, instantly understanding. The gaming pod would automatically wake the player when the nutrient solution ran out, to prevent accidents. Almost as soon as he understood, a similar hiss sound came from beside him. Xiao Cai turned his head and saw the lid of the adjacent gaming pod slowly opening. Aige also sat up from inside, looking bewildered, his hair a bit messy, his eyes showing the days of just waking from deep sleep. Aige also instinctively checked his own gaming pod, his brows gradually furrowing. The nutrient solution ran out? But I remember filling it for a week before I went in. Xiao Cai's memory also gradually returned. He tried to recall his last experience in the game, if I remember correctly, today, 40 days of Warhammer time after we started the modifications, and after dying more than 20 times repeatedly, that damned oilman finally said the black carapace problem was also solved, and he even said we were lucky and decided to start the formal modification, and then he gave me an anesthetic shot. As he spoke, Xiao Cai's eyes suddenly lit up, and an uncontrollable euphoria appeared on his face. So, that means we'll be Space Marine when we wake up. Aige's gaze was much calmer than his. He slowly shook his head, pouring a bucket of cold water. Not necessarily. The success rate of modifying adults into Space Marine isn't high, but it also depends on the situation. The Wolf Lords, for example, are mostly modified adults. But one thing is clear, at least for the next month of Earth time, we won't be able to go online. Xiao Cai's excitement cooled down a bit. It seems so. So what are we going to play for the next month? How about checking the game forums first? Xiao Cai scratched his head, climbed out of the gaming pod, and went straight to the computer desk nearby. He skillfully pressed the power button, the screen lit up, and desktop icons appeared one by one. The forum page loaded, and the sticky announcements and hot posts on the homepage made his pupils contract sharply. Holy crap, bro. Xiao Cai suddenly turned his head, his face filled with shock. The game updated while we were unconscious. What? Aige immediately flipped out of his game pod upon hearing this, rushed over to Xiao Cai, leaned in close, and his eyes filled with urgency. Quick, 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 click it. The two brothers quickly finished reading the update post. After all, Byte never used flowery language, he always wrote plainly and directly, just enough to convey the message clearly, so the word count wasn't high. To summarize, this update had 5 important points. First, the upgrade of thought acceleration, which jumped directly from the original 1:3 to 1:10. However, this required entering deep sleep mode, meaning that before this update, players could exit the game by directly disconnecting their neural links, but after this update, that would no longer be possible. If you wanted to enter the game, you had to be in deep sleep. To exit, you could only find the exit button within the game, or situations like the game pod's nutrient solution running out or the power being unplugged by someone. Second, the change in the quest system. Previously, completing quests only awarded merit points. After this update, there would be a chance for quests to reward items or skills. Third, the revamp of the store interface. The store now featured a permanent gacha wheel where players could randomly draw any item or skill. It was worth noting that the update didn't mention the upper limit of this wheel, nor did it mention its lower limit. Fourth, a new trading market was added. Players could list their unwanted items there to attract other players' purchases and exchange them for tangible merit points. Considering that some players might possess completely unwanted skills, Byte thoughtfully prepared the skill itemization function. Simply put, this allowed skills to be transformed into corresponding skill books, and the original skill would disappear. Since skill books were considered items, they could then be listed on the trading market. So, once another player obtained this skill book, could they use it immediately? No, only skills obtained through quests or the gacha wheel could be directly mastered. A skill book was truly just a book teaching you how to learn and use that skill. Some might ask, what's the point of such a setting? For Byte, extracting and injecting data for players should be effortless. If he could do it the first time, why not the second? Byte could certainly do it a second time, but he was unwilling to. For him, the first time injecting and extracting data he obtained from other worlds into and from players was a process of observing himself, stabilizing himself, and strengthening himself. But a second time would be a pure waste of computational power. Not to mention, after this trading market went online, many skills would undoubtedly change hands multiple times. For Byte, wasting a large amount of computational power repeatedly performing already understood procedures was clearly not cost-effective. Thus, this seemingly abstract setting was born to master a purchased skill. One had to learn and practice it oneself. For ordinary players, this setting was obviously incredibly troublesome, but for top players, it might not be. Abilities mastered through self-study clearly offered more variations than fixed routines directly granted by the system. However, ordinary players mostly didn't need skills anyway. That stuff was clearly for special operatives. For grunt soldiers, a cannonball was more practical. At this stage, skills powerful enough to rival a cannonball were exceedingly rare, but the number of towed artillery pieces, after Midhive began large-scale resumed production, had already surpassed 500 and was still growing. Fifth, the game's internal testing had now entered its final stage, with 1,000 slots opening daily, with no upper limit. The official public beta date was also stated in the post. When the last two enemies, the Orc and the Dark Eldar, were defeated, and order in Pedisha was restored, the public beta would officially begin. For the two brothers in front of the screen, the most important update this time wasn't even the thought acceleration upgrading to 110, but the launch of the trading market. One had to know that undergoing Astartes transformation surgery, they were undoubtedly the special operatives among the player base. Moreover, both brothers were loyal fans of fighting and action-themed works. After entering the Warhammer world, what they enjoyed most was the thrill of cutting down enemies with a blade and the visceral impact of hand-to-hand combat. Originally, they had no expectations of acquiring classic moves from iconic works like King of Fighters, Dynasty Warriors, or Mortal Kombat. But now, the launch of the trading market offered them a glimmer of hope. They might not draw the skills they wanted, but with so many players, surely someone would draw them, right? For the two brothers outside the game, this update was incredibly exciting, but for Ruan Wenbo, who was still in the game as a Death Seeker's commander, the update experience was vastly different. First, the 1,000 new players who joined all at once were like an unannounced flood, instantly surging into the Death Seekers' encampment. Fortunately, an effective organizational structure had long been established within the Death Seekers. The existence of the military committee acted like a sturdy dam, taking effect immediately. There was no need for Ruan Wenbo to issue detailed orders. The various teams spontaneously sprang into action, setting up their positions in the encampment square and launching a bustling recruitment drive. Newcomers. Like chainswords? Like the thrill of beheading Xenos with one swing? Come to us. Sharp-eyed, patient ones, who want to send enemies to meet the Emperor with a single shot from 1,000 meters away, over here. We need marksmen like you. Lazy people who don't want to walk, look here. Paratrooper training class, guaranteed to learn in 1 week. Let you experience what real ace aerial combat is like. Whether they were tough guys who enjoyed clashing with enemies, snipers who liked to deliver fatal blows from the shadows, or those who longed to fly in the sky, they quickly found their place amidst the clamor. There were even a few players who ignored the recruitment efforts of all the companies, walked straight through the crowd, and headed directly for the foundry. They found Redito, who was adjusting equipment, and with devout expressions, stated that they wanted to be his black slaves, no, apprentices. When Ruan Wenbo saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He found it truly difficult to understand the thought processes of these players. But then he reconsidered. Everyone had their own hobbies, and he shouldn't interfere. After all, efficiently operating production lines were also crucial for the Death Seekers. Never mind, Ruan Wenbo shook his head, muttering to himself, after all, the Doomed Legion is their eternal home. They are always welcome to return. Even with the military committee shouldering most of the recruitment work, the subsequent logistical arrangements still took Ruan Wenbo a full day. Fortunately, thought acceleration had upgraded to 110, if it were still the original 1:3, and such things happened once every 3 days, Ruan Wenbo wouldn't be able to do anything else, just approving documents and filling out forms. Chapter 99, this turntable is indeed a scam for merit points, isn't it? When Ruan Wenbo finally looked up from the mountain of documents and forms, the sky outside the window had already turned a deep, dark color. He rubbed his sore neck and let out a long sigh, finally having time to experience the new content added in this version update such as the gacha turntable. He opened the system interface, and a colorful turntable immediately occupied the center of his vision. The turntable was brightly divided into 5 sections, a dark gray representing dilapidated, white representing common, blue representing fine, purple representing epic, and a dazzling gold representing legendary. Judging by the area of the colored sectors, the 5 qualities occupied equally sized regions. This meant that, theoretically, the probability of drawing items of these 5 qualities was the same. But what the actual probability was like, only heaven knew. 1,000 merit points per spin. Ruan Wenbo looked at the price marked below the turntable and couldn't help but complain, Black-hearted game planner, how dare he set such a price? That being said, for the current Ruan Wenbo, 1000 merit points was still within his acceptable range, at least one spin wasn't a big problem. So, Ruan Wenbo's finger lightly tapped the system interface. The motionless turntable seemed to be infused with life, beginning to spin rapidly, with various colored lights intertwining into a blurry mass. As the turntable gradually slowed down and the pointer began to jump from one segment to another, Ruan Wenbo's mood grew tense. After all, it was 1000 merit points, and he certainly didn't want so many merit points to go to waste. Finally, under Ruan Wenbo's strained gaze, the turntable's pointer swayed past the blue fine section and steadily landed on the noble purple area on Epic. Ruan Wenbo's heart leaped with joy. Could he be about to have a lucky start? Accompanied by a brilliant golden flash, an item appeared out of thin air in his hand, resting quietly in his palm. Name, gold coin at the end of the rainbow. Type, other. Quality, epic. Note, there are indeed gold coins hidden at the end of the rainbow, but 99% of people fall at the last step. Give up, and you'll forever lose to legend. Take one more step, and you'll be the miracle spoken of. An epic quality item can actually be something so useless. Ruan Wenbo squinted, pinching the finely crafted, faintly glowing gold coin between two fingers, complaining weakly, this turntable is really just a scam for merit points, isn't it? The note is even a motivational quote, is it implying that if I spin again, I'll get something good? He sighed, casually putting the gold coin into his pocket. Forget it, at least it has some collection value. He didn't continue trying to spin. Ordinary players might get carried away and spend all their merit points, as they only needed to be responsible for themselves. But Ruan Wenbo had to be responsible for the entire Death Seekers, and every single merit point he held had to be used effectively, never wasted. Ruan Wenbo got up and left the office, heading to where Tech Priest Redito was. Clearly, he wanted to see how the two players undergoing Astartes modification were doing now. He entered the laboratory without hindrance. As soon as he walked in, he saw that the two original players had already been placed in two opaque black cultivation pods. Although they were called cultivation pods, Ruan Wenbo felt that their square, angular shape really resembled coffins. It seemed Father Redito's aesthetic sense in this regard was rather concerning. How are things? Ruan Wenbo asked directly. Very smoothly, Redito turned around, in a very good mood now. So far, nothing beyond my control has occurred. All abnormal reactions were recorded in previous experiments. Indeed, the people you found are extremely similar. Nonsense, they're the same two people from beginning to end, how could the similarity not be high? Ruan Wenbo grumbled inwardly, but said aloud, that's good, I also put in a lot of effort. Ruan Wenbo turned his gaze to the two dark cultivation pods and asked, can I touch them? As you wish, Redito said. Ruan Wenbo reached out and gently placed his hand on the outer wall of one of the cultivation pods. He stroked it, it felt smooth and had a slightly cool touch. Good, it looks even more like a coffin now, and a sliding one at that. Ruan Wenbo withdrew his hand and said softly, soon, we will have two Space Marine. Believe me, they will display power beyond your imagination. Redito's voice drifted over. If the performance of those fallen ones before made you think that Space Marine were nothing special, still within the realm of being overwhelmed by numbers, then I must tell you, you are greatly mistaken. Redito looked at the two cultivation pods, as if his mechanical eyes could see through the thick metal directly into the scene inside. Only after I truly performed the modification surgery did I understand what kind of warrior an Astartes truly is. I can tell you clearly, Redito's tone became incredibly serious, if a dozen Astartes truly made up their minds to wage guerrilla warfare against you in the governor's mansion, then even if you suffered 10 times more casualties, you wouldn't even touch a single hair on them. You misunderstand, his voice was low and steady. I have never doubted the Space Marine lethality. To doubt this would, without question, be disrespectful to the nearly 10,000 Death Seekers warriors who sacrificed themselves before. He paused, as if organizing his thoughts, and only the low hum of the life support system and various instruments remained in the entire laboratory. He turned around, no longer looking at the two black coffins, but instead began to slowly pace in the empty laboratory. I'm just thinking, Ruan Wenbo said, his footsteps echoing faintly on the smooth metal floor, where exactly should we set up our battlefield against the orcs? He stopped and looked at Redito. If it's in the Hive City, then with our advantage of complex terrain, we can definitely stall for enough time until Imperial reinforcements arrive. But in that case, the Hive City would inevitably face large-scale destruction, and post-war reconstruction would undoubtedly be even more difficult. His gaze shifted to the blank wall, as if he could see the wasteland outside the Hive City through it. If it's outside the Hive City, although we wouldn't have to worry about production lines being destroyed and subsequent reconstruction issues, on such an endless desert, can we really stop the Orc Wadaik? Asking me is useless. Redito's voice was as flat as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. His mechanical bionic eye simply locked onto Ruan Wenbo quietly. In my capacity as a tech priest, I cannot offer military advice. But also in my capacity as a tech priest, Redito paused, his body leaning slightly forward, I absolutely oppose leading the enemy into the Hive City, threatening my servitors, production lines, and industrial workers. Ruan Wenbo stopped pacing. He looked at Redito, first stunned, as if enlightened by this undisguised, purely utilitarian answer. Then, a relieved yet somewhat self-mocking smile appeared on his face. You're right, he chuckled. We just pulled the surviving mortals out of danger, how can we then personally lead danger to them again? I was being foolish. Chapter 100, Advanced Trench Warfare, confirmed. A chimera armored personnel carrier, thick with sand and dust, slowly came to a halt in the shade of a massive sand dune, its engine rumbling. The hydraulic rods hissed dully, and the rear hatch slammed heavily onto the soft sand. Several agile figures leaped out. Leading them was JK, his face showing little emotion. The other accompanying battalion commanders wore the full face masks integrated into their carapace armor, their thick respirator filters shielding them from the swirling sand. Only JK did not. Of course, he had his reasons for doing so. He narrowed his eyes slightly, letting the gritty wind brush against his cheeks, feeling the wind direction and speed. Then, he quickly sketched on a portable tactical data pad. Good, this is the leeward side. My judgment wasn't wrong. Sir, Battalion Commander Jade Beauty's voice came through his mask, a hint of dullness in it. He squinted, observing the steep front slope of the sand dune. The front slope offers a wide view, we can see for several kilometers. And then we can also be targeted by the greenskins several kilometers away, JK said without looking up, drawing a thick line on the data pad with his finger. We need to build our position on the reverse slope. Battalion Commander Ego immediately understood the intention, this is sacrificing observation for concealment and protection against direct fire. So we need eyes. Exactly, JK stood up, straightening his back, and pointed to the slightly lower high ground on either side of the sand dunes ridge line. Jade Beauty, your battalion is responsible for the main defensive position. Dig it out on this reverse slope. Ego, your battalion is responsible for the left flank, and here, JK spread out the data pad in front of everyone. On the professional military map displayed, 2 red dots were clearly marked by him. Set up 2 forward observation posts. Your eyes must constantly be on the horizon. 3rd Battalion, JK paused, his gaze turning to Assassin, who had barely spoken the entire time. 3rd Battalion will serve as the regiment's reserve and construct an auxiliary position on the right flank. At this point, JK held up 3 fingers, his tone leaving no room for doubt. 3 large empty containers will be transported here later. Jade Beauty will use 1 to build your main machine gun position, Assassin will use 1 for the artillery company's position, and the remaining 1 will be the regimental command post. Any questions? That, Assassin raised his hand somewhat blankly, his movements a bit hesitant. I didn't quite understand. Where exactly is the right flank, and how specifically should the auxiliary position be dug? Also, where should my artillery company be placed? And, why are we setting up a defensive position here? What if the greenskins come from all directions? A series of questions instantly made the atmosphere somewhat stagnant. Oh, that was my oversight, JK showed no impatience. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Li Yongxi beside him. The other man understood immediately and quickly brought up a new, more simplified topographic map on JK's data pad. Come, look, JK handed the data pad to Assassin. This is the sand dune where we are now, which will be the future main position. To the right here is low ground, your auxiliary position will be dug here. First, dig foxholes, then connect them with communication trenches. Your artillery company will be set up in the rear, and once ordered, will immediately fire on the pre-designated areas. As for why we're setting up a defensive position here, JK's lips curled into a confident smile. If it were individuals, then it might be possible for them to come from all directions. But a race like the greenskins, who come in the thousands and tens of thousands, will, due to terrain, geology and various other factors, only have one direction suitable for large-scale movement. Otherwise, we wouldn't even need to deal with them, they'd get stuck in quicksand first. Even if they didn't suffer massive casualties, they'd become our targets, completely unthreatening. Oh, Assassin looked at the map, nodding thoughtfully. I think I'm starting to understand. If you understand, then execute. Dismissed. At JK's command, Jade Beauty and Ego instinctively snapped to attention, saluted crisply, and then turned to leave. Assassin, seeing this, quickly followed suit with a salute, though his movement was half a beat slower, appearing somewhat clumsy. JK turned to look at Li Yongxi, who was still standing there. Why are you still here? If you're going to ask questions like his, then I'll have to wonder if you got here through connections. Humph, Li Yongxi retorted, unwilling to be outdone. I'm just curious why your game names aren't letters, or are quite feminine, or are both letters and feminine. I didn't realize you big tough guys had such girlish hearts. It's just a code name, JK said calmly, his eyes showing no ripples. You talk as if you've ever called me by my real name. And your ability to change the subject has improved. Go to hell. Li Yongxi swore with a laugh, giving JK a light punch on the shoulder. After the playful banter, the atmosphere returned to calm. JK turned his head, looking towards the distant horizon where a battle barge was anchored in the sea of sand. Its colossal 10-kilometer-long hull was like a steel mountain, casting a huge shadow even from a great distance, bringing an unparalleled sense of oppression. However, compared to when it first crash-landed, it had been buried significantly by the wind and sand. Perhaps in a few more months, only half of the hull would be visible. Honestly, JK's voice was somewhat distant. This is probably a scene I'd only dream of. I'm actually commanding an army of 1,000 men, stepping onto a battlefield to fight aliens, and the most fucked up part is we're using goddamn WWI tactics. Do you have any objections to our advanced trench warfare? Li Yongxi said, squinting, in a half-joking tone. Lest you not know, let me tell you again, WWI was at least the early 20th century, up there it's still the late 19th century era of dreadnoughts and big guns. That's why I'm worried, JK sighed, the wind and sand ruffling his short hair. Worried about what? Li Yongxi raised an eyebrow. Assassin. No, he knows to ask questions about what he doesn't understand, he's a smart person. He's the last person I'd worry about, JK said. What I'm worried about is, will we become like this in the future? Stagnant, clinging to ancient tactics and ideas, struggling and sinking in quicksand until we're completely swallowed. The playful look on Li Yongxi's face disappeared. He was silent for a moment, and the sound of the wind on the sand dunes seemed to grow more desolate. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his voice firm and strong. We are moving forward, aren't we? He looked at JK, saying each word clearly, no matter what, I believe humanity definitely has a praiseworthy and bright future. Chapter 101, Legendary Pilot. At the main position, the bustling construction scene was comparable to a large-scale construction site. Players wielded their entrenching tools, digging foxholes with all their might. This damn sand. Bug, one of the players, complained loudly while digging furiously. I dig a shovelful, and half of it immediately fills back in from the sides. Be grateful, at least this is the leeward side, said Assimilation Complete, wiping sand from his face. If it were the windward side, after one shovel, nothing would probably be left. Ugh, so why don't we just use tanks to charge the orcs directly? Bug leaned on his entrenching tool, catching his breath. We have quite a few Lemon Russ main battle tanks now, don't we? That's only for cultists and gene stealers, Tonghua said. Are you planning to use a blitzkrieg against the orcs? Or perhaps play tank-on-tank combat with them? I must admit, you have a vivid imagination. All our current tanks were bought with merit, and each one is a treasure. That's true, Bug realized. Given the orcs' numbers and organization, if we really brought out a tank cluster, it would probably turn into a Kursk meat grinder. We don't have that many tanks to waste right now. It's already a blessing from the Emperor that those temporarily trained workers in the rear can produce qualified artillery shells. Speaking of which, have those two Space Marine woken up? Bug looked around, trying to spot the two towering figures in the crowd. Why aren't they here? Why would they come here now, to dig foxholes with us? Tonghua looked at him as if he were an idiot. What do you think Space Marine are? Some kind of large humanoid engineering machine. Bug seriously imagined a giant, 2-meter-3 tall man in power armor, wielding a massive entrenching tool proportionate to his size, digging a standard foxhole with a single scoop. A bit grotesque. But speaking of large engineering machinery, we should have some of that, right? Why isn't it at the position? Before you ask a question, can you use your brain? I feel like I've become the straight man in some comedy manga. Tonghua pointed weakly at the rugged sandy terrain in the distance. How do you plan to transport those large engineering machines over? Those things aren't as durable as a Lemon Russ tank. If they get stuck in the sand, you'll be crying. By the way, I think I'm suffering from heat stroke. Tonghua suddenly stopped. It's too damn hot here, my sweat dries up as soon as it comes out. I feel like my back is covered in salt. Give me a hand. All right. Bug nodded decisively, raised his laser rifle, and fired a shot directly at Tonghua's face. Bang. With a soft sound, Tonghua fell to the ground. The others around him, who were diligently working, merely glanced over and then, unfazed, continued digging their foxholes. A few seconds later, Assimilation Complete, having revived, jogged over and let out a long breath. All right, full health. He didn't immediately start working, but skillfully dragged his still warm corpse and threw it into a deep pit, blasted out with explosives 100 meters away. The pit was already densely packed with thousands of corpses, all remnants of players who had chosen to commit suicide to revive and reset their data due to extreme physical exhaustion or abnormal conditions like heat stroke and dehydration. Since dying at this point didn't result in any equipment loss, players naturally chose the most convenient method. Fortunately, everyone here was a player. If any native imperial human were to witness this scene, it would be truly horrifying. No matter how bravely one died, this was not the way to sacrifice oneself. However, thanks to the player's advantage of being able to be at full stamina at all times, the progress of the trench excavation consistently maintained an extremely fast pace, and even accelerated as the players became more skilled. Once the foxholes were completed, the players finally felt some psychological security. But this was far from the completion stage. Next was to dig communication trenches to the left, right, and rear, connecting the individual foxholes into a complete defensive system. This process was extremely painful, but jagged shallow ditches finally began to connect the isolated bunkers. At the same time, players dispatched to observation posts hid in the shadows of rocks or dunes, scanning the distant horizon inch by inch with high-powered binoculars. Their walkie-talkies remained silent, breaking only in emergencies. Players at the position quickly filled sandbags with excavated soil. These sandbags were immediately used to reinforce trench walls and construct machine gun nests. Excess soil was dragged away with tarpaulins and spread out thinly to avoid forming conspicuous mounds. Finally, a large desert camouflage net was erected over the trenches and command posts, with dried grass and shrubs found nearby stuck into it. Ultimately, after 4 Terra hours, this sturdy and concealed defensive line was completed. From the air, it almost merged with the surrounding desert environment. From the front, the enemy could only see rolling sand dunes. Although covered in sand, the players were all in high spirits, waiting in their respective combat positions. Heavy machine guns were cleverly positioned at flanking fire support points, their fields of fire perfectly covering the ridgelines of the dunes. The artillery battery in the rear had also calculated its preset firing data, ready to provide fire support to designated areas at any time. If a normal Astra Militarum unit were to undertake engineering construction of this scale, it would be impossible to complete it in just 4 Tera-hours, even with another 4 Tera-hours, they might not finish. Just then, the radio in the regimental command post crackled with a call sign mixed with some static. Hello, ground forces, can you hear me? This is Zabayan. JK immediately grabbed the communicator. This is ground, we hear you. Is there a situation? Previously, they hadn't deployed Valkyrie for reconnaissance, fearing it would disturb the orcs too early. But now that the battle barge had descended from the sky, the small disturbance of a Valkyrie was inconsequential. Yes, Zabayan's voice came through the communicator, with the roar of the Valkyrie's engines in the background. I see 2 orc warbands fighting each other, a very large scale, very large. So large that the green extends beyond the horizon. I think I've stumbled into the orcs' main battlefield. Then where are the orcs you saw 3 days ago, the ones heading towards the battle barge? JK immediately grasped the key point, asking urgently. I'm going to check now. What is that? Suddenly, Zabayan's bewildered voice came through the communicator. Holy crap, I've been hit. This was followed by a series of piercing metallic tearing sounds, explosions, and Zabayan's final scream, then the communication completely cut off, leaving only the static of current. JK expressionlessly put down the communicator, sighed, and hung up. I told him he should change his name. Chapter 102. My boys will attack as if landmines and artillery don't exist. Until the giant star that illuminated Pedisha hit its last ray of light below the horizon, the forward reconnaissance post did not see any enemy approaching. The entire world plunged into pure darkness, with only unfamiliar stars twinkling across the sky. How much longer do we have to wait? Bighorn, lying in the shadow of a dune, couldn't help but let out a big yawn. Pedisha doesn't have a moon at night. In a little while, we won't be able to see anything. It doesn't matter if we can't see, his partner, Pu Lang Ezi, holding a telescope, whispered. Anyway, we have an IFF system, so even if we can't see, we can still hit our targets every time. That's true, Bighorn mumbled. It's mainly that waiting like this is too boring. If it weren't for the thought acceleration being 110 now, we've only actually waited for 50 minutes. I would have definitely gone offline already. Do you think the command post made a mistake? Those orcs aren't coming from this direction at all. They're here, Moth suddenly said. What? They're here. Bighorn tensed up, quickly rolled over, and raised his high magnification observation telescope. Through the lens, the once silent yellow sand horizon in his field of vision began to roll, as if some colossal creature was churning beneath the ground. Soon, he could clearly see the enemies leading the charge were orcs driving steam-powered vehicles emitting thick black smoke. The vehicles were crude and wild in design, like monsters cobbled together from scrap heaps, bumping along the sand, emitting deafening roars. Damn, they really are coming from this way. Bighorn's eyes widened, his tone filled with disbelief. It's incredible, how did JK and the others guess that? Just a few terms they spat out, and I knew they were far more professional than us, Moth said calmly. We ordinary gamers just need to obediently follow their commands, and it'll be OJBK. Moth picked up the walkie-talkie and, using a preset code, began to report the situation to the main position behind them. Bighorn, meanwhile, somewhat eagerly took out a hand grenade and an automatic rifle. What do we do? Fight. What's the rush? Moth held him back. Looking at this situation, these orcs have no intention of scouting, they definitely won't discover us. Let's first see how many of them there are and what their troop structure is before deciding. He glanced at the excited Bighorn and added, and haven't you read military books? You must have watched anti-Japanese dramas, right? At the very least, you should wait for the front troops to pass before attacking. Both of them refocused their attention on the observation mirror. The orc vanguard rumbled past the dune where they were hidden. Immediately after, the subsequent troops entered their field of vision. The moment he saw the middle and rear sections of the troops, Bighorn's eyes quickly widened, and his mouth slightly opened. Damn, the art style difference is a bit big. If the orcs in the vanguard, driving steampunk-style motorcycles and wearing crude, clearly welded but at least polished and cut steel armor, were in the steam age. Then the orcs in the middle and rear sections, their technological level plummeted as if they had ridden a time machine. They rode giant squigs like prehistoric dinosaurs, with almost no decent protection on their bodies, just haphazardly wearing some tattered cloth strips. Their green skin was haphazardly smeared with various pigments, forming patterns of unknown meaning. Perhaps, in their own eyes, these patterns were fierce, powerful, and very warlike. Their necks and arms were adorned with a large number of teeth and bones, and their weapons were clearly large stones picked up from the ground, roughly sharpened a few times to serve as warmers and axes. This art style directly regressed from steampunk to the primitive era of eating raw meat and blood. What is this? Bighorn was stunned. Why is there such a big difference between the front and back? Do orcs also have class divisions? Not enough resources, I guess, Moth, who had finished reporting, put down the walkie-talkie and explained. No matter how amazing the I reckon power is, you can't expect orcs to rub sand into steel. In fact, it's already quite incredible that they can churn out such a large quantity of steam-powered vehicles in this desert. Moreover, Moth's tone became serious. I advise you not to underestimate those primitive-looking orcs. With the terrifying strength of orcs, it makes no difference to us whether the big choppa they hold is made of steel or stone. Either way, it's instant death. I definitely don't want to get hit by one of them. So when do we open fire? These orcs are already in the middle to rear sections, Bighorn said. I can feel it, the machine spirit of my automatic rifle is already parched for blood. She craves slaughter. Moth didn't look at him, merely answering calmly, wait until the vanguard of these orcs steps onto our landmines. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of fire erupted in the distant darkness, followed by a dull explosion that echoed far into the silent night sky. Bang! Moth, without hesitation, grabbed his rifle, fire. Just as the vanguard of the orc convoy entered the preset minefield, a dull explosion ripped through the night. A leading steam-powered vehicle was blown onto its side, its wheels still spinning uselessly in the air. The orc driving it didn't even have time to let out a scream before being torn to shreds by the shockwave and shrapnel. This sudden explosion caught the high-speed orcs behind them off guard. Driving their crude vehicles, they instinctively slammed on the brakes, and the screeching sound of metal friction echoed across the sand sea. However, in such a chaotic charging formation, the consequence of a sudden brake was disastrous. The immense inertia caused vehicle after vehicle to crash into each other like dominoes. The vehicles behind had no time to react, plowing into the rear of their companions' vehicles, sending both vehicle and driver flying. Those further back simply ran over the wreckage of their comrades. For a moment, the sound of steel colliding with steel, the orcs' screams, and the crunch of breaking bones became a cacophony. And this was just the beginning. The ensuing artillery fire plunged the huddled orcs into despair. A sharp whistle came from the sky, and then, orange-red fireballs exploded among the crowded convoy. Each falling shell unleashed a storm of flesh and blood. Broken metal parts and dismembered orc limbs were hurled high into the sky, then rained down. The orcs were in complete chaos. An orc boy scrambled out of the wreckage of a burning vehicle. He frantically ran to an unusually tall orc and screamed, "Red-eye boss, we've fallen into a shrimp ambush. The front is full of mines, and shells are raining down from the sky, we're finished." Before he finished speaking, the boy was kicked flying by Red-eye boss with a powerful blow, tracing a parabola in the air before crashing heavily onto the sand, motionless. "Damn it, what are you chicken about?" Red-eye spat a mouthful of blood-flecked saliva onto the sand, then violently stood up from the wreckage of the vehicle. He raised his steel gauntlet, larger than a sandbag, and his towering height of 3.5 meters made him stand out like a crane among chickens, casting a huge shadow in the firelight. He used all his strength to unleash a deafening roar from his chest. Wah-ay-ay-ay. This explosive roar seemed to contain a strange magic. All the confused and bewildered orcs, upon hearing this roar, instantly had their eyes turn crimson. The chaos and fear in their minds were replaced by a more primitive, more fanatical battle lust. They all, without prior agreement, raised their weapons towards the sky, towards the artillery fire, towards the unknown enemy, and responded in unison, their voices even drowning out the roar of the artillery. Wah-ay-ay-ay. My boys will attack as if landmines and shells don't exist. Red-Eye roared, every word filled with unparalleled violence and fanaticism. Charge! Kill these shrimp who only know how to backstab. Chapter 103, Stick Bomb Throwers. Oops, I threw it wrong. Red-Eye's roar was like a drop of water in boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire orc tribe's frenzy. Chaos no longer existed, it was replaced by a more terrifying, pure collective will. Fear was completely purged from their genes, and every greenskin kid's brain was occupied by the same thought charge, tear apart, wah-ayk. They reorganized their charging formation, roaring the battle cry that represented everything about their race, and then strode forward, directly charging into the deadly minefield. Bang! A greenskin kid at the very front was blown to pieces by a landmine. However, his companions behind him didn't pause for a second, nor did they spare a glance at the mangled remains. He stepped directly on his comrade's warm corpse and continued to charge forward. Bang! 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 Landmines exploded one after another, each blast meaning several orcs were blown into the sky. Artillery shells still whistled down above their heads, flipping over swathes of orcs along with the sand beneath their feet. But this could not stop the green torrent. They ignored the scenes of their comrades dying tragically around them, stepping on the mangled, still twitching corpses, carving out a safe passage paved with flesh and blood through the minefield. In the relatively safe regimental command post further back, J.K. saw all of this clearly through high magnification binoculars. He slowly lowered the binoculars, the lenses seemingly still holding the reflection of the bloody battlefield. J.K. couldn't help but exclaim, "Now I understand why orcs often sweep across a planet instead of being stifled in their savage era. It's a truly astonishing sight. Are they really living creatures? Can we hold them?" Li Yongxi, standing beside him, asked. "There's a reason why cavalry charges were rendered obsolete by Maxim machine guns in World War I," J.K. replied, his tone returning to his usual calm and confident demeanor. "If they only charge mindlessly like this, they will absolutely not break through my defenses." He paused, his brows furrowing tightly, "But I just saw something that makes me very uneasy." The artillery fire never ceased, tons of steel and flames pouring down on the orcs' charging route every second. But this fanatical green wave still brute-forced its way through the deadly minefield. In the deeper darkness, two inconspicuous flashes of fire flickered and died. These were the forward reconnaissance outposts that had been set up earlier. Unable to resist the surging tide of orcs that surrounded them, they resolutely detonated their explosives. However, this small sound and flash of light went completely unnoticed in the deafening main battlefield, quickly fading into the cold night. The orcs quickly reached the dune ridge. Just as J.K. expected, their appearing position was perfectly covered by the preset heavy stubbers firing arc. The crossfire from both flanks instantly wove a steel scythe of death, the heavy projectiles tearing through the air with a grating roar. No matter how many orcs charged up the dune with roars, they would be torn to shreds by this barge the moment they showed their heads. Green flesh and shattered armor plates splattered everywhere, and corpses piled up on the top of the dune, only to be trampled underfoot by their subsequent companions. However, facing this seemingly insurmountable steel barrier, Red Eye was unconcerned, even a savage grin appearing on his huge face. If the enemy truly believed orcs only knew how to charge mindlessly, then they were sorely mistaken. He suddenly raised his steel gauntlet and issued a loud command, "Pain boys, deploy the squigs." At his command, some greenskin kids carrying various oddly shaped metal components, under the direction of several specialist technicians called pain boys, frantically assembled the parts in their hands. They slammed them with mallets, twisted them with wrenches, and amidst the grating sound of metal friction, quickly erected several crude machines resembling medieval catapults behind the front line. The pain boys grunted and heaved, carrying one constantly shaking wooden crate after another up and placing them on the launch arms. At a command, the operating greenskin kid cut the ropes, made from the squig tendons of some huge creature, with the choppa. The launch arm sprang up violently, sending the wooden crates whistling through the air. The accuracy of these launchers was extremely poor, or rather, the orcs hadn't aimed at all. Most of the wooden crates flew in ridiculous parabolas, landing far away on empty sand and shattering into pieces. But unfortunately, one wooden crate, by sheer coincidence, landed right in the center of a heavy stubber position. With a bang, the wooden crate, damaged by the violent impact, shattered into pieces. From it, hundreds, even thousands, of bee-sized, winged squigs suddenly swarmed out. They emitted an ear-splitting buzz, revealing their needle-like sharp teeth, and like a black cloud, charged directly into the machine gun position. What the hell is that? Although many players realized something was wrong the moment the wooden crate landed and immediately aimed their guns, laser guns, and automatic rifles clearly couldn't stop such targets. The dense firepower successfully shot down dozens in the air, but more squigs had already swarmed in. The players only had time to let out one or two screams before being completely overwhelmed by the swarming squigs, gnawed down to bloody bones within seconds. This heavy stubber, which had roared for so long, thus came to an abrupt halt. And these squigs were not satisfied. After clearing this position, they immediately buzzed and spread to other trenches. Flamethrowers! Flamethrowers! The platoon leader guarding this position, seeing a breach about to appear in the defense line, roared hoarsely. A waiting Prometheum flamethrower trooper didn't hesitate, striding quickly to the breach and pulling the trigger. Viscous flames, like a fire dragon, instantly covered the entire trench section. Although the surging flames also incinerated a dozen players who hadn't had time to dodge, at least they quickly cleared out those deadly flying squigs. From the squigs landing to being dealt with by the flames, the entire process took less than 2 minutes. However, this 2-minute loss of heavy stubber firepower was enough to affect many things. For example, groups of orc beastmen successfully rushed forward dozens of meters. And the stick bomb throwers among the orcs, finally using the cover of their comrades' corpses, entered throwing range. They shrieked, vigorously throwing the crude but powerful stick bombs in their hands. A dozen stick bombs arced through the air, accurately or inaccurately, smashing into the position that had just been cleansed by fire. The violent explosions sent the silent heavy stubber and the players who had just jumped back into the trench flying into the sky. Although in the chaos, a dozen stick bomb throwers on the orc side also exploded with their dying words, "Oops, I threw it wrong," sending themselves and their nearby comrades to meet Gork and Mork prematurely. Overall, in this brief engagement, the players were still slightly at a disadvantage. Chapter 104, Heavy Reliance on Tactical Nukes. Seeing that a heavy fire point of the shrimp had been successfully destroyed, Red Eye's face twisted into a savage grin. He was pleased with the result, but still turned and roared at the pain boy beside him, "Good. Have the greenskin kids quickly dismantle that junk and move it to a farther spot on the left to reassemble it." A greenskin kid, responsible for relaying orders, widened his eyes, looking perplexed. Warboss, what does that mean?" Smack. Red Eye backhanded him, sending the greenskin kid spinning twice in place, a few of his teeth flying out. "Just do what I tell you to do." Red Eye roared impatiently. "Where's all the chatter coming from?" Under the absolute deterrence of their warboss, the pain boys dared not delay in the slightest. They immediately directed a group of greenskin kids to frantically begin dismantling the squig launchers. They carried the heavy parts, grunting and groaning, to the back of a sand dune several hundred meters to the left flank. Just as they began clanging to reassemble them, a sharp whistling sound descended from the sky. A dozen shells landed precisely where they had been moments before, the violent explosions raising towering plumes of sand and fire. But because they had already retreated, this round of shelling had no effect other than pulverizing a few unlucky Gretchen into green pulp. The surrounding greenskin kids were all stunned, their eyes wide as they looked at their warboss. "Warboss, how did you know the shrimp's shells were coming?" "Humph humph humph," Red Eye puffed out his chest proudly, patting his thick breastplate with his massive metal gauntlet. "Otherwise, how could I be your warboss?" At this, the surrounding greenskin kids completely erupted. They raised their weapons, using their meager vocabulary to praise their leader. "Our warboss is brilliant and mighty. Our warboss is unrivaled. Our warboss is a brilliant strategist." Red Eye smugly enjoyed the greenskin kid's flattery for a while, but soon noticed the silence around him. He glared. "Keep going. Is that all the words you have to describe your warboss?" Although Red Eye's intimidation made the greenskin kids terrified, making them tremble, due to their limited cultural level, they racked their brains but simply couldn't think of any new words to praise their great warboss. Then, in this awkward silence, the chilling whistle of shells came again. After an even more earth-shattering explosion than before, the area where they had just begun reassembling the launchers was completely engulfed in dense fire. The newly assembled launchers, the commanding Pain Boy, and the hard-working green-skinned kids were instantly reduced to dust, with not even a recognizable piece of wreckage to be found. Awoo! This time, Red-Eye was truly enraged. He trembled all over, the veins on his neck bulging, and he let out an angry roar at the sky. Why are the shrimp's shells coming so fast? The surrounding green-skinned kids huddled together, none daring to speak. At such a time, it was best not to make any sound, otherwise the war boss's wrath might very well be poured upon them. Red-Eye, of course, didn't know that humans had long since calibrated fire on an entire area ahead, and drawn up firing tables. With coordinates, the artillery positions could conduct precise saturation shelling in a very short time. As for where the coordinates came from, forward reconnaissance outposts, of course, were not just the one or two that had been wiped out. More hidden reconnaissance outposts had calmly reported every move of the orc to the rear without firing a single shot. After his outburst, Red-Eye gradually calmed down. Regardless of how the humans had destroyed his launchers, the facts had proven that he couldn't beat them in the artillery game. This round of tactical engagement was another point for the humans. Have the Boar Boys prepare. Red-Eye ordered. Have the Pain Boys inject them with the super steroids. I will personally lead the charge and flatten these shrimp who only know how to play with cannons. Behind the orc lines, the ground began to vibrate rhythmically. Dinosaur squigs, moving like small hills, were herded forward. They carried crude combat platforms on their backs, crowded with green-skinned kids wielding choppas. The Pain Boys cackled, pulling out huge syringes filled with super steroids from metal boxes. Ignoring the green-skinned kids' struggles and screams, they brutally injected the eerily bubbling concoction into their muscles. The effects were immediate. The injected green-skinned kids' eyes turned bloodshot, their veins bulged, and they let out roars mixed with pain and fury, their bodies seemingly growing a size larger. The forward observation post immediately relayed this critical intelligence back to command. On the holographic sand table, several large red threat icons slowly began to move towards the player's defensive line. The atmosphere in the command post suddenly grew tense, but JK's expression remained unchanged, as if all of this was already within his expectations. He merely spoke into the communicator, giving an order in his usual calm tone, have the heavy bolters and autocannons ready. Behind the simple order were anti-heavy armor fire units already deployed. Those weapon platforms hidden on the reverse slopes of the sand dunes finally awaited their targets. After giving the order, he turned to Li Yongxi beside him and said, go get that tactical nuclear warhead. If that orc warboss tries to charge directly at our command post, detonate it. I feel like tactical nukes have become some kind of conventional weapon under our use, Li Yongxi couldn't help but quip. He shook his head, yet without any hesitation, he turned and quickly left the command post. JK's plan was simple. He had reason to believe that after a conventional charge was repelled, the orc warboss, overly confident in his strength, would likely resort to a decapitation strike, relying on his powerful individual strength to directly assault the player's command center, attempting to paralyze the entire defensive line. If things truly developed to that point, it would actually be simpler. JK would not hesitate to detonate this 10-kiloton tactical nuclear warhead, wiping the entire command post, along with that orc warboss, off the planet. In such a scenario, players with subordinate command nodes would mostly still be able to respawn near their squad leaders, platoon leaders, and company commanders. The command system might fall into temporary chaos, but relying on the player's autonomy and the pre-established command chains at various levels, the defensive line would not instantly collapse. But orcs were different. JK believed that losing their warboss would deal a far greater blow to the morale of the entire orc race than players losing their commanders. The core of a Wadaik was the warboss himself. Once the warboss was instantly vaporized by some force, the entire orc tribe would likely immediately descend into collapse and infighting. Chapter 105, Isn't it only natural that melee is superior to ranged in warmer? Accompanied by a hungry roar, a mountain-like squig, urged by its rider, restlessly pawed its giant feet, eager to charge into the slaughter ahead. However, when the green-skinned kid riding on its back looked through the gaps in his crude armor towards the main direction of attack, his impulsive hot blood cooled slightly. Under the player's insane crossfire, the main charge route along the dune ridge was already piled high with green bodies. Broken limbs, twisted truck wrecks, and viscous blood plasma mixed together, forming a daunting barrier of death. Subsequent units even had to step on their comrades' corpses to advance. The rider kid scratched his greasy scalp, feeling that charging straight through there wasn't a good idea. So, he slowly shifted his gaze from the crowded dune ridge to the higher dune top. It was empty, with only clean sand, an open view, and it looked closer to the shrimp's position. As long as he climbed up, he could charge down from above and smash through those little shrimp's positions. The orc kid thought more and more that he was right. A spark of wisdom burst forth in his simple brain, and a perfect plan had already taken shape. He triumphantly patted the squig's thick neck and loudly declared, I'm a genius kid. No sooner said than done. He sharply kicked the squig's flank with the spikes on his heel, while pulling on the reins, trying to control the giant beast to change direction. The squig let out an impatient snort, but still obeyed the command, detaching from the main force advancing along the ridge, and began to climb laboriously towards the top of the dune with heavy steps. Its huge paw sank deep into the sand, kicking up sand with every step, but it still climbed steadily upwards. Finally, his squig successfully passed the highest point of the dune and stepped onto what he considered his excellent position. The shrimp's position below was clearly displayed before his eyes. Those tiny humans were busy in the trenches, oblivious to the impending destruction. This genius kid let out a triumphant laugh, just about to urge the squig to launch a devastating downhill charge to level the shrimp's position, when he and his mount had already become a huge, slow, exposed, perfect target. The next second, a storm of steel swept in. Dozens of heavy bolter shells and autocannon rounds accurately and unhindered tore through the squig's relatively soft abdomen. Without even time to let out a wail, this biological weapon, which had just entered the stage, was torn in half amidst a spray of blood and gore. Its upper body and the green skins on it fell due to inertia, sliding helplessly down the dune. Below, at a heavy bolter position. What's wrong with this green skin? The player operating the weapon looked strangely at the observation scope, his face full of confusion, going to the top of the dune, specifically for me to focus fire. Who knows what greenskins are thinking, the ammo loader next to him said nonchalantly as he changed the ammo box. Don't worry about it, quickly turn around, enemies from the ridge are coming. As the corpses of the vanguards were trampled into mud by the subsequent units, the real tough nuts finally charged up. Waik! A deafening roar came from the dune ridge. This time it was no longer disorganized infantry, but a green tide composed of steel and brute force. Boar boys, riding their beloved mounts, launched a decisive charge. These mounts varied in form, some were giant war boars with bulging muscles and exposed tusks, while others were madly mechanically modified, with smoking exhaust pipes and flickering mechanical eyes attached to their bodies, known as the Daka cyber boars. They wailed, like an unstoppable heavy cavalry, crushing towards the players' positions. Cavalry. It's cavalry. Focus fire. The players at the position immediately reacted, instantly unleashing all their firepower on this charging unit. Red laser beams swept across like a downpour, grenades exploded in bursts of fire among the boars, and heavy bolters and autocannons immediately turned their muzzles, blasting destructive ammunition at these new targets. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The resilience of these boar boys was incredibly strong. Laser beams hitting them only scorched small black marks, the blast wave of grenade explosions couldn't even slow them down a jot. And facing those Daka cyber boars, even a heavy bolter needed at least one direct hit to kill them. If it missed and hit nearby, the shockwave, which would be enough to shatter an ordinary person, would only make them sway for a moment, and then they would charge even faster. One boar boy only staggered and fell after being continuously hit by at least 20 laser beams. And his comrades had already covered half the distance. The players at the position began to panic. Oh my gosh, they can't be killed. What kind of health bar is this? I protest, this cavalry is too overpowered. Heavy weapons reloading. Quick. They're about to charge us. Just as the defensive line was about to collapse, a player suddenly let out a roar and leaped out of the trench. He wasn't holding a gun, only a standard issue cleaver. To everyone's stunned gaze, he charged like a madman towards a giant war boar at the very front. The other players were dumbfounded, this was suicide. Bang! A dull thud. The player's body, upon contact with the war boar, was instantly crushed into a blur of flesh and blood by the immense impact. But at the same time, the cleaver he held tightly, under the immense recoil, pierced deeply and entirely into the war boar's head like a nail, from the eye socket all the way to the hilt. The high-speed charging war boar let out a short whimper, its brain destroyed, it instantly lost control of its body, its limbs went limp, and it tumbled to the ground. The green-skinned kid riding on its back was flung far away, tracing a parabola in the air, and finally, with a crunch, his neck hit the ground at an odd angle, temporarily losing his combat capability. The whole process was incredibly fast, but the result shocked everyone. The company commander stationed at this position was stunned, he rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. What the heck? A monster that dozens of laser guns couldn't kill was traded one for one by a broken cleaver? But he was an experienced veteran after all, and his mind worked extremely fast. After the shock, he slapped his thigh, and a thought struck him like lightning. This is Warhammer. In this damned world, courage and iron will are more important than anything. Isn't it only natural that melee is superior to ranged in Warhammer? Damn it, I'm going all in. The company commander instantly realized, he drew his chainsword, raised it high, and the blade let out a piercing roar. All of you. Listen to my command. His voice cut through the explosions on the battlefield. Brothers, get your gear out. Fix bayonets. Get your melee weapons out. Countercharge. The command, like a prairie fire, instantly ignited the fighting spirit of all the players. The frustration of being unable to kill the enemy no matter how hard they fought, and the heroic act of their fearless comrade, caused their adrenaline to surge. Screw them. For the Emperor. Waik. The scene at the position suddenly changed. Players discarded their laser guns and drew various melee weapons from their backs and waists, power swords shimmering with energy fields, buzzing chainswords, heavy entrenching tools, and the most common bayonets. Kill. With the company commander's order, hundreds of players, like a breaching flood, roared as they leaped out of the trenches, launching a desperate countercharge against the charging boar boys. Chapter 106, War, Constant Change is Normal. The charging formation of over 100 players, like a drawn blade, fiercely met the steel torrent of the boar boys. There was no dodging, no flanking, and not an inch of retreat. On the dune, two surging waves collided with a roar. The moment of contact was an extreme explosion of flesh and blood. Players' bodies were easily shattered by the immense impact, the crisp sound of breaking bones drowned out by the roar of chainswords. Yet, the players, fearless of death, before being sent flying, used all their strength to thrust their weapons into the enemies in front of them. Chain swords tore open the metal shells of cyberboars, cleavers hacked into the flesh of warboars, and power weapons directly impaled riders and mounts alike. This was the most primitive, most brutal exchange, where life became the cheapest consumable. The battle started quickly and ended even faster. When the last boar boy rolled over the corpse of the last player, this brief and tragic skirmish drew to a close. All 100+ players who initially countercharged were annihilated. In return, over 70 boar boys and their mounts also fell forever on this dune, their remains mixed with the players' corpses, forming a horrifying barricade of flesh and blood. After all, not everyone could precisely seize the timing like the first player to charge, thrusting their weapon perfectly into the war boar's brain under immense impact. Moreover, for the explosive cyberboars with thick cables and exhaust pipes attached to their bodies, whether their vital point was truly the brain, or even if they still possessed a biological brain, was an unknown. And when the captain announced the exchange ratio of 100 for 70 from his system log, everyone's eyes lit up. Holy crap! The casualty ratio is almost 1 to 1. What 1 to 1? Our squad barely got any kills, we lost out. Lost out my ass. We can revive. Can they? This is a huge profit. Brothers, what are you waiting for? It's just a head-on charge, isn't it? Let's do it. The word cowardice had never existed in their dictionary. Suddenly, the situation on the battlefield became incredibly bizarre. Without even waiting for the greenskins to charge into the trenches, players in the trenches actively jumped out, shouting various slogans, launching wave after wave of suicidal countercharges against the surging greenskin army. Such fanatical and fearless actions genuinely surprised war boss Redeye, who was observing from afar. He watched those shrimps actively charging out of the trenches, dying with his boar boys, and his thick eyebrows furrowed. He stroked his chin and mumbled in a booming voice, I didn't expect these shrimps to have some courage, I misunderstood them before. If Redeye was greatly surprised, then JK, in the rear command post, was utterly startled. What the F? He swore on the spot, feeling his blood pressure rapidly rising. He snatched up the communicator and roared at the top of his lungs, no matter what, the people at the artillery and heavy firepower positions must never charge forward. Control your weapons and continue providing fire support for your comrades. Do you hear me? What he feared most now was that players operating crucial heavy weapons would also get hot-headed, fix bayonets, and engage in melee combat with the greenskins. Fortunately, reassuring reports soon came in. Most of the artillery and heavy weapon operators in the rear remained in their positions, firing dutifully. The reason was very simple and realistic. For ordinary infantry players, it took dozens of people to concentrate fire at the position to eliminate one boar boy, and the merit points, gained felt like trying to grab money with a claw machine. It was better to charge out of the trench and attempt a one-for-one trade. But for heavy weapon operators, every time they fired, whether it was heavy bolter rounds or autocannons, they could create large areas of kills and assists in the greenskin formation. Their firepower was like scooping up money with sacks, incredibly efficient. Therefore, they had no need whatsoever to abandon their comfortable and high-income money-making positions and run to the front to play one-for-one. Originally, according to JK's plan, a close-quarters battle was certainly going to erupt. This would be a brutal tug-of-war inside and outside the trenches, with greenskins surging into the players' positions like a tide. Then, he would command the company and platoon units to conduct an organized counterattack and segmentation, turning every inch of the trench into a meat grinder, maximizing the use of terrain advantage to deplete the enemy's effective strength. Every position would be repeatedly contested until one side bled dry. Now, a close-quarters battle had indeed erupted, and the dune had indeed turned into a meat grinder. However, it wasn't the greenskins charging into the positions, but the players actively charging out of the positions, yelling and looking for a fight with the greenskins. The entire battlefield was completely out of control, turning into a boiling pot of porridge, with green waves and human torrents mixed together, indistinguishable from each other. JK's meticulously detailed battle plan, precise down to every platoon, instantly became a dead letter in the face of the players' surging enthusiasm for suicidal charges. These disobedient bastards. But in war, constant change is a very normal thing. After a brief loss of composure, JK quickly accepted the current reality and began to force himself to think about how to improve upon this chaos. The first thing he thought of was his side's heavy firepower support. Originally, according to his plan, even if the greenskins charged into the positions and became entangled with the players, because the battle was mainly confined to the vicinity of the trench line, the heavy firepower in the rear could still strike subsequent enemies charging up the ridge line without reservation, forming an effective fire blockade. But now, the players had actively charged out and were completely mixed up with the enemies on the ridge line. This led to an extremely fatal problem: friendly fire. In just these few minutes, JK personally saw several infantrymen killed by shrapnel from heavy bolter explosions, and the communication channel, naturally, relayed the angry roars of players after they revived. F you. That bastard on the heavy machine gun. You hit me. Artillery. Where the hell are you effing shelling? This couldn't go on. If the heavy firepower continued to indiscriminately bombard, the greenskins wouldn't be wiped out, but their own people would start infighting first. All heavy firepower units, attention. JK immediately grabbed the communicator and issued new orders: raise your muzzles and use a parabolic trajectory to strike enemies in the rear. Raise your muzzles, use a parabolic trajectory to strike the enemy. Repeat, use a parabolic trajectory to strike the enemy. Do not directly bombard areas in contact with our personnel. This order was very timely. The artillery and heavy machine gunners in the rear immediately raised their muzzles, and the destructive rain of bullets bypassed the fiercely engaged close-quarters combat zone, cutting into the subsequent greenskin infantry and vehicle formations like the scythe of death. For a time, the greenskins' rear line erupted, and the pressure in the forward melee zone drastically decreased. The players in the front continued to expend lives at an astonishing rate, but they also firmly held the greenskin vanguard in front of the positions, making it impossible for them to advance. The entire dune ridge became a massive, bloody meat grinder, with players and greenskins constantly falling, and new players constantly charging out of the trenches to fill the gaps. JK looked at the tactical map and let out a long sigh. He gave up on the idea of further refined command. Chapter 107, Everyone join the glorious melee. On the dunes, the human and greenskin battle lines completely vanished, replaced by an enormous, constantly writhing meat grinder. The greenskin kids, with their superior height and strength, held an absolute advantage in one-on-one combat. Each swing of their seemingly crude choppas could easily cleave a player, along with his carapace armor, in half. Without the leverage of a charge, a strong greenskin could often drag 3 or 4 players to hell with him even after being impaled by several bayonets. The exchange ratio was extremely unfavorable to the players from the very beginning. But the players also possessed the greatest advantage that the greenskins lacked. JK, the supreme command node, was safely ensconced in the rear command post. As long as he did not die, the players could infinitely resurrect here and immediately re-enter the battlefield. Death for them was merely a brief moment of darkness, followed by opening their eyes a few seconds later, grabbing their weapons, and rushing back into the fray. One player fell, and 2 immediately stepped over his corpse to fill his void. In the first hour after the melee began, the last heavy firepower support on the position completely fell silent. The ammunition boxes for the heavy bolters and autocannons were empty. The gunners, after firing their last shell, exchanged glances and then, in unison, pulled out their entrenching tools and self-defense pistols from under their seats. Damn it, it's our turn. For the glorious melee. Charge. Now, everyone, except for JK, who served as the resurrection node, was forced to join this glorious melee. All tactics, strategies, and fire coordination were thrown to the winds by the greenskins and players on the field. Only one most basic truth remained on the entire battlefield. Draw your knife, hack each other, and that's it. This insane bloodbath began in the evening, completely devolved into a pure cold weapon brawl by midnight, and then continued, hacking away. Time lost its meaning, only slaughter was eternal. When Pedicia's star struggled to rise again above the horizon, casting its pale light upon these blood-soaked dunes, the battle cries still did not cease for a moment. Bodies piled up like mountains, green blood and red blood mixed together, staining the yellow sand a dark, dull brown. In this utterly insane atmosphere, where everyone had killed until their eyes were red, only a handful of individuals still maintained their last vestiges of clarity. Red-Eye, the war boss who led these greenskins, was one of them. He stood atop a squig, surveying the entire battlefield. He saw his greenskin kids constantly cutting down enemies, but those shrimp seemed endless, pouring out of the trenches wave after wave. This battle was fought without any skill, purely a war of attrition. Red-Eye didn't care about the lives of his greenskin kids, but he felt such attrition was not exciting. Waik! A sky-shattering roar erupted from Red-Eye's throat. This was not a bugle call for a charge, but an order to retreat. Receiving the order, the greenskins, under the curses and kicks of the knobs, began grumbling and reluctantly disengaging from the enemies in front of them, retreating backward. Except for those mad boys who had already gone insane earlier from pondering profound questions such as why is my chop red, and continued to wildly swing their weapons regardless, most greenskins quickly disengaged from the players. And the players, after frantically dealing with the last few mad boys, instinctively wanted to continue the pursuit. After hacking all night, their combat will had climbed to its peak. But soon, JK's command, tinged with a hint of weariness yet still steady, was relayed through the command channel to everyone's ears. All units, cease pursuit. Immediately return to your respective positions, clear the trenches, and reorganize the defense line. Most players, upon hearing the order, stopped, panting heavily. But some players, who had completely gone berserk from hacking, ignored the command, roaring as they charged alone into the retreating greenskin army. However, what greeted them was no longer greenskin choppas, but a dense hail of bullets. The greenskins, having disengaged from melee, immediately grabbed their beloved shooting weapons and frantically sprayed bullets at these reckless pursuers. Those few players were instantly riddled with holes. A few seconds later, resurrected at the respawn point, the shock of death had calmed them down considerably, and they sullenly gave up their impulsiveness, obediently returning to their positions. Behind the greenskin lines, the greenskin kids who had just retreated from the battlefield were still in a state of excited. They waved their blood-stained choppas, showing off their recent kills to each other, occasionally letting out a few unintelligible roars. Amidst the chaos, a greenskin kid, a few sizes beefier than his peers, squeezed next to Red-Eye and asked in a booming voice, "Boss, why did you make us retreat? I was having a blast hacking. My choppa isn't even dull yet." His question immediately drew agreement from the surrounding greenskin kids. "Yeah, boss. Those shrimp break with one touch, it's really exciting to hack them. Give me another hour, and I can pull out all their guts." Waik! I haven't hacked enough yet. Listening to his subordinates' clamoring complaints, Red-Eye snorted and the enormous sound wave instantly silenced all the noise. He looked down upon these simple-minded fighting units with disdain and said, "You lot, your brains can't fit anything else besides Waik, and hacking people. You can only see small things like hacking each other with knives. The green-skinned kid who first asked scratched his head, revealing a simple, tusk-filled grin. That's right. You're the boss, so you must be the one to consider the big matters. We just need to follow you and hack, and that's it. Heh. Red-Eye was quite pleased with the subtle flattery, 2 streams of hot air spewing from his large nostrils. He raised his thick arm and pointed towards the rear of the player's position in the distance, where, in the faint morning light, an unimaginably huge silhouette appeared. Didn't you see that super big ship? The green-skinned kids looked in the direction Red-Eye pointed, squinting their small red eyes. At first, they thought it was a strange mountain, but when the light of the star outlined its metallic hull, they suddenly understood. Oh. Boss. Why is there such a big ship there? My goodness, how much scrap metal must that thing have? It's true, Boss Red-Eye, how did you find it? I looked for a long time and didn't see it. This flattery was quite clumsy compared to before, so Red-Eye wasn't too happy. He just said in a teaching tone, I'm telling you, the purpose of my Warp this time is to seize that big ship. Then, using its scrap metal and parts, build a super big, super loud, super smoky, super shooty giant effigy. Red-Eye's description excited all the greenskins present, their breathing became heavy, and their eyes gleamed with desire and worship for the colossal war machine. They began to howl uncontrollably, banging their weapons on the ground and their chest plates, venting their fervor. Effigy. It has 8 supers. Warp. Red-Eye nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand to silence the greenskin kid's clamor. So, I told you to retreat. Otherwise, if we kept hacking like just now, we wouldn't break through these shrimps' defenses even in another month, all our greenskin kids would die, and what would we use to build the effigy? At this moment, another greenskin raised a crucial question, then why didn't you go to the front, boss? Those shrimp don't seem like they could block your axe, do they? Red-Eye was silent for a moment. He slowly said, because I reckoned, maybe it was a revelation from Gork and Mork, if I recklessly charged in, something very terrible would happen. Upon hearing the words Gork and Mork, all the greenskins, including the strongest knobs, collectively gasped, their fervor instantly replaced by awe. Hiss, it's a revelation from Gork and Mork. The boss received a divine oracle. The greenskin kids' gazes towards Red-Eye completely changed, it was a reverence akin to looking at a prophet. They all urged, then, boss, you absolutely must not go. If Gork and Mork say no, then it's definitely no. Right. Just let us go and hack the shrimp. You just watch, boss. For the effigy. For Warp. Chapter 108, this kind of privilege is better to do without. After Boss Red-Eye's impassioned speech and a 2-hour collective nap, the greenskin stamina and Warp energy once again returned to their peak. Accompanied by earth-shattering roars, the green tide once again surged majestically towards the players' positions. However, when they were halfway there, they were astonished to find that the heavy weapon emplacements, which should have been silent for a long time, once again spewed deadly fire. Heavy bolter rounds rained down like hail into the greenskins' charging ranks, each explosion tearing up a shower of flesh and metal fragments. Autocannons roared rhythmically, precisely ripping apart the largest greenskins. Why? Of course, it was because during the greenskins' rest period, the players' logistics units had already driven transport vehicles to deliver mountains of ammunition crates to the front line. Weapons that had stopped working due to overheating or malfunctions had all been inspected by technical personnel and brought back to life. In fact, it was quite inefficient that it took so long for supplies to arrive. This time, the players on the front line had also learned their lesson. Seeing the greenskins charging through the artillery fire, they didn't even bother to shoot. After all, rifle bullets had limited effect on the thick-skinned boarboy, so it was better to save their strength. So, when the greenskin army charged onto the dune ridge, they were met by a group of players who were also roaring and actively rushing out of the trenches. Both sides directly abandoned all formalities, and a new round of passionate hacking and slashing began with a clatter. Inside the regimental command post, JK remained calm about this. He calmly tore open a wrapper for an energy bar and began to chew it expressionlessly. After all, other players could instantly reset their fatigue and hunger status through death, but as the only person who couldn't die, he had to rely on eating to maintain his physical strength and focus. This stuff tastes like a shoe sole, JK complained while chewing. Is there any way I can modify myself to be like you, and not need to eat? Li Yangxi, who was operating the communication equipment and monitoring various channels, said without turning his head, you'd better keep chewing your shoe sole. To ensure JK's vital signs remained normal, this time the logistical supplies specifically delivered a month's worth of fresh water and energy bars for him. Of course, even more exaggerated was that Li Yangxi had specially built a private toilet with a simple circulation system next to the command post, just for him. Speaking of which, this seemed to be some kind of supreme privilege. On this cruel battlefield, covered in yellow sand, only he, JK, had a private space where he could relieve himself in peace. This kind of privilege is better to do without, JK muttered softly. What did you say? Li Yangxi turned his head in confusion. No, nothing, JK immediately denied, abruptly changing the subject. Any news from Hive City? I was just about to tell you, Li Yangxi said, the 2 Astartes have finished their easy kill in Hive City. They are currently en route in a Valkyrie transport plane. The message from Hive City is that we only need to hold on for another hour. An hour? Hey, JK looked at the battlefield outside the command post, which had once again descended into chaos, and shook his head helplessly. Looking at this scene, I think these two piles of greenskins could keep hacking at each other for another month and still be full of vitality. No sooner had JK finished speaking than the situation on the battlefield underwent a drastic change. A piercing engine roar suddenly came from behind the greenskins, drowning out all the shouts of battle. Dozens of wild-looking, smoke-belching greenskin bikes, like arrows shot from a bow, charged up the dunes and slammed into the players' ranks. In an instant, chaos ensued, and countless players were sent flying into the air by the high-speed bikes. These bikes were completely different from the boarboy who rode warboars earlier. They were essentially a pile of junk forcibly held together by a Wadaik field, with the structure so brutally simple it was outrageous. Even if a player deeply stabbed their weapon into one, it was impossible to stop it. And for a player who was knocked flying to stabilize themselves in midair and accurately stab the wildly swaying greenskin in the driver's seat was even more difficult than ascending to heaven. In just an instant, the player's melee front line was completely shattered by the sudden wave of bike charges. Wah! JK, who had just crammed the rest of his energy bar into his mouth, widened his eyes and quickly swallowed it. Quick! Get the heavy bolters and autocannons to fire. Actually, without JK's order, the operators of the heavy weapons on the emplacements had already noticed these rampaging steel beasts. The autocannon operators began to laboriously raise their gun barrels, trying to aim at the fast-moving targets. But these cumbersome anti-tank guns were originally designed to bombard heavy armor or clustered infantry, and facing the greenskins' wild bikes, their traverse speed seemed so slow and powerless. The heavy bolters were slightly better, they frantically spewed fire, trying to create a barrage along the bike's charging path. However, the greenskins' driving skills were utterly chaotic. They swayed left and right, sometimes accelerating, sometimes turning, always managing to dodge most of the shells at an incredible angle. The few bikes that were hit only burst into a shower of sparks, then, spewing thicker black smoke, continued their insane charge forward. As for the heavy lumber gun emplacements, they were deserted. The operators had long since grabbed their entrenching tools and self-defense weapons and, roaring, rushed down from the emplacements to join the frenzied melee during the second round of close combat. For a moment, this bike assault team, composed of scrap metal, was like entering an uninhabited land, about to break through the player's chaotic defense line and directly crash into the almost unguarded first trench. Such a critical situation, however, made JK calm down. He no longer roared into the communicator but said to Li Yongxi beside him, once these greenskins charge into the first position, detonate the explosives. That's right, a large amount of remote-controlled explosives was also buried under the positions held by the players. This was a usage JK had thought of during the halftime break, watching the logistics units transport truckloads of standard military explosives. Since he didn't know what else these conventional explosives could be used for when tactical nuclear bombs were available, he simply buried them under each position as a last resort. Other than that, JK couldn't think of any other use for these explosives. The regimental command post already had that immensely powerful tactical nuclear bomb as a final trump card, burying more explosives would only be icing on the cake. He couldn't possibly bury a circle of them under his exclusive toilet, could he? Chapter 109 The honest and simple greenskin kid was deceived by the shameless shrimp. Just as dozens of greenskin kid motorcycles crashed into the first trench, and their riders were still excitedly howling about their successful breakthrough, the earth let out an angry roar. Boom rumble. A series of violent explosions sent the entire trench, along with the greenskin kid motorcycles inside, flying into the sky. Flames and thick smoke rose from the ground, and scorching metal fragments and greenskin kid limbs scattered like a downpour. Initially, with their position overrun, many anxious players even considered suicide and respawning back to the front. But after witnessing such a spectacular and sudden scene, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then, a clamor erupted. Holy crap! Were there explosives in the trench we were just in? I suddenly feel a chill under my butt. Awesome! They can even play like this. In the rear, Red-Eye, who had personally witnessed his meticulously organized motorcycle assault team instantly turned to ashes, was so enraged that his huge metal jaw was somewhat deformed. He bared his teeth fiercely and roared, "These damned shrimp! As cunning as expected. They actually buried explosives under their own butts, trying to blow him up. Then, boss, this plan failed, what should we do next?" A greenskin kid beside him scratched his scalp and asked cautiously. Have the greenskin kid continue the charge. 2 streams of hot air spewed from Red-Eye's nostrils. Charge for him. Kill them all. By this point, Red-Eye had come to terms with it. Since he couldn't outsmart these ever-changing shrimp, he would solve the problem in the greenskin kid's oldest and most effective way: brute force. He would hack at them for 10 days to half a month. If his greenskin kid died out, he would just go to another place and capture a new batch. After all, greenskin kid are the most abundant things in the entire universe. Unfortunately, the bloody melee scenario that Red-Eye had imagined, lasting 10 days to half a month, did not happen. An hour later, an unexpected change occurred. A sharp engine roar came from the sky, and a Valkyrie transport aircraft, painted with the Imperial Aquila emblem, swooped down at an extremely high speed. The pulse laser cannon mounted under its wings locked onto the largest and most conspicuous target on the battlefield, the warboss Red-Eye. A scorching beam of energy arrived in an instant. Red-Eye's combat instincts were quite keen. He suddenly dodged to the side the moment he was locked on. The laser beam grazed his body, accurately hitting several greenskin kid behind him. Those unfortunate souls didn't even have time to scream before being incinerated by the high temperature. The Valkyrie, failing to hit its target, immediately adjusted its posture, turning its nose to relentlessly pursue Red-Eye. Thus, a comical scene appeared on the battlefield. the huge warboss Redeye frantically fled in front, while the Valkyrie transport aircraft chased closely behind, occasionally firing a pulse laser. Along the way, Redeye remained unharmed, but the green-skin kid around him suffered greatly, either being charred by the laser or being knocked flying by their frantic boss and unable to get up again. The green-skin kid were not fools either. They loved fighting, but that didn't mean they wanted to die so ignominiously. So, all the green-skin kid very tacitly avoided the boss's escape route, creating a huge isolation zone in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Finally, after this chase game that lasted for more than 10 minutes, the pulse laser cannon under the Valkyrie's wings seemed to have run out of energy and stopped firing. The transport aircraft began to adjust its vector thrusters, transitioning from high-speed flight to a hovering state, and slowly opened its side hatch. Redeye, noticing this scene, naturally stopped fleeing and turned to face this threat from the sky. Several Imperial drop troopers, clad in heavy armor and wielding hellguns, leaped out of the hatch, precisely landing not far in front of Redeye using grav chutes. Redeye looked at these newly arrived, well-equipped shrimp, letting out a deafening roar. Are you shrimp the ones who want to challenge him? Don't misunderstand, most of the drop troopers ignored him and charged directly at the other green-skin kid around. Only one player, seemingly the captain, turned back and replied, it's not us who are dealing with him. Then who is it? Redeye asked in confusion. Ha 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 ha. No sooner had Redeye finished speaking than an extremely arrogant laugh came from the Valkyrie, amplified by a loudspeaker to be incredibly loud, echoing across the entire battlefield. Since you asked so sincerely. Two figures, even taller and more robust than the drop troopers, leaped down from the Valkyrie, landing on the sandy ground with two loud thuds, like meteorites. Then I'll mercifully tell you. After landing, the two very skillfully struck an extremely embarrassing pose. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To uphold world peace. To carry out the evil of love and truth. Oh no, it's the trio full of love and justice. Although there are only two of us now, the chapter master isn't awake yet. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. AI1 High CAI suddenly waved his arm, pointing distantly at the bewildered Redeye. I am AI1 High CAI. CAI High AI1 immediately followed with another pose. I am CAI High AI1. It had been a full minute and a half since the two Space Marine, descending from the sky, completed a full set of Team Rocket lines and poses. The entire battlefield, whether players or green-skin kid, stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. For a moment, the scene was so silent that it only lacked a few crows flying by and cawing ah. Not far away, the drop trooper captain took a deep breath and covered his face with his hand. At first, I was quite excited to hear that I could go on an external mission with Space Marine. Now I just feel embarrassed. No wonder the drop trooper squads that fought with them kept changing. Hey! You green-skin kid over there. We don't know them. We just happened to be on an external mission together. Brother, on the ground, CAI High AI1 whispered to his older brother beside him, they seem to be trying to disassociate themselves from us. Ignore them, AI1 High CAI also whispered back, they're just jealous of our Space Marine sublime status, which transcends mortals. Redeye paused in place for a full half-minute before roughly understanding the scene. He asked in a booming voice, so, the ones challenging him, are you two strange-looking shrimp? Challenge. AI1 High CAI split the word challenge into two syllables, adding a questioning tone after each. Then, he raised his right hand and, pretending, pressed the combat power detector on his right eye. Ho ho ho, just you, a mere minion with only 80 combat power. Brother, our normal combat power seems to be only in the 20s, right? CAI High AI1 ruthlessly exposed him. Silence. AI1 High CAI reprimanded, you, little brother, why do you always boost others' morale and diminish your own prestige? Watch how I, your brother, vanquish this small Xeno. With that, AI1 High CAI took a deep breath, struck a proper-looking fighting stance, and charged fiercely at Redeye, shouting, Wolf Fang Fist of the Wind. Redeye, hearing the name of the move and seeing the opponent's charging stance, instinctively shielded his upper body and head with his huge arms. And then, AI1 High CAI's powerful kick landed squarely on his unguarded abdomen. At this, the drop troopers in the distance felt even more exasperated. He even shouts out the name of his moves when fighting, it's even more embarrassing. Why does he shout fist but use a kick? The honest and simple green-skin kid boss was deceived by the cunning and shameless shrimp cans. You mortals, why do you always side with the Xenos? On the ground, AI1 High CAI, having landed a successful blow, turned back and roared in exasperation, also, have you even watched Dragon Ball? Yamcha's first move with the Wolf Fang Fist started with a kick, alright. Chapter 110, with my brothers and I together, how can there be a single worthy opponent? Redeye, having been kicked directly in the abdomen, staggered back a few steps with his massive body, but quickly regained his balance. He looked down at the clear footprint on his abdomen, then raised his head, his crimson eyes flashing with furious rage. Waik! A deafening roar erupted from behind his metal mask, and a surge of wild energy instantly swept across the entire field. Redeye no longer held back, his entire body, like an out-of-control savage behemoth, charged fiercely towards AI1 High CAI with an aura of crushing everything in his path. Nanny. AIGE's face instantly changed as he watched the numbers on his combat power detector skyrocket. After taking that kick from me, not only is he unharmed, but his combat power has actually surged from 80 directly to triple digits. Are you going to say something self-deceiving next, like is the combat power detector malfunctioning, Or did I just miss that hit? Cai Hi AI1, standing beside him, drawled with a flat tone and half-closed eyes. Enough. AIGE glared back at his brother fiercely. Your brother here just found more Dragon Ball series skills and is simply imitating the Dragon Ball style. I'm not actually as brain-dead as those Jinya Force guys. In the short few seconds while the two brothers were bickering, Red Eye had already closed in, bringing with him a fishy wind, a gust of foul wind. However, just an instant before he was about to make contact with AIGE, his massive body suddenly twisted, abandoning AIGE, who had kicked him, and instead smashing his fist, as large as a cooking pot, fiercely towards Xiao Cai, who was still watching the show. The reason was simple: it's easier to pick on the weak. In the simple and direct logic of the greenskins, the higher the status and the more dominant an individual, the stronger their power. According to Red Eye's observation just now, among these two big shrimp that fell from the sky, it was clearly the boisterous AI1 High Cai, who dared to actively attack him, who had higher status. Therefore, he decided to first take out the quieter, seemingly weaker subordinate beside him. Red Eye's attack, carrying an unstoppable wild momentum, howled as it lunged towards Xiao Cai. But this time, his calculations were wrong. Facing this thunderous strike, Cai High AI1's expression remained unchanged. In a flash, he slightly bent his knees and drew a smooth arc with his hands in front of his chest, striking a standard Tai Chi opening stance. Just as Red Eye's power claw was about to touch his body, a reddish-orange flame ignited from Xiao Cai's arms like a living thing. The flame's entanglement, coiled, around Red Eye's arm like flowing water, and that incredibly violent force was smoothly guided by the soft flame, suddenly diverting it into empty space. Red Eye's certain strike missed, and his massive body stiffened for a moment due to overexertion. Now, Xiao Cai's eyes narrowed. His right hand, which had diverted the attack, naturally transformed from a palm into a fist, and with a seemingly slow but in fact incredibly swift motion, he precisely struck Red Eye's abdomen, where AIGE had previously kicked him. Bang! A muffled thud was heard as a huge impact exploded in Red Eye's abdomen. His massive, steel-forged body was sent flying backward, feet leaving the ground, as if struck head-on by a battering ram. In midair, not only was there a grating sound of bones cracking, but also a peculiar aroma, similar to roasted mushrooms. The dragon parry from the original Mortal Kombat, which was pretty useless, is actually so strong here. Xiao Cai retracted his fist, looking at Red Eye, who had been blasted several meters away by his punch, and muttered thoughtfully, "Is this what over 100 combat power feels like? Doesn't seem like much. Combat power is just for reference anyway. It's not very accurate in the original Dragon Ball, let alone in Warhammer," AIGE said indifferently. "Why didn't you purify and launch him into the air for a combo, finishing with a dragon kick to leave him with just a sliver of health? I just used dragon parry, do you really think I'm Fire God Liu Kang?" While the two brothers were bickering, their hands didn't stop. Just as Red Eye was sent flying by Xiao Cai's punch, struggling to get up from the ground and still unsteady on his feet, the two of them, like predatory wolves, simultaneously pounced on him, mercilessly unleashing a barrage of continuous attacks. AI1 High Cai's attack speed was incredibly fast, his figure like a ghost, his fists and feet transforming into countless afterimages, engulfing Red Eye from all directions. His attack style was extremely sharp, each strike aiming directly at the gaps in Red Eye's armor and his vulnerable joints. This relentless assault was like the tearing bites of a wolf pack. With the slightest mistake, Red Eye's tough green skin would be ripped apart, losing large chunks of flesh from these whirlwind-like attacks. Cai High AI1's attacks, on the other hand, were completely opposite, wide-ranging, powerful, and heavy. His attack frequency wasn't as suffocating as his brother's, but he ensured that every single one of his attacks was imbued with maximum power. Every punch and kick carried the sound of wind and thunder, smashing into Red Eye's body like a giant siege hammer. Even with thick armor protection, the terrifying force penetrated his body, making Red Eye's internal organs churn. Red Eye, besieged by the two brothers, was instantly dazed and disoriented. He possessed immense brute strength but was utterly unable to catch AIGE's shadow or block Xiao Cai's heavy blows. He could only passively curl his body, protecting his vital points, like a living punching bag, being wantonly pummeled by the two brothers. Just as the two were enjoying beating the living punching bag, a frantic shout came from the paratroopers not far away, who were struggling to hold back the green-skin tide. "How much longer until you two big brothers can finish him? I can barely hold them back here. We can fly away and retreat, but if you don't know how to use the sky dance technique, you're doomed." TCH, no choice then, AIGE forced Red Eye back with a punch, creating some distance, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Little brother, use your ultimate move. So why didn't you bring a power sword? With the disintegration field open, this greenskin would have been stabbed to death ages ago, right?" The two brothers ignored the latter part of that statement in unison. AI1 High Cai took a deep breath, his right fist suddenly pulled back to his waist, his body sinking, power instantly converging to a single point. Then, his entire being shot upwards in a spin like a cannonball, his fist, gathering all his strength, erupting from bottom to top like a volcanic eruption. Annihilation Shoryuken. This punch landed squarely on Red Eye's chin. The terrifying upward force directly lifted Red Eye's massive body off the ground, sending him tracing a parabola through the air. Looking at Red Eye, who was temporarily incapacitated by the impact in midair and completely exposed his entire abdomen without any protection, Cai High AI1's eyes lit up. In this situation, it would be a crime not to use the dragon kick. With that, he powerfully pushed off with his legs, launching himself into the air, catching up to Redeye, who was still airborne. His right leg drew a crimson fiery trail in the air, carrying unparalleled might, and precisely kicked Redeye's unprotected abdomen. Terrifying force instantly pierced through Redeye's body. Accompanied by a sickening tearing sound and the crunching of bones, Redeye's massive body was actually split in half by this kick, separating into upper and lower sections. Boom. Fragments mixed with green blood, internal organs, and mechanical parts splattered everywhere. War Boss Redeye met his end in such an incredibly gruesome manner, marking his last second on the battlefield. Chapter 111, It's just a tactical nuclear bomb buried, don't be scared. As Warlord Redeye's body was kicked in half, the Waaic energy that had enveloped all the Greenskin kids' hearts, making them fanatical and fearless, instantly dissipated like a punctured balloon. On the battlefield, the Greenskins, who had been fighting back and forth with the players as if they would fight until the seas dried and rocks crumbled, suddenly lost the violent red glow in their eyes. They looked blankly at the weapons in their hands, then at the mountains of their comrades' corpses around them. The courage and fighting spirit that had sustained them seemed to vanish with the death of their boss. Unsure which Greenskin turned and fled, the entire Greenskin battle line instantly collapsed. They dropped their weapons, turned and ran, pushing and trampling each other, creating a chaotic scene, completely devoid of their previous ferocity. As the saying goes, even if there are 10,000 pigs running around, it would take 3 months to catch them all, let alone these Greenskins who run much faster than pigs. Seeing this situation, JK decisively abandoned the idea of annihilating the enemy. All units cease pursuit, stabilize the defensive line, and reset the wounded. Let them run. If they run, what else can be done? After the battle, inside the temporary command post, JK met the 2 space marine who seemed like gods descended from the heavens. He straightened his smoke-stained military uniform and was the first to give them a standard military salute. The resolution of this battle is largely thanks to you two. Oh, no, not at all, AI1 High CAI waved his hand, saying very humbly, if you hadn't held these Greenskins here so tightly, even if we had rushed over, this battle barge would probably have been torn to pieces by them long ago. JK nodded and asked curiously, speaking of which, where are your bolt guns and other equipment? Those 2 weapons should be inseparable from you, right? I still wanted to witness the classic scene of Astartes wielding chain swords. His gaze turned to CAI High AI1, who was silent beside him, and he noticed that the other's right leg was standing in an unnatural posture, and this one's foot, it seems like there's a problem, is he injured? We don't need those things, AIGE said proudly, spreading his palms, this is the best weapon and tool. I just injured myself by forcefully using a skill I haven't fully mastered yet, CAI High AI1 said calmly, in martial arts terms, it's a training error, minor cases lead to internal and external damage, severe cases lead to exploding and dying. But it's nothing major, with an Astartes recovery ability, I'll be ready to fight again in half an hour. Unable to think of how to respond to such a player-like statement, JK decided to decisively change the topic. The grassroots soldiers captured a few live Greenskins, do you two want to see them? See them? Why not? AIGE immediately became interested, I really want to see what a captured orc looks like. Soon, an orc, bound tightly with power shackles, was carried in by several player soldiers. Although he was still strong and muscular, under the gaze of the crowd, he was cowering and terrified, even cowardly. I've told you everything you want. You can't kill me. The Greenskin pleaded in slurred words. It's truly hard to imagine, JK completely ignored the Greenskins wailing inside, orcs, who were fearless and excellent in both courage and tactics on the battlefield just now, became so timid just because of the death of their leader. AIGE carefully scrutinized him up and down, and after satisfying his curiosity, he said with a smile, there are many enemies like this. Greenskins, Tyranids, and even some Necrons are like this, their grassroots soldiers have no initiative. Once their leaders or nodal creatures are eliminated, the entire species will immediately fall into a state of morale collapse, staring blankly, or even fighting among themselves. AIGE shrugged and continued, the reasons for this are, on the one hand, because in the Warhammer worldview, high-end combat power is indeed powerful enough to influence the entire battle, on the other hand, of course, it's to make it easier for authors to write exciting hero figures. You think, when a nodal creature dies, the enemy completely collapses, which is better to watch than describing a hero killing an entire enemy army from beginning to end. However, this setting also makes things convenient for us, doesn't it? Indeed, JK nodded in agreement, being able to revive after death is so convenient for us to carry out assassinations. The methods we can use can almost be described as reckless. At this point, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and his expression changed slightly, oh, by the way, Li Yongxi. Has the tactical nuclear bomb buried under the command post been dug out yet? Li Yongxi turned his head, somewhat puzzled, not yet, should we dig it now? As soon as his voice fell, the command post fell into a dead silence. The smiles on the faces of AI1 High CAI and CAI High AI1 instantly froze. Slowly, inch by inch, they turned their heads, looking at JK with a ghost-seeing expression. What did you say? A tactical nuclear bomb. Facing two gazes that almost pierced through him, JK cleared his throat, trying to break the awkward silence. Ahem, he tried to explain, this is a necessary measure. To prevent the enemy from also trying to use high-end combat power to raid our headquarters, just like we did to the Greenskins today. We always need a mutual destruction insurance, right? Anyway, we can revive. JK's last sentence was spoken with self-righteousness, as if discussing what to eat for lunch today. However, this explanation did not reassure the two brothers, instead, it made their expressions even more dramatic. Revival is one thing, but no one wants to experience the feeling of being instantly vaporized by a tactical nuclear bomb detonating under their feet. Moreover, it was not convenient for them to die now. Ordinary players dying and reviving could be explained as recruiting new soldiers, but Astartes dying and reviving would be troublesome. We're leaving. AI Wang Hai CAI's expression instantly switched from shock back to a businesslike smile. He grabbed his brother, who was about to say something else. There are still remaining enemies in the Hive City waiting for us to eliminate. Before he finished speaking, the two powerful Space Marine almost immediately turned around and strode out of the command post, their speed so fast that it almost looked like they were fleeing. Contact us if anything happens. A polite remark floated in from outside the door, and then the figures of the two iron giants disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 112, the moment the sword is in hand, terror is utterly unwarranted. On the cold, dimly lit metal corridor, a figure walked slowly. He was dressed in a simple yet sinister outfit, a black robe reaching the floor draped over plain carapace armor. As busy ship crew members on both sides of the corridor caught sight of him, their expressions instantly shifted from weariness or focus to a mix of awe and fear. They would immediately cease all their tasks, no matter how urgent, then stiffly stand at attention and offer him the standard Aquila salute. The rosaries hanging from his waist, glinting faintly in the dim light, silently explained the reason for all of this. This was an Inquisitor. Inquisitor Herbert Hernampode paid no mind to these trivial matters, his gaze never lingered on those mortals for a moment. He walked directly to the Navigatorium deep within the bridge, and the guards automatically opened the heavy bulkhead door for him. He stepped inside and asked bluntly, "What is the situation?" "Very good, my lord," the navigator, with her eyes closed, replied softly, her voice ethereal and distant. "The warp turbulence is subsiding, and in about a month, it should return to an acceptable state for travel. You have arrived at precisely the right time, the Emperor protects you." Herbert nodded, his emotionless face betraying no joy or anger. "It seems my luck is good this time. I only hope Pedish's planetary governor has prepared the tithes that have been unpaid for the past 30 years. Herbert made a cold joke, but it was clearly not funny. A chilling silence fell over the Navigatorium, no one laughed, or rather, no one dared to laugh in front of an Inquisitor. Herbert could clearly sense the tension of everyone present, including the navigator. Their fingers trembled imperceptibly on the control panels, their throats frequently swallowed, and everyone seemed extraordinarily focused on their work, as if looking at him for too long would suck out their souls. Herbert was self-aware, he knew very well that all of this was because of him. "You need not be so nervous, Miss Navigator." Herbert tried to make his voice sound gentler, he reached out and patted the navigator's shoulder. Her body visibly jolted, as if burned by a branding iron. "I am not a madman who draws his gun and kills without cause," he continued. "Your nervousness will not be beneficial to your work later." Yes, my lord." The navigator was clearly even more nervous, her voice trembling. Herbert sighed inwardly and gave up on the idea of alleviating the new navigator's tension. Anyway, letting them remain in fear was also a good option. At least now, they would absolutely not dare to do anything contrary to discipline and loyalty, and their work efficiency had noticeably improved. When he was an inquisitorial acolyte, Herbert had been puzzled. The Inquisition, as the maintainer of imperial order, the disseminator of the Emperor's glory, and the guardian of human will, should rightfully be revered and loved by the people. So why did everyone who saw a Rosarius look as if they were about to wet themselves from fright? Later, he understood. Precisely because the Inquisition was the maintainer, disseminator, and guardian, they needed to maintain others' fear of them. For the vast, ignorant masses in the galaxy, fear was the best guarantee that they would strictly adhere to rules and not cross red lines. Fear was the reins, the branding iron, the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. And what made Herbert sad was that across the vast reaches of the Imperium of Man, the ignorant always constituted the vast majority. Perhaps some individuals would feel disgust and rejection towards them because of this, but Herbert was completely indifferent. When the Imperium of Man's conventional armed forces, whether the Astra Militarum or the Space Marine, proved incapable of effectively controlling internal corruption and degradation, the idea that only the Inquisition could protect the pure will of the people no longer seemed so absurd. After all, did the Imperium of Man have any other choice? The noble sacrificed daily, yet the great and bright future of the human race grew dimmer. Until the dawn reappears, we can only rule with an iron fist and bullets, making sure that the Xenos, heretics, and traitors who oppose our noble cause understand. The Imperium of Man shows no mercy when settling scores with its mortal enemies. Just as Herbert was immersed in his thoughts on fear and order, the entire ship suddenly experienced a violent, teeth-grating jolt. The deck beneath his feet felt as if it had been abruptly pulled to a stop by an invisible giant hand, and the immense inertia sent all unsecured objects on the bridge flying. Though caught off guard, Herbert's augmented body and iron will allowed him to instantly steady himself. He ignored the gasps and panicked shouts of the surrounding crew members, quickly leaving the Navigatorium. Herbert rushed to the main control console on the bridge and angrily rebuked the pale-faced captain. What happened? Why the sudden stop? As an inquisitor who frequently journeyed across the cosmos, Herbert knew very well that his flagship had been in a stable, constant glide. The sudden, violent jolt had only one explanation: the ship had performed an emergency stop. "My lord," a crew member responsible for target acquisition swallowed, his voice trembling as he replied, A ship has blocked our path. If we hadn't stopped, the two ships would have collided." "Who?" Herbert loudly interrupted the crew member, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Who would dare block an Inquisitor's ship? Pirates? Xenos? No, if it were either of those, they would surely be engaged in combat by now. And it wasn't just his ship, the Imperial Navy was also present. What scale of pirates or Xenos would have the audacity to attack an Inquisitor and the Imperial Navy? That, it would be better if you saw it for yourself. The crew member pointed to the main observation screen. Herbert frowned and stepped forward. As his gaze fell upon the starscape composed of data and images, he knew his ominous premonition had come true. On the main observation screen, a massive battleship lay across their path. The ship's style was filled with a savage and ancient aura, its grey armor was covered in complex runes, like a star-sea behemoth preying on humans, its cold eyes fixed intently on them. Space Wolves. Herbert squeezed the name through his teeth. At that moment, he wished his flagship had just suffered a pirate or Xenos ambush. As an Inquisitor, encountering the Space Wolves with absolutely no one else around was probably as bad as encountering a warp storm while traveling through the warp. Chapter 113, The Politeness of Fenris. Sir, the other party has sent a visual communication request. Should we accept it? The captain asked cautiously, his voice breaking the frozen air on the bridge. Herbert's mind underwent an extremely intense internal struggle. Connect? If these Space Wolves confirmed he was indeed an Inquisitor, would they just directly use melta bombs for a boarding assault? Don't connect? But would these persistent Space Wolves give up just like that? That was clearly impossible. Their warships had far superior firepower, and refusing communication would only be seen as a provocation. Finally, Herbert's taut jaw relaxed slightly, and he ordered in an almost inaudible voice, "Connect it." The signal was established, and the moment both parties' faces appeared on the screen, Herbert heard a crude cheer from the other ship's bridge. "Brother, you guessed right. It really is an Inquisitor. Ha! I can smell the stench on these guys even across the vacuum. It's settled then, I get an extra share of tonight's roasted meat." Herbert's anger surged like a volcano. These rude, barbaric space marine clearly had no respect. From their words, it seemed they had even placed a bet on his identity. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his churning rage, and spoke in a cold, formal tone, "I am Inquisitor Herbert Hernampode of the Order of the Holy Hammer. I hope you can explain why you suddenly stopped my vessel." "Hernampode," the other party rudely interrupted him, calling him by his first name. The scarred and bearded face on the screen leaned closer, a pair of sharp eyes seeming to penetrate the screen. "What are you doing here, skulking around?" "First, I am not skulking around," Herbert corrected, suppressing his anger and enunciating each word. "All my actions are under the glorious light of the God Emperor, open and above board. Second, before asking questions, at least introduce yourself first. That is basic politeness." "Haha," the other party scoffed twice, even spitting to the side without hesitation. "I am Krona Longfang." Krona paused, a malicious glint in his beast-like eyes. He grinned, revealing a provocative smile. "I've introduced myself now, how about it, polite enough? In return, shouldn't you invite us to your ship for a visit?" "Impossible." Herbert's emotions instantly spiraled out of control, his voice even cracked from agitation. Invite these wolves of Fenris onto his ship? He would be found dead in his bedroom bed tonight, the cause of death possibly being accidentally cut in half by a chainsword. On the communication screen, Krona Longfang's scarred face showed a playful smile. "Impossible." He repeated slowly, as if savoring the word, "That's not polite, Hernampode. Could it be, that your ship is hiding something unspeakable?" "That is a baseless accusation." Herbert retorted loudly, clearly very angry at the statement. Accusing a loyal Inquisitor of potential corruption is a very serious act. "I have destroyed countless cultist strongholds in the past, saving dozens of worlds in the Emperor's name." All right. Krona rudely interrupted Herbert again. He listlessly extended a thick finger and began picking his nose, as if Herbert's impassioned self-defense was just annoying noise. "So, Hernampode, what exactly are you doing here, skulking around?" These words, however, were like a bucket of ice water, instantly calming Herbert down. His Inquisitor duties demanded that he regain his composure. He resumed his Inquisitor demeanor, answering coldly, "I am going to Pedisha. That planet was once a major taxpayer in this sector, but it has been cut off from the Imperium for 30 years. I am going there to re-establish its connection with the Imperium and to check for any potential rebellion. Unlike you, I have duties to perform." This was Herbert subtly mocking the Space Wolves' laxity and lack of discipline. Krona clearly understood, but he didn't care. In fact, judging by his expression, he didn't feel ashamed, but rather proud, and he laughed gleefully, "Ha ha ha, well, Mr. Hernampode, you are a very busy man." "Yes, I am very busy," Herbert said coldly. "If you have nothing further, please clear the way." "No, we suddenly have something to do." The smile on Krona's face vanished, replaced by an undeniable determination. He flicked away what he had picked from his nose and stared at Herbert with his wolf-like eyes. "We intend to go to Pedisha to quell any potential rebellion or Xenos invasion there." At these words, Herbert's heart sank completely. He understood. These space wolves were targeting him. Perhaps there were still Imperial Navy patrol vessels in the surrounding airspace, so they couldn't use force. They intended to use the pretext of escort to go with him to Pedisha. Once they reached that isolated place, cut off for 30 years, where the Emperor was far away, there would be many more opportunities to maneuver. Herbert wondered, if he were not an Inquisitor of the Order of the Holy Hammer, but rather of the Ordo Hereticus, which specializes in heretics, or the Ordo Xenos, which deals with Xenos, would these space wolves not be so persistent? The Order of the Holy Hammer, the Ordo Malleus. Their duty is to hunt humanity's deepest fear demons from the warp. This work makes them paranoid, suspicious, and also grants them knowledge of many forbidden things, which makes them a dangerous and unpredictable group in the eyes of all imperial factions. As for the space wolves, they harbored a deep hatred for the entire Order of the Holy Hammer due to the past event of the Month of Shame. However, Herbert did not regret his choice to become an Inquisitor of the Order of the Holy Hammer. Regardless, someone had to do the work of cleansing chaos corruption. It wasn't something that couldn't be done just because people disliked and hated it. All right, Herbert said, I have no reason to object to more forces joining me on Pedisha. But I still believe this is a serious waste of resources. You should go to places where there are clear, large-scale rebellions. Chapter 114, because this is Warhammer. Pedisha, Upper Hive Sector. On the magnificent and empty streets, there was only the faint sound of wind sweeping up dust. Grand Gothic buildings, like silent mountains of steel, cast enormous shadows, compressing what should have been wide roads into deep canyons. This place was once a paradise for the planet's ruling class and wealthy merchants, but now, it was as silent as a ghost realm. 3 soldiers, clad in matte black, full coverage carapaces, patrolled this dead silence in a standard combat formation. Each step they took on the ornate paving stones produced a crisp, solitary echo. It feels so quiet, said Bighorn, who was at the end of the squad. There's no one on the streets except us, such a big difference from the mid and lower hives. Yeah, they probably moved all the combat power outside to deal with the orcs. Name? Haven't decided, who was in the middle, chimed in. But none of that matters anymore. Can you two stop for a moment? Pu Lang Ez's voice came through the comms. I know you're eager to make jokes, but the upper hive is really likely to be hiding uncleared chaos contamination. Even if you want to make jokes, make some auspicious ones. Auspicious jokes. Bighorn thought for a moment, then said in a tone as if taking an oath, after this patrol, I'll wash my hands of this business and go back home to get married. That's even more inauspicious, isn't it? Seriously, after this, I'm done with patrols. Bighorn dropped his joking tone and complained, let's leave this job to the casual players. I prefer going to the battlefield and chopping people, doing things for real. I think the most important point is that during long patrols, he can't reset his status by committing suicide when he gets hungry, which forces him to gnaw on that thing. Name mercilessly exposed his true thoughts. It's perfectly reasonable to think that. Bighorn said, narrowing his eyes. Who would love to eat something that tastes like cowhide dried in the sun for 49 days? If I had to eat that every day, I'd rather swallow excrement and kill myself. But I see the local workers in the hive city eating it happily, Name shrugged. And from the looks of it, they can keep eating it. That's because they're eating human flesh in the lower hive, Bighorn said. And it's human flesh full of nuclear radiation, parasites, and unknown sewage. In comparison, at least the nutrient paste is clean. Humph, Name sneered, lowering his voice and speaking in a mysterious tone, what if I told you that the raw material for this nutrient paste is also human flesh? What? Bighorn was shocked on the spot. He instinctively touched the nutrient paste at his waist. I knew it tasted like rust when I gnawed on it. Is it really human flesh? Of course not, I just made that up. Name was also shocked. The rusty taste is due to metal residue from the production line. Why did you believe it immediately? Because this is Warhammer, Bighorn replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Isn't it natural for such grimdark things to happen? Name was silent for a moment, finally managing to squeeze out, I'm speechless. So I still miss the intense fighting outside the hive city, Bighorn muttered. Staying in a quiet place for too long, my bones are almost rusting. Aren't we playing this game to fight? Oh, right, do you still remember when I cut off an orc's neck with one strike, sending its head flying 3 feet high? You just told that story 3 minutes ago, Name? Haven't decided, replied expressionlessly. Then you've probably almost forgotten it, so I'll reluctantly tell it again. Bighorn cleared his throat, completely ignoring the speechless looks of the other two, and began to speak voluminously. Back then, on the wilderness outside the city, the yellow sand stretched endlessly, and bones lay everywhere. I saw that orc beast, over a jong tall, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with a green face and fangs, its eyes gleaming fiercely. In its hand, it held a rusty, large cleaver that had drunk the blood of who knows how many heroes. It let out a strange roar, like muffled thunder, and charged straight at your grandpa, me. That momentum, it was truly. Name said weakly, I finally understand why Horus kept muttering about 30 years of golden rings and how it made people so disheartened. Pu Lang Ezi nodded in deep agreement. Just then, the distant skyline suddenly brightened like daylight. The world was instantly bleached, stripped of all color, leaving only black and white. All buildings and debris cast sharp, infinitely long, blade-like shadows behind them, which were then completely erased by the sweeping light in the next moment. Immediately after, a deafening roar came without warning, as if the sky was torn apart and the earth was wailing. The entire upper hive sector trembled violently with this colossal sound, and countless building windows shattered into dust from the shockwave. The three reacted with inhuman speed. Almost at the very moment the sound began, they didn't even have time to think, their bodies, obeying well-honed muscle memory, lunged at the nearest cover at top speed. Bighorn rolled behind a magnificent sculpture base, Name? Haven't decided, slid under the wreckage of an abandoned luxury hovercar, and Pu Lang Ezi crashed directly into the doorway of an adjacent building. After ensuring their safety, they immediately began to cautiously peek out to observe the source of the sound. This was also a common characteristic of veteran players of this game. When walking, they would always subconsciously observe where there were places that could serve as cover, and after hearing sounds similar to gunshots or artillery fire, their bodies would already have taken cover before their brains even reacted. It could be considered mastering a valuable skill that could be used in reality. Although most players probably wouldn't want the opportunity to use this skill in reality, and this instinct would also cause some unnecessary trouble during firework displays for the new year, having a new skill is always a good thing, right? Among the three, Pu Lang Ezi, the most experienced, reacted first and said in a low voice over the comms, "It's an explosion from outside the hive city. What could make such a big noise?" Bighorn also stood up from behind cover, brushed the dust off his carapace, and looked into the distance in shock. Did they detonate a nuclear bomb? Bighorn's casual guess was actually correct. It was indeed a nuclear bomb, and not the small-yield tactical nuclear bombs used before, but a large-yield nuclear bomb actively used by their side. Chapter 115, Increase the drug dosage, our warriors won't live long enough. 3 hours ago, mid-hive. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify into lead, so heavy it was suffocating. The only sound was the faint, low hum from the ventilation ducts on the ceiling. In the center of the room, a tactical holographic projector cast a cold light, displaying a desperate reconnaissance image onto the cold metal conference table. It was a boundless, churning sea of sick green, composed of millions of greenskins and their crudely made war machines. Every pixel was filled with savage violence and chaotic vitality, a vast force slowly but unstoppably spreading towards the hive city like a plague. Ruan Wenbo stood by the projector, hands resting on the table. He scanned the people around the conference table, each face illuminated by the green light of the holographic projection, their expressions as grave as iron. He took a deep breath of the recirculated air, which carried a metallic scent, finally breaking the deathly silence. "Everyone," his voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, "you have all seen the photos taken by Zabayan. Now, let's discuss, how do we stop this endless green tide?" The atmosphere in the room grew even heavier. Even though Ruan Wenbo's words included a name that would normally be amusingly absurd, no one could crack a smile. They couldn't even twitch their lips, as if the muscles in their faces had frozen. "Convert all our current merits into armored power," a logistics player spoke first, leaning forward, trying to analyze in the most rational tone, "concentrate tanks, armored vehicles and self-propelled artillery to increase frontal firepower density, to more efficiently kill greenskins. Can this create a positive cycle of merits?" Before he finished speaking, another person immediately shook his head in denial, a deep sense of powerlessness in his voice. "No. In that case, ammunition consumption would be a bottomless pit, terrifying beyond imagination. Until our own industrial production capacity can guarantee self-sufficiency in ammunition, just breaking even with ammunition consumption would be a miracle. Then why not just fight in close combat?" A player couldn't help but say, "In the last battle, we relied on close combat to hold back those greenskins for a long time. We had a terrain advantage there." Another person shook his head in denial. "At least at this stage, we don't have enough strength to fight a large-scale cold weapon war against the greenskins in the vast areas outside the hive city. Moreover," he paused, emphasizing his words, "we cannot naively assume that if we use cold weapons, the other side won't use large-scale ranged firepower. With millions, tens of millions of greenskins, who can guarantee they don't have a few steam colossus or similar devices? Then, let the Space Marine and airborne troops cooperate." Someone else proposed a new plan: take Valkyries for high-mobility assaults, go straight for the jugular, and execute a decapitation strike. Wishful thinking, this plan was immediately rejected. "First, we only have 2 Space Marine, and they are new recruits. Can a warboss, commanding millions of greenskins, be dealt with by just 2 new Space Marine? I am extremely skeptical. But these greenskins shouldn't be completely unified yet, right?" The previous logistics officer pointed to several areas in the holographic image that were clearly attacking each other. According to the photos, they are still fighting amongst themselves. This indicates they are divided into at least several war tribes, so it's not like hundreds of thousands or millions of greenskins are all under one warboss. That would only make it harder. A refutation immediately rang out. "If we assassinate one, the other greenskin warbosses will certainly make targeted arrangements, and it will probably be very difficult to create a second one-on-one situation. Unless a player has a mandatory dual skill like the Iron Man Arena, or simply takes a nuclear bomb to die with the target. But a nuclear bomb impact also has flaws." Another person added. "When assassinating a greenskin warboss, we don't have to worry about not finding him, because he would never hide for fear of being ambushed by shrimp. If he did, his greenskin kids would overthrow this cowardly warboss who lacks courage before we even had to act. But if we use a method like a nuclear bomb self-detonation, whether the opponent will still appear openly is hard to say. Greenskins are barbaric and cruel, but never stupid." One plan after another was proposed, and one after another was rejected. Each suggestion was like a stone thrown into the Dead Sea, merely stirring a tiny ripple before quickly sinking and disappearing without a trace. "This doesn't work, that doesn't work." Finally, someone couldn't stand it, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up. "Are we just supposed to cower in this damned hive city and pray to the Emperor that those greenskins won't attack us?" His question echoed in the conference room, but no one could answer. In this suffocating silence, a hand was raised somewhat abruptly. It was Assassin. He had been leaning back in his chair, almost unnoticed, but now he sat up straight and spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Speaking of nuclear bombs, I suddenly thought of a method. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on him. How about we have Valkyries carry large-yield nuclear bombs to bomb the greenskins, blowing them all away until nothing is left? This suggestion was so blunt and crude it sounded like something a greenskin would come up with. An officer subconsciously rubbed his temples, pondered for a moment, then tiredly shook his head. It's probably not feasible. Greenskins, as war creatures, have a tenacious vitality, just like their desires. To carpet bomb them with nuclear bombs to the point where they cannot survive at all, Padisha would pretty much become Krieg 2.0. He twitched his mouth. Our Death Seekers Legion would then have to change its name to the Death Legion. These words quickly extinguished the flicker of hope that had just ignited. No, this method can work. A voice suddenly cut through the pervasive despair. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was J.K. From the beginning of the meeting until now, he had been sitting quietly in the corner, silent like a great Buddha. However, our goal doesn't need to be to cover and eliminate all greenskins, he said slowly. We only need to blast out a quarantine zone. An area enveloped in high-intensity radiation, stretching between them and the hive city. And this quarantine zone doesn't need to make the greenskins completely unable to adapt. As long as it can continuously weaken them, it will provide us with a huge tactical advantage. The officer from before frowned deeply. What about our warriors? How do we deal with nuclear radiation strong enough to weaken even greenskins? JK's answer came without a trace of hesitation. Increase the drug dosage. Perhaps everyone's remaining lifespan will decrease by a few more hours because of this, but what's the problem with that? He tilted his head slightly. I think 24 hours of remaining life is already a lot. With this give and take, the greenskins are continuously weakened in the radiation zone, while our individual combat power reaches its peak under the effect of the drugs. It's possible our soldiers will be stronger than them. As his words fell, Assassin and the representatives of the military committee from various units all brightened up and became excited. Most of the officers, however, were dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Please remember, this is a game world after all. People can be resurrected after death, so nuclear bombs and drugs can naturally be used as conventional tactical means. He paused, then turned his gaze to Assassin. I also want to thank Comrade Assassin, you opened up my thinking. Assassin was a little embarrassed by the sudden praise and instinctively scratched his head. I also thought of it after hearing the previous discussion. Meanwhile, Ruan Wenbo, as the Supreme Commander, picked up his personal communicator on the table and began dialing. I will immediately notify Redito to get him ready. Expand the drug production line. And also, churn out more nuclear bombs. Chapter 116, Nuclear Infantry Coordination. A month later, on the outskirts of Pedisha Hive City, in the designated Scorched Earth Quarantine Zone. The Valkyrie's cockpit was filled with the dull roar of the engine and the slight tremor of the fuselage. Through the reinforced glass canopy, the pilot's gaze swept over the boundless, nauseating green ocean below. Hundreds of thousands of greenskins converged into a slow-moving torrent, their roars faintly audible even at high altitude. Countless crude war machines spewed black smoke, leaving dirty trails in the massive army. This destructive wave was steadily creeping towards Pedisha. This is it, the pilot murmured, his voice slightly distorted in his comms helmet. He adjusted his flight posture, tilting the fuselage slightly to more clearly lock onto the densest core area of the green tide below. Anyway, with the power of a strategic nuclear bomb, a few tens of meters of error won't make much difference. With that, he lightly moved his finger, disarming the weapon on the control panel. Then, he steadily pulled up on the control stick, the Valkyrie's nose lifted slightly, and the bomb bay in its belly opened. A huge, cylindrical object, painted with black and yellow warning stripes, detached from the fuselage with the silence of death. Without a moment's hesitation, the pilot slammed the engine thrust to maximum. The Valkyrie let out a roar, its tail spewing scorching plasma, and fled towards the distant horizon at top speed. Behind it, the bomb, pulled by gravity, became a rapidly falling black dot, accurately plunging into the unaware green ocean below. An indescribable, pure, and ultimate white light erupted violently on the horizon, as if a sun were rising from the ground. The light swept across the land at an unimaginable speed, instantly bleaching the earth, devouring all colors and shadows. Immediately following was a destructive roar loud enough to tear eardrums and an earth-shattering shockwave. The earth was gripped by an invisible giant hand, then violently shaken and torn. The greenskins, war vehicles, and even earth and stone on the ground were instantly vaporized, evaporated, reduced to their most primal particles. A gigantic fireball furiously expanded, engulfing everything around it, turning it into fuel. On the ground, in the preset positions several kilometers from ground zero, tens of thousands of players had already assembled. They lay hidden behind hastily dug trenches and bunkers, feeling the violent, earthquake-like tremors coming from beneath their feet. Assassin knelt on one knee, shielding his eyes from the blinding light that threatened to pierce them. When the light slightly diminished, he looked up and saw the slowly rising, sky-obscuring mushroom cloud in the distance, and grinned, ha 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 ha, the time has come. All troops, charge. As the horn sounded, assimilation complete and Bug unhesitatingly leaped out from their cover. Beside them, thousands of figures also charged simultaneously. The Death Seekers, fearless and resolute, charged into the death zone that had just been ravaged by the nuclear blast and was overflowing with radiation. I can't believe I get to experience the Soviet Army's combat plan from the Cold War era. Bug shouted excitedly as he ran, dropping nuclear bombs from the sky, and ground troops following the nuclear bomb's strong pressure. How cool is that? Don't talk while running. Tong Hua glanced at him. Be careful not to get a stitch. It's fine, I feel stronger the more I run. Bug's voice was full of exhilaration. The medicine must be kicking in, I feel more and more excited. Do you think that new anti-radiation medicine will really work? It will definitely be effective for at least a dozen hours, Tong Hua said, taking a quick glance at the wildly jumping numbers on the portable Geiger counter on his wrist. The tech priest's technical level is still trustworthy. What's the reading? Bug, noticing his movement, asked curiously. Not much, Tong Hua replied casually, just about the same as the radiation core zone during the Chernobyl leak. Holy moly! Bug shivered, startled out of his excitement by the comparison. He instinctively shuddered. Do we really only have a dozen hours left to live? You have to believe in the resilience of 40K humans, Tong Hua replied calmly, his gaze already sweeping past the rolling smoke ahead, locking onto the surviving greenskins struggling and wailing at the edge of the nuclear blast. There have been mortal armies that fought Nurgle's demons for a month, so what is this radiation? Tong Hua paused, then continued, but in the future, we should be the Astra Militarum who are least afraid of coordinating operations with the Ecclesiarchy. And in the center of that scorched earth, burned by nuclear fire, the surviving greenskins were enduring unprecedented torment. Radiation, this invisible killer, was silently eroding their rough and tough cellular structures. Waik! The war boss recovered from the violent shockwave, its head, harder than steel, shook violently, trying to shake off the buzzing in its brain, as if 10,000 Gretchen were screaming. It propped itself up with its massive power axe, everything in its vision still twisting and swaying. The air was filled with a pungent, strange smell of ozone mixed with roasted meat. Boss, beside it, a green-skinned kid, charred all over but barely surviving, stumbled over. He gasped for air, his voice weak. Me feels so bad. Let alone this kid, even the war boss himself felt a deep weakness in his bones, as if a large part of his inexhaustible strength had been drained by something. It furrowed its thick brow and, based on past experience, roared in its thunderous voice, get the pain boy to give you a great medicine shot. But this time, the great medicine, which had always worked, failed. Several pain boys, holding their huge and dirty syringes, injected bubbling, strangely colored liquid into the green-skinned kids' bodies. The familiar stimulating sensation indeed invigorated them, making them more excited and frenzied, but the deep-seated weakness remained like a persistent ulcer, showing no signs of diminishing. The pain boys were also bewildered, scratching their heads, trying to figure out what was going on. If given enough time, with the orc's unique tech tree and biological instincts, they might have even figured out a solution to combat radiation. But, humans didn't give them that time. Boss. Shrimp. The shrimp are charging. A Gretchen on lookout duty screamed, scrambling over from a distance. Shrimp. The war boss suddenly looked up, staring at the dust-rolling horizon. Against that hazy background, countless black, tiny figures were converging into a torrent, surging towards them. It instantly understood. So all of this was done by the shrimp. It's the shrimp's conspiracy. Raging fury burned in its crimson eyes. These cunning, despicable shrimp. It raised its power axe, pointing at the charging black wave, and let out an earth-shattering roar, kill them all for me. The next second, two waves representing different species and different wills crashed together. The Black Doomed Legion met the Green Orc tribe. However, the anticipated, equally matched, brutal slaughter did not occur. The result was a one-sided massacre. The black wave was like a hot iron, easily burning through the seemingly surging green tide. Bug led the charge, his cleaver buzzing. He collided head-on with an orc 2 heads taller than him. He roared, pouring all his strength into his arms, and brought his blade down fiercely. Clang! The two weapons clashed violently in the air, sparks flying. Bug had prepared to be knocked back by immense force, but to his surprise, the force from the opponent's weapon was so weak. In the first struggle, the tall and burly orc was actually staggered by his blow, clearly at a disadvantage. Bug was stunned at first, then realized that the radiation had taken effect, and a look of extreme arrogance appeared on his face, followed by a wild laugh. Ha 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 ha. He took the opportunity to stab his blade into the orc's abdomen, while mocking loudly, "Little orc brothers, put some effort into it. Didn't you eat?" Chapter 117, Barbarians. The veil of the warp was mercilessly torn open, and the laws of reality rushed back like a tide. An elegant yet deadly Inquisition cruiser and a massive, rugged Space Wolves battle barge, filled with primal fury, emerged almost abreast from the distorted Mandeville Point. Behind them, the Imperial Navy fleet followed unhurriedly, like a group of indifferent bystanders, adjusting their speed to maintain a subtle and safe distance from the two heavily armed ships ahead. Clearly, the Navy had no desire to get involved in the mess between the Inquisitor and the Space Wolves chapter. In any case, they were only here to follow orders, as long as they didn't proactively cause trouble, no matter what moth the two in front stirred up, the responsibility wouldn't fall on them. On the bridge of the Inquisition cruiser, Inquisitor Herbert Hernampode stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the planet suspended in the endless void outside the viewport. "This is Pedisha," he said, stroking his neatly trimmed chin, his eyes glinting with scrutiny. "The main terrain is ochre yellow desert, with only one main hive city. It looks very peaceful." He turned and took the datapad handed to him by an attendant. The screen displayed a standard archival photo of the Pedisha star system, a quiet yellow planet. Herbert carefully compared it with the scene before him. It matches the photo perfectly, one could even say it's identical. He nodded with satisfaction, a hint of imperceptible relief in his tone. It seems nothing major has likely happened on Pedisha. Herbert secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Given this, the process this time would likely be another tedious bureaucratic tour, establishing contact with the planetary governor in orbit, landing at the spaceport, settling the tithe issue under the enthusiastic, or devious, welcome of the governor and various nobles, then symbolically touring the hive city twice to confirm no signs of chaos or Xeno's corruption, and then returning home. After such a rigorous and detailed process, the Space Wolves' warship nearby would probably find no excuse for combat. Herbert could even imagine the frustrated looks of their reckless warriors pounding their chests in their ship. It seemed they would have to return empty-handed. Just as Herbert was making these calculations, enjoying the rare pleasure of having everything under control, his pupils suddenly constricted. On the terminator line of that tranquil yellow planet, an extremely tiny yet blindingly bright white light point erupted fiercely. The light was so pure, so extreme, as if someone had conjured a miniature star on the planet's surface. Even after passing through multiple layers of filtration in the bridge viewport, the light still stung the eyes. Immediately after, a visible, circular shockwave rapidly spread through the atmosphere, tearing and pushing aside clouds, leaving an ever-expanding, ugly scorch mark on the planet's surface. By the Emperor! Herbert swore. What the hell was that? I think, that was a nuclear bomb, sir, the captain replied from his command chair. Of course I know that was a damn nuclear bomb. Herbert snapped his head around. I'm asking why a nuclear bomb exploded on Pedisha. The captain, startled by the sudden outburst, cowered in his chair, not daring to breathe. Herbert took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He realized his earlier assessment of Pedisha being still intact was wildly off the mark. On the contrary, Pedisha's current situation was very, very bad. But, this was also good. A thought, almost bordering on excitement, flashed through his mind. In his long career as an inquisitor, things were never at their worst, only getting worse. Suddenly encountering a calm and peaceful situation, he was actually a bit unaccustomed to it. Full speed ahead. Herbert's voice became cold and decisive. All units to battle stations, target high orbit. I just hope Pedisha hasn't become a second Crete before we arrive. Call Pedisha, he then ordered. Use all frequencies. I need to know what's happening on the ground immediately. The communications officer's fingers blurred over the control panel, and harsh static filled the bridge. Several minutes passed, with only dead silence in response. Herbert's brows furrowed deeper, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Had the planet's command system completely collapsed? Just as he was about to order a more forceful information intrusion, an electronic synthetic voice finally cut through the static. This is Pedisha. Identity verification. Please state your identities. Half of the stone weighing on Herbert's heart dropped. He snatched the communicator and said in a deep voice, This is Inquisitor Herbert Hernampode. I order you to immediately report the ground situation and grant my fleet docking access to the spaceport. After a brief silence, the voice spoke again, Access granted, Inquisitor. We await you at the spaceport. Over. The communication was cut off. At least it's not completely out of control yet, Herbert muttered to himself, tossing the communicator back to the communications officer. Someone responding meant that order still existed. This was already much better than the worst-case scenario he had imagined. When the landing craft settled steadily on the spaceport's massive landing pad, the hatch opened, and a pungent odor of gunpowder mixed with disinfectant wafted in. Herbert, clad in his black greatcoat, descended the gangway, flanked by a squad of elite guards in carapace armor, armed with hell guns. His gaze swept around, finding that although the massive spaceport was still operational, it had clearly not been maintained for a long time. Almost simultaneously, a much larger, more savage-looking landing craft nearby also slammed onto the landing pad. The hatch was brutally kicked open, and the massive forms of the Space Wolves streamed out, the servo systems of their power armor emitting a low hum, each step making the deck tremble. Wolf Lord Krona, leading them, had an undisguised, beast-like smile on his weathered face. He glared menacingly in Herbert's direction, his eyes full of challenge. Herbert instinctively glanced at his mortal guards behind him. This elite force, which had protected him in countless past missions and struck fear into his enemies, seemed so tiny before these demigod-like giants. Fortunately, the Pedisha representative soon appeared, interrupting the silent standoff. The Space Wolves wouldn't resort to direct action in such a setting. However, what puzzled Herbert was why only 2 people had come to greet them. Judging by their attire, one was an Astra Militarum officer, the other a tech priest. This completely defied the protocol for welcoming an Inquisitor in an Astartes chapter. For the Emperor, the officer spoke first, simply giving Herbert and Krona an Aquila salute. My name is Ruan Wenbo, commander of the Pedisha Doomed Legion. I apologize for not preparing any welcoming ceremony, you arrived too quickly. Redito, the tech priest beside him was even more direct, his electronic synthetic voice devoid of emotion. I am Inquisitor Herbert Hernampode, Herbert introduced himself briefly, then cut straight to the point. Where is the original Pedisha Astra Militarum? And the planetary governor? The original Pedisha Astra Militarum was scattered in the war against the Xenos, we are the result of its reorganization, Ruan Wenbo said, his expression unchanged, reciting a pre-prepared line. As for the planetary governor, he has been summarily executed by us for heretical acts. We too are the highest-ranking individuals on Pedisha. Heretical acts. Herbert's eyebrow twitched, his interest piqued. Yes, Ruan Wenbo continued, after the warp storm erupted, the planetary governor, perhaps out of boredom or some other reason, proactively contacted and invited a squad of fallen space marine. By the time we broke through the mid-hive and reached the upper hive, everyone there was dead, leaving only various modified heretical constructs. The planetary governor's family was found by us after the battle and immediately executed by firing squad. Their bodies have been incinerated to prevent contamination. Humph. Well done. And you seem to know quite a lot. Herbert was about to delve deeper into the details when a massive figure rudely pushed its way through. Cronus shoved Herbert aside, and the wolf guard behind him moved forward, their steel-like bodies forcefully pushing the Inquisitor and his retinue back more than 10 meters. Krona looked down at Ruan Wenbo and asked boisterously, "Hey, mortal, where are my fallen cousins now? They have already been dealt with by us." Ruan Wenbo calmly uttered these words, which made everyone present, both the Inquisitor and the Space Wolves, stare wide-eyed. The air seemed to solidify. The smile on Krona's face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, soul-freezing scrutiny. He narrowed his eyes, his voice deep like the rumble of thunder before a storm. "You'd best think carefully about what you just said. Mortal, this is no laughing matter. I am not joking." Ruan Wenbo met his terrifying gaze, his tone still calm. "I can take you to see their bodies." There were 16 space marine in total. Krona stared intently at Ruan Wenbo for a full 10 seconds, seemingly trying to find even a trace of a lie on his face. "Ruan Wenbo, is it?" he said slowly. "Very well, I'll remember you." With that, he suddenly extended his massive hand and clapped Ruan Wenbo hard on the shoulder. The immense force made the latter's legs buckle, his body shaking violently, almost causing him to squat down directly. Krona then casually slung his arm around Ruan Wenbo's shoulder, half dragging, half pulling him away with large strides, his voice filled with impatient enthusiasm. "Come on, come on. I can't wait to see how those traitors were killed by a bunch of mortals." And Herbert, who had nearly been pushed to the ground and only regained his composure with the support of his guards, saw the Space Wolves forcibly taking the Petisha people away as soon as he stood up. He suppressed the urge to curse them as barbarians, mainly because he would definitely be heard at that distance, and hurried after them.